Chapter 1: An Unintentional Clash. Lin Yueshi, a promising young professional, carvidotena for herself at the fire so like competitive business world through her intelligence, decisiveness, and relentless fort, with her lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders and delicate features, she possessed a pair of bright, resolutice tatsium to penetra tethaverusency of tozirander, cladona tailored business suit, shulked with purpose, exuding an air of confidence and independence. On this particular day, Lin Yuexi arrived at the facility diligently preparing for an impending crucial negotiation. This negotiation held significant implications for the company's future, and she was acutely aware of responsibilities sting upon her shoulders. She meticulously studied the profiles of her competitors, analyzing various potential scenarios, her heart brimming with determination. Meanwhile, on the other city of Thessaly, Jean Mohan, the formidable CEO of a multinational conglomerate, sat in his opulent office, perusing a stack of important documents, talent imposing, with a stern countenance and penetrating gaze, Hesimid capable of discerning the truth in any situation, Dressadina bespoke it, every gesture made a radiate a commanding presence. Accustomed to wielding control over every aspect of his life, her regarded the upcoming negotiation as merely another routine business affair. At last, that for negotiation arrived. Lin Yueshi, accompanied by Herdium, entered the Viniela the conference room in a five-star hotel, spacious and resplendent in its decor. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she entered the room with a confident smile. Jean Mohan and Distiam had been waiting for some time. The moment Lin Yuexi stepped into the conference room, his gaze was involuntarily drawn to her. He was captivated by her poise and self-assurance. The Hequaclimascavi's intrigue with an expression of indifference. The negotiation commenced, and Lin Yuexi was the first to speak. She articulated her company's advantage and proposed collaboration with clarity and conviction. Her voice was melodious and persuasive, resonating with confidence. Jean Mohan listened attentively, a flicker of admiration stirring within him for this remarkable woman. However, once Lin Yuexi concluded her presentation, Jean Mohan launched a barrage of incisive questions without hesitation. His tone was cold and uncompromising, as if he were deliberately challenging her. Yet, Lin Yuexi stood her ground, calmly addressing the inquiry and skillfully countering some of Jean Mohan's assertions. The exchange grew increasingly intense, the atmosphere thick with tension. The other participants in the room did not interject, merely observing the fierce verbal sparring between Tedwo. Lin Yuexi's gaze remained steadfast and defiant as electious with Jean Mohan, silently declaring her resolve. As Jean Mohan met Lin Yuexi's unwavering stare, an inexplicable urge surged within him. He had never encountered a woman keyed like her bravery and confidence, but that astonishing intrigued him. He resolved to continue challenging her, eager to discover the extent of her capabilities. Hours passed, and still no consensus reached. Lin Yuexi felt a surge of anger and disappointment. She perceived Jean Mohan as an unreasonable adversary. Conversely, Jean Mohan found himself impressed by Lin Yuexi's performance, recognizing her as a formidable challenge. Ultimately, the negotiation concluded without an agreement. Lin Yuexi stormed out of the conference room, vowing solidly to show this domineering man her true prowess. Watching her retreating figure, Jean Mohan's lips curled into a slight smile. This woman intrigued him. Upon returning to her company, Lin Yuexi promptly convened her team to analyze the reasons behind their failure and to devise a new strategy. She resolved not to abandon this opportunity for collaboration and was determined to find a way to persuade Jean Mohan. Meanwhile, Jean Mohan reflected on the negotiation back at his company. Her reluctantly acknowledged Lin Yuexi's considerable abilities but was equally unwilling to concede easily. He decided to await their next move, curious to see how far she would go. In the days that followed, Lin Yuexi relentlessly sought opportunities to engage with Jean Mohan. She explored various avenues to understand his preferences and needs, aiming to identify a brain through a moment. Jean Mohan, aware of her intentions, chose not to obstruct their efforts, intrigued to see what she would do. Finally, Lin Yuexi discovered a chance to connect. Learning that Jean Mohan would attend the business forum, she registered to participate as well at the forum. Lin Yuexi delivered an impressive speech that captivated the audience. Jean Mohan, too, found himself moved by her presentation, prompting a reevaluation of her character. After her speech, Lin Yuexi approached Jean Mohan once more, reiterating her quest for collaboration. Gazing into her determined eyes, full of flicker of uncertainty, he decided to grant her an opportunity to present their proposal anew. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuexi elaborated on her company's strengths and the enhancements to her collaboration plan. Her sincere and compelling words compelled Jean Mohan to consider her proposal seriously. After thoughtful deliberation, Jean Mohan finally agreed to collaborate with Lin Yuexi's company, extending his hand. Here marked, Miss Lin, I hope your partnership flourishes. Lin Yuexi, filled with joy, grasped his hand and replied, Mr. Jean, I am confident that your collaboration will be fruitful. Thus, the initial clash between Lin Yuexi and Jean Mohan culminated on a partnership, yet both understood that this was merely the beginning. In the days to come, they would encounter further challenges and confrontations, and their story was just beginning. Chapter 2: A Fateful Reunion. Since the last negotiation ended on a sour note, Lin Yuexi had been preoccupied with thoughts of Jean Mohan, the domineering CEO, Shabad Tor in his respect and prove her capabilities. Meanwhile, Jean Mohan found himself equally impressed by Linueshi, the tenacious woman who had Ravanto be formidably opponent, he had never encountered Simeonis challenging her courage and intellect compelled them to seek another encounter. Onede, Linu exerci evit an invitation to a prestigious business event. This gathering, attended by numerous industrialites and entrepreneurs, presented an excellent opportunity for network and casing her company strengths. She meticulously prepared for the event, donning her most elegant gown and applying a flawless makeup look, Toshin. Upon arriving at Thevano, she was immediately captivated by the lavish decor and vibrant atmosphere. She glided gracefully through Tech Road, engaged in conversations with various attendees, exuding professionalism and charm. While conversing with a business partner, Linu suddenly sensitive familiar gaze upon her. She looked up to meet Jean Mohan's penetrating clad in a tailored black suit. He was strikingly handsome. His expression bore and tough playful mockery, as if to say, well met again, Miss Lin. A complex whirl of emotions surged within Linueshi. She felt both surprised and anxious, not anticipating another encounter with Jean Mohan such a setting. However, she acquired in her composure and replied coolly, Mr. Jean, what a coincidence. A slight smile aggressed the corners off Jean Mohan's lips as she approached her, each to prodiating an undeniable charisma thought made ethos around him instinctive lip ways. Miss Lin, it seems we're indeed fated to meet, here marked, his voice deep and resonant. Mr. Jean, you flatter me, immer like Hamato ten thievant, not expect ociosio her, Linueshi maintained her calm demeanor. Jean Mohan, captivated by that fiancé here eyes, felt an inexplicable urge, heely and closer, whispering Jin here, I eagerly anticipate our next clash. A faint blush crept across Linuexi's cheeks as Sapusha them away internet to leave, her mind racing with questions about his intentions. Throughout her remainder of the event, Linuexi was distracted, her thoughts consumed by Jean Mohan's presence and disprovocative words. She couldn't fathom why she was so affected by him. Perhaps it was his arrogancy and confidence, or maybe he's enigmaticler. Meanwhile, Jean Mohan observed Linuexi with growing interest. He recognized that she was not unlike competent in her work, beautiful radiated brilliance in social settings. His fascination deepened, prompting him to seek another opportunity to approach her. As the event concluded, Linuexi prepared to depart when Jean Mohan suddenly appeared before her. Miss Lin, are you in such a hurry to leave? How about joining for a cup of coffee? His eye sparkled with anticipation. Mr. Jean, I'm afraid I have other commitments, perhaps another time, Linuexi replied without hesitation. Undeterred, Jean Mohan continued, Miss Lin, I simply wish to engage in conversation, nothing more. Linuexi hesitated, swayed by the sincerity in his gaze. After a moment's reflection, she finally acquiesced to his invitation. He found a nervy calf, its ambience surfing and the music soothing, creating a comfortable atmosphere. Jean Mohan ordered her favorite coffee, then chose in for himself. Miss Lin, the last negotiation left a lasting impression on Wari, an exceptionally capable woman. Jean Mohan broke a thessalence. Mr. Jean, you flatter me, immerly did me best, Linuexi respondedisly. You admire our courage and intellect, I believe we could become excellent partners, Jean Mohan said, his sincerity evident. Linuexi gazetted him, surprised by his shard, she began to reassess her view of him. Perhaps she was as intolerable as he had initially thought. Mr. Jean, I to hope for a productive partnership, however, insist that we treat each equals, with mutual respect, Linuexi asserted firmly. Of course, I hold capable individuals in high esteem. I am confident our collaboration will flourish, Jean Mohan replied with Esmal. From that moment on, the dynamic between Linuexi and Jean Mohan gradually softened. They began to interact more frequently, discussing work-related matters and sharing insights. In the process, their understanding another deepened. However, their relationship was not without its challenges. Linuexi's assertiveness often clashed with Jean Mohan's domineering nature, creating moments of tension, yet, they both recognized it as an integral part of their personality, as undiky aspect of their interaction. During a collaborative project, Linuexi and Jean Mohan encountered a significant challenge that required their combined efforts to resolve. They worked tirelessly brainstorming solutions together, and in this hard endeavor, their feelings began to evolve. They found themselves relying on each other, offering mutual support. Linuexi discovered that Jean Mohan wasn't as cold-hearted as he had presumed. Possessed a lean considerate. Conversely, Jean Mohan was captivated by Linuexi's strength and determination, appreciating her unique charm. Ultimately, they successfully overcame the challenge. In the moment of celebration, Jean Mohan is at Linueshi, his heart swelling with joy and admiration, has suddenly realized that they had fallen forth as resolute woman. Unbeknownst to them both, Linuexi had also developed feelings for Jean Mohan. She found herself growing accustomed to his presence, which brought her comfort and warmth. Yet neither had the courage to confess their feelings. They feared that such declarations might jeopardize their relationship, leading them to bury their emotions deep within, continuing to interact in their professional capacities. In the days that followed, they faced numerous trials together. They confronted challenges posed by competitors and resolved internal company issues. Through the experiences, their bond deepened. However, the path to love remained long gone, fraught with obstacles. They would need to navigate further difficulties and challenges before they could ultimately unite, yet they both believed that as long as their love endured, no challenge would be insurmountable. Chapter 3. Gradually approaching. Following their serendipitous reunion at a business event and subsequent collaboration, the relationship between Lin Yueshi and Qin Mohan began to take on a delicate nuance. While Lin Yueshi maintained her assertive demeanor, she found herself harboring a newfound affection for Qin Mohan. In turn, Qin Mohan became increasingly captivated by Lin Yueshi's unique charm, prompting him to take the initiative to draw closer to her, seeking entry into her world. One day, as Lin Yueshi busily navigated through a myriad of documents at her office, she received an unexpected phone call from Qin Mohan. "Miss Lin, would you be available for dinner this evening?" His voice was deep and resonant. Lin Yueshi hesitated momentarily, uncertain of the reason behind his sudden invitation, yet a small voice within urged her not to decline. "Very well, Mr. Qin," she ultimately acquiesced. That evening, Lin Yueshi donned an elegant ensemble and arrived at the designated restaurant, where Qin Mohan had been waiting for quite some time. Upon catching sight of her approaching figure, a glimmer of astonishment danced in his eyes. "Miss Lin, you look absolutely stunning tonight," he remarked with a warm smile. Lin Yueshi felt a flush of warmth creep across her cheeks. "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Qin." As they settled at their table, the server began to present their meal. Qin Mohan had thoughtfully ordered dishes that Lin Yueshi particularly enjoyed, which brought her a sense of comfort. "Miss Lin, has work been treating you well lately?" he inquired, savoring his meal. "It's been manageable, Mr. Qin, and you?" she responded. "I am doing well. However, there are some new projects at the company that will require our collective effort," Qin Mohan informed her. Lin Yueshi nodded affirmatively. "I will do my utmost to cooperate." Throughout dinner, they engaged in a myriad of conversations, traversing topics from their professional lives to personal interests and aspirations. They discovered an abundance of shared experiences and values. Following their meal, Qin Mohan proposed a leisurely stroll. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yueshi agreed. They meandered along the street, the gentle night breeze caressing their faces, enveloping them in a sense of tranquility. "Miss Lin, you are an exceptionally remarkable woman," Qin Mohan suddenly declared. Lin Yueshi looked at him in surprise. "Mr. Qin, you flatter me." "I speak with sincerity. Your intelligence, courage, and independence are qualities I deeply admire," he replied, his gaze brimming with earnestness. A warm wave of emotion surged within Lin Yueshi. "Thank you, Mr. Qin. You too are admirable. Your leadership and business acumen command respect." Qin Mohan offered a faint smile. "We are equally matched." As they continued their stroll, they unknowingly arrived at a quaint park. The dim lighting cast a romantic ambience, and as Qin Mohan gazed at Lin Yueshi, an impulsive yearning welled up within him. He gently took her hand in his. Lin Yueshi felt a slight jolt, wanting to withdraw, yet found herself lacking the resolve to do so. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Observing Lin Yueshi's adorable demeanor, Qin Mohan was filled with affection. He softly embraced her, whispering in her ear, "Yueshi, I have feelings for you." Overwhelmed with joy and emotion, Lin Yueshi had not anticipated such a confession. She lifted her gaze to meet his soulful eyes and replied softly, "I feel the same way." From that moment onward, the dynamic between Lin Yueshi and Qin Mohan underwent a profound transformation. They began to date more frequently, indulging in cinema outings, dining experiences, and leisurely shopping excursions. They reveled in each other's company, savoring the sweetness of love. However, their romance was not without its trials. Lin Yueshi's assertiveness and Qin Mohan's domineering nature occasionally clashed, creating a palpable tension between them, yet they both understood that these traits were integral to their personalities and formed a unique mode of interaction. During one particular date, a minor disagreement escalated into a quarrel. Lin Yueshi felt that Qin Mohan's assertiveness disregarded her feelings, while Qin Mohan believed Lin Yueshi's dominance left no room for compromise. "Qin Mohan, could you refrain from being so overbearing? You consistently act according to your own whims, neglecting my feelings," Lin Yueshi expressed in frustration. "Lin Yueshi, you should not be so domineering. You always strive for control, lacking the capacity to yield," Qin Mohan retorted defiantly. Their argument persisted for quite some time, culminating in an unresolved and disheartening parting. Upon returning home, Lin Yueshi was enveloped in feelings of injustice and anger, convinced that Qin Mohan failed to understand and appreciate her. Conversely, Qin Mohan, upon returning home, felt a profound sense of regret. He recognized that he had acted impulsively and that arguing with Lin Yueshi was unwarranted. He resolved to apologize, seeking to mend their relationship. The following day, Qin Mohan arrived at Lin Yueshi's office, a bouquet of flowers in hand and a look of remorse etched across his face. "Yueshi, I am sincerely sorry. I was too hasty yesterday and should not have argued with you. Please forgive me," he implored earnestly. As Lin Yueshi beheld Qin Mohan's contrite expression, her feelings of grievance and anger dissipated in an instant. She understood that his affections were genuine, though he sometimes exhibited an overbearing demeanor. "Qin Mohan, I too have my shortcomings. I should not have been so assertive and should have embraced compromise," she admitted. Qin Mohan stepped closer, enveloping her in a gentle embrace. "Yueshi, let us promise to avoid such quarrels in the future. I will strive to temper my assertiveness, and you could endeavor to be a bit more gentle and accommodating, if you will?" Lin Yueshi nodded in agreement. "Yes, let us cherish our relationship moving forward." In the days that followed, Lin Yueshi and Qin Mohan grew to appreciate each other more deeply. They learned to understand and tolerate one another, and their love blossomed into something profound. Together, they navigated numerous challenges, confronting rival competitors and resolving internal company issues. Through these experiences, their bond became increasingly robust. Yet, the path of their love remained long and fraught with challenges. They would need to face more trials and tribulations before ultimately uniting. Nevertheless, they held steadfast to the belief that as long as their love endured, no obstacle would be insurmountable. Chapter 4 of The Blossoming of Love. After experiencing a series of interactions and adjustments, Lin Yueshi and Qin Mohan found their feelings for each other gradually intensifying. They began to delve deeper into understanding one another, sharing their joys, sorrows, and every emotion in between. Lin Yueshi maintained her assertiveness and professionalism at work, continuously expanding new business territories for the company. Meanwhile, Qin Mohan showcased his decisiveness and wisdom on the commercial battlefield, steering his enterprise toward greater heights. One day, Lin Yueshi received an important project that required her to travel to another city for business negotiations. She hesitated, knowing that this would mean a temporary separation from Qin Mohan. However, understanding the project's significance for the company, she ultimately resolved to accept the challenge. Upon learning of Lin Yueshi's business trip, Qin Mohan was filled with reluctance. He quietly prepared all the necessary items for her and tucked a note into her suitcase, which read, "I will be waiting for your return, with love, Mohan." When Lin Yueshi discovered the note before her departure, a warm surge of emotion enveloped her. She realized that Qin Mohan genuinely cared for her, which further solidified her decision. During her trip, Lin Yueshi made it a point to call or text Qin Mohan daily, sharing updates on her work and snippets of her life. Qin Mohan, in turn, expressed concern for her well-being and offered encouragement and support over the phone. After several days of effort, Lin Yueshi successfully completed the business negotiations, securing a significant partnership for the company. Eager to return to Qin Mohan's side and share her joy, she hurried back to the city. Upon her arrival at the airport, Qin Mohan had been waiting for quite some time. The moment he spotted Lin Yueshi emerging from the terminal, he rushed to her and enveloped her in a tight embrace. "Yueshi, you're finally back. I've missed you so much," he whispered softly in her ear. Lin Yueshi felt a wave of emotion wash over her. "I've missed you too, Mohan." They returned to Qin Mohan's home, where he had prepared a sumptuous dinner for her. Seated at the dining table, they savored this heartwarming moment together. "Yueshi, you've worked so hard on this trip. Your contributions to the company have been immense," Qin Mohan remarked. "It's what I ought to do, Mohan. Besides, with your support and encouragement, I hardly felt the strain," Lin Yueshi replied with a smile. After dinner, they sat together on the balcony, gazing at the starry sky. Qin Mohan gently held Lin Yueshi's hand and said, "Yueshi, I wish to traverse each season of life with you. Would you be willing?" Lin Yueshi's heart brimmed with happiness. "I would, Mohan." From that moment on, the bond between Lin Yueshi and Qin Mohan deepened even further. They shared countless wonderful experiences, traveling together, watching films, and participating in various activities. However, their love was not without its challenges. Qin Mohan's family business faced immense competitive pressure, requiring him to devote more time and energy to his work. Lin Yueshi understood his predicament but couldn't help feeling a sense of loss. "Mohan, you've been so busy lately. We haven't had the chance to go out together in ages," Lin Yueshi expressed with a hint of grievance. "Yueshi, I'm truly sorry. I realize I've been neglecting you, but the company's matters are of utmost importance. Once this busy period passes, I promise to spend quality time with you," Qin Mohan said, filled with guilt. Though Lin Yueshi felt some discontent, she chose to support Qin Mohan, knowing he was a man of responsibility who would not easily abandon his career. At this critical juncture, Lin Yueshi's company encountered its own set of problems. A significant project faced a setback, leading to substantial financial losses. Lin Yueshi had to exert every effort to resolve the issue, often working late into the night, leaving her physically and mentally drained. Upon learning of Lin Yueshi's situation, Qin Mohan was deeply worried. Amidst his busy schedule, he found time to check on her, offering assistance and advice. "Yueshi, please don't overexert yourself. If you need any help, don't hesitate to let me know," he said. "Thank you, Mohan. I will resolve this issue as soon as possible," Lin Yueshi replied. After some time and effort, Lin Yueshi finally managed to rectify the company's problems. She felt a great sense of relief but also recognized that she had inadvertently overlooked Qin Mohan in the process. "Mohan, I'm sorry. I've been so caught up lately that I haven't taken care of you properly," Lin Yueshi said apologetically. "It's all right, Yueshi. We are both striving for our future, and I understand," Qin Mohan replied gently. They embraced tightly, feeling each other's warmth and affection. They knew that in this challenging world, mutual support and understanding were essential for their journey together. In the days that followed, Lin Yueshi and Qin Mohan faced various difficulties and challenges side by side. Their relationship continued to grow and evolve, and the seeds of love blossomed within their hearts. Yet, the path of their love was still long. They needed to confront more trials and tribulations before ultimately being together. However, they both believed that as long as they loved each other, no obstacle was insurmountable. Chapter 5 Through thick and thin. After enduring various tribulations in their professional lives, Lin Yueshi and Qin Mohan found their bond growing ever stronger. They were acutely aware of each other's significance in their lives, which further solidified their resolve to walk this journey together. Qin Mohan's family business continued to face immense pressure amidst fierce competition. Each day, he was consumed by meetings and decision-making, striving to discover a way to break through the prevailing challenges. His brow often furrowed, and his eyes betrayed the fatigue and anxiety he felt. Lin Yueshi observed this with a heavy heart, silently shouldering some of his burdens and leveraging her expertise and connections to offer him valuable insights. Mohan, I believe we can approach this from a new angle to expand into fresh markets, potentially bringing new opportunities for the company, Lin Yueshi articulated with conviction, her gaze filled with determination as she analyzed the market landscape. Holding a stack of documents, she meticulously laid out her ideas to Qin Mohan, each point thoroughly contemplated. Qin Mohan gazed at Lin Yueshi, his heart swelling with emotion. Her intelligence and bravery inspired profound admiration within him. Yueshi, with you by my side, I feel an invincible strength, he said, clasping her hand with a look imbued with tenderness and gratitude. Simultaneously, Lin Yueshi's own company was flourishing. She led her team in overcoming one challenge after another, securing more clients and increasing market share. Her assertiveness and professionalism in the workplace earned her the respect of her colleagues. However, beneath the surface of success lurked peril. Some competitors, envious of Lin Yueshi's achievements, began to conspire in secret, plotting to undermine her company. One day, Lin Yueshi received a mysterious phone call. Lin Yueshi, your good fortune has come to an end. We will make you pay, a sinister voice intoned from the other end, causing her heart to race. Her expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, yet she remained undaunted. She promptly convened the core members of her company to discuss countermeasures. Everyone, remain calm. We must face this with composure. I believe we can navigate through this crisis together, Lin Yueshi declared, her voice resolute and powerful, her eyes radiating courage and decisiveness. She guided her team in analyzing the situation and formulating a comprehensive plan, considering every step with meticulous care. Upon learning of Lin Yueshi's predicament, Qin Mohan wasted no time in extending his support. He utilized his resources and connections to provide her with a myriad of assistance. He dispatched his trusted aide to assist Lin Yueshi's company and offered her financial backing. Yueshi, you are not alone in this battle. I will stand by you always. Qin Mohan's words warmed Lin Yueshi's heart, infusing her with boundless strength. With Qin Mohan's help, Lin Yueshi gradually discovered ways to confront the crisis. Together, they developed a detailed strategy, systematically dismantling the competitors' schemes. They collaborated closely, each decision deliberated with care. Through this tumultuous ordeal, Lin Yueshi and Qin Mohan's relationship grew even more resilient. They understood that in this challenging world, mutual support was the key to advancing further. Having weathered storms together, their trust and reliance on one another deepened. Mohan, thank you for always being by my side. I believe that no matter what challenges we face in the future, we can confront them together, Lin Yueshi said, gripping Qin Mohan's hand tightly, her eyes brimming with anticipation and resolve. Her long hair danced in the breeze, and a radiant smile graced her beautiful face. Yueshi, I too believe we can overcome any obstacle, for we are each other's source of strength, Qin Mohan replied gently, his gaze filled with love and affection. He tenderly pulled Lin Yueshi into his embrace, savoring her warmth and heartbeat. Together, they gazed into the distance, their hearts filled with dreams for the future. Though many unknown challenges awaited them on their path of love, they remained steadfast in their belief that as long as they loved one another, no difficulty was insurmountable. They would stride forward hand in hand, forging a beautiful future that belonged uniquely to them. Chapter 6 Undercurrents. After enduring numerous trials, the bond between Lin Yueshi and Qin Mohan has become increasingly resolute. Nevertheless, their lives have not transitioned into tranquility, rather, they are confronted with new challenges and crises. Lin Yueshi's company's predicament. Although the company where Lin Yueshi is employed successfully weathered the previous storm, the malicious attacks from competitors have not ceased. Several rivals have banded together in an attempt to tarnish the company's reputation, aiming to suppress them. Consequently, the company's operations have been adversely affected, as prospective clients who once showed interest in collaboration began to waver in their trust, leading them to suspend negotiations, thus plunging the business expansion into a quagmire. Lin Yueshi is acutely aware that to salvage the company's reputation, it is imperative to unearth the puppeteers behind this conspiracy and expose their machinations. She rallies her team, working tirelessly day and night to gather evidence. Throughout this endeavor, she encounters myriad obstacles, with crucial evidence mysteriously vanishing time and again. On one occasion, her team managed to procure an important document from an insider, only for it to disappear without a trace the following day, as if an unseen hand were orchestrating these events from the shadows. Lin Yueshi suspects that there may be a mole within the company, yet remains uncertain of their identity, necessitating a cautious approach during her investigation. Simultaneously, internal issues have surfaced within the company. Some employees, lured by competitors, have begun to leak confidential information. Despite Lin Yueshi's efforts to reinforce the company's confidentiality protocols, certain individuals, driven by self-interest, have betrayed their organization. This has resulted in some of the company's strategic plans being prematurely disclosed to rivals, placing them at a disadvantage in the competitive landscape. Lin Yueshi finds herself juggling the dual responsibilities of probing external conspiracies while restoring order within the company. She conducts rigorous assessments of employees and holds private discussions with those exhibiting suspicious behavior, striving to pinpoint the source of the leaks. However, this has incited discontent among some staff members, who perceive Lin Yueshi as overly stringent, thereby creating a tense atmosphere within the workplace. In an effort to stabilize employee morale, Lin Yueshi convenes a company-wide meeting. During this assembly, she solemnly underscores the significance of confidentiality and the severe repercussions of betrayal. She assures that loyal employees will be rewarded, while those who divulge secrets will face no leniency. Her words resonate with conviction, instilling a sense of determination among the staff. And nevertheless, post-meeting, whispers of concern regarding the company's future circulate among employees. Qin Mohan's family business crisis. Qin Mohan's family enterprise is also grappling with a formidable crisis. A powerful competitor has suddenly emerged, boasting significant technological and market prowess that poses a grave threat to Qin Mohan's company. This rival has not only launched a series of innovative products, capturing substantial market share, but has also covertly poached some of Qin Mohan's core technical personnel, leaving his company in a dire shortage of talent. Faced with this challenge, Gene Mohan finds himself compelled to invest greater time and effort to enhance the company's competitiveness. He resolves to initiate a comprehensive technological innovation. Leading the research and development team, he works tirelessly to devise a groundbreaking new product. However, the development process is fraught with technical challenges, resulting in sluggish progress. A pivotal technical hurdle has stymied the team, despite numerous attempts to surmount it, leaving Gene Mohan in a state of acute anxiety. He diligently peruses extensive technical literature and engages in multiple consultations with both domestic and international experts, yet remains unable to identify a viable solution. At this critical juncture, certain shareholders begin to question Gene Mohan's leadership capabilities. They argue that he is too young and lacks the requisite experience to navigate a crisis, demanding his resignation in favor of a more seasoned leader. These shareholders propagate rumors within the company, inciting unrest among employees and exacerbating the internal turmoil. Gene Mohan recognizes that if these issues are not resolved expeditiously, the future of the company hangs in the balance. He endeavors to placate the shareholders, elucidating the significance of the company's development strategy and technological innovation, while simultaneously amplifying investments in research and development by inviting top-tier technical experts to join the team, hoping to expedite breakthroughs. Mutual support. Despite the immense pressures faced by both Lin Yueshi and Gene Mohan, they continue to support one another unwaveringly. Amid her demanding work schedule, Lin Yueshi takes time to attend to Gene Mohan's well-being, preparing nutritious meals and engaging him in conversation to alleviate his burdens. Aware of the formidable challenges he faces at his company, she strives to ensure that she does not add to his stress, offering her silent support instead. Gene Mohan reciprocates this concern for Lin Yueshi. Understanding the difficulty she encounters at her workplace, he leverages his connections and resources to provide her with assistance. He facilitates contact with professional investigative agencies to help her identify the mole within her company and the orchestrators of the conspiracy. During moments when Lin Yueshi feels exhausted and overwhelmed, he offers her a warm embrace, allowing her to feel his unwavering support and encouragement. One weekend evening, Lin Yueshi and Gene Mohan sit together on the balcony, gazing at the city's dazzling lights. They confide in one another about their worries and stresses while sharing their dreams and aspirations. Lin Yueshi leans on Gene Mohan's shoulder and softly remarks, "Mohan, there are times when I truly feel weary, but as long as you are by my side, everything seems worthwhile." Gene Mohan tightly grasps Lin Yueshi's hand, affirming, "Yueshi, I feel the same. No matter the magnitude of the challenges we face, we shall confront them together. I believe we will undoubtedly navigate through this storm." As time progresses, the efforts of Lin Yueshi and Gene Mohan begin to bear fruit. Lin Yueshi's team ultimately identifies the internal traitor and gathers sufficient evidence to expose the rivals' conspiracy. The company's reputation gradually restores, and business operations begin to stabilize. Concurrently, Gene Mohan's company achieves breakthroughs in technological innovation, successfully developing a competitive new product that garners market recognition. Having weathered this tempest, the relationship between Lin Yueshi and Gene Mohan has only strengthened. They understand that in this challenging commercial realm, mutual support is the key to enduring success. They have traversed through trials and tribulations together, emerging to embrace the vibrant rainbow that awaits them. Chapter 7: A tapestry of storms and rain. Lin Yueshi's new challenges. Lin Yueshi's company had just begun to recover from the malicious assaults of its previous competitors, yet new challenges descended upon it like a tempest. A mysterious emerging company had suddenly surfaced in the market, seemingly backed by formidable capital and a profound industry pedigree. This company launched a series of products strikingly similar to those of Lin Yueshi's firm at an astonishing pace, excelling in product packaging and promotional efforts, swiftly capturing the attention of numerous customers. During the weekly meeting, department heads discussed this unforeseen situation with grave expressions. The head of sales reported a sharp decline in the company's market share, revealing that many once loyal clients had been lured by the rivals' offerings, opting to collaborate with them instead. The marketing director noted that the competitors' promotional tactics were exceedingly aggressive, flooding major media platforms with advertisements that monopolized consumer attention. Seated at the head of the conference table, Lin Yueshi furrowed her brow, attentively absorbing the reports. She recognized that this challenge was more daunting than its predecessors. Without a timely strategic response, the company risked plunging into turmoil once more. To gain deeper insight into the adversary's operations, Lin Yueshi personally led an elite team in conducting market research. They visited major malls, distributors, and end customers, gathering a wealth of information about the competitors' products. After several days of investigation, Lin Yueshi discovered that while the rivals' promotional efforts were commendable, there were underlying issues concerning product quality and after-sales service. She resolved to capitalize on this insight by formulating a targeted competitive strategy. Lin Yueshi organized her company's R&D department to enhance and optimize their products, elevating quality and performance. Simultaneously, she bolstered the after-sales service team, pledging to provide clients with superior and efficient support. 2. The internal crisis of the Gene Mohan family business. The family enterprise of Gene Mohan was not without its own tumult. Significant discord and conflict had emerged among the senior management. Some of the traditional executives, adhering to conservative ideologies, resisted embracing new management philosophies and technological innovations, while the younger generation was eager to propel the company towards reform and growth. This ideological clash resulted in diminished decision-making efficiency, causing many critical projects to stagnate. During a high-level management meeting, tensions erupted completely. The traditionalists insisted that the company maintain its existing business model, advocating for a cautious approach to development, while the younger leaders pressed for increased investment in new technologies and the exploration of novel market domains. As the company's president, Gene Mohan found himself caught between the two factions, feeling utterly torn. He understood that reform and innovation were essential for maintaining competitiveness, yet he could not overlook the experience and insights of the traditionalists. To alleviate the internal discord, Sheen Mohan resolved to organize an internal training and exchange event. He invited industry experts and scholars to deliver lectures and training sessions, enlightening the team on the latest trends and technological advancements in the field. Additionally, he arranged team-building activities, providing an opportunity for managers from different departments to engage and communicate, fostering mutual understanding and trust. Through these initiatives, the internal atmosphere gradually softened, and individuals began to attempt to comprehend and accept each other's perspectives. 3. The test of their relationship. As both faced numerous professional challenges, Lin Yueshi and Sheen Mohan's relationship encountered new trials. Due to their demanding schedules, their time together dwindled, and communication became increasingly scarce. There were evenings when Lin Yueshi returned home late after a long day, only to find Sheen Mohan still working at the office. Even during rare moments of togetherness, the weight of work-related stress rendered them fatigued, overshadowing their previous warmth and sweetness. Gradually, a sense of unease and doubt took root in Lin Yueshi's heart. She began to question whether her relationship with Sheen Mohan could withstand these trials, fearing that the pressures of work might create a growing distance between them. Sheen Mohan, too, sensed Lin Yueshi's changing demeanor. He recognized his insufficient attentiveness toward her but felt unable to relinquish his responsibilities. He attempted to compensate through gifts and messages, yet these gestures fell short of alleviating Lin Yueshi's concerns. One weekend evening, Lin Yueshi and Sheen Mohan finally found a moment of respite. They arranged to meet at a tranquil CAF, hoping for an earnest conversation. As Lin Yueshi gazed upon Sheen Mohan's weary visage, her heart ached, compelling her to voice her anxieties. Sheen Mohan clasped Lin Yueshi's hand tightly, expressing with heartfelt sincerity, "Yueshi, I acknowledge that my attention towards you has waned lately, but please trust that my feelings for you remain unchanged. The challenges we are currently facing are temporary. As long as we support each other, we will undoubtedly navigate through these trials." Upon hearing Sheen Mohan's words, Lin Yueshi's doubts gradually dissipated. She leaned against his shoulder, softly affirming, "Mohan, I believe in you, let us strive together." For collaboration and breakthroughs. In response to their shared challenges, Lin Yueshi and Sheen Mohan resolved to collaborate. They leveraged their respective resources and strengths to jointly seek solutions. Lin Yueshi integrated her company's products with the technology from Sheen Mohan's firm, launching a groundbreaking new offering. This product not only boasted superior performance and quality but also presented a competitive pricing advantage. To promote this new product, Lin Yueshi and Sheen Mohan collaboratively devised a comprehensive marketing strategy. They placed advertisements across major media platforms, organized product launches and experiential events, inviting industry experts and clients to engage with the product. Through these concerted efforts, the new offering gradually gained market recognition, and order volumes began to rise steadily. While addressing internal issues, Sheen Mohan drew upon Lin Yueshi's company management experiences to optimize his own company's organizational structure and processes. He elevated several promising young managers, empowering them to play more significant roles in the company's growth. Concurrently, he enhanced communication with traditional executives, valuing their insights and suggestions, thereby fostering a more scientific and rational management approach. After a period of diligent effort, both Lin Yueshi and Sheen Mohan's companies gradually emerged from adversity. Their relationship, too, grew stronger as they weathered these storms together. They understood that in this challenging business landscape, mutual support and concerted effort were the keys to realizing their dreams and aspirations. Chapter 8. The truth gradually emerges. The turning point for Lin Yueshi's company. After a period of promoting new products and optimizing services, Lin Yueshi's company began to receive increasingly positive market feedback. Customers who had previously drifted away due to the impact of competitors started to regain interest in the company's offerings. The sales department delivered encouraging news. The order volume for the new products was steadily rising, uplifting the spirits of the entire company. However, just as everyone was basking in this fleeting joy, Lin Yueshi received a mysterious email. The correspondence meticulously outlined the capital operations behind the rival company, along with evidence of their collusion with certain unscrupulous entities within the industry. Lin Yueshi was taken aback. She immediately recognized this could be a crucial lead in unveiling the true nature of her competitors. Doubtful of the email's authenticity, she resolved to discreetly dispatch a team to investigate further. After a rigorous inquiry, Lin Yueshi's team discovered that most of the information in the email was indeed accurate. The rival company, in a desperate bid to seize market share, resorted to unethical tactics, including bribing distributors and maliciously slandering peers. Armed with this evidence, Lin Yueshi felt a mix of exhilaration and anxiety. She understood this was a golden opportunity to turn the tide, yet it could also provoke a fierce retaliation from the competitors. 2. Sheen Mohan's investigative progress. Meanwhile, Sheen Mohan made significant headway in uncovering the malevolent forces behind the family business's competitors. His team found that these nefarious entities were not only launching malicious attacks on the company but were also attempting to infiltrate its inner workings by bribing key employees to gain access to confidential information. Enraged, Sheen Mohan resolved to no longer tolerate such behavior and began to implement stringent measures. He bolstered the company's internal security and confidentiality protocols, conducting thorough background checks and confidentiality training for all employees. Simultaneously, he allied with other principled enterprises in the industry to collectively resist these malignant forces. Through his efforts, some compromised employees began to come forward, providing a wealth of information about the unscrupulous entities. Utilizing this intelligence, Sheen Mohan methodically traced the core figures and operational patterns of the malevolent forces. 3. A new test for their relationship. As the pressures of business intensified, the relationship between Lin Yueshi and Sheen Mohan faced yet another trial. Lin Yueshi, preoccupied with company affairs, often overlooked Sheen Mohan's feelings. Conversely, Sheen Mohan, fully immersed in addressing the family business crisis, became increasingly indifferent to Lin Yueshi's emotional needs. Gradually, tensions mounted between them, leading to arguments and a cold war. Following one particularly heated dispute, Lin Yueshi returned home alone, filled with grievance and helplessness. She began to question whether her relationship with Shin Mohan could truly withstand such trials. Upon calming down, Shin Mohan recognized that his treatment of Lin Yueshi had been excessive. He resolved to set aside his work and have a heartfelt conversation with her. Upon arriving at Lin Yueshi's residence, Shin Mohan was struck by her haggard appearance, filling him with sorrow. He gently embraced her, apologizing and assuring her that he would strive to better balance work and their relationship. As Lin Yueshi listened to his words, her feelings of grievance gradually dissipated. She understood that both were striving for a shared future, and that some discord and conflict were inevitable along the way. She decided to face these challenges together with Shin Mohan. For the revelation of truth. After considerable effort, Lin Yueshi ultimately resolved to expose the illegal activities of her competitors to the public. She convened a press conference, presenting the evidence she had gathered to the media and the public. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the industry, causing the rival company's reputation to plummet. Concurrently, Shin Mohan reported the actions of the malevolent forces to the relevant authorities, who promptly initiated an investigation. As the truth gradually surfaced, both Lin Yueshi and Shin Mohan's companies encountered new opportunities for growth, their products garnered greater recognition from clients, and the company's performance began to improve steadily. Through the trials and tribulations they had endured, their relationship grew stronger. They believed that as long as they supported one another and worked in unison, they could overcome any difficulties and embrace a bright future. Chapter 9. Progressing hand in hand. The opportunity for collaboration. After exposing the illicit activities of its competitor, Lin Yueshi's company not only restored its reputation but also garnered increased market attention and collaboration prospects. A prominent enterprise within the industry proactively reached out to Lin Yueshi, expressing a desire to collaborate. This corporation highly recognized the innovative capabilities and team spirit of Lin Yueshi's company and aspired to jointly develop a new project that would amalgamate both parties' strengths and explore broader market opportunities. Lin Yueshi felt a blend of excitement and trepidation regarding this collaboration. The excitement stemmed from the fact that this represented a significant opportunity for the company's growth. If the partnership flourished, it would greatly enhance the scale and strength of the company. Conversely, the concern lay in the potential challenges and pressures that might arise from collaborating with such a large enterprise, particularly regarding the equitable distribution of interests and decision-making authority during the partnership. She convened her core team to engage in a thorough discussion and analysis of the collaboration project. After an intense deliberation, the consensus emerged that this opportunity was indeed rare and worth pursuing. Thus, Lin Yueshi resolved to engage in further negotiations with the prospective partner. 2. The support of Shin Mohan. Upon learning of the new collaboration opportunity for Lin Yueshi's company, Shin Mohan unhesitatingly expressed his support. He leveraged his connections and resources within the business community to assist Lin Yueshi in conducting a comprehensive investigation into the collaborating enterprise, providing her with invaluable insights and advice. Simultaneously, Shin Mohan indicated that his company could offer support in terms of technology and funding, aiding Lin Yueshi in the successful execution of the collaborative project. With Shin Mohan's backing, Lin Yueshi's confidence grew even stronger. She engaged in numerous discussions and consultations with the representatives of the partnering enterprise, gradually reaching a preliminary agreement on collaboration. However, some discrepancies remained regarding the specific terms of the cooperation agreement. Lin Yueshi insisted on ensuring her company's independence and interests, while the partnering enterprise sought greater decision-making authority and control over the project. To find a mutually acceptable solution, Lin Yueshi and the representatives engaged in arduous negotiations. 3. The intensification of affection. Throughout the process of managing the collaborative project, the bond between Lin Yueshi and Shin Mohan deepened significantly. Together, they faced various challenges and difficulties, offering each other support and encouragement, fostering an ever-growing trust and reliance between them. Shin Mohan would occasionally surprise Lin Yueshi with small gestures, such as presenting her with a bouquet of flowers or treating her to a romantic dinner. In turn, Lin Yueshi would pamper him with massages and prepare delectable snacks during his moments of fatigue. On one occasion, Lin Yueshi encountered setbacks during negotiations and felt profoundly disheartened. Upon learning of her distress, Shin Mohan immediately set aside his work, coming to her side to comfort and encourage her. He assured Lin Yueshi that no matter the obstacles she faced, he would always be there to support and assist her. Moved by his words, Lin Yueshi leaned into Shin Mohan's embrace, absorbing his warmth and strength, as the gloom within her heart gradually dissipated. For the achievement of collaboration. After numerous discussions and negotiations, Lin Yueshi and the collaborating enterprise finally reached an agreement and signed the cooperation contract. Both parties would jointly invest and develop an entirely new product line, integrating their respective technologies and strengths, with promising market prospects. The signing of the cooperation agreement marked the dawn of new developmental opportunities for Lin Yueshi's company. The employees were filled with excitement, brimming with confidence for the future. The celebratory banquet for the signing of the cooperation agreement, Lin Yueshi and Shin Mohan attended hand in hand, their faces radiant with joy, becoming the most captivating couple of the evening. During the banquet, Lin Yueshi delivered a heartfelt speech, expressing her gratitude for the trust and support from the collaborating enterprise, as well as her appreciation for her team and Shin Mohan's assistance. She affirmed her commitment to leading her employees with diligence to achieve success in the project at the earliest opportunity. Shin Mohan also spoke at the banquet, reiterating his unwavering support for Lin Yueshi and his dedication to creating a bright future alongside her. Chapter 10. A resurgence of turmoil. Advancing the collaborative project. The collaboration between Lin Yueshi's company and a major enterprise has officially commenced, with both teams working in close concert to embark on the research, development, and promotion of a new product. Lin Yueshi personally leads her team, immersing herself wholeheartedly in the project. She often works late into the night at the office, engaging in discussions with technical staff about the product's design and functionalities, striving for perfection. Thanks to her relentless efforts, the project progresses smoothly, and the prototype of the new product gradually takes shape. Nevertheless, the advancement of the collaborative project is not without its challenges. During the product development phase, the teams encountered divergent opinions on certain technical issues. Lin Yueshi's team advocates for the adoption of more innovative technologies to enhance the product's competitiveness, while the partner company's team insists on utilizing more stable technologies to mitigate risks. Both sides remain steadfast in their beliefs, leading to ongoing disputes that hinder the project's timeline. Lin Yueshi realizes that if this issue is not resolved swiftly, the project may be at risk of failure. She resolves to organize a technical seminar, inviting experts from both sides to engage in comprehensive discussions and analyses of the technical proposals. Point 2. Qin Mohan's familial crisis. On Qin Mohan's side, although the crisis facing his family business has momentarily abated, undercurrents of turmoil persist. The previously exposed nefarious forces have not relented. They have begun to clandestinely collude with other factions, attempting to launch a renewed assault on Qin Mohan's company. His intelligence department discovers that these unscrupulous entities are gathering sensitive commercial information and trying to manipulate the company's stock prices and market reputation through underhanded means. Qin Mohan is acutely aware that this crisis is more severe than those faced previously. If not addressed promptly, the company could suffer significant losses. He promptly convenes an emergency meeting with the senior management team to strategize a response. During the meeting, Qin Mohan proposes a series of countermeasures, including bolstering the company's information security management, enhancing employees' awareness of confidentiality, and fostering improved communication with regulatory authorities. Additionally, he decides to establish a dedicated crisis response team tasked with monitoring and addressing the assaults from these malicious forces. 3. Turmoil in the relationship. As work pressures mount, the relationship between Lin Yueshi and Qin Mohan experiences its own tribulations. Lin Yueshi, preoccupied with the collaborative project, often neglects Qin Mohan's feelings, resulting in diminishing communication between them. While Qin Mohan understands the pressures Lin Yueshi faces, he yearns for her concern and support. On one occasion, he arranges a romantic date in hopes of alleviating the tension between them. However, Lin Yueshi unexpectedly cancels the date due to work commitments, leaving Qin Mohan profoundly disheartened. He begins to question his standing in Lin Yueshi's heart, feeling that her affection for him has waned. Meanwhile, Lin Yueshi recognizes her missteps and attempts to explain herself to Qin Mohan, yet he is unwilling to listen. The discord between them escalates, plunging their relationship into crisis. Point 4. Resolving the crisis. During the technical seminar for the collaborative project, Lin Yueshi's team and the partner company's team, after extensive discussions and analyses, ultimately devise a compromise technical solution that ensures both the product's innovation and mitigates associated risks. The two teams reach a consensus, allowing the project's progress to resume. Lin Yueshi breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that mutual understanding and support are essential for achieving shared objectives in collaboration. Simultaneously, Qin Mohan's crisis response team plays a pivotal role. By collaborating with regulatory authorities, they successfully unveil the nefarious plot and thwart the attacks. The company's stock price and market reputation gradually recover, leading to the resolution of the crisis. Qin Mohan finally exhales in relief, reflecting on his relational issues. He acknowledges that the bond with Lin Yueshi is precious and that he should not forsake it over trivial matters. He resolves to proactively apologize to Lin Yueshi to mend their relationship. After enduring a series of trials, Lin Yueshi and Qin Mohan come to cherish their relationship even more. Together, they face the challenges of their work, overcoming one obstacle after another. They firmly believe that as long as they love and support each other, they can undoubtedly forge a bright future together. Chapter 11. Transformation from cocoon to butterfly. The triumph of collaborative projects. Through arduous efforts and persistent adjustments, Lin Yueshi's company, in conjunction with its partner enterprises, achieved remarkable success in their project. The moment the new product was launched, it elicited a fervent response in the market, with orders pouring in like snowflakes. A jubilant atmosphere enveloped the company, as each individual radiated pride and joy. Standing by the office window, Lin Yueshi gazed upon the bustling scene below, her heart brimming with reflections. She reminisced about the arduous journey they had traversed, from the initial engagement with the partner enterprise to the myriad challenges encountered during project advancement, culminating in the present triumph, each step fraught with trials and uncertainties. Yet, with unwavering conviction and exceptional leadership, she guided her team through one obstacle after another. To commemorate the project's success, Lin Yueshi orchestrated a grand celebration banquet. Dressed in an elegant gown that shimmered with grace, she expressed heartfelt gratitude to all who contributed to the project and conveyed her optimism for the future. Today's success is merely a new beginning. We must continue our efforts to create even greater brilliance. Her words resonated with power, inspiring everyone present. The representatives from the partner enterprises also lauded Lin Yueshi's leadership skills and the team's professionalism, expressing a desire to deepen collaboration. We are profoundly honored to partner with your esteemed company. Your spirit of innovation and teamwork has left a lasting impression on us. We hope to continue forging ahead together in the days to come, exploring broader markets. 2. The stable development of the Qin Mohan family business. Following the successful neutralization of malevolent forces, the Qin Mohan family business entered a phase of stable development. Qin Mohan reinforced the company's internal management, optimized business processes, and enhanced operational efficiency. He personally engaged with various departments, communicating with employees to understand their needs and suggestions, thereby infusing the company with renewed vigor. Simultaneously, Jean Mohan actively sought to expand into new market realms, establishing closer partnerships with domestic and international collaborators. He led his team to participate in diverse industry exhibitions and business activities, showcasing the company's products and technologies, which attracted significant customer interest. Under his diligent efforts, the company's performance steadily improved, and its market share expanded. Jean Mohan recognized that innovation and talent are indispensable for the company's growth. He increased investment in research and development, encouraging employees to propose innovative ideas and suggestions. He established an innovation reward fund to honor and reward those who made outstanding contributions to the company. Concurrently, he actively recruited exceptional talent, infusing the enterprise with fresh vitality. As a result of his endeavors, the company's innovative capabilities and core competitiveness were significantly enhanced. 3. The elevation of their relationship with the success of their careers. The relationship between Lin Yueshi and Jean Mohan also ascended to new heights. They cherished their bond even more, offering mutual understanding and support. Amid their busy schedules, they would often embark on journeys together, enjoy films, savor exquisite cuisine, and relish their shared world. On one occasion, Lin Yueshi and Jean Mohan vacationed by the seaside. Hand in hand, they strolled along the sandy beach, feeling the caress of the sea breeze and the rhythm of the waves. The twilight sun cast a warm glow upon them, illuminating their blissful smiles. Leaning against Jean Mohan's shoulder, Lin Yueshi softly remarked, "Mohan, thank you for your unwavering companionship and support. With you by my side, I feel like the happiest woman in the world." Jean Mohan embraced Lin Yueshi tightly, declaring with deep affection, "Yueshi, you are the most important person in my life. I will love and protect you forever." Their love, akin to a fine vintage wine, grew richer with time. They understood that in this challenging world, only their companionship and support could propel them further. For new challenges and opportunities. Despite their significant accomplishments in both career and love, Lin Yueshi and Jean Mohan remained unsatisfied with the status quo. They recognized that the future held even more challenges and opportunities awaiting them. They began to actively strategize for future development, striving for the sustainable growth of their enterprise and their shared happiness. Lin Yueshi decided to further expand the company's scale and explore new business domains. She led her team in market research to uncover fresh opportunities. She discovered that with the continuous advancement of technology, the fields of artificial intelligence and big data harbored immense potential for growth. She resolved to allocate more resources towards the development of new products based on artificial intelligence and big data, aiming to provide clients with more intelligent solutions. Jean Mohan, too, actively explored new technologies and business models to lay a solid foundation for the future of the family business. He noted the emerging trends in the renewable energy sector, recognizing it as a market with vast prospects. He decided to collaborate with research institutions to engage in the research and application of renewable energy technologies, seeking new momentum for the sustainable development of the enterprise. They both understood that new challenges and opportunities entailed greater responsibilities and pressures. However, they were undaunted, believing that as long as they joined forces, they could undoubtedly create an even brighter future. Chapter 12: Riding the Winds and Breaking the Waves. Lin Yueshi's new journey. Upon her decision to venture into the realms of artificial intelligence and big data, Lin Yueshi devoted herself wholeheartedly to the preparation of new projects. She led her team on a quest to consult industry experts, delving deeply into the latest technological trends and market demands. Simultaneously, she actively collaborated with universities and research institutions, seeking to introduce advanced technologies and talents. Throughout the progression of the project, Lin Yueshi encountered numerous challenges, technical dilemmas, financial pressures, and talent shortages arose in succession, yet she did not waver. With her indomitable spirit and exceptional leadership skills, she surmounted each obstacle one by one. After several months of arduous effort, Lin Yueshi's company successfully launched an innovative product grounded in artificial intelligence and big data. This product boasted powerful data analysis and predictive capabilities, providing clients with more precise decision-making support. Upon its release, it was met with enthusiastic acclaim from the market, and the volume of orders began to soar. 2. Jean Mohan's exploration of new energy. Jean Mohan also made significant strides in the exploration of new energy. The new energy technology he developed in collaboration with research institutions gradually matured and began to be applied in practical projects. He actively communicated with government departments to secure policy support, creating favorable conditions for the promotion of new energy projects. However, the promotion of these initiatives was not without its challenges. Some traditional energy enterprises expressed skepticism towards the development of new energy, even resorting to resistance measures. Faced with immense pressure, Jean Mohan remained steadfast in his belief that new energy represented the future of development, refusing to give up. He intensified efforts to publicize new energy projects, utilizing various channels to educate the public on their advantages and significance. Additionally, he collaborated with several environmental organizations to conduct philanthropic activities, enhancing public awareness and acceptance of new energy. Through his relentless endeavors, new energy projects gradually gained societal recognition and support. 3. The strength of their relationship. Amidst their bustling careers, Lin Yueshi and Jean Mohan's relationship remained resolute. Although they seldom had the opportunity to relish their time together as they once did, their hearts remained intricately connected. They would carve out moments amidst their busy schedules to send each other warm text messages or make brief phone calls, expressing their care and longing for one another. On one occasion, Lin Yueshi faced a significant technical challenge in her project, leaving her feeling anxious and helpless. Upon learning of her predicament, Jean Mohan immediately set aside his work and rushed to her side. He comforted and encouraged her, leveraging his connections and resources to find a top-tier technical expert who could assist her in resolving the issue. Touched by his support, Lin Yueshi's resolve to advance together with Jean Mohan grew even stronger. 4. Outlook for the future. As Lin Yueshi and Jean Mohan continued to thrive in their respective fields, they brimmed with confidence about the future. They understood that many challenges and opportunities awaited them ahead, yet they believed that as long as they supported one another and worked collaboratively, they could forge a brighter future. They began to envision their lives ahead, aspiring to cultivate a happy family alongside their professional success. They imagined a future where they could accompany their children as they grew and savor the beauty of life together. Aware that this was a beautiful dream, they were willing to strive diligently to realize it. In this era filled with challenges and opportunities, Lin Yueshi and Qin Mohan resembled two intrepid sailboats, navigating the tumultuous seas, propelled by the winds toward their dreams. Their story will continue to weave a legendary narrative uniquely their own. Chapter 13, A Resurgence of Challenges. A new challenge arises. Lin Yueshi's triumphs in the realms of artificial intelligence and big data have aroused the vigilance of her competitors. A formidable multinational corporation has launched a fierce assault on Lin Yueshi's enterprise. Leveraging its abundant resources and technological advantages, the company has introduced similar products at a lower price, endeavoring to seize market share. Lin Yueshi's firm now finds itself under immense pressure, grappling with declining sales figures and a significant loss of clientele, while her employees begin to experience anxiety and unease. Fully aware that this competition will be a strenuous battle, Lin Yueshi remains undeterred. She convenes her core team to collaboratively devise counter-strategies. After thorough analysis and discussion, Lin Yueshi resolves to adopt a strategy of differentiated competition. She leads her team in intensifying research and development efforts, consistently unveiling new features and services to cater to the personalized needs of their customers. Concurrently, she enhances marketing and customer service initiatives to elevate customer satisfaction and loyalty. 2. Qin Mohan's predicament. Qin Mohan's ventures in the field of renewable energy have also encountered significant obstacles. Due to the high costs associated with renewable technologies and their limited market acceptance, his company faces a pressing financial strain. Furthermore, several traditional energy enterprises have banded together to resist renewable projects. Qin Mohan finds himself engulfed in contemplation. He understands that to resolve these issues, he must seek new sources of funding and collaborative partners. He begins to proactively engage with investment and financial institutions in pursuit of financing support. Simultaneously, he strengthens partnerships with other renewable energy companies, collectively promoting the development and application of renewable technologies. 3. Trials and intensification of affection. As they grapple with professional challenges, the relationship between Lin Yueshi and Qin Mohan also undergoes a trial. The pressures and demands of their work leave them with little time for each other, leading to the emergence of fissures in their bond. Lin Yueshi feels an overwhelming sense of fatigue and helplessness. She yearns for Qin Mohan's support and encouragement, yet he is preoccupied with his own career and unable to provide her with the attention she craves. Doubts begin to creep into her mind regarding the sustainability of their relationship. However, a serendipitous turn of events occurs when Lin Yueshi succumbs to illness due to overexertion. Upon learning of her condition, Qin Mohan immediately sets aside his work and rushes to her side. He stands vigil by her bedside, his eyes brimming with concern and guilt. "Yueshi, I am truly sorry for neglecting you during this time. I promise to spend more time with you from now on," he expresses, clasping her hand tightly. Gazing at Qin Mohan's fatigued yet caring visage, Lin Yueshi's grievances gradually dissipate. "Mohan, I should not have doubted our love together. We shall strive and surely overcome these trials." During Lin Yueshi's convalescence, Qin Mohan diligently prepares nourishing meals for her each day, sharing amusing stories to help her forget the burdens of work. Lin Yueshi feels the depth of Qin Mohan's affection, and their relationship steadily blossoms during this period. One evening, nestled against Qin Mohan's embrace, Lin Yueshi gazes at the starry sky outside. "Mohan, with you by my side, I fear nothing." Qin Mohan gently kisses her forehead. "Yueshi, I will always protect you. Our happiness is assured." Advancing hand in hand after enduring a tumultuous struggle and introspection, Lin Yueshi and Qin Mohan resolve to move forward together. Facing challenges side by side, they support and encourage one another, collaboratively seeking solutions to their dilemmas. Together, they analyze market dynamics and formulate strategic responses. They decide to unite their efforts to explore new market opportunities and enhance the competitiveness of their products. Additionally, they strengthen communication and collaboration with government entities in various sectors of society, striving for greater support and assistance. Through their combined efforts, the company's performance gradually improves, and their bond deepens. They understand that as long as they support one another and exert their combined efforts, there are no insurmountable obstacles. In this era filled with challenges and opportunities, Lin Yueshi and Qin Mohan will continue to march forward hand in hand, crafting a glorious chapter of their own. Chapter 14, Rebirth through Fire. Perseverance in adversity. Although Lin Yueshi and Qin Mohan's relationship has blossomed, the challenges in their careers remain formidable. Competitors have intensified their attacks, further compressing market share. Lin Yueshi's company is experiencing a financial strain, and the progress of research and development has been adversely affected. Similarly, Qin Mohan's new energy project is grappling with funding shortages and technical difficulties, making advancement arduous. Nevertheless, they refuse to succumb to despair. Lin Yueshi leads her team in relentless efforts, optimizing products and seeking new market opportunities. Qin Mohan tirelessly travels in pursuit of investments and technological collaborations. They steadfastly endure in the face of hardship, firmly believing that perseverance will ultimately illuminate a path forward. 2. A glimmer of hope. After relentless endeavors, a turning point finally materializes. Lin Yueshi's company garners widespread attention at an industry exhibition with a groundbreaking artificial intelligence product. This innovative creation, which harmonizes cutting-edge technology with user demands, boasts formidable competitiveness. Numerous clients express their eagerness to collaborate, and orders begin to surge. At a crucial moment, Qin Mohan secures the backing of a robust investment firm, acquiring the much-needed financial support. Concurrently, his team achieves significant technological breakthroughs, substantially reducing costs for the new energy project and broadening its market prospects. 3. The deepening of affection and intimacy. The positive developments in their careers imbue Lin Yueshi and Qin Mohan with a sense of elation, further elevating their relationship. One evening, Lin Yueshi returns home, weary from her endeavors, only to discover that Qin Mohan has prepared an exquisite dinner. The table is adorned with soft candlelight, and rose petals are scattered around. Lin Yueshi, touched, feels her eyes welling with emotion. Mohan, how thoughtful of you. Qin Mohan approaches, gently enveloping her in his embrace, whispering in her ear, you are my treasure. Of course, I will cherish you. He then tenderly kisses her forehead. On another occasion, Lin Yueshi encounters a particularly difficult client at work, leaving her in a state of despondency. Upon learning this, Qin Mohan promptly rushes to her office and takes her to a picturesque park. As they stroll through the park, Qin Mohan patiently listens to her grievances, offering gentle comfort and insightful advice. Observing his earnest demeanor, Lin Yueshi's heart swells with affection, and she instinctively takes his hand, which he grasps firmly, their fingers entwined. One weekend, they embark on a mountain hike together. Upon reaching the summit and gazing at the breathtaking scenery, Qin Mohan tightly holds Lin Yueshi's hand, proclaiming, Yueshi, let us explore more vistas together in the future. Lin Yueshi beams and nods, indeed, we shall always be together. Suddenly, Qin Mohan draws her into his embrace, gazing deeply into her eyes before slowly leaning down to kiss her lips. This kiss is gentle yet lingering, imbued with love and longing. 4. A new journey. As their careers gradually flourish, Lin Yueshi and Qin Mohan do not rest on their laurels, instead, they begin to envision a new journey. They resolve to further expand their company and venture into international markets. Moreover, they aspire to contribute more significantly to society through their endeavors. They are acutely aware that the road ahead is long, yet they brim with confidence. In this era filled with challenges and opportunities, they will forge ahead hand in hand, crafting their own legendary narrative. Chapter 15. Turbulent winds and clouds. Their careers flourished like vigorous vines, thriving under the nurturing sun and rain, while Lin Yueshi and Qin Mohan, this enamored couple, basked in the sweetness of their affection. Yet, beneath the tranquil surface of the sea lay surging undercurrents, as ominous clouds stealthily gathered, preparing to engulf them. In the midst of their fervent preparations to expand into international markets, they were caught off guard by a series of inexplicable obstacles. Those international partners with whom they had seemingly reached a solid agreement suddenly and inexplicably reversed their stances. The reasons they provided were vague and ambiguous. The representatives of the partners averted their gazes, unable to meet the sharp eyes of Qin Mohan, as if manipulated by an unseen force. Qin Mohan's keen entrepreneurial intuition, as sharp as a leopard's, instantly sensed that an unusual power was at play, akin to a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, poised to strike with deadly precision. A slight furrow formed on his brow, a flicker of gloom passing through his gaze, as he unconsciously pressed his lips together, revealing his inner unease and vigilance. During a lavish and resplendent business gala, where the ambience sparkled like a dream, Lin Yueshi, adorned in an exquisitely magnificent evening gown, reminiscent of a creation woven from starlight and moonbeams, appeared ethereal as a celestial being. She linked arms with Qin Mohan, who stood tall and proud like a pine, his meticulously tailored suit fitting him perfectly, every line accentuating his commanding presence and nobility. As they engaged in light-hearted banter with other business associates, a mysterious foreign gentleman appeared as if conjured from thin air. His eyes were deep as a well, yet bore an unsettling scrutiny, as his piercing gaze shot towards Lin Yueshi, seemingly attempting to see through her, a faint smirk of disdain playing at the corners of his lips. Lin Yueshi trembled slightly, a flicker of panic in her eyes, instinctively gripping Qin Mohan's arm. In that instant, Qin Mohan felt the palpable threat emanating from the stranger, his brow furrowed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he instinctively drew Lin Yueshi closer, his arm tightening around her like a vice, muscles taut as a dragon guarding its treasure. His gaze sharpened, akin to a sword gleaming in the cold light, locking onto the mysterious man's eyes. At that moment, an invisible spark seemed to ignite in the air, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Upon returning home, the warm glow of the lights enveloped them. Qin Mohan held Lin Yueshi tightly in his embrace, as if to merge her with his very being, his arms encircling her like an impenetrable fortress. Yueshi, no matter what happens, I will not allow you to come to harm. His voice was deep and resolute, like an ancient vow, his lips trembling slightly as he spoke, his eyes filled with affection and determination, his brow unfurling with a reassuring expression. His hand gently caressed her silken hair, each stroke imbued with profound tenderness, fingers softly weaving through her tresses. He placed a kiss upon her cheek, light as a feather, that kiss laden with infinite affection and protection, his eyes gently closing as he savored this intimate moment. Lin Yueshi nestled against his warm and sturdy embrace, feeling the strength of his heartbeat, which resonated like a silent comfort. I believe in you, Mohan, she whispered, her tone brimming with reliance and love, tears of gratitude shimmering in her eyes, her lips curving into a smile of happiness and solace. As they delved deeper into the investigation of the impediments to their international collaboration, they meticulously unraveled the threads of deception, finally uncovering that a formidable multinational conglomerate was scheming against them. This titan loomed over the business world like a shadowy emperor, wielding vast commercial influence and a labyrinthine network of connections. It appeared to harbor an insatiable interest, bordering on greed, for Lin Yueshi and Qin Mohan's advanced technology and innovative business model, seeking to appropriate them through unscrupulous means, much like a ravenous beast poised to devour its prey. Qin Mohan resolved to confront this formidable adversary head-on, akin to a general call to arms in times of crisis. Methodically strategizing his approach, seated at his desk, his gaze fixated and steely, he scrutinized the data on his computer screen, his fingers dancing over the keyboard, at times furrowing his brow in concentration, at others relaxing as he contemplated his strategies. He assigned his most capable team members to diligently unearth evidence, leaving no stone unturned. Like detectives seeking the faint glimmer of truth in darkness, he picked up the phone, his expression grave as he instructed his subordinates, his voice steady and commanding, each word imbued with undeniable authority. Concurrently, he fortified the company's security measures, implementing layers of protection from physical safeguards to information security, transforming the company into an impregnable fortress. Personally overseeing the security arrangements, he inspected the access control systems with a serious demeanor, scrutinizing every detail as he crossed his arms, nodding or shaking his head as necessary. Meanwhile, Lin Yueshi played the role of a stabilizing force within the company, soothing the employees' anxieties. With a warm smile and a gentle yet steadfast gaze, she engaged with her colleagues, offering words of encouragement as she patted them on the shoulder, ensuring that daily operations continued with minimal disruption. Additionally, she maintained sincere and close communication with other potential international partners, paving the way for new opportunities. During a video conference with foreign clients in the meeting room, she sat poised and elegant, her face adorned with a confident smile, her eyes bright and enthusiastic as she communicated the company's advantages and project plans in fluent foreign languages. Amidst the tension that felt as taut as a drawn bowstring, their relationship became the warmest and safest refuge for each other as souls. In those long hours spent working late into the night, Shin Mohan would arrive like a gentle spring breeze at Lin Yueshi's office. He would quietly push open the door, treading softly so as not to disturb her. Upon seeing her weary silhouette, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. He gently enveloped her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, planting delicate kisses upon her neck like gentle spring rain, his eyes softly closed, his expression filled with tenderness as he murmured, "Don't overexert yourself, my dear." His voice held a magical quality, capable of dispelling Lin Yueshi's fatigue. Initially startled, her face soon blossomed with joy, her eyes shimmering with emotion and love. She turned to him, tears brimming yet a sweet smile gracing her lips, offering a kiss as sweet as honey, her arms wrapping tightly around Shin Mohan's neck. Their lips met, and in that moment, it felt as though time had paused, the air around them imbued with a saccharine essence. They exchanged smiles, their expressions akin to the brightest stars in the night sky, illuminating each other as hearts. With this love and belief, they pressed on towards their shared goals, fully aware that this new battle was just beginning. Yet, undaunted, they stood as each other's strongest support, a lighthouse guiding them through the darkness. Chapter 16. The escalation of the covert war. Shin Mohan and Lin Yueshi found themselves akin to solitary vessels caught in the eye of a tempest, navigating the tumultuous waves of a multinational corporation's sinister schemes without a moment's respite. Shin Mohan paced restlessly in his office, which at that moment seemed to shrink into a claustrophobic space, enveloped by an oppressive atmosphere. His brow furrowed deeply, the twin arches of his eyebrows weighed down as if by heavy storm clouds, forming profound furrows upon his forehead. His gaze exuded resoluteness, akin to the glimmering stars in the dark night, steadfast and austere, each step he took resonating with a palpable weight that seemed capable of crushing all in its path. The sound of his polished shoes striking the gleaming floor echoed with a sharp tap-tap, resonating in the eerily silent room, each sound reverberating like the tolling of a bell upon the anxious hearts of those present. Lin Yueshi, equally engulfed in her own whirlwind of activity, was engaged in a video conference with international partners within the confines of the meeting room. The light illuminated her face, highlighting her serious demeanor, every subtle shift of her muscles betraying her intense focus. Her bright eyes were fixated on the screen, as if she sought to unearth every hidden nuance from her interlocutor's expressions and words. Occasionally, she nodded, her dark tresses swaying gently in rhythm with her movements, while her pen danced swiftly across the pages of her notebook, the scratching sound akin to the tense drumming of a battlefield. The prolonged strain had rendered her fingers slightly pale, the joints bearing a faint whiteness that mirrored her inner tension. However, troubles surged forth like relentless waves, one crisis following another. The alarming news of suspected theft of the company's confidential documents detonated within the organization like a heavy bomb. The technical department was instantly plunged into chaos. The once orderly environment was now fraught with tension, beads of sweat dotting foreheads like dewdrops on morning leaves, coalescing and trickling down cheeks. Their eyes were filled with panic and anxiety, fingers frantically tapping on keyboards, desperately searching for traces of the documents or signs of suspicious intrusions. Upon hearing this news, Shin Mohan's countenance darkened immediately, his previously stoic expression now shrouded in a layer of frost. Flames of fury ignited in his eyes, as if they were poised to consume everything in their path. His lips quivered slightly, betraying the anger simmering within, his fists clenched involuntarily, veins bulging upon his hands like serpents coiling around his fingers, a testament to his wrath. He pivoted sharply, striding purposefully towards the technical department, his figure resembling an enraged leopard, agile and swift. A chilling breeze seemed to follow in his wake, causing passing employees to involuntarily shiver. During the tense investigation, various signs pointed ominously towards the terrifying possibility of an insider threat within the company. Shin Mohan convened an urgent meeting, the atmosphere in the conference room thick with gravity, reminiscent of the stillness preceding a storm. Seated at the head of the table, his imposing chair accentuated his authority, his gaze pierced through the attendees like a hawk's, attempting to penetrate the innermost thoughts of each individual. He spoke with an unwavering solemnity, whoever it may be, once identified, shall not be spared. His voice resonated deeply, reverberating throughout the room, each word striking like a hammer, sending quivers of trepidation through the hearts of those present. Some of the more fragile-minded employees averted their eyes, bowing their heads in submission. Lin Yueshi sat nearby, her gaze sweeping over her colleagues, carrying an air of scrutiny and sorrow. She wished fervently that this was merely a misunderstanding, that everyone in the company remained the trustworthy ally she had always known. At that moment, she noticed a seemingly inconspicuous employee, usually relegated to the corner, displaying signs of distress, his eyes darting nervously, unable to meet Shin Mohan's piercing stare. His hands trembled beneath the table, fingers rubbing together in a futile attempt to alleviate his inner dread. Every subtle movement did not escape Chin Mohan's keen observation. He slammed his hand upon the table, the sound reverberating like thunder in the stillness of the night. Rising to his full height, he towered over the anxious employee, his eyes blazing with fury, as if they could incinerate the man before him. He pointed an accusatory finger, his voice booming like a bell. "Is it you?" Simultaneously, on the battlefield they commenced a malicious campaign to tarnish Chin Mohan and Lin Yueshi's company brand, casting a shadow of negativity across the online landscape, inundated with a deluge of disparaging news. The public relations team was engulfed in a frenzy, the incessant ringing of telephones blending with the clattering of keyboards and overlapping conversations, each person overwhelmed by the mounting chaos. Lin Yueshi took charge of this arduous public relations battle, standing resolutely at the center of the office, her brow furrowed deeply, reflecting her anxiety and pressure. There was fatigue etched in her eyes, a testament to her prolonged efforts, yet more prominently, there was resilience, a steadfast determination to not yield to adversity. She communicated strategies with the PR personnel, her lips chapped from continuous speech, a layer of white skin forming, yet she showed no inclination to cease, each word delivered with clarity and conviction. In this hellish struggle, Chin Mohan and Lin Yueshi resembled each other as solitary lighthouse amidst the encroaching darkness, leaning on one another for support. Chin Mohan approached Lin Yueshi, gently patting her back, his touch both tender and empowering, a silent transmission of all his strength and support. Their gazes met, and in each other's eyes, they discovered trust and encouragement, a profound understanding that transcended words. They recognized the urgency of breaking through the turmoil, to carve a path through the storm, to safeguard the hard-earned achievements of their labor and the immeasurable treasure of their love. Their hands instinctively clasped tightly together, as if to merge their strengths, united in the face of the formidable foes ahead. Chapter 17, The Abyss of Crisis and the Dawn of Hope. The incident involving the corporate mole unfolded like a nightmarish vision, shrouding the entire company in a pall of despair. Chin Mohan glared fiercely at the suspect employee, his gaze sharp as two glistening blades, seemingly piercing through the very essence of the individual before him. Under such scrutiny, the employee trembled visibly, his complexion as pale as parchment, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like a torrential downpour, his lips quivering in a futile attempt to articulate a defense, yet no coherent syllable emerged. Lin Yueshi, witnessing this scene, felt a tumult of emotion swirling within her. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to maintain her composure, speaking in a voice that was slightly hoarse yet resolutely firm. "Let us refrain from hasty conclusions. We require evidence." Chin Mohan nodded slightly, the fire of his anger subsiding just a fraction, though his demeanor remained austere. He signaled for security to keep a close watch on the employee, then turned to continue discussions with the investigative team regarding their strategy. They meticulously scrutinized the company's surveillance footage, Chin Mohan's gaze fixated on the screen, missing no detail, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table like the ticking of a countdown clock. On the public relations battlefield, the situation grew increasingly dire. Negative news spread like a virulent contagion, causing the company's stock prices to plummet, investors inundating the lines with inquiries, and the board raising doubts regarding the capabilities of Chin Mohan and Lin Yueshi. And the PR team labored tirelessly, her eyes bloodshot yet still gleaming with determination. She continuously adjusted their public relations strategy, engaging with prominent media outlets and online platforms as she elucidated the new plan to her team in the conference room. Her words flowed rapidly yet coherently, her gestures imbued with vigor. However, each new wave of negative statistics drew a slight furrow in her brow, a flicker of concern illuminating her eyes. Amid the investigation into the leak of confidential company documents, a breakthrough finally emerged. The technical team uncovered a deeply concealed trace of a hacker intrusion, and following this lead, they unearthed evidence pointing to an external corporate espionage organization. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chin Mohan's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by gravity. He understood the depths of the situation. Their adversaries were far more formidable than they had anticipated. He urgently convened a meeting with core team members, where he meticulously analyzed the current predicament, his gaze sweeping across each face in the room as he solemnly declared, "We are now embroiled in a fierce battle. Retreat is not an option, we must unearth the puppet masters behind this." The team members nodded in unison, their eyes ablaze with resolve. At that moment, Lin Yueshi faced new challenges with their international partners. Due to the influence of negative news, several wavering partners opted to suspend collaboration plans, delivering a significant blow to the company's international expansion strategy. During a phone call with one of these partners, Lin Yueshi stifled her internal dismay, maintaining a smile on her face as she implored them, in a gentle yet assertive tone, to grant the company another opportunity. Her grip on the phone tightened, her knuckles whitening from the exertion, a hint of defiance gleaming in her eyes. Just when the situation appeared to be engulfed in darkness, a piece of good news arrived from the internal research and development team. They had achieved a significant innovation built upon existing technology, one that, if applied judiciously, could not only enhance the competitiveness of the company's products but also potentially reverse its unfavorable standing in the international market. Upon hearing this news, Chin Mohan and Lin Yueshi were momentarily taken aback, only for their eyes to sparkle with joy. Chin Mohan excitedly struck the table, exclaiming, "This is our opportunity." Tears glistened in Lin Yueshi's eyes, a release of pent-up emotions and a poignant acknowledgement of hope. They understood that the battle was far from over, yet this flicker of light, akin to a torch in the darkness, would guide them forward. Chin Mohan and Lin Yueshi hurried to the RD team, their hearts brimming with gratitude as they beheld the passionate researchers. Chin Mohan clasped the hand of the team leader tightly, shaking it vigorously, his voice trembling as he proclaimed, "You are the heroes of this company." Lin Yueshi embraced each member of the RD team warmly, her eyes radiating pride. They began deliberating on how to expedite the launch of this new technology into the market, and throughout the discussion, every face shone with exuberance and anticipation, as if they could already envision the day when the company would transcend its tribulations and reclaim its former glory. Chapter 18: The Path to Resolution and Emotional Bonds. The company found itself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament due to internal strife, negative publicity, and obstructed collaborations, yet, the emergence of new technology illuminated a glimmer of hope. Shin Mohan and Lin Yueshi were acutely aware that they must seize this opportunity. The flame of hope could not be extinguished. Shin Mohan swiftly convened a cross-departmental meeting, the atmosphere in the conference room thick with tension and anticipation. He entered with measured, resolute strides, his impeccably tailored suit failing to conceal his fatigue, yet the determination in his gaze burned like a fierce fire. Standing before the conference table, he placed his hands firmly upon its surface, slightly leaning forward as he surveyed each participant, his eyes akin to searchlights. He declared gravely, "This new technology is our lifeline. All departments must collaborate closely, without the slightest margin for error." His voice resonated in the hushed room, each word striking heavily against the hearts of those present. The head of the R&D department was the first to speak, adjusting his glasses as confidence sparkled in his eyes. He elaborated on the advantages and potential applications of the new technology, gesturing with his hands to illustrate the intricate technical framework. The personnel from other departments listened intently, nodding in agreement at intervals. Meanwhile, Lin Yueshi, alongside the marketing team, was diligently formulating a promotional strategy. Seated at her desk, which was cluttered with documents and materials, her computer screen displayed a myriad of data and charts. With a furrowed brow, she focused intently on the screen, her pen swiftly jotting down ideas. Engaging in fervent discussions with her colleagues, her speech was rapid and animated, each point articulated with conviction. During the deliberation on the brand revitalization plan, she grasped a design draft, scrutinizing it with a discerning eye. Her gaze revealed a blend of critique and anticipation as she pointed out to the designer, "The colors here could be more vivid. They must highlight our innovation and vitality." However, their adversaries would not idly watch them rise. Multinational giants sensed their movements and intensified their assaults on the company. The servers faced more frequent and severe hacker attacks, and the technical staff braced themselves for battle, their eyes fixed on the flashing screens as their fingers danced across the keyboards, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads. Upon arriving at the technical department, Shin Mohan surveyed the bustling scene, his brow furrowed in concern. He placed a reassuring hand on the technical supervisor's shoulder, stating firmly, "We must hold our ground. We cannot let our efforts go to waste." The supervisor nodded, his eyes brimming with resolve. Simultaneously, the pressure from negative public opinion showed no signs of abating. The public relations team toiled day and night, yet new malicious reports continued to emerge. As Lin Yueshi listened to the updates during the PR meeting, her expression grew increasingly grave, her lips trembled slightly, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes as she asserted, "We cannot allow them to manipulate us. We must take the initiative and identify a breakthrough in the narrative." The PR manager proposed a series of new countermeasures, including collaborations with authoritative media and the dissemination of positive user cases. Lin Yueshi listened intently, occasionally offering her own suggestions, her eyes rekindling with fighting spirit. Amid this tense atmosphere, the relationship between Shin Mohan and Lin Yueshi also faced trials. Both immersed themselves fully in their work, leaving little time for one another. In fleeting moments of respite, Shin Mohan would watch Lin Yueshi diligently at work, a twinge of pain and guilt evident in his gaze. Approaching her, he gently took her hand, and Lin Yueshi looked up, her eyes reflecting exhaustion. "My dear, you have worked so hard, we will surely overcome this challenge," he said softly. Lin Yueshi managed a faint smile, tinged with bitterness, as she clasped his hand in return, replying, "Yes, as long as we are together." This simple interaction was a warm solace amidst the tempest, allowing them to feel each other's support even in difficult times. Through collective efforts, the preparations for the new technology's launch gradually came to fruition. The company planned to host a grand online product unveiling, showcasing their innovative achievements to the world. Shin Mohan and Lin Yueshi personally engaged in the event's preparations, meticulously considering every detail from venue arrangements to speech content. They understood that this launch would be a pivotal battle determining the company's fate, a chance to rise from adversity or be engulfed by darkness. Standing hand in hand in the unfinished venue, they gazed at the bustling staff around them, their eyes meeting and reflecting unwavering faith and fearless courage, the wellspring of their resolve to break free from the constraints. Chapter 19: The Battle of Life and Death and Love. Stronger than gold. The company's meticulously prepared online product launch resembled the dawn's first light, embodying the hopes of all, yet simultaneously attracting the gaze of numerous adversaries, intensifying the already precarious situation. Shin Mohan personally oversaw the final preparations for the launch, traversing between various departments with hurried yet methodical steps. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, leaving no detail that could potentially harbor a problem overlooked. While inspecting the presentation equipment, his brow furrowed, and with a serious demeanor, he addressed the technicians, "Recheck everything, ensure absolute perfection, this launch must not falter." His voice was deep and powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. The technicians, sensing the gravity of the moment, sprang into action, their eyes fixated on the equipment parameters as their fingers deftly maneuvered various testing tools. Observing their diligent efforts, Shin Mohan felt a fleeting sense of satisfaction, quickly overshadowed by the weight of apprehension, for he understood that the enemies would not allow this launch to proceed smoothly. Meanwhile, Lin Yueshi was anxiously preparing her speech backstage, clutching her manuscript. She meticulously scrutinized each word, her lips subtly moving as she silently rehearsed the pivotal phrases. Her gaze fluctuated between focus and concern. Every statistic, every selling point had to be flawlessly presented. An assistant approached with a glass of water, gently urging her to take a break, but Lin Yueshi merely shook her head, stating, "There is no time. This launch is of utmost importance to us. Her eyes reflected a steely resolve, a determination that, despite physical and mental exhaustion, she would not relent. On the day of the launch, the entire company braced itself for battle. The online platform was primed, and audiences from around the globe began to flood into the livestream. Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi stood backstage, inhaling deeply, exchanging glances that drew strength from one another. Just as the launch was about to commence, a series of grave issues unexpectedly arose. The livestream experienced inexplicable lags, causing the technicians to break into a sweat as they frantically sought the source of the problem. Jean Mohan's expression darkened. He swiftly directed the emergency team to intervene, his eyes betraying urgency while maintaining composure as he commanded, "Stay steady, execute the contingency plan." Simultaneously, a deluge of malicious negative comments targeting the new product erupted online, aiming to disrupt the perception of the event. The public relations team sprang into action, urgently addressing the malicious information while preparing to issue positive responses. Lin Yueshi, confronted with the sudden turmoil, felt a tightening in her chest but quickly regained her composure. She understood the necessity of remaining calm. Approaching Jean Mohan, she grasped his hand and resolutely declared, "We cannot be defeated by this." Jean Mohan returned her grip firmly, nodding in agreement. Through the technicians' diligent efforts, the lagging issue in the livestream began to resolve. The launch finally commenced, and Lin Yueshi ascended to the virtual podium, clad in a simple yet elegant outfit, her face radiating confidence, her eyes bright and engaging. She delivered an enthralling speech, her voice clear and melodic, each word imbued with emotional resonance, artfully articulating the advantages and value of the new product. Jean Mohan, watching from backstage, was filled with pride and affection. He recognized that Lin Yueshi was one of the company's pivotal figures, and in this moment, she was shining brightly upon the stage. However, the adversarial onslaught did not relent. During her presentation, malicious disruptions appeared on the screen, attempting to sabotage the launch. Jean Mohan's eyes widened in fury as he immediately directed the technical team to block and counterattack. His gaze burned with indignation, silently vowing to unearth the puppeteer behind the scenes. Despite the unwelcome interruptions, Lin Yueshi, showcasing her remarkable adaptability, skillfully navigated the awkwardness, continuing her presentation with poise, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the camera, engaging in sincere dialogue with the global audience. As the launch progressed, the allure of the new product gradually captivated the audience, orders began to pour in like snowflakes, and the company's stock price started to rebound in real-time trading. Witnessing this scene, Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi felt an overwhelming sense of joy and relief. Following the successful conclusion of the launch, they embraced tightly, tears of exhilaration glistening in their eyes. In that moment, they had not only triumphed over the adversary's schemes but had also orchestrated a remarkable turnaround for the company amidst crisis. Their bond, forged in the crucible of this life-and-death struggle, had become unassailable, akin to steel tempered in fierce flames, destined never to break. Chapter 20. After the splendor and new challenges, the resounding success of the product launch had enveloped the company in an atmosphere of exuberance. Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi embraced for an extended moment before gradually parting, their faces radiant with the joy of survival and anticipation for the future. Cheers and applause echoed throughout the company, as employees embraced one another, exchanging high-fives, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Standing at the center of the throne, Jean Mohan's tall figure appeared even more poised and self-assured. Raising his voice, he declared, "This success belongs to each and every one of you. It is the fruit of our collective efforts." His words resonated in the company hall, each syllable imbued with heartfelt gratitude for his employees. Upon concluding, he led the crowd in a round of applause, which swelled into a thunderous ovation. Meanwhile, Lin Yueshi observed the scene with a warm smile, her gaze filled with affection. She understood that the triumph of this launch not only salvaged the company but also fostered a stronger sense of unity within the team. She made her rounds across various departments, engaging in heartfelt conversations with employees, expressing her gratitude for their diligent efforts during this challenging period. At every stop, she was met with praises and well wishes from the staff, to which she responded with genuine appreciation, her heart brimming with emotion. Yet, amidst the jubilant atmosphere, Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi remained grounded, acutely aware that this success merely provided temporary relief from crisis, with greater challenges looming ahead. Returning to his office, Jean Mohan sat alone at his desk, a furrow creasing his brow as he fell into deep contemplation. He recognized that although the company had weathered this storm, numerous issues had been laid bare, such as vulnerabilities in the security system and inadequacies in managing public opinion. He picked up a pen and swiftly jotted down his thoughts on paper, preparing to convene a high-level meeting to discuss the company's strategic direction and necessary improvements. Lin Yueshi, too, grasped the gravity of the situation. She convened with the heads of the marketing and research departments to analyze the current market landscape. Glancing at the market research report in her hands, she spoke with a serious demeanor. "While this new product has achieved success, we must not rest on our laurels. Our competitors will not relent. We must continue to innovate and solidify our advantages." The head of the marketing department nodded in agreement, proposing a series of market expansion plans, including venturing into new international markets and implementing targeted marketing strategies for diverse customer segments. The head of the research department pledged to intensify research efforts, striving for breakthroughs on the existing technological foundation to continually provide the company with competitive products. In the days that followed, the company embarked on a series of restructuring and development initiatives. The security department undertook a comprehensive upgrade of the company as cybersecurity and physical security measures, adding multiple protective barriers. Technicians worked tirelessly day and night to ensure that the company's information and confidential documents were no longer at risk. The Public Relations Department also underwent reform, establishing a more robust public sentiment monitoring and response mechanism, fostering closer collaborative relationships with major media outlets and online platforms. Simultaneously, the company actively pursued the new market expansion strategy. Sheen Mohan personally led teams to several key international markets for investigations and business negotiations. During business dinners, he exuded charm, engaging with commercial elites from various nations, skillfully showcasing the company's strengths and the allure of its new products, thereby laying a solid foundation for international market expansion. Lin Yueshi, on the domestic front, coordinated the efforts of various departments to ensure the smooth operation of daily business. She frequently traversed between departments, convening meetings and resolving issues, her eyes always reflecting determination and resolve. In matters of the heart, despite their demanding schedules, Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi cherished the moments they spent together even more. During rare moments of leisure, they would stroll hand in hand through the company's garden, relishing the tranquility of the moment. Sheen Mohan would gently brush away the stray locks of hair from Lin Yueshi's forehead, gazing at her tenderly as he said, "My dear, no matter how many challenges the future may hold, we shall face them together." Lin Yueshi nestled against him, smiling and nodding, both aware that as long as they had each other's companionship, no obstacle would be insurmountable. Chapter 21 Expanding Horizons and Intensifying Emotions. The company's restructuring and expansion initiatives following the successful product launch proceeded in an orderly manner. However, new challenges lurked closely behind. During his inspection of the international market, Sheen Mohan encountered a series of obstacles that were far from smooth sailing. At a pivotal business negotiation, he faced deliberate provocations from representatives of a rival company. The opposing delegates presented a litany of onerous collaboration demands, their eyes brimming with challenge. Seated at the negotiation table, Sheen Mohan maintained a composed demeanor, his gaze sharp and resolute, radiating an icy intensity akin to a cold star, revealing no inclination to retreat. With his arms crossed over his chest and his body slightly leaned forward, he responded with unwavering strength to their taunts. Our company has always adhered to the principle of fair cooperation, but we shall not acquiesce to unreasonable demands. Each of his words struck the negotiation table like nails, underscoring his unwavering stance. Amidst the fierce exchange, Sheen Mohan, armed with an in-depth understanding of the company's products and exceptional negotiation skills, gradually gained the upper hand. He presented detailed data and market analysis reports, effectively countering the opposing arguments, which caused the rival representatives' expressions to grow increasingly grim. Meanwhile, Lin Yueshi faced new challenges domestically. The company's plan to expand production ran into difficulties regarding resource allocation. The supply of raw materials became strained, with certain critical component suppliers unexpectedly raising their prices, imposing immense pressure on the company's cost control. Lin Yueshi convened an urgent meeting with the supply department, occupying the central position in the conference room, her brow furrowed and her expression serious as she scrutinized each participant. Her gaze revealed anxiety, yet she remained calm, methodically inquiring about the situation. Upon learning of the suppliers' unreasonable actions, a flicker of anger flashed in her eyes as she declared with firm resolve, "We cannot allow the suppliers to dictate our terms. We must immediately seek alternative suppliers and renegotiate with the existing ones." Following the meeting, she immersed herself in the resource allocation efforts, frequently communicating with suppliers and the logistics team, her phone hardly ever ceasing to ring, her voice growing hoarse from prolonged speaking. Throughout these trials, despite being separated by distance, Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi remained deeply connected at heart. Each evening, regardless of their busy schedules, they made time for video calls. Observing Lin Yueshi's somewhat fatigued appearance on the screen, Sheen Mohan's eyes filled with concern. He gently reassured her, "Yueshi, do not overexert yourself, I will handle things here." Lin Yueshi smiled in response, "You must also take care of your health. We shall navigate this challenge together." They shared their daily experiences and achievements during their calls, offering mutual encouragement, and this emotional support fortified them during trying times. Through relentless effort, Sheen Mohan eventually achieved significant progress in the international market. He successfully established cooperative intentions with several key international enterprises, opening new avenues for the company on the global stage. At the signing ceremony, dressed in an exquisite suit and radiating confidence, he signed his name amid a flurry of flashing cameras, surrounded by enthusiastic applause and congratulations. He recognized that this marked a crucial milestone for the company on its journey towards international prominence. Simultaneously, Lin Yueshi resolved the resource allocation challenges domestically. By forging partnerships with new suppliers and optimizing supply channels, as well as renegotiating prices with existing suppliers, she successfully managed to control production costs. The company's production capacity expanded smoothly, with new products continually rolling off the assembly line. Standing in the production workshop, she observed the bustling yet orderly scene, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Eager to share the good news with Sheen Mohan, the moment she initiated the video call, both of them beamed with radiant smiles. They understood that, through their collective efforts, the company had taken a significant step forward, and their bond had grown ever stronger through this series of trials, akin to steel forged through relentless hammering, unyieldingly robust. Chapter 22 The Flux of Change and the Commitment to Original Intent. The company has made remarkable strides in both international and domestic markets, yet new challenges surge forth like relentless waves. One crisis subsides only for another to arise. In the international arena, despite Sheen Mohan's successful establishment of collaborative intentions with several key enterprises, the subsequent integration efforts have proven to be fraught with complexities. The disparities in commercial culture and legal frameworks across different nations have emerged as formidable obstacles. Sheen Mohan and his team have found themselves investing considerable time and energy in reconciling varying interests. During a multinational conference, representatives from different countries engaged in heated debates over the interpretation of intellectual property rights within the contract terms. With furrowed brows, Jean Mohan attentively listened to the diverse viewpoints, his gaze shifting among the participants as he sought a breakthrough to resolve the impasse. Rising from his seat, he placed his hands firmly on the conference table and spoke with poise. We must honor each other's laws and cultures, yet we must also strive to find a balanced solution that fosters mutual development. His voice resonated in the conference room, gradually silencing the cacophony of disputes. Jean Mohan proceeded to elucidate the company's stance and recommendations in detail, his words sincere and his logic clear, guiding the discussion with his extensive industry experience and expertise. Throughout the protracted meeting, he remained patient and composed, exemplifying exceptional leadership qualities. Domestically, Lin Yueshi faced her own set of challenges. As the company expanded, issues within the internal management structure began to surface, communication efficiency among departments waned, and certain decisions struggled to be effectively conveyed and executed. Lin Yueshi resolved to optimize the company's management framework. She diligently conducted research across various departments, engaging warmly with grassroots employees to understand their work-related difficulties and suggestions. During a departmental symposium, employees voiced their concerns about coordination challenges. Lin Yueshi attentively recorded their comments, her eyes reflecting genuine concern. She nodded encouragingly, urging them to continue sharing their thoughts. Subsequently, she collaborated with the senior management team to formulate a new organizational restructuring plan. In the discussion meeting, she articulated the plan's details confidently, locking her gaze on each manager. We must dismantle departmental silos and establish a more efficient communication mechanism, for only then can the company sustain its growth. Her words struck a chord, garnering unanimous approval from the team members. In this busy and challenging period, the bond between Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi served as a source of solace for one another. During his international business trips, Jean Mohan would bring back small tokens from his travels, perhaps exquisite ornaments reflecting foreign cultures or books steeped in local traditions. As he showcased these gifts in video calls, his gaze was tender and affectionate. Yueshi, whenever I see these, I can't help but think you would adore them. Upon receiving the gifts, Lin Yueshi's eyes sparkled with surprise and emotion. She would place them prominently on her desk, as if Jean Mohan were right there beside her. Conversely, when Lin Yueshi was consumed by the complexities of domestic management issues, Jean Mohan would provide her with unwavering support from afar. He participated in management discussions via video conference, offering insights drawn from his international market experiences to assist Lin Yueshi. During a late-night video call, observing her slightly haggard appearance, Jean Mohan expressed concern. My dear, do not burden yourself too much. We will take it one step at a time. Lin Yueshi responded with a smile, her eyes shimmering with determination. With you by my side, I am invigorated. Their love deepened amidst their demanding work, akin to vines firmly rooted in stone, entwined tightly, never to part. Simultaneously, the company, steadfast in its commitment to providing quality products and services to its users, persevered through internal and external challenges. The research and development team continued to invest in technological innovation, relentlessly enhancing product performance. The marketing team diligently explored customer needs, refining their strategies. United in purpose, the entire company faced various adversities together, advancing towards ever greater aspirations. Chapter 23 of The Rainbow. After the storm. After a period following numerous discussions and negotiations, representatives from various countries finally reached a consensus on the issue of intellectual property rights within the contract terms. This not only established a robust foundation for the company's international cooperative projects but also fostered a positive image for the company in the global arena. Standing before the window of the conference room, Jean Mohan gazed at the bustling cityscape outside, his heart brimming with emotions. The efforts and perseverance of this period had finally borne fruit, filling him with immense satisfaction and pride. He picked up his phone and dialed Lin Yueshi, eager to share this joyous news. Yueshi, we have made significant progress on our international cooperation project. The issue of intellectual property rights has finally been resolved. Jean Mohan exclaimed excitedly. On the other end of the line, Lin Yueshi's gentle voice responded, That's wonderful, Mohan, this is all thanks to you and the team's hard work. I am so proud of you all. Simultaneously, Lin Yueshi had made notable advancements in optimizing the company's management structure domestically. After implementing the new organizational adjustment plan, the efficiency of communication between departments significantly improved, and the transmission and execution of decisions became much smoother. The company's various operations gradually fell into a steady rhythm, and performance steadily enhanced. To celebrate the company's growth and progress, Lin Yueshi decided to host a grand celebration banquet. She invited all employees to partake in this shared joy and honor. During the banquet, Lin Yueshi delivered a passionate speech, expressing gratitude. She stated, It is because of everyone's collective effort that our company has achieved today's success. I firmly believe that as long as we continue to stand united, we will undoubtedly create an even more glorious tomorrow. Jean Mohan returned from the international market to attend the celebration banquet. Watching Lin Yueshi confidently and resolutely address the audience, his heart swelled with love and admiration. He understood that Lin Yueshi had invested a great deal in the company's development, and her efforts deserved everyone's respect and recognition. Amidst the lingering joy of the celebration banquet, the rhythm of life and work for Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi did not wane. The gentle morning sun poured through Lin Yueshi's window, and she felt its warmth even in her dreams. Upon waking, she noticed a note left by Jean Mohan. Dearest, breakfast is on the table, don't overwork yourself. The bold handwriting seemed to convey Jean Mohan's tender expression as he penned those words. Rising from her slumber, she approached the dining table, admiring the meticulously prepared breakfast, each dish arranged with utmost care, a testament to Jean Mohan's profound affection. With a soft bite of the sandwich, a smile involuntarily graced her lips, her heart filled with sweetness. At that moment, Shin Mohan was already en route to the airport, embarking on a new international business journey. In the waiting hall, he observed the planes taking off and landing outside, yet his mind was consumed by the image of Lin Yueshi's smile. As the plane ascended, he gazed down at the receding city, mentally urging himself to complete his work swiftly and return to her side. Upon reaching his destination, despite the fatigue brought on by the time difference and a busy schedule, he eagerly initiated a video call with Lin Yueshi. Pointing his phone camera towards the vibrant local market, he excitedly exclaimed, "Yueshi, look at this place, it's filled with fascinating novelties. When you have time, we must come here together." Lin Yueshi, on the other end of the screen, sparkled with anticipation. "It looks so interesting. Please stay safe and hurry back." In the company, Lin Yueshi devoted herself wholeheartedly to her work. She traversed between various departments, assessing the implementation of the new management structure. During a departmental meeting, employees raised some minor concerns regarding the new plan. Lin Yueshi attentively listened, meticulously recorded their feedback, and patiently addressed their queries, demonstrating her exceptional leadership capabilities. After the meeting, she returned to her office and gazed at a photograph of Shin Mohan on her desk, a hint of longing evident in her eyes. Days later, Shin Mohan returned home. He chose not to inform Lin Yueshi in advance and appeared at her office door with a bouquet of fresh flowers. The moment Lin Yueshi saw him, her eyes sparkled with surprise. Shin Mohan approached her with a smile, presenting the flowers. "Dearest, I am back." Lin Yueshi accepted the bouquet, inhaling the floral fragrance, her eyes glistening with tears of emotion. That weekend, they decided to ascend to the mountain peak for a night view. Along the winding mountain road, Shin Mohan held Lin Yueshi's hand tightly, assisting her over steep sections by pulling her up after he ascended first. Upon reaching the summit, a gentle breeze caressed them, bringing a refreshing chill. The city lights twinkled beneath them like a sea of stars. Shin Mohan gently embraced Lin Yueshi from behind, whispering in her ear, "No matter the storms the company may face, no matter how busy we become, you will always be the most important person in my heart, the driving force behind my perseverance." Lin Yueshi turned to face Shin Mohan, her eyes reflecting deep affection. She tenderly caressed his face. "You too, over these years, we have endured so much together, you have become an inseparable part of my life." They embraced atop the mountain, as if time itself had paused, the surroundings fading into a mere backdrop for their love. However, the path of the company's development was not devoid of obstacles, and inevitable disagreements arose between them regarding decision-making. During a crucial executive meeting concerning the company's future direction, a heated debate ensued. Lin Yueshi, citing the stability of the domestic market and current resource conditions, insisted on a strategy focused on consolidating the domestic market and advancing steadily. She meticulously analyzed the potential of the domestic market and the company's existing advantages, arguing that there remained significant room for growth. In contrast, Shin Mohan, eyeing the expansive prospects of the international market and the foundation of international collaborations already established, advocated for increased investment in the international arena to secure greater breakthroughs. He enumerated the immense potential profits in the international market and the opportunities for enhancing the company's global visibility. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense as both stood their ground, passionately defending their viewpoints, their faces flushed. After the meeting, both felt a twinge of regret as they retreated to their respective offices, ensnared in a cold war. Yet, the power of love proved formidable. Within a day, Shin Mohan could no longer endure the chilly atmosphere. He purchased Lin Yueshi's favorite latte from the coffee shop downstairs and entered her office. The moment he laid eyes on her, he felt a mix of nervousness and shyness as he spoke. "Dearest, I reflected on our discussion, and your perspective has merit. I was too impulsive yesterday, let us discuss this further and integrate our ideas." Lin Yueshi regarded him in surprise, soon replaced by emotion as her eyes misted over slightly. "I was stubborn too. Our ultimate goal is the same, what's best for the company." Shin Mohan stepped closer, presenting her with the coffee as they exchanged smiles, the previous discord dissipating like snow under the warm sun. This minor upheaval deepened their understanding of one another, fortifying their bond, akin to tempered steel, capable of withstanding greater tempests. They recognized that the road ahead remained long, with more challenges and difficulties awaiting them. Yet, their love stood as an unwavering lighthouse amidst the surging tides of commerce, perpetually illuminating their path forward and warming their hearts, ensuring they would never lose their way on this arduous journey. Chapter 24. A new journey interwoven with love and dreams. After resolving their differences regarding the development direction, Shin Mohan and Lin Yueshi joined hands more closely than ever. Together, they devised a comprehensive development strategy that balanced both domestic and international markets, deciding to solidify. Once again, Shin Mohan embarked on an international journey, this time with a clearer objective. In each country he visited, he delved deeply into the unique demands of the local market. During a business negotiation in Europe, he and his team meticulously prepared multiple plans. Faced with discerning European clients, Shin Mohan exhibited remarkable patience. He elaborately presented the product features, addressing the client's inquiries regarding environmental standards and design philosophies. He eloquently recounted the company's efforts in sustainable development and the design concepts that integrated local cultural elements. His eyes sparkled with confidence, and his gestures powerfully supported his explanations, ultimately captivating the clients and securing a significant order. After the meeting, Shin Mohan promptly shared the joyous news with Lin Yueshi. Though his face bore the marks of fatigue, his smile radiated brightness. Meanwhile, Lin Yueshi was not idle at home. She focused on optimizing the company's product research and development processes. Upon immersing herself in the R&D department, she identified issues of ineffective communication and resource wastage in certain stages. Consequently, she organized cross-departmental meetings, bringing together the RD, production, and marketing teams. During the meetings, Lin Yueshi emphasized, "We cannot operate in silos. Each department is a vital part of this great vessel we call our company. Only through collaborative efforts can we enhance the competitiveness of our products." Under her guidance, a new RD process gradually took shape, significantly shortening the development cycle. In the midst of their work, their longing for each other intensified. Qin Mohan sought out unique local handicrafts during his busy travels, discovering a pair of exquisite couple bracelets in an ancient workshop, crafted from special local materials. The bracelets bore distinctive patterns that seemed to whisper ancient tales. Without hesitation, he purchased them, envisioning how they would look adorning Lin Yueshi's wrist. Meanwhile, Lin Yueshi dedicated her time to meticulously decorating their home during Qin Mohan's business trips. She adorned the living room walls with photographs of their journey from acquaintances to lovers, encapsulating each precious moment. On Qin Mohan's birthday, she secretly organized a surprise party, inviting his friends and family. When Qin Mohan opened the door to find the room filled with balloons, streamers, and familiar faces, his eyes brimmed with emotion. At a critical juncture in the company's growth, a new product was poised for market launch. This product embodied the collective efforts of the RD team, merging cutting-edge international technology with domestic consumer preferences. Qin Mohan and Lin Yueshi actively participated in the final product testing phase. In the testing room, they scrutinized every detail of the product, leaving no potential issue unexamined. As they witnessed the product flawlessly passing all tests, they embraced each other with excitement, knowing that this was the culmination of their intertwined love and dreams, heralding a new chapter in the company's development. However, competitors soon took notice of their progress. A rival company began to implement competitive measures against them, attempting to seize market advantage. During the initial phase of market promotion, they encountered malicious slander and obstructions. Yet, Qin Mohan and Lin Yueshi felt no fear. They convened an urgent meeting to devise counter-strategies. Lin Yueshi proposed enhancing brand promotion to highlight product advantages, while Qin Mohan planned to seek additional support from international partners for a united front. In this war devoid of gunfire, their love and convictions became the strongest shield, protecting both the company and their shared aspirations. Chapter 25 Breaking the impasse and the beacon of hope. Amidst the ominous shadow of malicious attacks from competitors, Qin Mohan and Lin Yueshi exhibited indomitable courage and exceptional leadership, swiftly entering a mode of comprehensive counterattack. Lin Yueshi took the helm herself, leading the marketing team in the formulation of a new brand promotion plan. She understood profoundly that this campaign needed not only to highlight the product's advantages but also to reshape the company's image in the public's mind. Together with her team, she delved deeply into the unique value of the company's products across various dimensions, from the profound implementation of environmental principles to groundbreaking technological innovations and the ultimate pursuit of user experience, leaving no stone unturned. The promotional materials they meticulously crafted were akin to works of art, whether it was the exquisite images and succinct, powerful copy in the brochures, or the stunning visuals and evocative narration in the video advertisements. Every element bore the imprint of the team's dedication. Throughout this process, Lin Yueshi poured countless efforts into her work. She traversed between various advertising agencies and media platforms, engaging in detailed discussions with creative teams, directors, screenwriters, and other professionals regarding the intricacies of the promotional plan. On the advertising set, she transformed into a meticulous director, scrutinizing every shot with unwavering precision. The expression here needs to exude more confidence. Our product signifies transformation and deserves to be showcased with pride. Her voice resonated clearly amid the bustling chaos, allowing every staff member to feel her passion and dedication to this promotion. Simultaneously, Qin Mohan was vigorously battling on the international collaboration front. He engaged in a series of profound communications with international partners. In a video conference with a globally renowned enterprise, Qin Mohan meticulously prepared detailed materials, leveraging the company's illustrious past achievements as a foundation, its commendable business reputation as a guarantee, and the immense potential of new products as bait, sincerely and professionally articulating the current dilemmas and the vast prospects for collaboration. His eyes reflected determination and sincerity, with each word resonating with conviction. The counterpart was captivated by his charisma and moved by the company's potential, promptly deciding to co-host an internationally significant product launch event with them. Qin Mohan was acutely aware of the critical significance of this launch event for the company's survival, and he swiftly immersed himself in the intense preparatory work. From the selection of the venue, he sought perfection. The chosen location was a luxurious exhibition center situated in the heart of the International Business District, where modern technology seamlessly blended with artistic beauty, offering a spacious and well-equipped interior. In terms of venue arrangement, Qin Mohan and his team carefully designed each area, from the layout of the display area to the creation of a comfortable atmosphere in the lounge, and the lighting and sound design for the stage, all of which reflected professionalism and sophistication. Inviting guests was of paramount importance. They extended heartfelt invitations to industry elites, potential clients, partners, and media representatives worldwide. Each invitation was meticulously designed, resembling a precious gift, embodying the company's emphasis and anticipation for this event. During the tense and busy preparations, the bond between the two served as a warm light, illuminating their weary hearts. After countless late nights, when Qin Mohan returned home exhausted, seeing Lin Yueshi still diligently working at her computer filled him with tenderness. He gently approached, draping a coat over her shoulders, his hand resting momentarily, as if imparting silent strength. Lin Yueshi looked up, and their eyes met in a shared smile, a smile imbued with love, understanding, and encouragement. Words were unnecessary. Their hearts were tightly intertwined. At last, the curtain rose on the product launch event. On that day, luxury cars lined the venue, and dignitaries from various sectors attended in elegant attire. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a radiant glow over the polished floor, creating a scene of splendor inside the venue. The atmosphere was electric, bustling with attendees. Industry elites from around the world gathered, their attire either extravagant or understated, yet none could conceal the professionalism radiating from them. Media journalists, akin to keen hounds, wielded an array of professional equipment, weaving through the crowd with an eye for breaking news. Sheen Mohan stood like a superstar on stage, clad in a tailored high-end suit, his stature upright, and his strides confident and steady. Each step seemed to tread upon the path of success, exuding an innate regal aura. As he ascended the podium, the spotlight immediately focused on him, rendering him even more resplendent. He commenced his extraordinary speech in fluent, magnetic English, his voice resonating throughout the venue, akin to a stirring symphony. He spoke of the inspiration behind the product's design, rooted in profound insights into user needs and precise grasp of future trends. The arduous journey and breakthroughs during the research and development phase, where countless nights of research and experimentation culminated in today's achievements, the core technologies embedded within the product, featuring industry-leading innovative elements that endowed it with unparalleled competitiveness. And finally, the transformative experience the product offered users, whether in convenience, comfort, or functionality, poised to redefine traditional perceptions. Every detail was vividly painted, drawing the audience into a new realm, their rapt attention filled with awe and admiration. As his speech progressed, thunderous applause erupted, resonating like a hymn in praise of this exceptional leader. Meanwhile, Lin Yueshi operated in the background like a commanding conductor, her gaze piercing, orchestrating each segment through her earpiece with impeccable precision. She remained vigilant of every movement on stage, ensuring that the lighting, sound levels, and transitions of display props perfectly complemented Sheen Mohan's presentation. As the new product demonstration segment approached, her heart raced. This was the climax of the entire launch event. When the new product was finally unveiled, the entire venue seemed to be enchanted. The exquisite products, illuminated by vibrant lights, appeared as artifacts from the future. Their impeccable craftsmanship, with every line resembling an artist's meticulous chisel work, the unique design philosophy, blending fashion with practicality, showcased an aesthetic that transcended time, and the innovative functionalities dazzled the audience, with each interaction flowing seamlessly, as if embodying the perfect fusion of humanity and technology. A brief silence enveloped the room as everyone was awestruck by the stunning products, followed by waves of admiration that cascaded through the venue, forming the highest praise for the offerings. However, the competitors' malicious attacks did not cease. As the launch event unfolded fervently, individuals they had covertly dispatched initiated a storm of negative news online. These falsehoods acted as malignant tumors, attempting to erode the event's success. Yet, Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi were well prepared. The company's cybersecurity team, akin to a well-trained elite unit, swiftly activated their emergency protocols. Utilizing advanced technological measures, they rapidly traced the sources of the misinformation, conducting a comprehensive analysis at lightning speed. Subsequently, they issued authoritative and detailed clarifications through official channels, each word akin to a bullet, forcefully countering the malicious statements. Simultaneously, the legal team sprang into action, gathering evidence to pursue the hidden culprits through lawful means, ensuring they faced severe repercussions for their unscrupulous actions. Ultimately, the launch event was a resounding success, far exceeding expectations. The company received an avalanche of orders and expressions of intent from potential collaborators, with partners from around the globe expressing strong willingness to engage in cooperation. At the celebratory banquet, Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi gazed at their exhilarated team members, tears of joy shimmering in their eyes. These tears encapsulated their reflections on past struggles, gratitude for their team's contributions, and aspirations for a promising future. They understood that this event marked a significant milestone in the company's developmental journey. A brilliance forged through wisdom, courage, and love. Their love, amidst this series of challenges, had been tempered like gold through fire, growing ever more unbreakable, becoming their steadfast sanctuary in the tumultuous sea of commerce. They also recognized that the road ahead would continue to be fraught with challenges, but at this moment, they chose to revel in this hard-won victory, gathering strength for the next journey ahead. Chapter 26: Pursuing Victory and Embracing New Challenges. The success of the product launch had enveloped the entire company in a euphoric atmosphere, yet Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi remained unclouded by triumph, acutely aware that this was merely the commencement of a new journey. Sheen Mohan tirelessly engaged in profound discussions with new international partners, leading his team through a myriad of global metropolises, from the skyscraper conference rooms of New York to the technologically advanced business lounges of Tokyo, and onto the historic negotiation chambers of London. In each meeting, he demonstrated extraordinary negotiation prowess. In New York, confronted by a formidable tech company, Sheen Mohan meticulously analyzed the complementary advantages of their collaboration. His words, imbued with a certain enchantment, captivated the interests of his counterparts as he articulated the benefits of technology sharing and market expansion. When the topic of profit distribution arose, he advocated for fairness and mutual benefit, proposing a judicious plan that deftly resolved potential disagreements. The executives of the counterpart company lauded his professionalism and intellect, their desire for collaboration growing ever stronger. Meanwhile, Lin Yueshi busied herself with orchestrating production and optimizing the supply chain domestically. She immersed herself in the factories, engaging with workers on the production lines to grasp the practical issues arising during manufacturing. Upon discovering that the efficiency of a particular production phase could be enhanced, she organized discussions between technicians and laborers to devise improvement strategies. In terms of suppliers, she re-evaluated partnerships, eliminating those with inconsistent quality and untimely deliveries, while actively seeking superior alternatives. Personally inspecting new suppliers, she meticulously scrutinized every detail, from the quality of raw materials to the hygiene standards of the production environment. During one inspection, she encountered a promising yet somewhat chaotic supplier, patiently off. In the midst of their demanding work, their relationship continued to flourish. Each time Chin Mohan returned from abroad, he brought Lin Yueshi a special gift. This time, he presented her with a vintage necklace discovered in Paris, its design exquisitely elegant, seemingly imbued with the essence of bygone eras. Personally adorning Lin Yueshi with it, his eyes brimming with affection, he remarked, "This necklace is akin to you, singular and breathtaking." Touched, Lin Yueshi embraced him, both relishing their brief yet sweet moments together. However, with the rapid expansion of the company's business, new challenges swiftly emerged. The increase in scale led to a significant rise in management complexity, giving rise to issues of ineffective communication and coordination. Simultaneously, some emerging competitors in the market, having observed the company's success, began to imitate its products and marketing strategies, seeking to carve out their share of the pie. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chin Mohan and Lin Yueshi convened an urgent executive meeting. During the session, Chin Mohan underscored the importance of enhancing internal communication mechanisms, proposing the introduction of new enterprise management software to improve information dissemination efficiency. In response to the competitors' imitation, Lin Yueshi advocated for an accelerated pace of product innovation. Further exploring differentiated competitive points, they resolved to establish a dedicated cross-departmental task force to address these challenges, composed of elite members from various departments, tasked with coordinating resources and formulating responsive strategies. In the face of new challenges, Chin Mohan and Lin Yueshi joined forces once more, akin to two steadfast helmsmen navigating a ship through tumultuous waters, resolutely steering towards an unknown yet hopeful future. They believed that as long as they leaned on each other, both the company and their love would continue to flourish amidst the storms. Chapter 27 Steadfast Progress in Breaking Through Barriers. Following the establishment of a cross-departmental task force to address challenges, Chin Mohan and Lin Yueshi swiftly propelled the implementation of various measures. Chin Mohan personally oversaw the introduction of a new enterprise management software, engaging in close communication with the software vendor to ensure customization that would cater to the company's complex business processes. During the software installation and debugging phase, he immersed himself in each department, ensuring that employees could navigate the system with ease. He organized training sessions, personally elucidating the software's functionalities and operational methods to the staff. This software is our pivotal instrument for enhancing communication efficiency. It is imperative that everyone masters it promptly. His voice resonated in the training room, his gaze brimming with anticipation. The employees responded with enthusiasm, gradually mastering its use through practice, leading to a more seamless flow of information within. Meanwhile, Lin Yueshi devoted herself wholeheartedly to product innovation and the exploration of differentiating competitive advantages. She led brainstorming sessions with the R&D team, encouraging them to transcend traditional thinking. During one such meeting, a young researcher proposed an audacious concept that integrated virtual reality technology with product functionality. Lin Yueshi's eyes sparkled with inspiration as she promptly organized the team to delve into its feasibility. Collaborating with experts in the realm of virtual reality, they engaged in countless experiments and refinements, ultimately incorporating a distinctive virtual reality interactive experience into the product. Simultaneously, to counteract imitators, Lin Yueshi guided the marketing team in repositioning the brand image. They emphasized the company's innovative DNA and high-end quality, highlighting the unique value of the new product in their advertising campaigns. The channels for advertising were further optimized, increasing investments not only in traditional media but also in emerging technology platforms and social media. Upon the launch of the new advertisements, consumer attention was immediately captivated, resulting in a significant enhancement in the brand's recognition and reputation. Throughout the challenges of internal management and external competition, the love between Chin Mohan and Lin Yueshi quietly nurtured each other. Regardless of how busy he was during business trips, Chin Mohan would share local customs and cultures with Lin Yue. In turn, Lin Yueshi would prepare a warm family dinner and a soothing bath for him upon his weary return. However, new challenges subtly emerged. Due to substantial investments in technological research and market expansion, the company's financial chain began to experience considerable pressure. Concerns regarding the company's financial status arose among some partners, subtly impacting the collaborative relationships. In response, Chin Mohan and Lin Yueshi urgently convened discussions with the finance team to devise strategies. They resolved to optimize the efficiency of fund utilization while curtailing unnecessary expenditures. Concurrently, they actively sought new financing avenues. Leveraging his connections within the business community, Chin Mohan reached out to several potential investors. During meetings with these investors, he meticulously articulated the company's core competencies, growth prospects, and current financial status, exuding confidence and professionalism that garnered the trust of some investors. Lin Yueshi took charge of organizing the company's financial data and business proposals, providing robust support for the financing efforts. In this arduous moment, they once again exemplified unwavering resilience, akin to a beacon in the darkness, illuminating the path forward for the company as they surged toward a broader future. They understood that each challenge represented an opportunity for growth, and both their love and careers would emerge even more resplendent through these trials. Chapter 28 The dawn amidst shadows and new opportunities. In the proactive resolution of the funding chain issues, Chin Mohan and Lin Yueshi embodied tireless warriors, relentlessly forging ahead on the battleground of commerce. Sheen Mohan's communication with potential investors gradually began to yield promising results. During a pivotal financing negotiation, he faced the investors' incisive inquiries and skepticism with unwavering composure and confidence. He meticulously presented comprehensive data illustrating the growth trajectory of the company's market share both internationally and domestically, while vividly articulating the market potential of new products, citing exceptionally high user feedback rates from select pilot regions. He responded with eloquence, deftly addressing the investors' concerns regarding the company's temporary financial difficulties. The current pressure on our finances is merely the growing pains of our development, a necessary investment for more rapid and effective advancement. Our foundation is solid, our core team is both professional and passionate, and the innovations in our new products will ensure our sustained competitive edge in the market. The investors, swayed by his sincerity and professionalism, resolved to increase their investment. Lin Yueshi also achieved remarkable results in optimizing the efficiency of fund utilization. Alongside her financial team, she meticulously scrutinized every expenditure, cutting costs in non-core business areas while reallocating the budget to prioritize key aspects of research and development and market expansion. In an internal financial meeting, she emphatically stated, "We must allocate every penny wisely, ensuring our financial resources create maximal value for the company's growth." Through these measures, the company's funding strain was effectively alleviated, and partners, witnessing the company's proactive problem-solving capabilities, restored their confidence, solidifying their collaborative relationships. With the easing of financial constraints, the company's various operations were able to accelerate once more product development, building upon virtual reality interactive experiences, integrated new intelligent elements, further enhancing user experience. In terms of market promotion, the company hosted a series of online interactive events across emerging technology media, attracting a multitude of participants and continuously expanding brand recognition and influence. During this period, the bond between Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi blossomed anew. A company-organized team-building event, they strolled hand-in-hand through the serene woodlands, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting golden flecks upon them. Sheen Mohan gently brushed the fallen leaves from Lin Yueshi's hair, tenderly remarking, "After enduring so many trials and tribulations, you have always been my steadfast support." Lin Yueshi smiled in response, "With you by my side, I fear nothing." Their laughter echoed through the woods, a perfect encapsulation of the hardships and sweetness they had experienced together. However, the company's progress was invariably accompanied by new opportunities and challenges. As the company's influence in international markets continued to expand, shifts in international policies and trade tensions emerged as potential risks. Certain nations began to adjust their import and export regulations within relevant industries, which could impact the company's product sales and raw material procurement. Simultaneously, the pace of technological innovation within the industry accelerated, with competitors actively exploring new development paths, necessitating that the company maintain acute market insights and rapid adaptability. Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi promptly organized their team to conduct market research and risk assessments. They invited international policy experts and industry technology consultants to the company for lectures and analyses, while dispatching market research teams to gather first-hand information from various countries. During a high-level strategic meeting, they devised response strategies based on the collected data, enhancing communication with governments and industry associations across nations, actively participating in the formulation of international industry standards to address policy changes. Increasing research and development investments and establishing a technology early warning system to seize opportunities in technological advancements. They understood that only through proactive engagement could they maintain an invincible position in the complex and ever-changing international market landscape, continuing to compose the glorious chapters of the company's development. Chapter 29, an international journey interwoven with crisis and hope. Upon formulating their response strategies, Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi were acutely aware of the urgency of the situation, akin to a clock wound, tightly, swiftly, and methodically initiating comprehensive actions. Sheen Mohan took the helm, leading an elite team on a mission to engage with relevant government departments and industry associations across various nations. In the ancient cities of the European continent, historic government buildings imbued with a profound sense of history became their frequent destinations. They navigated through intricately carved corridors and grand meeting rooms, participating in a series of gravely serious discussions. Leveraging his exceptional linguistic prowess, Sheen Mohan engaged in profound dialogues with officials in fluent local languages, each word articulated with precision and professionalism. He meticulously elaborated on the positive impacts his company had generated in the local market, including contributions to employment, economic development, and industrial upgrades, while sincerely expressing the company's unwavering commitment to adhering to local policies and regulations. During discussions with a prominent industry association in a particular country, Sheen Mohan exhibited extraordinary diplomatic acumen. He proposed an innovative idea to co-host a seminar on industry development, aiming to establish an open platform for exchange, fostering mutual understanding and deep cooperation in various aspects such as industry trends, technological innovations, and market regulations. This proposal was met with enthusiastic responses from the association members, who were moved by Sheen Mohan's forward-thinking approach and proactive attitude. Both parties commenced preparations for the seminar, meticulously organizing every detail, from determining the seminar's theme and inviting renowned international experts to arranging the meeting's agenda, striving to create a high-caliber, in-depth industry event. Concurrently, Lin Yueshi dedicated herself wholeheartedly to establishing a research and development and technology early warning mechanism. She immersed herself in the company's S&D department, a realm that resembled a world brimming with technological marvels, where advanced equipment and industrious technicians intertwined. Seated around the conference table, Lin Yueshi and the technicians engaged in intense and fruitful brainstorming sessions. They delved into discussions on how to integrate the latest cutting-edge technologies into the company's products, particularly focusing on achieving breakthroughs based on current virtual reality interactive experiences and intelligent elements. In their research on the latest artificial intelligence algorithms, countless simulations and data analyses were conducted in an effort to apply these advancements to the enhancement of the product's intelligent features. The technicians diligently adjusted algorithm parameters and optimized code logic, aiming to ensure that the product's intelligent interactions closely align with user needs, thereby facilitating a more humanized operational experience. Each breakthrough felt akin to unlocking a door to a new world, allowing the product to take firm strides down the path of intelligence. At the same time, Lin Yueshi initiated the establishment of a global technology intelligence network. This network resembled a vast and intricate spider web, with its tendrils extending into the industry corners of the world. By collaborating with internationally renowned intelligence agencies and employing advanced data analysis techniques alongside professional intelligence gathering methods, they maintained a vigilant watch on every move of their competitors. Whether it was new developments in competitors' laboratory research or the upcoming characteristics of new products set to launch in the market, none could escape the keen insights of this intelligence network. Should any potential technological breakthroughs that could threaten the company be detected, the network would swiftly issue alerts, akin to alarms in battle, enabling the company to respond in a timely manner. However, the tumultuous international landscape proved to be more rapid and ruthless than anticipated. Certain nations, driven by their own economic and political considerations, abruptly raised import tariffs, delivering a heavy blow to the company's operational chain. The cost of the company's products surged dramatically, and the meticulously planned profit margins were abruptly constricted. Concurrently, competitors in some regions, resembling bloodthirsty sharks, swiftly seized the opportunity presented by policy adjustments to launch aggressive low-price strategies. At the expense of certain product quality and service, they ignited a price war in the market, capturing a portion of the company's market share. In light of this dire predicament, the company's sales figures plummeted alarmingly in the short term. Reports from the sales department weighed heavily on the hearts of every individual, akin to a massive stone. The reduction in order volume and the erosion of market share brought unprecedented pressure upon the company, as if a mountain was pressing down, rendering them breathless. Faced with this sudden crisis, Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi swiftly reacted, convening an emergency global sales meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was thick with tension and gravity, as sales teams from around the globe participated via video link. Standing before the large screen, Jean Mohan's gaze was resolute and steady as he emphasized the need for a comprehensive adjustment of sales strategies to navigate the complex situations arising from policy changes in different markets. He proposed the formulation of differentiated pricing and marketing plans tailored to the characteristics of each market. For those markets highly sensitive to price yet still demanding a certain level of quality, he suggested launching a series of products with better cost-performance ratios, complemented by promotional activities in collaboration with local renowned e-commerce platforms. For high-end markets, he advocated further enhancing the brand's premium image, offering customized services, and highlighting the unique value of the products. Lin Yueshi followed suit, articulating that strengthening customer service was one of the keys to stabilizing the market amidst fierce price competition. She pointed out that in such an environment, exceptional customer service would become the company's core competitive advantage. It was imperative to establish a more comprehensive customer feedback mechanism to ensure that every customer inquiry received timely and professional responses. She proposed increasing training efforts for the after-sales service team to enhance service quality and efficiency, compensating for price disadvantages with superior service, thereby bolstering customer loyalty to the brand. Additionally, they made a significant decision to expedite plans for establishing localized production bases overseas. This initiative aimed to fundamentally reduce tariff costs and enhance product competitiveness in local markets. Jean Mohan personally led the team in investigating multiple potential overseas factory locations, conducting detailed assessments of local labor resources, infrastructure development, and favorable policy conditions. Each candidate's site resembled a seed of hope, from which they sought to select the one most suitable for the company's development. During this tense and busy period, the bond between Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi became a warm refuge in each other's hearts. Despite their demanding work leaving them with increasingly limited time together, they remained steadfast in their commitment to a daily video call. In these conversations, they seemed to forget the fatigue and pressures of work, sharing fragments of their lives and offering each other encouragement. Jean Mohan would excitedly recount fascinating cultural phenomena he encountered abroad, such as the vibrant traditional handicrafts and exotic spices at a market in a Middle Eastern country, or the spirited dances and unique folk rituals he experienced while attending a local festival in South America. His vivid descriptions transported Lin Yueshi, allowing her to feel the diversity and wonder of the world. In turn, Lin Yueshi would provide Jean Mohan with detailed updates on the company's research and development progress, from the application effects of new technologies and products to user testing feedback data, sparing no detail. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm for her work and hope for the future, a positive attitude that also inspired Jean Mohan. They understood that during these challenging times, their mutual support served as a beacon in the darkness, continuously fueling their resolve to navigate the turbulent waters of business without losing their way. Yet, not all was tranquil within the company. As external pressures mounted, some employees began to express concerns regarding the company's prospects. This undercurrent of apprehension spread quietly throughout the organization, impacting morale to a certain degree. Some employees exhibited anxiety and unease in their work, resulting in decreased efficiency. Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi keenly sensed this issue, fully aware that employees were the company's most valuable asset, and stabilizing their morale was of paramount importance. Hence, they organized a series of vibrant employee incentive activities, from hosting exhibitions that recounted the company's journey, allowing employees to reacquaint themselves with the remarkable achievements and challenges overcome, to conducting employee recognition ceremonies to publicly commend and reward those who remained steadfast and performed excellently during difficult times, to organizing team-building activities to enhance cohesion and trust among employees. In these activities, Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi actively participated, engaging in face-to-face conversations with employees. They candidly addressed the challenges the company was currently facing while elaborating on the response plans and future development strategies that had been formulated. They emphasized that the company's core competitiveness remained robust, and the power of the team was boundless. As long as everyone worked together, they could surely weather the storm. Their words acted like a warm spring breeze, dispelling the gloom in employees' hearts and gradually stabilizing morale, revitalizing the company with a renewed sense of unity and upward momentum. In this complex and ever-changing international market environment, Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi navigated like seasoned pilots, steering the company's massive vessel through tumultuous waves. Each decision bore the weight of the company's fate in the hopes of its employees, as they steadfastly pursued the goal of stable development, undeterred by storms, and resolutely forging ahead. Chapter 30. Breaking through and moving forward. Warmth along the journey. Having stabilized the morale of the troops and clarified the direction for development, Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi continued to lead the company through the tumultuous waters of the international business arena. Jean Mohan devoted himself wholeheartedly to the establishment of factories overseas. He and his team conducted thorough investigations into various potential factory locations. In a Southeast Asian nation, while assessing local labor resources, they not only considered the number of workers but also delved into their skill levels and training systems. Jean Mohan personally visited local vocational training schools to discuss potential collaborations, ensuring that future employees would swiftly adapt to the company's production requirements. During the examination of infrastructure, he meticulously studied factors such as the local transportation network and the stability of water and electricity supplies. For the favorable policy conditions, he enlisted the expertise of legal and financial advisors to analyze each clause and calculate long-term benefits. After careful deliberation, they ultimately identified a factory site that met a variety of ideal conditions. Throughout the factory construction process, Jean Mohan encountered numerous challenges. The cultural and customary differences in the region presented issues during the initial phases of construction, such as certain dates being deemed inauspicious according to local traditions. Jean Mohan proactively communicated with the local community, respecting their customs and readjusting the construction schedule accordingly. Simultaneously, he coordinated various resources to ensure a stable supply of building materials and high standards of construction quality. During the procurement and installation of factory equipment, he selected the most advanced and suitable production machinery from around the globe, personally supervising the installation and commissioning to ensure the factory commenced production as planned. Meanwhile, Lin Yueshi's research and development efforts entered a critical phase. The new artificial intelligence algorithms achieved significant breakthroughs in enhancing the product's intelligent features. The R&D team made substantial progress in the product's voice interaction capabilities, achieving precise recognition and natural responses across multiple languages and accents. During an internal test, employees from different countries interacted with the product in their native languages, and it accurately understood and responded appropriately, eliciting rounds of applause. Seizing the momentum, Lin Yueshi urged the team to further optimize the algorithms, reduce energy consumption, and enhance the product's stability during prolonged use. At the same time, the Global Technology Intelligence Network reported that competitors were making strides in a different technological direction. Lin Yueshi promptly organized the team to analyze the situation and discovered that a rival was developing a new type of sensor technology that could potentially alter the market landscape. Lin Yueshi swiftly adjusted the R&D direction, allocating resources for targeted research to ensure they would not lag behind in this crucial technology. In terms of the market, the revised sales strategy began to yield results. In some price-sensitive European markets, the company's cost-effective product series achieved great success through promotional collaborations with well-known local e-commerce platforms. Online advertisements effectively reached target customers, leading to a rapid increase in sales. Offline, physical stores also organized experiential activities, attracting a multitude of consumers. In the high-end market, the customized services offered to clients garnered considerable favor. A member of a Middle Eastern royal family commissioned a product adorned with their family crest and special features, prompting the design and technical teams to collaborate closely to meet all of the client's requirements. This case became the talk of the high-end clientele, further enhancing the brand's luxurious image. The company's customer service improvement plan also progressed steadily. A comprehensive feedback mechanism allowed the company to swiftly gather customer opinions and concerns. The after-sales service team, having undergone professional training, became more efficient in handling customer complaints and product repairs. On one occasion, when a product malfunctioned for an American customer, local after-sales personnel resolved the issue within 24 hours of feedback, resulting in high customer satisfaction. The customer even shared their experience on social media, earning the company commendable praise. Amidst their busy work schedules, the bond between Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi grew increasingly precious. Despite often being separated by distance, their video calls became the most anticipated moments of their day. In one such video, Jean Mohan described the interesting people and events he encountered during the factory establishment process overseas. He recounted a local traditional festival where the entire community donned vibrant traditional attire, singing and dancing, and warmly invited him to join in. Lin Yueshi laughed heartily at his description and shared the exhilarating scenes of the R&D team celebrating their breakthroughs. They encouraged and comforted each other, this emotional connection becoming their strongest pillar of support during challenging times. Within the company, following a series of employee incentive activities, morale soared, employees actively engaged in their work, and collaboration between departments became increasingly smooth. The R&D department took the initiative to communicate product design details with the production department, ensuring feasibility in production. The sales department promptly relayed market demands to R&D in production, facilitating product optimization. The entire company united in pursuit of a stable development goal. However, the fluctuations in the international market continued. Emerging domestic enterprises in several countries, bolstered by government support, began to rise, posing new threats to the company's market share. Simultaneously, the volatility of the global economic situation led to instability in raw material prices. Yet, Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi remained undaunted. They reiterated the company's core values and strategic direction in a high-level meeting, encouraging everyone to remain vigilant, adapt flexibly, and continue to write the glorious chapters of the company's development. Chapter 31: Changing winds and relentless progress. The tumultuous tides of the international market relentlessly batter the vessel of the company's development. Local enterprises in emerging nations, bolstered by government support, have surged forth like fierce cheetahs, eyeing the company's market share with predatory intent. These domestic firms, leveraging their familiarity with the local market and advantageous policies, have launched highly competitive products that are not only affordably priced but also tailored to the needs of local consumers, beginning to encroach upon the company's existing market territory in certain regions. The fluctuations of the global economic landscape resemble an unpredictable tempest, with the instability of raw material prices imposing immense pressure on the company's cost structure. The procurement department diligently monitors price trends on a daily basis, engaging in arduous negotiations with suppliers in an effort to strike a balance between cost and quality. Concurrently, the production department is proactively refining production processes to minimize raw material waste and enhance efficiency, preparing for potential shortages of essential materials. In the face of these challenges, Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi exhibit remarkable leadership capabilities. Jean Mohan actively seeks to expand new supplier channels, personally traveling to resource-rich nations to forge connections with local raw material suppliers. In an African mining country, he ventured deep into the mines to assess the quality and extraction capabilities of the materials, engaging in discussions with mine owners about the prospects of long-term collaboration to secure a stable and high-quality supply of raw materials. Lin Yueshi, on the other hand, has directed her focus towards technological innovation as a means of cost reduction. She leads her research and development team tirelessly, striving to identify breakthroughs at the very inception of product design. After countless experiments and refinements, they successfully developed a novel production technique that reduces the quantity of certain critical raw materials while ensuring product quality, significantly alleviating cost pressures. In terms of market competition, the company has formulated more agile response strategies. In light of the competition posed by local enterprises in emerging nations, the company has resolved to adopt localization strategies in select markets. In India, for instance, the company has established strategic partnerships with influential local firms to co-develop products that cater to the preferences of Indian consumers. Simultaneously, by leveraging the channels and resource advantages of local enterprises, the company swiftly enhances its market share. In the Southeast Asian market, the company has intensified its investment in the development of locally inspired functionalities, merging products with regional culture and lifestyle habits, resulting in a series of offerings that boast differentiated competitive advantages. In the high-end market, the company continues to deepen its customized service offerings. A prominent European business magnate presented specific requests regarding the appearance and functionality of a product, prompting the company to assemble a dedicated project team that meticulously designers crafted an exterior that harmoniously blends European luxury aesthetics with modern technological sensibilities, while technicians tailored unique functional modules to meet the product's specifications. This bespoke service not only fulfilled the client's demands but also generated a sensation within European high-end business circles, further solidifying the company's position in the premium market. Internally, the company has enhanced its employee incentive measures. Beyond material rewards, it has also provided ample opportunities for professional development and training. An internal innovation award has been established to encourage employees to propose inventive ideas and suggestions. A production line employee introduced a method to optimize the production process, which, after practical validation, significantly boosted production efficiency. The company rewarded him generously and publicly acknowledged his contributions, further igniting the enthusiasm and creativity of the workforce. Amidst these trying times, the bond between Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi has emerged as a source of warmth for the company. During a brief reunion, they strolled along the seashore, sharing their work-related pressures and concerns. Jean Mohan gently grasped Lin Yueshi's hand, asserting, "No matter the magnitude of the challenges we face, as long as we are together, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome." Lin Yueshi smiled and nodded, her eyes brimming with determination. The strength of this emotional connection reverberated throughout the company, instilling a sense of belonging among the employees, who felt that the organization was more than just a workplace, it was a nurturing and cohesive family. The company continues to navigate the tumultuous waters of the international business arena, akin to a robust vessel bravely sailing through stormy seas, steadfastly advancing toward a broader future and inscribing its own illustrious narrative. Chapter 32: Weathering the Storm Together, Scaling New Heights. As competition in the international market intensifies, the company, under the astute leadership of Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi, navigates through tumultuous waters like a steadfast vessel, relentlessly seeking new opportunities and breakthroughs. In light of the challenges posed by local enterprises in emerging nations, the company's market research team undertook several months of field investigations and analyses in these regions. They discerned that while these domestic firms held advantages in pricing and local adaptability, there remained significant room for improvement in product quality and technological innovation. In response, Sheen Mohan promptly convened a strategic seminar with the company's senior management, where a unanimous consensus emerged: the company should maintain its superiority in high-end products while simultaneously introducing a more cost-effective product line to confront the challenges of emerging markets. Under Lin Yueshi's guidance, the Research and Development Department augmented its investment in foundational technology R&D. They forged collaborative partnerships with several renowned domestic and international universities and research institutions to jointly pursue technological development projects. Through relentless efforts, the R&D team successfully developed a series of core technologies with independent intellectual property rights, which not only enhanced product performance and quality but also reduced production costs. For instance, in the realm of battery endurance technology for smart products, the team significantly improved battery life by optimizing management systems and employing novel materials, far exceeding the capabilities of competitors' offerings. On the marketing front, the company's marketing team devised an innovative promotional strategy. They amplified advertising efforts in emerging markets, utilizing a blend of online and offline approaches to extensively promote the company's products and brand. Concurrently, the company actively participated in various international exhibitions and industry conferences, showcasing its latest products and technologies, thereby elevating its visibility and influence. At T1 International Electronics Exhibition, the company's booth garnered considerable attention from numerous clients, who expressed a keen interest in its offerings and engaged in discussions with the sales personnel. To further expand into international markets, Sheen Mohan personally led a delegation to negotiate business deals in several potential markets. During negotiations with a major European supermarket chain, he adeptly showcased the company's strengths and advantages, and after several rounds of rigorous discussions, they ultimately reached a long-term cooperation agreement. According to this agreement, the company's products would be introduced into multiple stores of the supermarket chain across Europe, promising substantial market share and economic benefits. Internally, the company's management is continuously optimized and enhanced. Aware that talent is pivotal to the company's growth, Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi intensified efforts to attract and cultivate talent. They implemented a series of preferential policies that drew an influx of outstanding individuals. Furthermore, the company provided ample training and advancement opportunities for employees, igniting their enthusiasm and creativity. During an internal training session, a newly hired employee proposed an innovative idea regarding product design, which received high praise from both Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi. The company promptly established a specialized team to conduct in-depth research and development on this idea, ultimately transforming it into a tangible product that generated a new profit growth point. However, the company's journey was not without obstacles. In the process of expanding into international markets, it encountered trade barriers and regulatory restrictions. For instance, in one country, the local government imposed hefty tariffs and stringent certification requirements on imported products to protect domestic enterprises, creating substantial challenges for the company's market entry. Undeterred by these adversities, Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi proactively engaged in dialogue and negotiation with local governments and relevant agencies to advocate for a favorable policy environment. Simultaneously, the company reinforced its product certification and testing processes to ensure compliance with local standards and requirements. In terms of their personal relationship, Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi grew even closer. Despite their demanding schedules, they always made time for one another. One weekend, they ascended the highest peak in their city, taking in the breathtaking panorama. Sheen Mohan held Lin Yueshi's hand tightly and remarked, "We have weathered so many storms together, and our company is like this mountain, continually climbing higher. I believe that as long as we join forces, the future will undoubtedly be brighter." Lin Yueshi smiled in agreement, her eyes shimmering with anticipation for what lay ahead. As the company continues to flourish, Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi set their sights on broader international markets. They believe that as long as the company remains steadfast in its commitment to innovation and quality, continually enhancing its core competitiveness, it will achieve even greater success on the global stage. In the days to come, they will lead the company forward, penning a more illustrious chapter. Chapter 33, Courageously Overcoming Challenges, Wisely Opening New Chapters. Amidst the tumultuous waves of the international market, the company led by Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi stands resolutely like a steadfast battleship, relentlessly cutting through the waves and advancing courageously. However, formidable challenges loom ahead, necessitating their constant vigilance and the application of wisdom and courage to confront every obstacle. With the rise of domestic enterprises in emerging nations and the persistent fluctuations of the global economy, the company's development faces unprecedented pressures. Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi are acutely aware that in order to maintain an unassailable position amidst fierce competition, continuous innovation and the pursuit of new breakthroughs are imperative. In terms of research and development, Lin Yueshi's team has tirelessly labored day and night to successfully create a groundbreaking intelligent product. This product not only surpasses competitors in performance but also achieves new heights in user experience. It can automatically adjust its functions and settings based on the user's habits and needs, embodying true intelligence. To ensure the product's quality and stability, Lin Yueshi personally led the team in rigorous testing and optimization, leaving no detail overlooked. Regarding market promotion, Sheen Mohan devised a series of innovative marketing strategies. He recognized that traditional marketing methods have become inadequate in capturing consumer attention in today's market environment. Consequently, he opted for a hybrid approach that combines online and offline strategies to establish a comprehensive marketing system. Online, the company collaborated with major social media platforms to launch a series of promotional activities, attracting a substantial number of potential customers. Simultaneously, the company established its own e-commerce platform, providing consumers with a more convenient shopping experience. Offline, Jean Mohan personally led the team in communicating and collaborating with major distributors and retailers, thereby expanding the product's sales channels. He also actively participated in various industry exhibitions and events, showcasing the company's latest products and technologies, which enhanced the company's visibility and influence. Yet, the company's journey was not without its hurdles. During the product's market launch, the company encountered malicious attacks and slander from competitors. Some rivals deliberately disseminated false information, alleging quality issues with the company's product in an attempt to sway consumer purchasing decisions. In the face of such adversity, Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi remained composed, swiftly implementing countermeasures. On one hand, the company issued an official statement clarifying the facts and presented consumers with quality inspection reports and certification documents. On the other hand, it strengthened communication and collaboration with the media, leveraging their influence to convey accurate information to the public. Concurrently, the company actively gathered evidence in preparation for legal action against the competitors' malicious conduct. Internally, Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi consistently enhanced management and team building. They understood that an exceptional team is the core driving force behind the company's development. Thus, they intensified employee training and incentives, elevating staff professionalism and work motivation. The company also established a comprehensive performance assessment system, conducting regular evaluations and rewards for employees' work performance, thus invigorating their spirit of innovation and teamwork. In terms of their personal relationship, Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi's bond grew ever stronger. During their leisure time, they shared countless wonderful moments together, strolling along the beach, watching movies, and savoring exquisite cuisine. These cherished moments not only deepened their affection but also provided them with brief respites of tranquility and relaxation amidst their bustling work life. After a period of diligent effort, the company ultimately overcame numerous obstacles and welcomed new opportunities for growth. The products garnered widespread recognition and praise from consumers in the market, with sales steadily rising. The company's performance also achieved remarkable growth, establishing it as a leader within the industry. Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi are keenly aware that this marks merely a new starting point. They will continue to lead the company onward, striving to create even more illustrious achievements. Chapter 34. After the storm, the rainbow appears. After enduring countless challenges and adversities, the company led by Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi finally encountered a glimmer of hope. However, they were acutely aware that this was merely a new beginning, and the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainties and challenges. Within the company, the research and development department, after prolonged efforts, successfully upgraded and optimized their previous intelligent products. The new offerings not only exhibited a remarkable enhancement in performance but also aligned more closely with users' needs. Lin Yueshi personally organized a grand product launch event, inviting numerous media representatives and industry experts from both domestic and international spheres. At the launch, she stood confidently at the center of the stage, articulating in detail the features and advantages of the new products. Her presentation was both vivid and professional, instilling a palpable sense of anticipation among all attendees regarding the company's innovations. With the official release of the new products, the market response was fervent, and orders cascaded in like snowflakes. The sales department was equally proactive, vigorously expanding sales channels and engaging in in-depth collaborations with major e-commerce platforms and brick-and-mortar retailers. In the domestic market, the sales team penetrated various urban business districts, orchestrating a series of promotional and product experience events that attracted a multitude of consumers. On the international front, they actively participated in various global exhibitions and trade negotiations, establishing robust partnerships with overseas clients. After a period of relentless effort, the company's market share on the international stage gradually increased, and its brand influence continued to expand. However, the company's development was not without its hurdles. During the production of the new products, they faced a shortage of raw materials. Due to the instability of the global economic landscape, fluctuations in raw material prices were significant, and the production capabilities of some suppliers were adversely affected. Jean Mohan swiftly organized a procurement team to engage in urgent communications and negotiations with suppliers. They simultaneously sought new vendors to diversify their procurement channels and established long-term cooperation agreements with existing suppliers to ensure a steady supply of raw materials. Through tireless efforts, the issue of raw material shortages was ultimately resolved, allowing production to proceed smoothly. In terms of management, Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi implemented a series of reforms and innovations. They introduced advanced management philosophies and methodologies, establishing a comprehensive performance evaluation system and incentive mechanisms that invigorated employee enthusiasm and creativity. Concurrently, they enhanced coordination and management across various departments, thereby improving operational efficiency and managerial standards. An uplifting and collaborative work atmosphere emerged within the company, with employees contributing their efforts toward the organization's growth. In their personal lives, the relationship between Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi grew increasingly stable. Outside of work, they shared many delightful moments together, enjoying films, traveling, and savoring culinary delights. These cherished times deepened their bond and provided them with a sense of tranquility and warmth amidst their hectic schedules. They understood that their mutual support and companionship were the driving forces propelling them forward, and regardless of the challenges they faced, they would face them hand in hand. As the company continued to flourish, Jean Mohan and Lin Yueshi began to cast their gaze toward broader markets. They recognized that to achieve greater success on the international stage, it was imperative to continuously expand their business domains and enhance the company's overall strength. Thus, they resolved to venture into the smart home sector, developing a series of intelligent home products. This decision garnered the support and recognition of all employees, who were filled with anticipation for this new business frontier. The research and development team swiftly immersed themselves in the creation of smart home products. They drew upon advanced technologies and experiences both domestically and internationally, integrating the company's inherent advantages. After numerous experiments and refinements, they successfully developed a series of smart home products endowed with independent intellectual property rights. These offerings not only embodied intelligence and convenience but also achieved high standards in safety and reliability. To promote the smart home products, the company hosted an experiential event, inviting numerous consumers and industry experts to engage with the innovations. At the event, attendees expressed profound interest in the smart home products, offering high praise for the company's endeavors. Under the leadership of Chin Mohan and Lin Yueshi, the smart home business flourished rapidly. Their products gained popularity in the domestic market and also achieved notable success internationally. The company's performance soared, establishing it as a leader within the industry. Yet, they remained unsatisfied with the status quo, continuing to explore and innovate, laying a solid foundation for the company's future development. After a period of diligent effort, the company finally secured a foothold in the international market, earning the trust and recognition of clients. As Chin Mohan and Lin Yueshi observed the company's burgeoning growth, their hearts swelled with pride and contentment. They understood that these accomplishments were the result of the collective hard work and dedication of all employees, stemming from their perseverance and struggle. In the days to come, they would continue to lead the company onward, striving to achieve even more illustrious accomplishments. Chapter 35: New challenges and opportunities. As the company's operations gradually returned to a steady course and performance saw consistent improvement, Chin Mohan and Lin Yueshi found themselves confronted with new challenges and opportunities. Market transformations in the international arena. Competitors, having observed the company's triumph in the smart home sector, intensified their research and development investments and marketing efforts in a bid to capture market share. Several major technology firms launched analogous smart products, creating competition in both functionality and design. Concurrently, the demands of consumers in emerging markets exhibited a continuous evolution, with an increasing desire for personalization and customization of smart products. Chin Mohan and Lin Yueshi recognized that the company must perpetually innovate in order to maintain an invincible position amidst fierce market competition. Chin Mohan spearheaded the market research team, delving into various markets to engage in dialogue with local distributors, retailers, and consumers, seeking to comprehend their needs and feedback. During a research expedition in the burgeoning markets of Asia, they discovered that local consumers placed significant importance on the energy-saving capabilities and eco-friendly materials of smart appliances. Chin Mohan promptly relayed this intelligence to the company's R&D department, urging them to prioritize improvements in these areas during product design and production. Technological breakthroughs and challenges. Under Lin Yueshi's leadership, the R&D team achieved notable breakthroughs in technological innovation. They successfully developed a novel smart chip, distinguished by its superior computational speed and reduced energy consumption, which could significantly enhance the performance and competitiveness of the company's products. However, during the process of integrating this chip into their products, they encountered several technical challenges. Issues with the chip's packaging process and heat dissipation design resulted in overheating during prolonged operation, compromising the stability and reliability of the products. Lin Yueshi organized multiple technical discussions and experiments with the R&D team, striving to resolve these issues. They collaborated with various research institutions and universities, both domestically and internationally, to jointly pursue technical research and development. Through relentless efforts, they ultimately discovered a new packaging process and heat dissipation design, successfully addressing the overheating concerns. Additionally, they optimized and upgraded the product's software system, enhancing the level of intelligence and user experience. Team growth and management challenges. As the company continued to flourish, the team size expanded correspondingly. The influx of new employees injected fresh vitality and creativity into the company, yet also posed certain challenges to team management. Some newcomers struggled to grasp the company's corporate culture and values, leading to communication and collaboration issues in their work. Chin Mohan and Lin Yueshi recognized that reinforcing team building and employee training was of paramount importance. They orchestrated a series of team-building activities, such as outdoor training exercises, internal training courses, and cultural exchange programs, to assist new employees in better integrating into the company's team culture. Simultaneously, they established a comprehensive employee training system, providing regular professional skills training and career development guidance. Through these initiatives, the cohesiveness of the team and the enthusiasm of the employees significantly improved. Collaboration and strategic planning. In pursuit of further expanding the company's business domain and market share, Chin Mohan and Lin Yueshi actively sought partnerships with other enterprises. They forged a strategic cooperation agreement with a renowned international logistics company to jointly develop and promote smart logistics solutions. Through this collaboration, the company could apply its smart technology to the logistics sector, enhancing logistical efficiency and service quality while simultaneously opening new avenues for business growth. In terms of strategic planning, they resolved to intensify efforts to penetrate overseas markets. The company had already secured a reasonable market share in Europe and North America, yet its market penetration in other regions remained relatively low. Chin Mohan and Lin Yueshi devised a detailed overseas market expansion plan, intending to gradually enter emerging markets in Asia, Africa, and Latin America over the coming years. They established branches and after-sales service centers locally, strengthening collaborations with regional distributors and partners, thereby laying a solid foundation for the company's overseas business development. Emotional trials and elevation. Amidst their bustling work schedules, the relationship between Chin Mohan and Lin Yueshi faced its own trials. Due to work commitments, they frequently found themselves on business trips and working overtime, resulting in diminishing time spent together. At times, disagreements over work-related matters even led to heated arguments. Nevertheless, they were acutely aware that their bond was profound, and these difficulties and challenges were merely transient. Following one such disagreement, Chin Mohan took the initiative to apologize to Lin Yueshi, expressing his willingness to listen to her thoughts and opinions. Lin Yueshi also recognized her own impatience at work, failing to fully consider Qin Mohan's feelings. They sat down to engage in a sincere and earnest dialogue, fostering mutual understanding and support. Through this experience, their relationship transcended to a higher level, solidifying their commitment and determination to one another. Under the guidance of Qin Mohan and Lin Yueshi, the company continually advanced amidst new challenges and opportunities, striving towards loftier objectives. They firmly believed that as long as the team remained united and committed to relentless innovation and progress, the company would undoubtedly achieve even more resplendent accomplishments in the international market. Chapter 36. Diversified development. Unyielding as gold in the face of market competition and technological challenges, the company continually adjusts its strategy, venturing into broader horizons. As the competition in the smart home market intensifies, Qin Mohan resolves to lead the team in diversifying their product offerings. They embark on a new project that integrates smart home technology with the healthcare sector. The research and development team initiates the creation of intelligent health monitoring devices capable of real-time tracking of vital signs such as heart rate, blood pressure, and blood glucose, with data synchronized to users' mobile devices or healthcare platforms. To ensure the accuracy of the data and the safety of the devices, the researchers collaborate closely with medical experts, conducting extensive clinical trials. During a test aimed at the elderly population, the smart health monitoring device successfully detected a potential arrhythmia issue in an elderly individual, thereby saving their life. This case garnered significant attention for the product. Lin Yueshi, on the other hand, recognizes the emerging demands for eco-friendliness and energy efficiency in product development. She advocates for the adoption of more environmentally sustainable materials and processes in manufacturing. On the production line, traditional plastic casings are replaced with biodegradable composite materials, while the manufacturing process is optimized to reduce energy consumption and waste emissions. This initiative not only enhances the company's image in terms of environmental responsibility but also attracts a growing number of environmentally conscious consumers to its products. In terms of market promotion, the company establishes partnerships with major healthcare institutions and health management centers to promote the intelligent health monitoring devices. Simultaneously, they leverage social media platforms and health-related online and offline events to conduct targeted marketing campaigns. The company also collaborates with environmental organizations to host public welfare activities, showcasing its commitment to sustainability and further amplifying its brand influence. However, as the company's diversification progresses, the internal allocation and coordination of resources emerge as new challenges. Conflicts arise regarding the demands for research funding, production equipment, and human resources among different project teams. Qin Mohan and Lin Yueshi convene a resource coordination meeting with senior management to devise a comprehensive resource allocation plan. Resources are judiciously distributed based on project priority, market potential, and developmental stage, ensuring that each project advances in an orderly manner. In team building, the company intensifies its recruitment of interdisciplinary talents. Medical professionals and environmental engineers are brought on board, merging with the existing technical and marketing teams. A series of knowledge sharing and exchange activities are conducted between new and veteran employees, fostering a deeper understanding and application of diverse field knowledge, thereby enhancing the overall combat effectiveness of the team. Regarding the relationship between Qin Mohan and Lin Yueshi, despite the immense pressure of their work, they cherish the moments spent together even more. On a serendipitous occasion, they carve out a weekend from their busy schedules to return to the university campus where they first met. Strolling along the familiar tree-lined paths, they reminisce about the tender moments of their youthful romance, temporarily alleviating the weariness of their professional lives. They come to realize that, regardless of how their careers evolve, their bond remains their most steadfast support. In the international market, the company's diversified development strategy gradually reveals formidable competitiveness. The new products and eco-friendly principles receive high recognition in the markets of developed countries such as Europe and America, further expanding their market share. In emerging markets, the intelligent health monitoring devices and eco-friendly smart home products, with their unique functionalities and values, have also won the affection of consumers, injecting new momentum into the company's global expansion. Chapter 37. Breaking through the clouds. After a period of diligent effort, the company achieved remarkable success in its diversification endeavors. However, new challenges soon followed. Qin Mohan and Lin Yueshi gazed at the mountain of documents piled on their desks, their hearts filled with both a sense of accomplishment and a heavy burden of pressure. Orders for intelligent health monitoring devices and environmentally friendly smart home products poured in like snowflakes, compelling the production department to operate almost incessantly to meet market demands. Yet, with the increase in output, product quality issues began to surface gradually. Some clients reported occasional inaccuracies in the data provided by the intelligent health monitoring devices, which posed a serious concern for a product marketed on the premise of precise monitoring. Without delay, Qin Mohan convened an urgent meeting with the heads of the research and development team and the production department to discuss potential solutions. Through thorough analysis and investigation, they discovered that certain component suppliers on the production line had clandestinely substituted materials to cut costs, resulting in a decline in product quality. Qin Mohan decisively chose to suspend collaboration with these substandard suppliers and sought to reselect trustworthy ones. Simultaneously, he mandated the R&D team to further optimize and enhance the products to improve their stability and reliability. Lin Yueshi, on the other hand, led the marketing team to actively communicate with clients, assuring them that the issues would be resolved promptly and offering compensation to uphold the company's esteemed reputation and maintain client trust. While addressing the product quality concerns, the company also encountered obstacles in its efforts to expand into overseas markets. In several emerging nations, significant discrepancies in local laws, regulations, and market conditions compared to domestic standards led to approval and certification challenges for the company's products. Sheen Mohan personally guided the team in engaging with local government entities and relevant organizations to comprehend regional policies and regulations, actively facilitating product certification and approval. After relentless efforts, the company's products finally gained entry into the local market. In terms of team building, as the company continued to grow, communication and collaboration among employees began to face hurdles. Instances of information bottlenecks and shifting of responsibilities between departments severely hampered work efficiency. Recognizing the necessity to strengthen internal management, Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi established effective communication mechanisms and collaborative platforms. They organized a series of internal training sessions and team-building activities to enhance employees' communication skills and teamwork awareness. Additionally, they implemented an advanced enterprise management software to enable real-time information sharing and collaborative progress in work. On a personal level, the bond between Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi deepened considerably. After enduring a series of trials and challenges, they cherished each other's companionship and support even more. One weekend evening, Sheen Mohan took Lin Yueshi to the mountain top overlooking the brilliantly lit cityscape. Gently clasping her hand, he expressed affectionately, "Yueshi, we've weathered so many storms together over the years, and I believe our future will undoubtedly be even more splendid." Lin Yueshi gazed at Sheen Mohan, her eyes shimmering with happiness as she resolutely replied, "Mohan, I am willing to stand by your side always, to create a future that belongs to us." As the company continued to flourish and expand, Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi began to contemplate long-term development strategies. They recognized that relying solely on existing products and markets was insufficient. Continuous innovation and expansion were essential to maintain the company's competitiveness. Consequently, they resolved to increase investment in research and development, assembling a more robust R&D team to explore new technologies and application fields. Simultaneously, they planned to further broaden the company's business scope, venturing into intelligent transportation and smart healthcare sectors to achieve diversified growth. In this era brimming with challenges and opportunities, Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi led their team forward with unwavering determination, relentlessly exploring and innovating. They firmly believed that as long as they persisted in their efforts, they would undoubtedly realize the company's ambitious goals and create even more remarkable achievements. Chapter 38 The Serenity. After the storm and new challenges. Having endured a series of trials and tribulations, the protagonists finally welcomed a period of relative tranquility. However, beneath this calm facade, new challenges were quietly brewing. In the company, after Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi's team successfully resolved issues related to product quality and the expansion into overseas markets, the business began to flourish, with a continuous increase in order volume and an ever-enhancing reputation. Yet, as market competition intensified, certain rivals began to mimic their products and marketing strategies, attempting to carve out their share of the pie. Sheen Mohan realized that merely relying on existing product and technological advantages was insufficient. Continuous innovation was imperative to maintain a leading position. Thus, Sheen Mohan led the research and development team into the creation of a new generation of smart home products. They toiled day and night, persistently experimenting with novel technologies and design concepts, striving to develop products that were smarter, more convenient, and more competitive. Lin Yueshi was tasked with market research and analysis, gaining insights into consumer demands and market trends to provide direction and recommendations for the new product development. Throughout the R&D process, the team encountered numerous technical challenges. For instance, how to enhance the intelligence of the products, how to achieve seamless connectivity with other smart devices, and how to ensure user privacy and data security. Nevertheless, Sheen Mohan and his team were undeterred by these difficulties. They actively sought solutions and collaborated with domestic and international research institutions and universities to overcome technological hurdles. After several months of relentless effort, the development of the new generation of smart home products finally achieved groundbreaking progress. The new products not only boasted more powerful features such as smart voice control, remote monitoring, and automated scene settings but also employed advanced security technologies to safeguard user privacy and data. Sheen Mohan was filled with confidence regarding the new product, believing it would undoubtedly succeed in the market. Simultaneously, in terms of their relationship, Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi found their bond growing increasingly stable. Having weathered the ups and downs of the company together, their affection deepened. One weekend evening, Sheen Mohan took Lin Yueshi to the seaside, where they strolled hand in hand along the beach, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. As Sheen Mohan gazed at Lin Yueshi's beautiful visage, his heart swelled with happiness and emotion. He gently embraced her and whispered in her ear, "Yueshi, thank you for always being by my side. I will love you forever." Lin Yueshi, her heart brimming with sweetness upon hearing his words, replied, "Mohan, I love you too. I am willing to walk through every day of the future with you." However, just as they basked in their happiness, the company unexpectedly received an anonymous whistleblower letter. The letter accused the company of engaging in violations during the product development process, alleging infringement of other companies' intellectual property rights. This letter garnered significant attention from the company's upper management, who promptly established an investigative team to probe the claims contained within the correspondence. Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi were both astonished and perplexed. They firmly believed that the company's R&D processes were lawful and compliant, yet they had to take the anonymous whistleblower letter seriously. Following a thorough investigation, the team discovered that the claims in the letter were baseless, fabricated maliciously by competitors. Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi breathed a sigh of relief and resolved to retaliate against such nefarious actions from their rivals. They gathered relevant evidence and filed a lawsuit against the competitor, demanding a public apology and compensation for the company's losses. This legal battle attracted widespread attention within the industry, impacting the company's reputation to some extent. Nevertheless, Sheen Mohan and Lin Yueshi were not defeated by these adversities. They believed that justice would ultimately prevail over evil. Through their unwavering efforts, the lawsuit concluded triumphantly, with the competitor compelled to issue a public apology and compensate the company for its losses. This victory not only restored the company's reputation but also solidified Qin Mohan and Lin Yuexi's convictions. Following this upheaval, the company's development became more robust. Qin Mohan and Lin Yuexi cherished their relationship even more, working together to forge a brighter future for the company. Chapter 39, The Turning Point of Destiny. After enduring numerous hardships and tribulations, the protagonists finally entered a seemingly tranquil period, yet each one was acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. On the streets of the city, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. Lin Yu, the central character, strolled alone down the avenue, his eyes betraying a hint of fatigue and bewilderment. Since the last fierce confrontation with the malevolent forces, both his body and spirit had sustained significant blows. Although that battle had culminated in victory, it exacted a heavy toll on him. He bore grievous wounds and found his vision of the future shaken. Lin Yu entered a CAF and settled into a quiet corner. As he gently stirred his coffee, his thoughts drifted far away. He reflected upon the arduous journey he had traversed, transforming from an inconspicuous ordinary individual into a formidable warrior, a metamorphosis whose sacrifices he alone truly comprehended. However, with the relentless strengthening of adversaries, he began to doubt whether he possessed the capability to safeguard those he cherished and protect the city he loved. As Lin Yu sank deeper into contemplation, a mysterious figure appeared at the entrance of the CAF, cloaked entirely in a black mantle. The individual's features remained obscured, revealing only a pair of eyes that glimmered with an eerie light. The figure entered the CAF and approached Lin Yu directly. Sensing an unusual presence, Lin Yu raised his head, regarding the enigmatic person with caution. The mysterious stranger seated himself across from Lin Yu and slowly removed the hood of his cloak, revealing a visage marked by age. His face was etched with wrinkles, yet his eyes radiated a profound wisdom. "Young man, I am aware of the confusion and uncertainty that resides within you," the stranger began, his voice deep and gravelly. Lin Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you? How do you know about me?" The stranger offered a faint smile and replied, "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I can assist you in discovering the answers you seek." Though filled with skepticism, Lin Yu recognized that this mysterious individual must possess a unique ability to have located him. Thus, he resolved to listen to what the stranger had to impart. The stranger began to recount an ancient legend, one that spoke of a mysterious power capable of bestowing immense abilities upon individuals, yet accompanied by tremendous peril. This power had once graced the world but had since vanished, leaving behind only vague tales and records. The stranger informed Lin Yu that the power he possessed was a fragment of this enigmatic force, and his mission was to seek out and master its entirety to genuinely safeguard the world. As Lin Yu absorbed the stranger's narrative, he felt a profound sense of awe. He had never contemplated that his abilities were intertwined with such an arcane legacy, nor had he considered the gravity of his mission. Observing Lin Yu's inner turmoil, the stranger reassured him, "Young man, there is no need for fear. This is your destiny, an obligation from which you cannot escape. Only you can wield this power to save the world." Lin Yu remained silent for an extended period, his heart a battleground of conflicting emotions. On one hand, he yearned for greater strength to protect those he loved. On the other, he feared that such power could lead to even greater calamities. Ultimately, spurred by the stranger's encouragement, Lin Yu resolved to embark on a quest to uncover the mysterious force. Guided by the enigmatic figure, Lin Yu arrived at an ancient mountain range towering into the clouds and enveloped in mist. The mountains exuded an aura of mystery. He trudged along the rugged paths, his heart brimming with anxiety and anticipation. After several days and nights of arduous travel, Lin Yu finally reached the depths of the mountain range, where he stumbled upon an ancient relic concealed within a valley. The entrance to the relic stood firmly shut, adorned with peculiar symbols and designs. Lin Yu scrutinized these markings, endeavoring to decipher the means to unlock the door. After considerable effort, he uncovered the hidden secret within the symbols and designs. Following a precise sequence, he touched the engravings, and the door creaked open. Upon entering the relic, Lin Yu was awestruck by the scene before him. The interior was filled with various ancient instruments and apparatus, while the walls bore inscriptions and illustrations pertaining to the mysterious power. Lin Yu meticulously examined these records and designs, gradually uncovering the origins and applications of the arcane force. However, just as he prepared to delve deeper, a sudden surge of potent energy erupted within the relic. This formidable wave of power engulfed Lin Yu in an instant, and he felt as though his very being were being torn asunder, engulfed in agony. Yet, he did not yield. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely resisted the onslaught. Through his perseverance, the force gradually subsided, and he successfully grasped a portion of the enigmatic power. With a blend of elation and exhaustion, Lin Yu emerged from the relic. He understood that his journey was merely at its inception, with countless challenges awaiting him, yet, he no longer felt lost or afraid, for he had discovered his path and his purpose. He believed that with unwavering determination and effort, he could master the entirety of the mysterious power and ultimately save the world. Chapter 40 The truth emerges following the tumultuous events of the previous chapter. The destinies of the protagonists appear to be on the cusp of a new turning point. The morning sun filters through the window, casting gentle rays upon the room as Lin Yu slowly opens his eyes, the echoes of last night's dream still reverberating in his mind. The dream felt strikingly vivid, as though it were foretelling something significant. Rising from his slumber, he approaches the window and gazes out at the city beyond, his heart brimming with uncertainty and trepidation. Meanwhile, Su Yao is engrossed in an ancient tome at the library. This book, discovered by mere chance, chronicles legends surrounding mysterious powers. The more she reads, the stronger the conviction grows within her that these legends are intricately intertwined with their current experiences. She resolves to share the contents of this book with Lin Yu, believing it may provide them with vital clues to unravel the enigma that plagues their minds. When Su Yao locates Lin Yu, he is lost in contemplation at the park. She hands him the book, saying, "Lin Yu, take a look at this volume. I believe the insights within may be of assistance to us." Lin Yu accepts the book and begins to peruse its pages with great care. The mysterious powers documented within bear an uncanny resemblance to those they have previously encountered, and the text also alludes to a hidden locale deep within the city, rumored to hold the key to unlocking the secrets of these enigmatic forces. Determined to explore this concealed place, Lin Yu and Su Yao set forth along the route described in the book, traversing a narrow alleyway until they arrive at a time-worn edifice. The structure appears to have languished in neglect for many years, yet it emanates an aura of mystery. With caution, Lin Yu pushes open the grand door, which creaks ominously, releasing a musty air. As they step inside, they are met with a scene shrouded in dust and cobwebs, the walls adorned with strange symbols and intricate patterns. Lin Yu and Su Yao scrutinize these markings, striving to glean some clues from their designs. Suddenly, they uncover a concealed door hidden behind the wall. The door is tightly shut, intricately engraved with elaborate motifs. Lin Yu exerts himself in an attempt to force it open, but it remains steadfastly immovable. Observing intently, Su Yao notices a hidden mechanism on the door. With a deft press, the door begins to part slowly. Behind the concealed door lies a narrow passage that leads to an expansive chamber. Within this room are ancient instruments and devices, while the walls boast an array of enigmatic scrolls. Lin Yu and Su Yao step into the room, awestruck by the sights before them. They meticulously search the space and ultimately uncover an ancient diary. The cover is inscribed with peculiar symbols, which Lin Yu and Su Yao laboriously decipher. The diary recounts the origins and evolution of the mysterious powers, along with methods for harnessing them. As they delve deeper into its pages, the mysteries that haunted their minds gradually unravel. They learn that these mysterious powers are an ancient energy, once wielded by a formidable sorcerer. However, the sorcerer's avarice and ambition led to the tragic abuse of this power, resulting in a catastrophic disaster. To prevent such misuse from recurring, the sorcerer sealed the powers within a hidden realm and left behind this diary, hoping future generations would discover and wield the power responsibly. At long last, Lin Yu and Su Yao grasp the mission that lies before them. They resolve to transport the knowledge of these mysterious powers back to their research institute for further study and analysis. They believe that only by mastering these powers correctly can they safeguard the world more effectively. Before departing, they meticulously document the instruments and devices within the room for future research endeavors. As Lin Yu and Su Yao exit the building, twilight has descended. The golden hues of the setting sun envelop them, as if bestowing commendation upon their courage and intellect. With their hearts full of newfound knowledge, they embark on their journey home. They are acutely aware that more challenges await them on the horizon, yet fear no longer grips them, for they have discovered the path forward. Chapter 41 Peril lurks after the myriad revelations of the previous chapter. Lin Yu and Su Yao believed they were gradually approaching the truth of the matter. Little did they know, however, that an even greater challenge and threat were silently encroaching upon them. Upon returning to the research institute, Lin Yu and Su Yao promptly commenced an in-depth investigation of the ancient diary and the information regarding the instruments they had retrieved from the mysterious location. The lights within the institute burned through the night as they immersed themselves in the quest to uncover the secrets of the enigmatic power, striving to discover methods to control and harness it. Yet, their endeavors caught the attention of some with ulterior motives. On the other side of the city, a clandestine group known as the Shadow Organization had been covertly monitoring Lin Yu and Su Yao's every move. This organization comprised individuals who were fervently desirous of the mysterious power, seeking to exploit it for their own ambitions. Upon learning that Lin Yu and Su Yao had unearthed crucial clues regarding this power, they resolved to seize it for themselves. One fateful night, while Lin Yu and Su Yao were diligently working in the institute, members of the Shadow Organization stealthily infiltrated the premises. They evaded the security systems and crept towards the room where Lin Yu and Su Yao were engrossed in their research. Oblivious to the imminent danger, Lin Yu and Su Yao remained focused on the materials before them. Suddenly, the door to the research room was flung open, and a group of men in black surged in. Lin Yu and Su Yao were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, and before they could react, they found themselves surrounded by the intruders. "Hand over what you found," one of the black-clad figures demanded menacingly. Lin Yu clutched the diary and materials tightly, resolutely declaring, "You shall not have them, these items were hard-won, and we will never surrender them to you." Seeing Lin Yu's refusal to comply, the intruders resorted to force in an attempt to wrest the items from him. Lin Yu and Su Yao fought back valiantly, but their strength was insufficient, and they soon found themselves in dire straits. Just as they were on the brink of capitulation, the Institute's security system finally detected the anomaly, setting off alarms that summoned the guards post-haste. Faced with an unfavorable turn of events, the intruders had no choice but to retreat, though not without leaving a menacing warning: "Don't get too comfortable, we will return." Though Lin Yu and Su Yao narrowly escaped disaster, they understood that the Shadow Organization would not relent. They were compelled to devise a strategy to counter this threat. Thus, they reached out to like-minded individuals, contacting scientists and scholars with whom they had previously collaborated, recounting their ordeal and discoveries. These individuals, upon hearing their tale, expressed a willingness to join their ranks in the fight against the Shadow Organization. In the days that followed, Lin Yu and Su Yao, alongside their newfound allies, formulated a comprehensive plan. They fortified the security measures of the Institute while simultaneously delving deeper into their research on the mysterious power, hoping to swiftly uncover a means of controlling it to gain the upper hand against the Shadow Organization. However, the activities of the Shadow Organization became increasingly frequent. They relentlessly dispatched operatives to harass the Institute, attempting to distract Lin Yu and Su Yao. Simultaneously, they were clandestinely orchestrating a more extensive conspiracy with the intent of annihilating the Institute and seizing the research on the mysterious power. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Lin Yu and Su Yao felt an immense burden pressing upon them, yet they did not falter. Instead, their resolve was solidified. They understood that they bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the world, and regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, they must persevere. Chapter 42 Crisis Escalation in a Tense Atmosphere. Lin Yu and Su Yao, along with their comrades, diligently prepared to counter the measures of the Shadow Organization. However, the actions of this sinister group proved to be swifter and more ferocious than they had anticipated. The disturbances surrounding the research institute intensified, with strange sounds reverberating through the night, keeping the guards perpetually on edge. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The Shadow Organization had begun employing mysterious jamming devices, rendering parts of the institute's security systems utterly inoperative. One evening, the sky was stained a blood-red hue, as if heralding an impending calamity. Lin Yu was in the laboratory, attempting to decipher a particularly obscure passage in an ancient diary, which seemed to hold the key to controlling a mysterious power. Suddenly, the entire institute shook violently, alarms blared chaotically, clearly indicating severe interference. "This is bad, they've launched a large-scale attack." Su Yao exclaimed. The two rushed into the hall, only to witness a tide of Shadow Organization members clad in black robes and donning eerie masks surging in. They wielded weapons that emanated a sinister black glow, as if capable of devouring everything in their vicinity. "Protect the research data and equipment!" Lin Yu shouted, rallying his companions to engage in a fierce battle against the Shadow Organization. The scientists utilized various tools from the laboratory as makeshift weapons, desperately resisting the onslaught of their foes. Yet, the members of the Shadow Organization were formidable. Their attacks were not only brutal but seemed to possess a power that diminished the will of their opponents. During the fray, Lin Yu discerned that the assaults of these black-robed figures appeared to be intricately linked to the mysterious force, their techniques faintly mimicking the methods described in the ancient diary. This realization struck him with the weight of dread. The Shadow Organization's research into the mysterious power had surpassed their wildest imaginations. In the midst of fending off the enemy, Su Yao sustained an injury, her clothing stained crimson with blood, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu felt a surge of panic. He unleashed an unprecedented strength, temporarily repelling the surrounding adversaries and rushing to Su Yao's side. "Are you all right?" Lin Yu asked anxiously. "I'm fine, we cannot let them succeed," Su Yao replied, her gaze resolute. At that moment, the leader of the Shadow Organization emerged, cloaked in a massive black cape that shrouded his form, revealing only a pair of eyes glowing red. He slowly raised his hand, and a formidable wave of dark energy surged forth, instantly sending those nearby flying. "Do you think you can thwart us?" "This mysterious power is rightfully ours, it shall aid me in my conquest of the world," the leader intoned, his voice low and brimming with arrogance. Struggling to rise, Lin Yu glared at the leader. "Your greed will lead to ruin. We will not allow you to prevail." He understood that he must buy time, awaiting reinforcements or discovering a means to subdue the enemy. While stalling for time, he frantically searched through the contents of the ancient diary in his mind, striving to devise a strategy. Elsewhere in the institute, chaos reigned. Invaluable research materials and instruments teetered on the brink of destruction amid the turmoil. Some researchers were captured by the members of the Shadow Organization, their lives hanging by a thread. The entire scene resembled an apocalyptic nightmare, with Lin Yu and his allies at the epicenter of this catastrophe, bearing the weighty mission of safeguarding the mysterious power from misuse, resolutely resisting on the precipice of life and death. Chapter 43 A desperate counterattack. The formidable power of the leader of the Shadow Organization cast a pall of despair over the entire research institute. However, there was no hint of retreat in Lin Yu's gaze. He understood that surrendering would plunge the world into an abyss of eternal darkness. Lin Yu glanced at the injured Su Yao and his other weary companions, whose eyes were equally filled with unwavering resolve. This conviction coalesced into an intangible force, bolstering him as he sought a glimmer of hope amidst the dire circumstances. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings and discovered that among the instruments and equipment ravaged by the cloaked figures, there were some that could be utilized to combat the enemy. "Everyone, listen. Let us use the resources around us to create obstacles and buy ourselves some time." Lin Yu shouted. His companions immediately sprang into action. Some pushed heavy experimental tables, while others fashioned rudimentary traps using scattered metal parts strewn across the floor. These makeshift measures momentarily slowed the advance of the Shadow Organization's assault. Meanwhile, Lin Yu dashed through the chaos towards the safe containing the ancient copies of the diaries. He was convinced that the diaries held vital information on how to counter this dark force. Amidst a hail of bullets, he adeptly evaded enemy fire, narrowly escaping the grasp of the sinister black light on several occasions. At last, he successfully opened the safe and retrieved the diary. As he perused the familiar yet foreign script, a particular passage regarding the equilibrium of mysterious forces caught his eye. It revealed that mysterious powers exist in both positive and negative polarities. The Shadow Organization harnessed a negative force corrupted by darkness. To counter it, one needed to locate a special medium to awaken the light within the mysterious power. Lin Yu glanced around and his gaze fell upon a crystal emanating a faint luminescence in the corner of the lab. This crystal had been discovered during their prior investigations into the source of mysterious powers but had remained overlooked. A flicker of hope surged within him as he raced toward the crystal. However, the leader of the Shadow Organization sensed Lin Yu's intent and commanded his subordinates to concentrate their fire upon him. The cloaked figures descended upon Lin Yu like a swarm of locusts, ensnaring him in a fierce struggle. At a critical juncture, Su Yao and the other companions rushed to his aid. They formed a human shield to block the enemy's onslaught. "Lin Yu, go, we'll hold them off," Su Yao cried, her voice, though weak, resonated with strength. With tears brimming in his eyes, Lin Yu surged toward the crystal. The moment he grasped it, a wave of warmth and potent energy surged from the crystal, enveloping his entire being. He felt the beckoning of the light within the mysterious power. Turning to face the leader of the Shadow Organization, Lin Yu raised the crystal high. Its brilliance erupted forth, akin to a blazing sun, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The cloaked figures, affected by the dark force, emitted anguished cries, their attacks becoming erratic. Seeing this, the leader of the Shadow Organization roared in fury, intensifying the output of dark energy in a desperate attempt to counter the radiance of the crystal. The two forces collided within the research institute, unleashing violent energy fluctuations that caused cracks to appear in the walls and debris to rain down from the ceiling. Lin Yu focused his mind, channeling the power from the crystal to launch a counteroffensive against the leader. The forces of light and darkness intertwined and clashed, saturating the entire space with luminescence and shadow. In this fierce confrontation, Lin Yu gradually gained the upper hand, inching closer to the leader with resolute determination in every step. Outside the research institute, the previously disrupted communication system unexpectedly regained a flicker of signal. The reinforcements summoned by Lin Yu had received the distress call and were hastening towards them with utmost urgency. Within the research institute, the battle that would determine the fate of the world was reaching its most critical juncture. Chapter 44 of The Dawn of Light. The crystal in Lin Yu's hand radiated an increasingly brilliant glow, akin to a sharp sword piercing through the dark power of the leader of the Shadow Organization. The leader felt an unprecedented pressure, his body trembling slightly under the onslaught of the luminous force, yet the greed and madness in his eyes remained undiminished. "You insignificant ants shall not thwart me," he bellowed, pulling from his dark robe a black sphere that emitted a sinister aura, which he hurled forcefully to the ground. The sphere shattered, unleashing a surge of even greater dark power, sweeping towards Lin Yu and his companions like a monstrous wave, intent on engulfing all light. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, merging his will with the power of the crystal, resolutely bracing himself against the oncoming tide of darkness. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, his body swayed under the immense strain, yet the conviction to protect the world within him stood as steadfast as a rock. Beside him, Su Yao and their allies rallied together, supporting one another as they channeled their beliefs into Lin Yu, amplifying his strength to combat the encroaching darkness. Just as the dark force threatened to engulf them, the crystal's radiance surged dramatically, manifesting a colossal light shield before them that forcefully repelled the wave of darkness. The light shield and the dark power clashed in a tense stalemate, distorting the surrounding space as the two opposing forces threatened to collapse the very fabric of reality itself. In this charged standoff, a fragment of text from his diary suddenly flashed in Lin Yu's mind. The luminous aspect of the mysterious power was not only capable of defense but also of purifying darkness. He inhaled deeply, focusing all his energy to guide the light within the crystal into a purifying force. Golden patterns began to emerge on the surface of the light shield, sprawling like vines as they reached towards the dark power. As the golden patterns made contact with the darkness, it appeared as though the dark force had encountered its nemesis, swiftly beginning to dissipate. The leader of the Shadow Organization watched in horror, attempting to reclaim the dark power, but it was too late. The purifying force spread like a wildfire, consuming the entire wave of darkness and completely dismantling it. With the dark power's dissolution, the cloaked figures of the Shadow Organization lost their fighting spirit, collapsing to the ground. The leader himself was grievously wounded, his black cloak tattered, revealing a pale and haggard visage, yet he remained undeterred, madness flickering in his eyes as he charged at Lin Yu, desperate for one final struggle. Lin Yu stood unafraid, raising the crystal to confront the leader. As the leader drew near, the crystal emitted a blinding light that struck him directly. The leader let out a piercing scream, his body enveloped in the radiance, gradually turning to ash within the luminous glow. At that moment, shouts and footsteps of reinforcements echoed from outside the research facility. They rushed inside, and upon witnessing the scene before them, they were profoundly shaken. The research facility lay in ruins, walls and ceilings marred by cracks, equipment and documents strewn about, yet Lin Yu and his companions had successfully safeguarded the mysterious power. Exhausted, Lin Yu lowered the crystal, casting a grateful gaze at his companions, a smile of relief breaking across his face. Su Yao stepped beside him, and they embraced tightly. They understood that although this battle had been arduous, they had emerged victorious, preserving the world's hope. However, they were acutely aware that this incident was merely the beginning. The secrets of the mysterious power still lingered, and other forces might emerge, coveting it. Yet, through this trial, they had fortified their resolve to protect the mysterious power and uphold world peace. In the days to come, they would continue their study of the mysterious force, ensuring it would not be misused again, thereby bringing prosperity to humanity. Chapter 45 Aftermath and New Journey. As the smoke of battle slowly dissipated, a heavy atmosphere of tension lingered within the research institute. After a brief respite, Lin Yu and his companions commenced the arduous task of addressing the aftermath of the conflict, acutely aware that this victory merely heralded a fleeting tranquility. The reinforcements diligently assisted in clearing the debris of the institute, carefully moving aside rubble and remnants in search of any potentially intact research materials and instruments. Some researchers gazed mournfully at the destroyed experimental apparatus, their eyes reflecting profound sorrow, for these devices embodied years of dedication and countless experimental endeavors. Navigating through the wreckage, Lin Yu found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions. He felt a sense of relief for having successfully repelled the Shadow Organization, yet simultaneously harbored deep concern for the devastating blow inflicted upon the institute. Su Yao led the medical team, urgently tending to the injured personnel. Despite her own minor injuries, she remained steadfast at her post, meticulously treating each wound while offering gentle reassurances, her presence akin to a warm light dispelling the shadows of fear and pain that enveloped those around her. During the process of organizing the materials, Lin Yu discovered that crucial data pertaining to the enigmatic forces had gone missing. This information was vital for their ongoing research and could significantly impact their comprehensive understanding and mastery of these mysterious powers. Furrowing his brow, he realized that the recent assault by the Shadow Organization might possess a more profound objective, not merely the theft of these powers but an insidious intent to disrupt their research progress. Lin Yu convened all core members in a makeshift conference room to deliberate strategies. The gravity of their expressions revealed their awareness that the loss of this data necessitated a restart of several research projects, compounded by the urgency of time, as no one could ascertain whether other factions were lurking in the shadows. An elder scientist proposed that perhaps they could see clues from other parts of the ancient journals to reconstruct the lost data. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, recognizing it as the most viable course of action at present. Consequently, the research team restructured itself. One group continued the restoration of the institute and the organization of remaining materials, while another delved into the profound study of the ancient journals. Simultaneously, peculiar phenomena began to emerge from various corners of the globe. Mysterious energy fluctuations were reported in remote regions, exhibiting characteristics akin to the enigmatic forces they were investigating. As news flooded in, Lin Yu and his colleagues became acutely aware that the influence of these mysterious powers might extend far beyond their initial assumptions, and these anomalies could very well relate to the actions of the Shadow Organization or be a chain reaction triggered by the disturbance of these forces. In pursuit of clarity regarding these anomalies, Lin Yu resolved to dispatch several investigative teams to the regions where the energy fluctuations had been detected. Composed of seasoned researchers and security personnel, these teams were equipped with rudimentary detection devices, hoping to gather further insights into the mysterious forces on site. As preparations for departure unfolded, Lin Yu once again felt the weight of immense pressure. He understood that every decision bore the potential to alter the fate of the world, and they were akin to wanderers groping in darkness, the path ahead rife with uncertainty and peril. Yet, as he glanced at his equally resolute companions, a surge of courage welled within him. He recognized that they were a united team, ready to confront any adversity together. With the investigation teams setting off in succession, the research institute gradually began to regain some semblance of vitality. Restoration efforts progressed methodically, and research activities resumed within the charged atmosphere. Lin Yu and Su Yao stood at the entrance of the institute, watching the vehicles of the departing teams recede into the distance, silently praying for their safe return, hoping they would bring back valuable information to chart a new course in this world fraught with mystery and danger. Chapter 46 Exploration and Crisis. The investigative teams dispersed to various remote locales, their hearts brimming with both trepidation and anticipation as they ventured into the unknown. Each team was acutely aware of the significance of their mission, which could potentially unravel the enigma of a mysterious force and address looming threats. The first investigative team arrived at an ancient forest, where towering trees loomed overhead, and an enigmatic energy emanated, suffusing the air with an otherworldly aura. They cautiously delved deeper into the woods, their detection devices emitting a persistent low hum, indicating an anomaly in the surrounding energy. The team members remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings while diligently recording data from their instruments. Suddenly, a low, rumbling growl echoed from the thicket ahead, as if some colossal creature lurked in the shadows. Security personnel immediately assumed a defensive posture, shielding the researchers within their ranks. As they cautiously approached the source of the sound, they beheld an enormous, grotesque entity, its form exuding a subtle aura of darkness, with eyes gleaming a sinister red. This creature appeared to be influenced by an arcane force, rendering it exceptionally ferocious. As it lunged at the team, the members quickly retaliated, while the researchers sought refuge in the rear, continuing their data collection. The battle was intensely fierce, the creature's strength surpassed their wildest imaginations, with each assault placing the team members in perilous situations. Meanwhile, another investigative team arrived at a desolate desert town, once thriving but now shrouded in mysterious energy fluctuations. The town was engulfed in swirling dust, the streets deserted, yet strange symbols flickered intermittently upon the walls. The team members dispersed to conduct their inquiries, but upon regrouping at the town center, they found themselves ensnared by an invisible force. The swirling dust began to coalesce into miniature dust storms, advancing upon them with alarming speed. The team huddled closely together, striving to devise a means of escape. The researchers analyzed the energy present in the environment and discovered that these dust storms resonated with a certain frequency of the mysterious force, resulting in such formidable assaults. They swiftly communicated with the security personnel, attempting to deploy energy waves of an opposing frequency to shatter their predicament. Within the research institute, Lin Yu and Su Yao monitored the various investigative teams while continuing their study of the ancient diary. They uncovered new clues that suggested the mysterious force manifested differently across various environments, potentially linked to the relics of ancient civilizations. Lin Yu realized that locating these ancient remnants might provide deeper insights into the essence of the enigmatic force. However, at that moment, the alarm within the institute blared once more. Though the Shadow Organization had suffered significant blows, remnants of its power still operated in the shadows, seizing the opportunity. While the majority of the institute's forces were concentrated on investigating the mysterious energy fluctuations, they launched a surprise attack. Their target was the Institute's backup energy system. Should this system be compromised, ongoing research and restoration efforts would be gravely affected. Lin Yu and Su Yao swiftly organized the defensive forces within the Institute, engaging the remnants of the Shadow Organization in battle. During the confrontation, Lin Yu discerned that the tactics of these residual forces had shifted, suggesting they had gleaned new information about the mysterious power following their previous defeat. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Yu. He understood that the struggle against the Shadow Organization was far from over and had become increasingly intricate. On every front, whether in the field exploring the mysterious energy fluctuations or within the Institute fending off the assault, Lin Yu and his colleagues found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. They raced against time, battling unknown foes and enigmatic forces, each individual exerting their utmost to safeguard the world's peace and tranquility. Chapter 47 of the choice between life and death and the light of hope within the ancient forest, the initial investigative team found themselves embroiled in an increasingly fierce battle against a mysterious creature. The ammunition of the security personnel was dwindling, and each shot required careful consideration to ensure it effectively thwarted the creature's assaults. Amidst the hail of bullets, the researchers struggled to analyze data. They discovered that the creature's source of power appeared intricately linked to the enigmatic energy fluctuations permeating the surrounding environment. "We must find a way to sever its connection to the energy source," one researcher exclaimed. However, this was no simple task, the environment was complex, and identifying the origin of the energy fluctuations proved elusive. Just as despair began to settle in, a security officer had a sudden epiphany. Utilizing the remaining explosives, he hurled them towards a massive rock near their hypothesized energy connection point. With a resounding explosion, the rock shattered, and the mysterious creature let out a pained roar, its strength seemingly diminished. It worked! Everyone, continue to target its weakness, the team leader shouted. United in purpose, they launched a more ferocious assault on the creature. After an arduous struggle, the enigmatic being finally collapsed, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke that vanished into the air. Exhausted, the team members had no time to rest. They immediately commenced a thorough analysis of the energy fluctuation data, hoping to uncover crucial clues related to the mysterious power. In a desert town, the second investigative team, besieged by a sandstorm, nervously adjusted their equipment in an attempt to emit energy waves of a reverse frequency. Yet, each endeavor was thwarted by the formidable force of the storm. Blasted by the relentless sand, their eyes struggled to remain open, and breathing became increasingly laborious. We cannot give up. Let's adjust the parameters once more, the scientific leader of the team urged. They experimented with various frequency combinations, and after numerous failures, at last, the energy waves emitted by their device resonated in harmony with the sandstorm, effectively neutralizing it. As the tempest gradually subsided, the team members let out a sigh of relief. They resumed their exploration of the town, discovering that the flickering, peculiar symbols appeared to form an ancient map, guiding them in a specific direction. They proceeded along this path, hoping to uncover clues connected to the mysterious forces at play. Within the research institute, Lin Yu and Su Yao led the defensive forces in a fierce confrontation against the remnants of the Shadow Organization. The organization's assault was cunning. They divided into several small teams, launching surprise attacks from various directions in an attempt to scatter the institute's defenses. Lin Yu discerned their intentions and swiftly commanded personnel to adjust their defensive strategies, concentrating their firepower on the primary points of enemy offense. During the skirmish, a member of the Shadow Organization hurled a black bomb towards the core research area of the Institute. Should it detonate, it would not only obliterate vital research data but could also trigger a chain reaction, annihilating the entire facility. In that critical moment, Su Yao dashed forward without hesitation, grasping the bomb and sprinting towards an open area outside the Institute. Su Yao! Lin Yu shouted, his heart racing with dread. With every ounce of strength, Su Yao ran, and at the very moment the bomb was about to explode, she flung it far away. With a deafening explosion, the bomb detonated in the distance, and Su Yao was thrown back by the tremendous shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Yu hurried to her side, only to find her covered in blood, unconscious. Quick, summon the medical team! Lin Yu cried out in desperation, his heart brimmed with anger and concern, deepening his hatred for the Shadow Organization. Yet he understood that this was not the time for sorrow. He had to defend the Institute and fulfill their mission. As all parties faced critical choices between life and death, whether it was the exploratory team enduring hardships in their quest or the fierce battles within the Institute, they were enveloped in a tapestry of crises and hope. In the depths of darkness, they sought that glimmer of dawn, willing to pay any price to unveil the mysteries of the enigmatic power and protect the world. Chapter 48 Pain and Breakthrough. Su Yao was hastily transported to the temporary medical facility at the Research Institute, the jarring journey causing Lin Yu's heart to race in his throat. The medical team was already on high alert, swiftly initiating rescue efforts upon taking charge of Su Yao. Inside the medical room, various instruments flickered with indicator lights, emitting rhythmic ticking sounds, as if counting down the moments of Su Yao's life. Lin Yu stood vigil at her bedside, his gaze never wavering from her pallid face, his hands tightly grasping her bloodless fingers, as if to transfer his own strength to her, to awaken her. Each subtle change in the instruments sent his heart racing, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his mind consumed by anxiety and guilt. Amidst the tense and busy figures of the medical personnel, time seemed to stand still. Some prepared blood transfusion equipment with haste, others adjusted the parameters of life-supporting instruments, while others meticulously examined Su Yao's wounds. Every action was precise and swift. They understood that Su Yao's life hung by a thread, reliant on their every effort. Meanwhile, the battle at the Research Institute raged on fiercely. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, knowing he must momentarily set aside his concerns for Su Yao and return to the battlefield. Flames of fury burned in his eyes, a manifestation of his hatred for the Shadow Organization and his unwavering resolve to protect the Institute. He charged forth like an enraged lion, leading his comrades into a more ferocious assault against the remnants of the Shadow Organization. Each punch thrown, each shot fired, was fueled by his pent-up anger. His figure darted through the hail of bullets, as if shielded by an invisible force, viewing the enemy's attacks as mere catalysts to ignite his fighting spirit. Under his encouragement, the morale of the Institute's defense forces surged, their cooperation tightening, gradually gaining the upper hand and cornering the remnants of the Shadow Organization into a desperate situation. In the ancient forest, the first investigative team, having triumphed over the mysterious creature, exhibited no signs of complacency. They swiftly erected a temporary analysis camp in a relatively safe clearing, setting out various instruments and commencing a deep dive into the data they had collected. The researchers gathered closely, their eyes fixated on the intricate data and graphs displayed on the screens, engaging in fervent discussions. After hours of arduous analysis, they finally discerned a peculiar frequency pattern linking the mysterious energy fluctuations to the enigmatic forces at play in the area. This frequency pattern was akin to a precious key hidden amidst layers of fog. Upon its discovery, excitement flickered in the researchers' eyes. This revelation opened a new door to understanding how the mysterious forces operated within the natural environment. Each data point, every peak and trough of fluctuation, resembled fragments of a puzzle, gradually forming a breathtaking picture. They promptly relayed this significant finding back to the institute, hoping it would provide crucial insights for the broader research. The second investigative team in the desert town trudged onward, guided by the strange symbols along the way. They faced the harsh desert conditions. The scorching sand seemed intent on melting their souls, and the blazing sun scorched their bodies, yet not a single complaint escaped their lips. Upon finally arriving at the ancient temple ruins, all were awestruck by the sight before them. Though the temple had endured relentless erosion over the years, its walls riddled with cracks and portions collapsed, the temple walls were adorned with exquisite murals. Their colors faded, yet the scenes of ancient peoples harnessing mysterious powers remained vivid. Some murals depicted individuals gathering these forces, illuminating the entire city. Others showcased the powers being wielded against unknown calamities. The team members cautiously entered the temple, each step filled with reverence, as if traversing through time to the heart of ancient civilization. Inside the temple, they discovered a colossal energy core. This energy core, akin to a heart, continuously emitted energies similar to the surrounding mysterious fluctuations. It was placed upon a massive stone pedestal, encircled by intricate runes and mechanical devices. The core radiated a gentle glow, seemingly harboring countless secrets. The researchers immediately surrounded the energy core to conduct their study. They carefully approached with various specialized detection devices, measuring the energy's intensity, frequency, and range of fluctuations. After a tense yet meticulous examination, they hypothesized that this energy core could be the key to how ancient civilizations controlled mysterious forces. Every rune, every arrangement and structure of the mechanical devices, held the potential to unlock the secrets of these enigmatic powers. They began experimenting with diverse methods to analyze and comprehend the operational principles of the energy core. Some sketched detailed structural blueprints, while others endeavored to simulate the flow of energy, hoping to uncover valuable clues for their current research. Upon returning to the institute, news from the medical room indicated that Suyao's condition had temporarily stabilized, yet she remained in peril. Lin Yu's anxious heart eased slightly. He took a deep breath, as if to release the tension and worry that had accumulated during this time. However, he recognized that now was not the moment for relaxation. He promptly proceeded to the research room, joining other researchers to analyze the data received from the investigative teams. Inside the research room, the atmosphere was tense and fervent. They engaged in spirited discussions surrounding the new data, various theories and hypotheses being proposed and then swiftly dismissed. As the findings from the ancient forest and desert town were synthesized, they gradually pieced together a theoretical model illustrating the manifestations and interconnections of the mysterious forces in disparate environments. This model stood as a beacon, guiding them through the dark ocean of research. Each parameter, each correlation, underwent rigorous validation and scrutiny, granting them a more systematic understanding of these enigmatic powers. Yet, they were acutely aware that this merely scratched the surface. The profundities of the mysterious forces far exceeded their current comprehension, with many more secrets awaiting revelation. Simultaneously, Lin Yu resolved to fortify the institute's security measures, fully aware that the Shadow Organization would not relent easily. He personally oversaw the upgrades to the security systems, implementing the most advanced materials and technologies to withstand even more formidable assaults. The surveillance equipment was also enhanced, boasting wider coverage and higher resolution, ensuring that no in this ongoing struggle against the mysterious forces and the Shadow Organization, although they bore the scars of pain, each breakthrough brought them a step closer to the truth. They resembled wanderers groping through darkness. Despite the thorns ahead, a glimmer of dawn instilled in them the courage to persevere. They understood that the path ahead remained fraught with peril, but in their commitment to safeguard the world and prevent the malevolent exploitation of mysterious powers, they would not falter, regardless of the cost. Chapter 49: Peril and the Dawn of Hope. Within the confines of the research institute, Lin Yu attentively monitored Suyao's condition while orchestrating the myriad affairs of the establishment. He was acutely aware that this was the most vulnerable moment for the institute. The Shadow Organization could launch another attack at any moment, and the study of the mysterious forces had reached a critical juncture, leaving no room for error. In the medical room, Suyao remained in a deep slumber, sustained by an array of life-supporting apparatuses. The physicians vigilantly observed her vital signs, with every minute fluctuation tugging at their collective hearts. Whenever Lin Yu found a moment of respite, he would gravitate towards Suyao's bedside, gently caressing her hair and whispering words of encouragement into her ear, as if his soothing presence could rouse her from her unconsciousness. He silently vowed to ensure that the Shadow Organization would pay dearly for their transgressions. In the realm of research, the scientists commenced a series of new experiments based on a newly constructed theoretical model. Data gleaned from the ancient forest and the desert temple became pivotal guiding principles for their inquiries. Within a specially designated laboratory, an array of sophisticated instruments encircled a device simulating the environment of mysterious forces. The researchers meticulously adjusted parameters, endeavoring to reproduce the states of these enigmatic energies under varying conditions. However, the experimental process was fraught with challenges. The intricacies of the mysterious forces exceeded their expectations. After numerous trials, they encountered either uncontrolled energy surges resulting in minor explosions or anomalous fluctuations that interfered with other apparatuses. Yet, they did not succumb to despair. Each failure was regarded as a valuable lesson, prompting them to analyze experimental data scrupulously, identify underlying issues, and continually refine their methodologies. Simultaneously, the investigative team deployed outside faced a new crisis. In the ancient forest, as the team delved deeper into exploration, they detected a new shift in the fluctuations of the mysterious energy. The previously stable energy field began to destabilize, and the surrounding trees appeared to come alive, with branches dancing like tentacles, attempting to assail the team members. Moreover, they sensed a mysterious force guiding these trees, as if the forest itself sought to expel these intruders. While evading the onslaught of branches, the team members endeavored to trace the source of this enigmatic guiding force, suspecting it was closely linked to the core secrets of the mysterious energy. Meanwhile, the investigative team in the desert town, while examining the energy core of the temple, inadvertently triggered an ancient mechanism. A deep rumbling resonated throughout the temple, and numerous small apertures appeared in the walls, emitting beams of light. Though seemingly intangible, these beams possessed formidable lethality. Upon impact, the sensation was akin to being seared by raging flames. The team members frantically sought cover from the onslaught of light while simultaneously striving to avoid activating further mechanisms. In the midst of this chaos, they urgently needed to discover a means to deactivate the mechanism, otherwise, not only would their research on the energy core come to a halt, but they could also face total annihilation. On the side of the Shadow Organization, despite their previous failed assault, they were clandestinely regrouping their forces, preparing for a more devastating strike. They had enlisted the help of a mad scientist with unique insights into the mysterious forces, who provided them with novel strategies for attack. The Shadow Organization planned to utilize a special device to disrupt the Institute's energy protection system, then exploit the ensuing vulnerability to seize all research materials pertaining to the mysterious forces and obliterate the Institute entirely. Amidst the looming crises confronting all parties, a glimmer of newfound hope began to emerge. A young researcher at the Institute, while analyzing experimental data, stumbled upon a frequency combination that could potentially stabilize the mysterious forces. Should this discovery be validated, it would hold significant implications for subsequent research and the response to the crises posed by these enigmatic energies. Furthermore, the investigative teams, despite their dire predicaments, uncovered clues that might be instrumental in resolving the current crises. They pressed forward toward hope, undeterred by the thorns that lay ahead, determined not to surrender. The entire situation resembled a small vessel navigating through a tempest, struggling against the tumultuous waves of the ocean. Yet, the crew aboard clung steadfastly to the oar of hope, steering toward the luminous shore. Chapter 50 The struggle for life and the rebirth of hope within the confines of the Research Institute. A palpable tension hung heavily over every individual, as if the very air had solidified. The only sounds piercing the silence were the rhythmic ticking of instruments and the hurried footsteps of researchers. Lin Yu darted between the laboratory and the medical room, his eyes betraying an overwhelming fatigue and anxiety. Each step weighed down by immense pressure, yet he dared not show any sign of slackness. Inside the medical room, Suyao's condition took a dire turn, akin to tempestuous waves surging beneath a tranquil lake's surface. Her body began to convulse violently, the hospital bed shaking in tandem, while the heart monitor displayed erratic spikes, its alarming beeps echoing sharply in the confined space. The doctors, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly gathered, their expressions focused and tense, their movements rapid yet composed. Some adjusted the parameters of the medical apparatus in a desperate attempt to stabilize Suyao's vital signs, while others prepared emergency medications, ready to administer them at a moment's notice. When Lin Yu arrived, terror flooded his eyes like a tidal wave, his lips quivering as he clenched his fists, knuckles turning white from the strain. Silently, he prayed a prayer steeped in a near-desperate hope that Suyao would weather this storm. Each second felt eternal. In this life-and-death moment, after an agonizingly tense rescue, Suyao's condition finally stabilized temporarily, yet, she lingered on the precipice of darkness, a traveler on the brink of despair. Lin Yu remained vigilantly by her bedside, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on her pallid visage, a tumult of worry for Suyao intertwined with a deep-seated rage towards the Shadow Organization, his look sharp enough to cut through the very air. Within the laboratory, researchers delved into in-depth experiments surrounding a young scientist's proposed frequency combinations that might stabilize the enigmatic energy. The scene resembled a high-tech battlefield, where precise instruments served as their weaponry. They operated the devices with utmost concentration, eyes glued to the complex data and fluctuating parameters on the screens, each adjustment akin to strategizing a military maneuver. As they initiated the experimental apparatus, the mysterious energy began to respond anew under the influence of the fresh frequencies. Once as wild as a runaway stallion, the energy now resembled a tamed beast, gradually falling into order. The radiant energy no longer wreaked havoc upon the surrounding instruments, but flickered within a relatively stable range. The researchers wore expressions of cautious elation, yet a thread of tension lingered in their smiles. They dared not let down their guard, as soldiers on the battlefield remain ever vigilant. They continued to meticulously observe and record data, each number potentially holding the key to their success or failure. In the depths of the ancient forest, an investigative team found themselves locked in a harrowing struggle against the enraged trees. Those trees, seemingly possessed by malevolent spirits, lashed out with branches resembling countless writhing black serpents, clawing towards the team members. One unfortunate member became ensnared, branches coiling around him like resilient ropes, tightening unforgivingly, his complexion swiftly turning a ghastly shade of blue, breath constricted, eyes bulging with fear and agony. Without hesitation, the other team members surged forward, wielding specially crafted tools designed to sever the energy-enhanced entities. Each swing of their weapons sliced through the air, clashing against the branches, igniting a shower of mysterious energy sparks. Crack! Crack! The crisp sounds of severing echoed as the branches splintered. Amidst dodging the onslaught, they discerned that the source of the chaotic energy fluctuations lay within a concealed valley. The team members pressed on towards the valley, the ground beneath them uneven and treacherous, as if conspiring to hinder their progress. The surrounding underbrush rustled ominously, suggesting the presence of countless watchful eyes. Suddenly, a massive creature, covered in sharp spines, erupted from the thicket, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp fangs as it lunged at the team. The members reacted swiftly, some fired their weapons, bullets whistling towards the beast, yet its hide proved as impenetrable as iron, the bullets merely sparking upon impact. Others employed agility to outmaneuver the creature, seeking its vulnerabilities. The battle raged fiercely, each of the creatures' attacks imbued with tremendous force, sweeping one team member off their feet, sending them crashing against a tree trunk, yet, the team did not falter. They coordinated their efforts, valiantly resisting amidst the hail of gunfire and the creatures' ferocious assaults, fueled by a singular belief, to uncover the source and unravel the enigma of the mysterious energy. Within the temple of a desert town, the investigative team struggled to survive against the assault of light-based mechanisms. The beams of light sliced through the air like searing blades, scorching the ground beneath them with charred streaks. In a moment of revelation during their evasion, a researcher noticed a correlation between the beams and certain symbols etched onto the temple walls. His eyes gleamed with newfound insight, akin to glimpsing dawn in the depths of night, prompting him to call out to his teammates. They swiftly congregated, their gazes darting between the beams and symbols, anxiously analyzing the relationship. After an analysis that felt akin to a countdown, they discovered that obscuring certain symbols in a specific sequence could redirect the beams. They employed their belongings, backpacks, clothing, and the like, to shield the symbols, all while evading the relentless onslaught of light. Each movement felt like dancing beneath the scythe of death. One team member, in a bid to assist, brushed against a beam, the acrid scent of scorched flesh filling the air as agony shot through his arm. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. After a series of harrowing attempts, the intensity of the light's assault waned, and at last, they successfully deactivated the lethal mechanism. They then resumed their research on the energy core, each member's eyes brimming with determination, knowing that crucial clues regarding the mysterious power lay hidden within, and regardless of the cost, they were resolute in uncovering them. Meanwhile, the Shadow Organization hastened preparations for their offensive. Their base buzzed with activity, resembling a dark hive. The members moved about, faces contorted with sinister expressions. Their special device, a colossal and grotesque metallic contraption adorned with intricate patterns and flashing indicators, had been completed. Upon activation, it could emit powerful interference waves, crashing against the surrounding space like a black tide. During testing, nearby electronic devices faltered instantaneously, sparks flying. The members of the Shadow Organization cackled with arrogance, envisioning the destruction of the research institute. They planned to launch their assault under the cover of night, the darkness serving as their greatest ally. The deranged scientist had also prepared a unique serum, contained within small glass vials, the liquid within glowing with an eerie luminescence. Once deployed, the serum would evaporate into the air, infiltrating the nervous systems of the Institute's personnel, temporarily paralyzing their movements, thus facilitating their operation. As the Shadow Organization members finalized their preparations, they inspected their weapons and calibrated their equipment, eyes shimmering with avarice and ferocity, eager to unleash their cataclysmic assault. Amidst the fervent endeavors of all parties, a mysterious elder appeared near the research institute, clad in an ancient robe adorned with peculiar patterns, which fluttered gently in the breeze as if animated. He stood with an air of profound mystery. His gaze was deep and enigmatic, reminiscent of an ancient well, harboring boundless wisdom and secrets. He stood silently, observing the institute, his expression inscrutable. It seemed he possessed an intimate understanding of the inner workings of the institute, as well as a profound comprehension of the mysterious energies at play. His presence went unnoticed, like a leaf drifting silently to the ground, yet he undoubtedly introduced a new variable into the already complex situation. The entire scenario unfolded like a vast vortex, various forces struggling for survival within, each action capable of triggering a chain reaction, while the glimmer of hope flickered faintly in the darkness, awaiting the moment it would be truly ignited, like a candle flame swaying in a storm, fragile yet resolute. Chapter 51. A sudden turn of events within the Research Institute. A palpable tension hung in the air, thick and oppressive, suffocating those within its confines. Although the scientists derived a modicum of solace from the preliminary results of their experiments with the mysterious force, the looming threat of the Shadow Organization gnawed at their hearts like a persistent specter. Lin Yu traversed the corridors between the laboratory and the medical room, his steps increasingly heavy, yet the determination in his eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, never dimming. That morning, as was his custom, he arrived at Su Yao's hospital room. Her visage remained as pale as parchment, devoid of color, though her breathing had stabilized somewhat compared to before. Gently, Lin Yu clasped her hand, cold and delicate, silently imparting his warmth and strength, as if he could draw Su Yao back from the abyss of unconsciousness. In the laboratory, the researchers were engrossed in a profound analysis of new data. They gathered around a vast electronic screen, where intricate graphs and figures intertwined like a mysterious labyrinth. One seasoned scientist, furrowing his brow, broke the silence. These data suggest that the mysterious force tends toward stability at specific frequencies, yet they conceal profound enigmas. Within those subtle fluctuations lurk unknown and substantial risks. The group nodded in agreement, acutely aware that even the slightest misstep on this treacherous path of research could lead to catastrophic consequences. In the ancient forest, the investigation team, having endured numerous trials, finally approached the source of the chaotic energy fluctuations. The valley shrouded in mist, the valley appeared to be cloaked by some arcane hand, with swirling fog that exuded a chilling atmosphere. As the team members entered the valley, the treacherous, slick ground made their progress arduous, each step requiring utmost caution. At that moment, a deep rumble shattered the valley's silence, akin to the roar of a primordial beast, echoing ominously from the depths of the gorge. Simultaneously, the ground began to tremble violently, sending their hearts racing to their throats. As the rumbling grew nearer, a colossal creature emerged slowly from the dense fog. It was a beast forged from the very essence of the mysterious force, towering like a mountain, its body cloaked in impenetrable scales, each scale resembling a mysterious shield, glinting with an eerie light. Its eyes burned like twin infernos, exuding a fierce aura as if it yearned to consume everything in its path. The team members reacted swiftly, scattering to seek advantageous positions for attack. The captain lowered his voice and commanded with steady authority, "Remain calm, proceed as planned." Seizing an opportune moment, one member raised an energy gun, aiming for the creature's eyes, and decisively pulled the trigger. A brilliant beam of energy shot forth like a meteor, yet upon striking the scales, it dissipated instantly, rendering no harm to the beast. Infuriated, the creature emitted a thunderous roar, opening its cavernous maw and lunging at the team members with overwhelming force. The team members nimbly evaded while mounting a counteroffensive. Some wielded specialized weapons, attempting to find a breach in the creature's armor. Others cleverly utilized the valley's complex terrain to set traps, hoping to ensnare the ferocious beast. Yet, the creature's power surpassed imagination. Each assault crashed upon them like a surging tsunami, plunging the team into dire straits, as if they were grappling with death itself. Within the temple of a desert town, the investigation team continued their research on the energy core after deciphering the light mechanism. At that moment, the energy field surrounding the core grew increasingly unstable, the violent energy swirling around it like a tumultuous undercurrent, seemingly on the verge of unleashing a catastrophic explosion. A scientist, face etched with concern, warned, "If the energy core detonates, we shall be annihilated." The captain furrowed his brow, his gaze resolute. "We must devise a stabilization method swiftly. It cannot be allowed to spiral out of control." As the team remained intensely focused on their research, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside the temple, shattering the tense silence. The team members cautiously exited the temple, only to behold a group of enigmatic figures clad in black robes and masks at the town's entrance. These individuals brandished peculiar weapons, emanating a palpable aura of danger. The captain's heart sank. He instinctively sensed that these were likely members of the Shadow Organization. The Shadow Organization members advanced menacingly, their eyes gleaming with greed and ferocity. One among them bellowed, "Surrender the energy core, and we shall spare your lives." The investigation team stood undaunted, gripping their weapons tightly, braced for a fierce confrontation. The atmosphere crackled with tension, poised on the brink of violence. At that critical juncture, Lin Yu within the research institute received an urgent signal from the investigation team. The alarm pierced the stillness of the lab, and Lin Yu's expression hardened, a mask of gravity. He understood all too well that an unprecedented crisis was about to descend like a storm. Without hesitation, he called upon all the researchers within the institute, readying them to confront the impending assault from the Shadow Organization. An air of tension and foreboding enveloped the institute, each individual akin to a warrior preparing for battle, fists clenched, resolute to defend their cause. However, just as Lin Yu was poised to implement defensive measures, the alarm system of the institute erupted unexpectedly, red warning lights flashing in every corner, plunging the entire facility into chaos. It became evident that the Shadow Organization had dispatched another elite squad, stealthily infiltrating the institute. While the staff's attention was diverted by the investigation team's distress signals, they had skillfully evaded portions of the security systems, materializing like phantoms in the core area of the institute, swiftly closing in on the repository of research materials concerning the mysterious force. This sudden upheaval rendered the situation within the institute increasingly complex, ensnaring them in a vast and perilous web. Chapter 52 The Battle of Desperation. Within the confines of the research institute, alarms blared incessantly, and crimson lights flickered ominously, amplifying the atmosphere of tension to its zenith. Lin Yu felt a sudden weight in his heart, realizing that the assault by the Shadow Organization was far more intricate and ferocious than they had anticipated. "Everyone, remain calm. First, safeguard the core data and research equipment," Lin Yu bellowed, leading a contingent of researchers towards the central area. They understood that those records and apparatus were crucial in their struggle against the Shadow Organization and the study of mysterious forces, and they could not fall into enemy hands. However, the elite squad of the Shadow Organization moved with remarkable swiftness and were highly trained. Clad in sleek, black, high-tech combat gear, they advanced with almost no sound, their weapons glinting coldly. In the corridor leading to the core area, the two sides clashed. "Open fire!" At Lin Yu's command, the security personnel of the institute launched the first attack. Gunfire resonated throughout the corridor, bullets raining down upon the members of the Shadow Organization. Yet, those adversaries deftly evaded the onslaught, their combat suits seemingly equipped with a unique energy shield capable of deflecting a portion of the assault. One member of the Shadow Organization raised his weapon and unleashed a wave of dark energy. Where the energy wave struck, walls were corroded into gaping craters, and several security personnel, caught off guard, were struck down, collapsing to the ground in agonized groans. "Be careful, these weapons are peculiar," Lin Yu shouted. Grasping a specially designed energy gun, he aimed at the source of the enemy's energy wave and fired. His shot was precise, successfully hitting the Shadow Organization member and causing his weapon to explode. However, other foes swiftly closed in, plunging both sides into a fierce melee. In the ancient forest, the investigation team battling the enigmatic behemoth found themselves on the brink of annihilation. The creature's attacks grew increasingly violent, its tail swept through the air, sending another team member crashing into a large tree, rendering him unconscious. "We must concentrate our fire on its eyes," the captain commanded. The team members swiftly adjusted their tactics, channeling all their energy weapons towards the creature's eyes in a coordinated barrage. This assault finally inflicted some damage. The energy struck its eyes, momentarily disorienting the beast. "Now is our chance. Strike its abdomen with our most powerful energy blast." The captain seized the opportunity, directing his team to launch a final offensive. They combined the energy from all their weapons, forming a colossal energy column that surged toward the beast's midsection. The creature, sensing a grave threat, thrashed wildly, but it was too late. The energy column struck its abdomen with tremendous force, triggering a violent explosion. The behemoth let out a heart-wrenching roar as its massive body slowly toppled, dissipating into a cloud of mysterious energy that vanished into the air. The members of the investigation team, utterly exhausted, celebrated their success and began to collect the enigmatic energy samples left behind by the creature's disappearance. Outside the temple in the desert town, the investigation team engaged in a desperate struggle against the members of the Shadow Organization. Their weapons clashed, sending showers of sparks flying. Although outnumbered, the investigation team held their ground, relying on their familiarity with the temple's terrain and their indomitable will. One team member cleverly utilized the temple's architectural layout, maneuvering behind a member of the Shadow Organization and striking a vital point with his weapon. However, the numerical advantage of the Shadow Organization began to manifest, and they started to encircle the investigation team. "We cannot be cornered," the captain shouted. He led his team towards a secret passage within the temple, a route they had discovered during their research, hoping it would provide an escape from their pursuers. Yet, the Shadow Organization seemed to have sensed their intent and pursued relentlessly. Just as the investigation team was about to enter the secret passage, one member turned to throw a homemade energy bomb towards the enemy in a bid to cover their retreat. The bomb exploded with tremendous force, momentarily halting the Shadow Organization's advance. Seizing the opportunity, the investigation team slipped into the secret passage, aware that this was merely a temporary reprieve and that dangers still lurked ahead. While all parties found themselves embroiled in the battle of desperation, the mysterious elder outside the research institute stood quietly, observing the chaos within. He furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating something profound. Then, he slowly raised his hand, revealing a sphere emanating a soft glow. The light from this sphere began to intensify, as if it harbored some arcane power, and his next move could potentially alter the entire course of events. Chapter 53: The fleeting moment of life and death and the glimmer of hope within the confines of the research facility. The battle raged with increasing ferocity. Lin Yu and the elite squad of the Shadow Organization found themselves ensnared in a brutal melee along the corridors of the core area. The cacophony of their shouts intertwined with the thunderous discharge of weaponry, resonating within the narrow confines. Lin Yu wielded his energy gun like a club, engaging in close combat with his adversaries. His eyes blazed with a fervor of rage and resolve, each swing infused with formidable strength. A member of the Shadow Organization lunged at him from the side. Lin Yu swiftly pivoted, striking the assailant's head with the butt of his weapon, sending him staggering back. Yet, more foes surged forward, their dark combat attire shimmering with an ominous luster under the lights. The security personnel remained undeterred, coordinating seamlessly with the researchers to launch counterattacks from behind the corridor's cover. However, the formidable firepower of the Shadow Organization inflicted grievous losses on the defenders at every turn. The walls bore a pockmarked visage, scarred by bullet holes and the corrosive traces of energy waves, while the floor was awash with blood and the wounded. Amidst the fierce combat, a researcher, in a bid to safeguard vital data, was struck by an enemy energy wave. His body was instantly ensnared by dark energy, emitting a harrowing scream of agony. Lin Yu witnessed this scene, his heart brimming with anger and sorrow, yet he had no time to mourn, for the enemy was on the verge of breaching their defenses, drawing perilously close to the core data repository. In the ancient forest, the investigative team, having vanquished the mysterious behemoth, felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion wash over them. Nonetheless, they understood the necessity of not lingering too long. The task of collecting samples of the enigmatic energy demanded their utmost urgency. The team members steeled themselves, meticulously operating the collection equipment. These samples contained crucial information about the mysterious forces at play, potentially serving as a pivotal breakthrough in unraveling their secrets. Yet, the energy fluctuations resulting from the giant's demise seemed to have attracted the attention of other unknown entities lurking within the forest. The surrounding trees began to rustle ominously, as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows. Suddenly, a phantasmagorical host of mysterious beings emerged from the thicket, their translucent forms emanating a chilling glow as they glided toward the investigative team. "Prepare for battle, these entities appear formidable," the captain commanded. The team members quickly seized their weapons, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. As the ghostly creatures drew near, they launched an assault, passing through the bodies of the team members and instilling a bone-chilling cold that dulled their movements. Moreover, it seemed as though they were siphoning the very vitality from the team, as those struck by the apparitions gradually turned pale. Outside the temple of the desert town, the investigative team temporarily eluded the pursuit of the Shadow Organization through a secret passage. However, they dared not relax their vigilance, hastening through the dimly lit, narrow corridor. An ancient and mysterious aura permeated the passage, its walls adorned with strange symbols and patterns, as if narrating tales of old. Suddenly, a deep roar reverberated ahead, chilling the air within the corridor. The captain raised his hand, signaling the team to halt. Cautiously, they advanced, discovering a colossal guardian beast obstructing their path. This creature, resembling a lion and cloaked in golden scales, possessed eyes that sparkled like blue gemstones, exuding an air of majesty. It issued a warning roar to the team, seemingly forbidding their passage. "We cannot turn back. We must find a way to proceed," the captain urged. The team began to search for a means to circumvent or subdue the guardian beast. They noticed several ancient mechanisms surrounding the corridor, which might be utilized to contend with the creature. However, manipulating these mechanisms would require time, and any misstep could precipitate even graver dangers. As all parties grappled on the precipice of life and death, the luminous orb held by the mysterious elder outside the research facility radiated with ever brighter brilliance. Its glow served as a beacon of hope, illuminating the encroaching darkness. With a gentle wave of his hand, the elder unleashed soft beams of energy from the orb, directing them toward the research facility. Upon contact with the walls of the facility, miraculous events unfolded. The damaged sections, ravaged by the onslaught, began to self-repair, and the areas corroded by the Shadow Organization's weaponry seemed to reverse time, restoring their former state. Concurrently, the light augmented the strength of the personnel within the facility, emboldening them in their struggle. Lin Yu felt the surge of this newfound power. He realized that a turning point had arrived, and they must seize this opportunity to repel the Shadow Organization and safeguard the research facility. Chapter 54: A counterattack and new challenges within the Research Institute. As the mysterious elder unleashed a radiant glow that restored the architecture and augmented the strength of the crowd, the tide of battle began to shift. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. With a mighty roar, he charged once more towards the elite squad of the Shadow Organization. The energy gun in his grasp blazed with intensified brilliance, each shot delivering a formidable impact. The combat suits of the Shadow Organization, which had previously withstood some assaults, began to show signs of fracture under the enhanced energy shockwaves. Lin Yu sprang forward with a swift motion, deftly evading the enemy's counterattacks with his combat skills and launching a close-range assault against the foe with a compromised shield. He unleashed a powerful punch, the immense force transmitted through the fissure, sending the Shadow Organization member hurtling backwards, crashing heavily against the wall. The morale of the other security personnel and researchers soared. One security guard, bolstered by the radiant energy, experienced a significant boost in both reaction speed and strength. He adeptly weaved between enemies, wielding his weapon with remarkable fervor, striking down several members of the Shadow Organization. Meanwhile, the researchers in the rear began to activate some defensive mechanisms using the restored equipment. The energy shield, previously disrupted by the Shadow Organization, was reactivated, and arcs of blue energy flickered along the corridor, creating a new obstacle for the adversaries. The members of the Shadow Organization, caught off guard by the sudden reversal of fortune, began to panic. Nevertheless, being a well-trained unit, they quickly recalibrated their tactics, concentrating their firepower in a desperate attempt to breach the energy shield and advance towards the core data storage area. In the ancient forest, the investigative team found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle against the spectral creatures. The assaults from these ethereal beings were relentless, and the biting cold gnawed at the team's bodies and spirits. Yet, they refused to yield, supporting one another and forming a defensive circle back-to-back. One team member retrieved a collection of peculiar crystals from his backpack, artifacts discovered during their prior exploration of the forest, infused with a mysterious energy. He hurled the crystals towards the spectral beings, which erupted in a brilliant radiance upon contact. The light blazed like the midday sun, dispelling the chilling aura of the spectral creatures and inflicting damage upon them. The creatures emitted piercing shrieks, beginning to retreat. Now, intensify the assault. The captain commanded. Seizing the opportunity, the team members unleashed their energy weapons upon the spectral entities. Under the relentless barrage, the forms of the spectral beings gradually became insubstantial, ultimately vanishing into the ether. However, before the team could catch their breath, an even greater commotion erupted within the forest. Trees in the distance began to sway violently, as if a more formidable presence was approaching, causing the investigative team to tense up once more, bracing themselves for new challenges ahead. Inside the temple of the desert town, the investigative team endeavored to utilize the ancient mechanisms surrounding the passage to confront the guardian beast. One team member, well versed in the intricacies of such devices, cautiously approached the mechanism, scrutinizing the symbols and engravings with meticulous attention. After thorough examination, he commenced manipulating the mechanism. As he proceeded, a deep rumble resonated, and moving stones materialized upon the surrounding walls. These stones formed a colossal puzzle, suggesting that its completion would activate a device capable of subduing the guardian beast. With collective effort, the team members began to shift the stones according to the clues on the wall. Yet, this task proved arduous. Even the slightest miscalculation could lead to a jammed mechanism. Moreover, the guardian beast seemed to sense their intentions, growing increasingly agitated and emitting thunderous roars that echoed through the narrow passage, causing the team's ears to ring. Just as they were on the verge of completing the puzzle, the guardian beast suddenly launched an attack, lunging at the nearest team member. All parties were engaged in a battle for survival and purpose, with new crises continually emerging, yet they persevered in their quest to find a way through the adversities, trudging toward hope with unwavering determination. Chapter 55: A Perilous Struggles and Resilient Resistance. Within the confines of the laboratory, the Shadow Organization unleashed a concentrated barrage against the reactivated energy shield. Energy beams cascaded like raindrops, colliding with the shield and erupting in dazzling sparks. Although the shield temporarily withstood the onslaught, the ferocity of the assault began to induce unstable fluctuations, with blue arcs of light flickering erratically. Lin Yu, while commanding his team to maintain their defensive line, continued to engage the enemy. Seizing an opportune moment amidst the enemy's assault on the shield, he led several agile security personnel in a surprise attack. They surged forth like cheetahs towards the members of the Shadow Organization, initiating a fierce close-quarters battle before the adversaries could react. Lin Yu found himself entangled with a skilled opponent from the Shadow Organization, both exchanging punishing blows with lethal intent. Utilizing his newly acquired powers with deftness, Lin Yu evaded a fatal strike and executed a spinning kick that sent his foe crashing to the ground, swiftly leveling his energy gun at the enemy's vital points. Simultaneously, the researchers were fervently adjusting the parameters of the shield, striving to bolster its stability. A young researcher, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, operated the control panel with rapid precision, muttering under his breath, "We must hold firm." After considerable effort, the fluctuations of the shield gradually diminished, stabilizing once more and forming a more formidable barrier against the Shadow Organization. Seeing their ambush thwarted and unable to breach the shield, the leader of the Shadow Organization's eyes flashed with malice. He produced a black box from behind him, its surface pulsating with an ominous red glow. Pressing a button, the box unleashed a torrent of potent black energy, surging forth like a serpentine shadow towards the shield. Upon contact, the shield emitted a sizzling sound, as blue arcs of light intertwined and clashed with the black energy, illuminating the entire laboratory in a dazzling display of conflicting forces. In the ancient forest, the investigation team heard a distant commotion, their hearts swelling with trepidation. As the sounds drew nearer, a colossal tree-like creature emerged before them. Its trunk was immensely thick, branches writhing like gigantic tentacles, adorned with sharp thorns. Its roots shifted across the ground, each step sending tremors through the earth. "Scatter, seek its weakness," the captain commanded. The team members quickly dispersed, evading the creature's sweeping branches. One member fired an energy beam at the creature's trunk, but it merely left a shallow mark on the bark. The creature, seemingly enraged, thrust a massive branch into the ground, triggering a violent quake that knocked several team members to the ground. Observing the chaos, the remaining members adeptly utilized the surrounding terrain for cover while continuing to seek ways to attack the beast. A keen-eyed member noticed a section of the trunk shimmering distinctively from the rest. That spot might be its vulnerability. Consequently, the team concentrated their fire on that targeted area, hoping to inflict effective damage upon the creature. Within the temple of the desert town, the guardian beast lunged towards the nearest team member. In that critical moment, a nearby comrade forcefully pushed their companion aside, only to be slashed by the guardian's claws in the process. As the beast landed, it prepared to strike again. The team member operating the mechanism hastened their pace, their gaze resolute and unwavering. In the tense atmosphere, at last, with the final stone in place, the puzzle was completed. The mechanism emitted a brilliant light, revealing ancient runes upon the surrounding walls, which surged towards the guardian beast. The runes entwined around the creature, causing it to writhe in agony, its strength momentarily quelled by their binding power. Quickly, now, the captain urged. The team seized the opportunity to maneuver past the guardian and continue along the corridor, yet, they understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. Greater dangers lurked ahead. In these three disparate battlefields, crises crashed like relentless waves, yet each team persevered with unwavering resolve. Their spirits shone like torches in the darkness, illuminating the path forward, as they vowed to protect hope and justice, refusing to surrender easily. Chapter 56, A desperate struggle. In the first glimmer of dawn within the research institute, the confrontation between the dark energy and the protective barrier had reached a fever pitch. Under the relentless assault of the serpentine black energy, the barrier's brilliance began to wane, the blue arcs thinning, while the hissing sound grew increasingly piercing, as if it were groaning in agony. Lin Yu, consumed by urgency, understood that once the protective barrier was breached, the core data would be perilously endangered. He shouted to the security personnel beside him, "We cannot remain idle. Follow me." With that, he dashed towards a small armory within the institute. Inside the armory, Lin Yu discovered several experimental high-energy explosives originally designated for specialized research scenarios. These bombs now represented their final hope. Clutching the explosives, Lin Yu raced back to the battlefield, shouting at the leader of the shadow organization who was manipulating the dark energy, "Stop, or we all perish together." The leader merely scoffed, "You wouldn't dare. That data is more precious to you than life itself." With a resolute gaze, Lin Yu instructed a security personnel to hold the bomb and approach the shadow organization members, while he himself sprinted towards the energy control console of the barrier. Meanwhile, the researchers were racing against time to bolster the protective barrier. They hastily constructed an energy amplification device, redirecting backup energy from other areas of the institute to reinforce the barrier. As energy surged into it, the barrier's radiance experienced a slight enhancement, yet the black energy continued its relentless advance. At the moment of stalemate, the mysterious elder intervened once again. Chanting incantations, the luminous orb in his hand surged with light, unleashing golden beams that shot towards the clash of the barrier and the dark energy. Upon contact, the golden rays seemed to be the bane of the black energy, which began to dissipate gradually. Observing this, the leader of the shadow organization furiously commanded his subordinates to intensify their assault, but their attacks faltered under the interference of the golden light. In the ancient forest, the investigation team concentrated their firepower on the weaknesses of the tree-like monster. Energy beams continuously struck the pulsating luminous spot, eliciting a pained roar from the creature. Its branches thrashed wildly, uprooting surrounding trees that came crashing towards the team. As they dodged the debris, the team persisted in their assault. One audacious member ventured closer to the monster, placing a high-explosive energy shell at its roots. With a resounding explosion, a massive crater formed at the creature's base, causing its body to sway, while the glow at its weakness flickered uncertainly. "Continue the assault. Do not relent," the captain commanded. The team intensified their attacks, unleashing an array of energy weapons. Under the relentless barrage, the monster finally succumbed, its colossal form collapsing in a thunderous crash, disintegrating into countless wooden splinters and mysterious energy fragments. Exhausted, the members of the investigation team collapsed to the ground, yet they had triumphed, swiftly collecting the enigmatic energy shards that might provide new insights for the study of the mysterious powers. Within the temple of the desert town, the investigation team navigated around the rune-ensnared guardian beast, progressing deeper into the narrow passageway, where the air grew increasingly thin. Suddenly, a colossal stone door emerged before them, adorned with ancient inscriptions and symbols that seemed to narrate a time-worn legend. The team members searched around the door for a means to unlock it. A team member well-versed in ancient scripts meticulously examined the inscriptions, realizing that the door's unlocking was tied to a specific code, potentially concealed within the murals and symbols they had encountered earlier in the temple. Thus, the team began to recall and organize their prior discoveries, striving to decipher the code to the stone door. In this tense and pivotal moment, all parties were striving for survival and their respective goals. Within the research institute, the threat of the shadow organization was gradually diminishing with the aid of the mysterious elder. In the ancient forest, the investigation team triumphed over the formidable tree-like monster. Within the temple of the desert town, the investigation team pressed onward toward new objectives. A glimmer of dawn appeared amidst the layers of crisis, instilling them with the courage and hope to continue their fight. Chapter 57, A new crisis and turning point in the research institute. Under the oppressive golden light of the enigmatic elder, the shadow organization's dark energy assaults were temporarily repelled, granting a brief respite to the gathered individuals. Lin Yu and the security personnel felt a slight easing of their tense nerves, yet they were acutely aware that the threat had not been entirely neutralized. Lin Yu swiftly organized a comprehensive inspection and repair of the institute's protective systems. During the earlier confrontation with the dark energy, multiple circuits of the protective net had sustained varying degrees of damage, and several critical devices had malfunctioned. The researchers cautiously opened the control terminal of the protective net, meticulously examining the connections of each line and replacing or repairing the damaged circuits. Throughout the repair process, Lin Yu personally supervised, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He directed the staff to work in an orderly manner while keeping a vigilant eye on the monitoring system, anxious that the Shadow Organization might launch another surprise attack. Everyone, move quickly. We must ensure the protective system is restored to normal as soon as possible. Lin Yu's voice was laced with urgency. Meanwhile, the researchers delved deeply into the energy characteristics of the golden light wielded by the mysterious elder. They input the collected data into a supercomputer for simulation analysis. An elderly researcher with graying hair scrutinized the fluctuations on the computer screen, his brow furrowed. The oscillations of this energy are remarkably peculiar. It seems to harbor a power we have never encountered before. If we could harness this power, we might be able to completely repel the Shadow Organization's attacks. The younger researchers nearby nodded in agreement, all engrossed in the exploration of this mysterious force. However, amidst their endeavors, the monitoring system of the institute suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. The screens displayed a group of unidentified individuals surrounding the research institute. These individuals moved swiftly and were heavily armed, indicating their malevolent intentions. Lin Yu's expression turned grave. He immediately called for the security personnel to prepare for combat. It appears the Shadow Organization's reinforcements have arrived. Everyone, remain vigilant. We must not allow them to breach our defenses. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with determination and resolve. The security personnel quickly armed themselves and positioned themselves at various key locations within the institute, gripping their weapons tightly while keeping a watchful gaze on their surroundings. Lin Yu made his way to the monitoring room, closely tracking the movements of the unknown individuals. He observed them weaving around the perimeter of the institute, seemingly searching for the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shattered the tranquility of the research institute. A rocket had been launched at the building, detonating against its outer walls and sending plumes of dust and debris into the air. The security personnel immediately sprang into action, firing upon the assailants. The sounds of gunfire and explosions reverberated around the institute, and the battle escalated to a fever pitch. Ancient forest. After vanquishing the tree-like monster, the investigative team began a meticulous analysis of the mysterious energy fragments they had collected. These fragments emanated an unusual glow, as if concealing endless secrets. The team members gathered around, placing the fragments upon a smooth stone surface and utilizing instruments for examination. A bespectacled team member observed the data fluctuations on the device with keen interest, a look of excitement spreading across his face. These energy fragments contain powerful energy waves, and this energy differs from anything we have encountered before. I suspect it may be closely linked to the legendary mysterious powers. The other team members nodded in agreement, acknowledging his insight. However, their relation was short-lived. A low, rumbling roar suddenly echoed through the forest, as if some colossal creature was approaching. This ominous sound reverberated like distant thunder, instilling a sense of foreboding among the team members. Instantly, they became alert, arming themselves and forming a protective circle, their eyes scanning the surroundings with tension. The trees in the forest began to sway violently, leaves cascading down as an imposing figure gradually emerged. This beast-like monster dwarfed the previous tree-like creature, its body resembling a small mountain, covered in black scales that shimmered coldly in the sunlight. Its eyes glowed a fiery red, akin to burning flames, and its razor-sharp teeth sent shivers down their spines. The team leader's expression grew serious. He understood the formidable strength of this beast. Everyone, remain calm and follow the previously devised strategy for attack, he commanded with composure. The team members nodded and began discussing their tactics. Some suggested utilizing the same method they had employed against the tree-like monster, concentrating their fire on its weaknesses, while others expressed concerns that this beast might possess superior defenses and offensive capabilities, rendering their previous methods ineffective. After a brief discussion, the leader decided to initiate a test attack to gauge the monster's response. One member raised an energy gun, aimed at the creature's eyes, and pulled the trigger. A beam of energy shot forth instantaneously, yet the monster reacted with astonishing speed, deftly dodging the energy beam. It then opened its gaping maw and let out a furious roar, charging towards the investigative team. The team members quickly scattered to evade the creature's assault. The monster's speed was astounding, its claws carving deep gashes into the ground, toppling trees in its wake. One daring team member ventured closer to identify the creature's weaknesses, but its agile movements made it impossible to get near. Under the relentless onslaught of the beast, the investigative team found themselves gradually overwhelmed. Although their energy weapons inflicted some damage, the monster's formidable defenses allowed its wounds to heal rapidly. Moreover, the ferocity of the creature's attacks intensified, leaving the team struggling to withstand its might. Desert Town Temple. After considerable effort, the investigative team members finally deciphered the password to the stone door. The door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passageway. An eerie atmosphere pervaded the corridor, causing unease among the team members. They cautiously stepped into the passage, their illumination devices casting light ahead. The walls of the corridor were etched with various mysterious symbols and patterns, seemingly recounting an ancient legend. A team member well-versed in archaic scripts meticulously studied the wall's contents, attempting to interpret the information. These symbols and patterns appear to conceal clues regarding the temple's secrets. We must examine them closely, he murmured. As the team advanced, they attentively observed the symbols and patterns on the walls. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared at the end of the passage, prompting the team to halt and shield their eyes. As the brightness diminished, they discovered a vast room ahead, at the center of which sat an ancient treasure chest. Excitement surged through the team as they approached the chest, eager to uncover its contents. However, as they drew near, countless beams of light suddenly shot forth from the room's periphery, enveloping them. These beams resembled a spider's web, ensnaring the team members and rendering them immobile. Instantly, they found themselves in dire straits, struggling to break free from the light's grip, yet their efforts proved futile. One team member exclaimed in anxiety, "What on earth is happening? What should we do?" The others fell into contemplation, pondering their options. At that moment, the team member familiar with ancient scripts recalled a symbol from the wall, a realization dawning upon him. "I understand now, the mechanism triggering these beams may be related to the symbols on the wall. We need to touch the symbols in a specific order too." Upon hearing his words, the team members felt a glimmer of hope and promptly acted according to his guidance. Chapter 58. The Institute's resolve and counterattack. The Institute's counterattack. Within the confines of the Institute, following a period of intense repairs, the protective systems finally resumed normal function. Lin Yu and the researchers exhaled with a measure of relief, yet they were acutely aware that the threat posed by the Shadow Organization had not been entirely eradicated. At that moment, Lin Yu received a mysterious phone call. A deep voice resonated from the other end. "Lin Yu, the research outcomes from your institute are of paramount importance to us. If you willingly relinquish them, we can assure your safety." Lin Yu scoffed, retorting, "You shall not succeed. Our research is intended for the betterment of humanity, not for exploitation by your nefarious organization." With that, he terminated the call. Lin Yu understood that the Shadow Organization would not relent easily, and they needed to be thoroughly prepared. Consequently, he summoned all security personnel and researchers for an urgent meeting. During the assembly, Lin Yu stated gravely, "The Shadow Organization has set its sights on our research outcomes. We must unite and collectively resist their assaults." The researchers expressed unanimous agreement, resolving to employ the Institute's advanced technology to develop more formidable weapons and defense systems to confront the impending onslaught from the Shadow Organization. Simultaneously, Lin Yu reached out to the police and other relevant departments, seeking their assistance. The police indicated that they had already initiated an investigation into the Shadow Organization and would fully support the Institute's actions. With the police's collaboration, the security forces of the Institute were further bolstered. 2. New challenges in the Ancient Forest. Indiana. The Ancient Forest. The investigative team had just triumphed over a beastly creature when they were confronted with a fresh challenge. While collecting shards of mysterious energy, they inadvertently triggered an ancient trap hidden within the forest. This trap was composed of a mysterious energy field that, once activated, enveloped everything in its vicinity, rendering escape impossible. The team members found themselves ensnared in the trap, their hearts heavy with anxiety and dread. The captain attempted to shatter the energy field with their energy weapons, only to discover that they were utterly ineffective within the confines of this trap. "What should we do? How can we escape?" one team member queried anxiously. The captain, maintaining composure, pondered for a moment before responding, "Everyone remain calm, we will surely find a way out." After meticulous observation and analysis, the captain discerned a pattern in the energy field of the trap, recognizing that if they could identify its weak points, there might be a chance to dismantle it. The team members then commenced a thorough search for the energy field's vulnerabilities. They explored every nook and cranny with utmost caution. Finally, after several hours of effort, they located a relatively weak spot in the energy field. The captain directed all team members to concentrate their energy weapons on this point. After numerous attempts, the energy field was ultimately breached, allowing the team members to escape the trap. However, their energy weapons had been nearly depleted in the process, necessitating the search for new energy sources. 3. Exploration of the temple in the desert town. Within the temple of the desert town, the investigative team, after considerable effort, finally unraveled the bindings of light surrounding the stone door. They cautiously entered the chamber and opened an ancient chest. A mysterious glow emanated from within the chest, revealing an old tome and a peculiar device. As the team members perused the tome, they discovered it was inscribed with unfamiliar symbols and patterns. Upon further examination, they realized that the book chronicled the history and secrets of the temple. It became evident that this temple was a remnant of an ancient civilization, concealing a powerful, enigmatic force. The peculiar device, they discerned, was the key to activating this mysterious energy. The team members were filled with exhilaration and resolved to follow the instructions within the tome to activate the device. However, initiating the device required a special energy source, which was not readily available within the temple. The team began to search the temple for this energy source, traversing numerous corridors until they finally unearthed a storage device in a hidden chamber. They connected the energy source to the strange device and, adhering to the tome's instructions, successfully activated it. As the device roared to life, a deep rumbling echoed through the temple, emanating a powerful, mysterious force. The team members felt the magnitude of this energy, their hearts brimming with awe and reverence. 4. The convergence of forces. As the investigative teams at the Institute, the Ancient Forest, and the temple in the desert town endeavored in their respective missions, a mysterious organization emerged. This organization, known as the Alliance of Light, was dedicated to upholding peace and justice in the world, opposing all malevolent forces. Upon learning of the actions of the Shadow Organization, the members of the Alliance of Light resolved to intervene, offering assistance to the Institute and investigative teams in their struggle against the Shadow Organization. The leader of the Alliance approached Lin Yu, introducing himself and his intentions. Lin Yu welcomed the arrival of the Alliance, recognizing that with their support, their strength against the Shadow Organization would be significantly enhanced. Thus, Lin Yu and the leader of the Alliance collaboratively devised a comprehensive battle plan to mount a counteroffensive against the Shadow Organization. Simultaneously, the investigative teams from the Ancient Forest and the Desert Town received invitations from the Alliance of Light, deciding to join forces in the battle against the Shadow Organization. Under the auspices of the Alliance, these diverse forces coalesced, forming a formidable bastion of righteousness. They prepared to launch a final assault on the Shadow Organization, determined to obliterate this evil entity and safeguard the peace and tranquility of the world. Chapter 59 The Battle of the Breakthrough Preparations at the Research Institute. Within the confines of the Research Institute, Lin Yu and the scientific personnel, after a period of intense preparation, made significant strides in the development of new protective systems and weaponry. They not only succeeded in enhancing the strength of the energy shield of the protective net but also invented a novel device capable of tracking and disrupting the energy sources of the Shadow Organization. As Lin Yu gazed at the newly devised apparatus, aglow with pulsating light in the laboratory, he felt a surge of anticipation. He understood that this would serve as a formidable weapon in their struggle against the Shadow Organization. Concurrently, the police reinforcements had arrived, and they, alongside the Institute's security staff, engaged in multiple simulation drills, ensuring a swift response to any assault by the Shadow Organization, thereby safeguarding the Institute's security. Lin Yu engaged in profound discussions with the police chief, meticulously deliberating various possible strategies, with both parties brimming with confidence for the impending confrontation. 2. Exploration of the ancient forest. The investigative team in the ancient forest, having triumphed over the tree-like monstrosity, continued their exploration deeper into the verdant depths. Following the trail left by the fallen creature, they stumbled upon a concealed passage, suffused with enigmatic energy fluctuations. The captain cautiously led the team into the passage, discovering that its walls were adorned with ancient runes and patterns, seemingly imbued with immense power. The team members, while meticulously observing the inscriptions, advanced with care. Suddenly, one of the members uncovered a peculiar symbol, which appeared to correlate with clues they had previously encountered in the forest. After thorough examination, they speculated that this symbol might be the key to a mysterious location deep within the forest. Consequently, the captain resolved to pursue this lead, hoping to unearth further insights into the enigmatic forces at play. 3. Breakthrough at the Desert Town Temple. Within the Temple of the Desert Town, the investigative team, through arduous efforts, finally deciphered the code to the stone door. As it slowly creaked open, a vast chamber was unveiled, filled with an array of mysterious instruments and artifacts. The team members, brimming with excitement, entered the room and began to meticulously study the relics and devices. 1 Member discovered an ancient text inscribed on one of the instruments, and upon translation, they learned that this device was a crucial mechanism for storing and releasing mysterious energy. However, it appeared that the device required a special energy source to be activated. The team members commenced a search within the chamber for this elusive energy source, and after considerable effort, they unearthed a hidden compartment in the corner, containing a luminous energy crystal. With utmost care, they retrieved the crystal and affixed it to the instrument. As the crystal was installed, the device emitted a resonant roar, releasing a powerful surge of mysterious energy. The team members felt the overwhelming force, their hearts swelled with astonishment and exhilaration, yet, they were acutely aware that this newfound power might attract the attention of the Shadow Organization, compelling them to depart swiftly and convey this vital discovery back to their base. For actions of the Shadow Organization. As various factions labored towards their respective objectives, the Shadow Organization remained undeterred. Upon learning of the Research Institute's advancements and the findings of the investigative team in the ancient forest and Desert Town Temple, their leader perceived a grave threat. He resolved to expedite their operations, aiming to seize the research of the Institute and the mysterious power held by the investigative team. Members of the Shadow Organization began to clandestinely convene, preparing to launch simultaneous assaults on the Research Institute, the ancient forest, and the temple in the desert town, endeavoring to obliterate all opposing forces and realize their ambitions. Within the shadowy confines of their secret base, dark energy surged ominously, heralding the imminent eruption of a cataclysmic conflict. The eve of the final battle. As the actions of the Shadow Organization drew closer, all factions sensed the encroaching crisis. Lin Yu at the Research Institute, the investigative team in the ancient forest, and the team at the Desert Town Temple established communication through specialized devices, deciding to unite in a concerted effort to counter the impending assault by the Shadow Organization. On the eve of the decisive confrontation, Lin Yu led the Institute's researchers and security personnel in final preparations, strategically placing the newly developed devices at critical positions throughout the Institute to ensure maximum efficacy in the forthcoming battle. The investigative teams from the ancient forest and the Desert Town Temple hastily returned to the Institute to join forces with Lin Yu and his colleagues. Together, they meticulously crafted a comprehensive battle plan, readying themselves to confront the challenge posed by the Shadow Organization. Chapter 60 The calm before the final confrontation. Preparations from all sides within the Research Institute. Lin Yu and his scientific team have completed the final adjustments on the new weaponry. The instruments, shimmering with the luminescence of advanced technology, stand as formidable fists in their battle against the Shadow Organization. Observing his industrious colleagues, Lin Yu's heart is a tumultuous mix of anticipation and trepidation. They are acutely aware that the impending conflict will be a life-or-death struggle. Lin Yu silently reassures himself, the journey thus far has been fraught with hardship, and each decision bears the weight of existence. We must not allow the Shadow Organization to prevail. We are safeguarding not just our research achievements, but the futures of countless individuals. There is no retreat left for me, I can only lead us forward. May these new weapons prove to be the key to our victory, and may we all survive to witness the day of triumph. Meanwhile, the investigative team in the ancient forest has returned to the base, bearing enigmatic runic clues extracted from the depths of the woods. They are racing against time to analyze and interpret these runes, striving to uncover critical intelligence to combat the Shadow Organization. The team members gather closely, fervently deliberating the potential meanings of each rune, as an atmosphere of tension and focus envelopes the room. Simultaneously, the expedition team at the desert town's temple delves into the mysterious power devices obtained from the shrine. They meticulously operate the instruments, meticulously recording every fluctuation in data, hoping to master the application of this arcane force. Concurrently, they bolster the temple's defenses to thwart any sudden assault from the Shadow Organization. 2. The Shadow Organization's conspiracy within the secret stronghold of the Shadow Organization. The aura of darkness intensifies. The leader sits upon a shadowy throne, listening to reports from his subordinates, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He is well aware of the movements of various factions and has devised a nefarious plan. They believe themselves prepared, yet they remain oblivious to the vastness of our power. The leader scoffs, this time, we shall ensure their complete annihilation. Members of the Shadow Organization commence a clandestine mobilization of forces, gearing up to launch simultaneous attacks on the Research Institute, the Ancient Forest, and the temple in the desert town. Their actions are executed with utmost stealth, akin to phantoms in the dark, stealthily advancing toward their targets. 3. The facade of tranquility. As the great battle looms, the world seems to be enveloped in an eerie calm. On the city streets, people continue their busy lives, completely oblivious to the tempest that approaches. The sun bathes the earth in its warm glow, imparting a sense of comfort and serenity. Yet beneath this tranquil facade, turbulent currents swirl. Intelligence operatives from various factions weave through the corners of the city, gathering the latest intel on the Shadow Organization. The police have also intensified their patrols, remaining perpetually vigilant. For the protagonist's contemplation. The protagonist, Lin Yu, sits alone in his room, gazing out the window, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. He reflects on his journey, the arduous battles and the comrades lost, each experience further solidifying his convictions. He understands that this confrontation transcends personal stakes, it is a battle for the peace of the entire world. No matter the circumstances, we must not falter, Lin Yu resolutely tells himself, we must triumph over the Shadow Organization and restore light to the world. Every fallen comrade watches over us, their sacrifices must not be in vain. I bear their hopes upon my shoulders, this battle allows for no defeat. The prelude to the storm. As time progresses, the tension in the air thickens palpably. Clouds gradually gather in the sky, as if nature itself senses the storm that is about to unfold. A gentle breeze sweeps through, carrying a chill that sends a shiver down the spine. At the Research Institute, the Ancient Forest, and the temple in the desert town, all factions stand poised, having made their final preparations. They await the arrival of the Shadow Organization, as a monumental clash that will determine the fate of the world is on the brink of commencement. Chapter 61. The shadow strikes. The tense wait within the confines of the Research Institute. Lin Yu and his team had prepared meticulously, anxiously anticipating the arrival of the Shadow Organization. Each member's nerves were taut, akin to a string on the verge of snapping. Lin Yu paced restlessly in the laboratory, frequently glancing at the surveillance monitors, his heart heavy with unease. Everyone, stay alert. The Shadow Organization could appear at any moment, Lin Yu intoned softly, his voice resonating clearly in the stillness of the laboratory. The team members nodded in unison, their eyes betraying a fierce determination. 2. The shadow strikes. Just as the tension reached its peak, the blaring alarm of the Research Institute shattered the silence. Members of the Shadow Organization surged forth like a relentless tide, clad in dark uniforms, their faces obscured by sinister masks, wielding an array of weaponry. They arrived. Prepare for battle. Lin Yu shouted, swiftly arming himself and leading his comrades towards the entrance of the institute. A fierce confrontation erupted in the narrow corridors, with gunfire and cries intertwining in a chaotic symphony. 3. The grueling battle. Evidently, the members of the Shadow Organization were well prepared. Their assaults were ferociously relentless, catching the Institute's defenders off guard. Despite Lin Yu and his team's valiant efforts to resist, they gradually found themselves overwhelmed. This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy to breach their defenses. Lin Yu declared, evading enemy fire while formulating plans in his mind, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. 4. The activation of new weaponry. Lin Yu recognized that the deployment of advanced weaponry was essential for a shift in their fortunes. He swiftly retrieved a newly developed energy gun from his back, its barrel pulsating with an enigmatic blue luminescence, signifying immense energy reserves. Expertly, he disengaged the safety and adjusted it to maximum power, aiming at the frenzied attackers from the Shadow Organization. He squeezed the trigger, unleashing a brilliant blue energy beam that tore through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, sending the Shadow members sprawling under the force of its impact. Those struck by the beam were instantaneously ensnared by the overwhelming energy, rendered immobile, their weapons disintegrating into dust. Now is our chance, everyone, counterattack. Lin Yu bellowed, his voice cutting through the cacophony of gunfire and shouts. The sight of the new weapons might invigorated the remaining defenders, who rallied to mount a more vigorous resistance. The mysterious power. As the battle reached a stalemate, the investigative team from the Ancient Forest and the exploration squad from the Desert Town Temple arrived just in time. They brought with them arcane runic powers and mysterious devices, infusing the defenders with renewed vigor. We are here to support you, the leader of the investigative team exclaimed, brandishing a radiant runestone that exuded formidable energy. Meanwhile, the exploration team manipulated the mysterious devices to unleash a fierce onslaught against the Shadow Organization. 6. The tide turns. With the combined assistance of the advanced weaponry and the mysterious powers, the defenders began to reclaim the momentum. They launched a counteroffensive, steadily pushing the Shadow members back. Lin Yu, witnessing the shift in fortune, felt a surge of elation as he led his team into a more aggressive assault. Everyone, give it your all. We must utterly vanquish the Shadow Organization. Lin Yu cried, his voice imbued with strength, inspiring each individual. 7. The final confrontation. After an intense skirmish, the members of the Shadow Organization were finally repelled. However, their leader had yet to make an appearance. Lin Yu understood that this was merely a temporary triumph. The true battle lay ahead. We must remain vigilant. The leader of the Shadow Organization surely harbors other sinister schemes, Lin Yu remarked, his gaze filled with caution. At that moment, a black luminescence appeared in the sky, as the leader of the Shadow Organization descended slowly onto the plaza of the Research Institute. Did you truly believe you could defeat me like this? You are woefully naive, the leader sneered, emanating a formidable dark power. Lin Yu exchanged resolute glances with his companions. They knew that the ultimate confrontation was about to commence. Chapter 62 of the Apex Battle, The Clash of Powers. Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon the leader of the Shadow Organization and initiated the attack, deploying his newly developed energy gun, which once again unleashed a brilliant blue beam. This azure radiance surged forth like a bolt of lightning, propelled by immense energy, hurtling towards the Shadow Leader. Yet, the Shadow Leader merely waved his hand lightly, and dark power erupted forth in a swirling vortex, effortlessly consuming the energy beam. The moment the blue light met the dark whirlpool, it vanished as if it had been swallowed by the sea, leaving no trace behind. The companions of Lin Yu sprang into action, with the captain of the ancient forest investigation team raising a radiant runestone high above, from which mysterious energies flowed unceasingly, transforming into beams of light that surged towards the Shadow Leader. Meanwhile, the members of the Desert Town Temple exploration team skillfully manipulated their arcane devices, which emitted a resonant hum, sending powerful waves of energy crashing towards the Shadow Leader. However, as these assaults approached him, they were effortlessly neutralized by the dark forces surrounding him, as if they had encountered an impenetrable barrier. The leader's might. You trivial tricks cannot possibly harm me, the Shadow Leader laughed arrogantly, his voice echoing through the Research Institute square, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it. He stomped his foot with force, and dark energy radiated outwards from him like a colossal wave. The ground trembled under the impact of this formidable force, fissures tearing through the earth, and debris was sent flying. Lin Yu and his allies were forced to retreat under the onslaught, and some of the weaker members even collapsed. Groaning in pain, Lin Yu struggled to maintain his footing, his astonishment intensifying. He realized that the Shadow Leader's power far exceeded their expectations. The previous skirmishes with the members of the Shadow Organization now seemed trivial in comparison, yet, he understood that retreating was not an option. To falter now would render their previous efforts futile and spell disaster for the Research Institute. Seeking a flaw amidst the chaos, Lin Yu endeavored to remain composed, his eyes locked onto the Shadow Leader's every movement, searching for a vulnerability. Suddenly, he noticed that each time they attacked, the dark energy protecting the Shadow Leader flickered momentarily in a specific spot. Though this flicker lasted but an instant, Lin Yu was convinced it revealed the Shadow Leader's weakness. That is his flaw. Lin Yu shouted, swiftly conveying his discovery to his companions. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in their eyes. They began to regroup. The fighters still capable of combat, preparing to launch a renewed assault. They exchanged determined glances, nodding in mutual encouragement, and, following Lin Yu's lead, concentrated their energies, aiming at the Shadow Leader's vulnerability. Coordinated assault. Lin Yu raised his new energy gun once more, adjusting the output to its maximum setting, the blue light on the weapon shimmering with intensified brilliance. The captain of the ancient forest investigation team gripped the runestone tightly, pouring all his mental fortitude into it, causing the light upon the stone to blaze even more fiercely. The members of the Desert Town Temple exploration team also cranked their arcane devices to full power, readying their strongest strike. Attack! Lin Yu bellowed, pulling the trigger first. A robust blue energy beam surged forth, and simultaneously, the light from the runestone and the waves of mysterious energy from the temple team shot towards the Shadow Leader's flaw. The three forces intertwined in the air, coalescing into a formidable surge, akin to a sharp arrow, aimed directly at the Shadow Leader's weakness. The Shadow Leader sensed this overwhelming power, a flicker of panic crossing his visage. He attempted to summon his dark forces for defense once more, but it was too late. The combined strength struck true, momentarily disrupting the dark energy. The Shadow Leader let out a pained roar, involuntarily staggering backwards. A shift in the tide. Seeing their assault yield results, Lin Yu and his allies rejoiced internally. They recognized this as their prime opportunity to vanquish the Shadow Leader. Thus, they pressed the advantage and launched another wave of attacks. Lin Yu incessantly squeezed the trigger, blue energy beams firing consecutively towards the Shadow Leader. The ancient forest investigation team and the Desert Town Temple exploration team matched their fervor, unleashing the powers of their runestones and arcane devices without hesitation. Under this relentless barrage, the Shadow Leader began to falter. Numerous wounds appeared upon his body, and his dark energy grew weaker. Nevertheless, as the leader of the Shadow Organization, his power remained formidable. He evaded attacks while seeking opportunities to counterstrike. In the midst of this fierce battle, the atmosphere in the Research Institute square reached a fever pitch, every nerve taut, eyes fixated on the unfolding conflict, fearful of missing any critical moment. Lin Yu and his companions understood that they must give their all to decisively defeat the Shadow Leader and safeguard the Research Institute. Chapter 63 A desperate fight for survival. A brief respite following an intense clash with the leader of the Shadow Organization. Lin Yu and his companions managed to exploit a flaw in the leader's defenses and launched a successful offensive. However, the formidable strength of the Shadow Leader remained a significant threat. The battle momentarily paused, shrouded in smoke and a palpable tension. Seizing this fleeting opportunity to regroup, Lin Yu and his allies swiftly assessed their equipment and injuries. Lin Yu bore several abrasions from the impact of the shadowy forces. Gritting his teeth, he tended to his wounds, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the direction of the Shadow Leader. The captain of the ancient forest investigation team appeared somewhat pale from the overuse of the runestone's power, yet he clutched the runestone tightly, prepared to launch another assault at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the members of the Desert Town Temple exploration team swiftly inspected and calibrated their arcane devices to ensure optimal functionality. The Shadow Leader's fury not far away, the Shadow Leader stood, his wounds gradually healing under the enveloping dark forces. His eyes were ablaze with fury and resentment. The notion that he had been bested and injured by these individuals was intolerable to him. He silently vowed to exact a painful retribution upon them. "You insignificant insects dare to harm me! Today, I shall ensure that you all meet your demise here," the Shadow Leader roared, as the dark energies surrounding him surged once more tumultuous and powerful than before. The dark forces coalesced in the air, forming swirling vortices, as if seeking to engulf the entire plaza of the research facility. A grueling resistance. Lin Yu and his companions sensed the formidable might of the Shadow Leader, their hearts tightening with apprehension, yet they showed no sign of retreat. Lin Yu raised his new energy weapon and proclaimed, "Fear not, everyone! We shall triumph over him." His allies nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with resolve. As the Shadow Leader unleashed his attack, Lin Yu and his comrades commenced their arduous defense. The new energy weapon discharged blue energy beams, the runestone of the Ancient Forest Investigation Team shone brightly, and the arcane devices of the Desert Town Temple Exploration Team activated with full force. However, the overwhelming dark powers of the Shadow Leader proved too potent. Although they managed to withstand a portion of the assault, many dark forces breached their defenses, battering their bodies. A moment of realization amidst the fray, Lin Yu suddenly discerned that the Shadow Leader's dark powers seemed to resonate with a particular energy within the research facility. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as he contemplated a potential strategy. While evading the Shadow Leader's strikes, Lin Yu hastily conveyed to his companions, "I've noticed that the Shadow Leader's powers are connected to the energy within the research facility. We might be able to harness that energy to combat him." Though his comrades were initially perplexed, the gravity of their predicament compelled them to trust him. Thus, they endeavored to channel the energy from the research facility, merging it with their own powers. After considerable effort, they finally succeeded in integrating the research facility's energy into their attacks. The final counterattack as Lin Yu and his companions launched their next offensive, their strikes were infused with the energy from the research facility, significantly amplifying their potency. The blue energy beams, the radiant glow of the runestones, and the waves of arcane power merged with the facility's energy, coalescing into a formidable force that surged toward the Shadow Leader like a colossal beam of light. The Shadow Leader, sensing this overwhelming power, displayed a visage of terror. He attempted to summon his dark forces for defense, but it was too late. The tremendous force struck him with relentless ferocity, enveloping him in its brilliance. The Shadow Leader emitted a cry of anguish, his body thrashing within the radiance. The dawn of victory. After a fierce confrontation, the Shadow Leader's strength waned, and his form grew increasingly frail. Lin Yu and his allies glimpsed the dawn of victory, intensifying their assaults and denying the Shadow Leader any respite. Ultimately, under the relentless onslaught of Lin Yu and his companions, the Shadow Leader's body was utterly annihilated, and the dark forces dissipated into the air. The plaza of the research facility returned to tranquility, as Lin Yu and his allies collapsed onto the ground, weary yet adorned with victorious smiles. However, they were acutely aware that this battle represented but a temporary triumph. The threat of the Shadow Organization lingered, and they must remain ever vigilant. Chapter 64 Aftermath and New Journey. Reflections and Cleanup. Post-conflict. In the wake of vanquishing the leader of the Shadow Organization, the Research Institute lay in a state of disarray. Although Lin Yu and his companions had triumphed, the victory was not without significant sacrifices. Numerous research apparatuses were rendered inoperative amidst the chaos of battle, while the walls and floors bore the scars of the conflict. Lin Yu led his team members in the arduous task of cleaning and restoring the institute, each person diligently engaged in their duties, their minds occupied with reflections on the recent confrontation. As Lin Yu orchestrated the restoration efforts, he replayed every detail of the battle in his mind. He understood that their success against the leader of the Shadow Organization was attributable not only to fortune but also to the unity and strategic decision-making of his comrades at critical moments. He silently resolved to further enhance the team's capabilities to confront potentially formidable adversaries in the future. Exploration of mysterious powers. The enigmatic power of the runes utilized by the Ancient Forest Investigation Team and the Desert Town Temple Exploration Team piqued Lin Yu's immense interest. He approached the leaders of both teams, eager to delve deeper into the origins and principles of these mysterious forces. These rune energies were serendipitously discovered in the ancient forest, and they appear to be linked to an ancient civilization, remarked the captain of the Ancient Forest Investigation Team. We have been tirelessly exploring the secrets of these runes, yet our understanding remains superficial at this stage. Members of the Desert Town Temple Exploration Team also conveyed that the mysterious power devices were unearthed from the temple's ruins, and it took extensive research and restoration before they could wield any semblance of power. However, they too had yet to fully comprehend the specifics of the device's principles and energy sources. Upon hearing their accounts, Lin Yu was filled with curiosity. He resolved to assemble a dedicated research group to conduct an in-depth investigation into these mysterious powers, hoping to usher in new breakthroughs for the Institute's advancement. Remnants of the Shadow Organization. Despite the defeat of the Shadow Organization's leader, Lin Yu was acutely aware that the organization would not simply vanish. They still had numerous members and factions scattered across the globe, poised to retaliate against the Institute at any moment. Consequently, Lin Yu fortified the Institute's security measures, augmenting patrols and surveillance equipment to ensure its safety. Simultaneously, he initiated the collection of intelligence regarding the remnants of the Shadow Organization, striving to uncover their hideouts and eliminate them entirely. Through diligent investigation, Lin Yu discerned that these remnants appeared to be clandestinely orchestrating something, their activities becoming increasingly frequent, which filled him with considerable apprehension. New challenges and opportunities. During the cleanup and restoration of the Institute, Lin Yu unexpectedly stumbled upon research materials pertaining to uncharted realms. These documents seemed to relate to a novel form of energy, potentially offering a new direction for the Institute's studies. Elated, Lin Yu promptly organized his team members to analyze and investigate these materials. After a period of concerted effort, they gradually unveiled the enigma surrounding this new energy form. It was revealed that this energy existed within a unique spatial dimension, necessitating specialized technology and equipment for its acquisition and utilization. Lin Yu recognized this as a tremendous opportunity. Mastering this new energy form could lead to a transformative leap in the Institute's development. However, the pursuit of this new energy form was fraught with challenges and risks yet to be explored. Lin Yu and his team members began to formulate a comprehensive plan in preparation for the impending trials. They understood that this journey would be fraught with hardships and obstacles, yet they were imbued with confidence and courage. Determination of companions. In the face of these new challenges and opportunities, Lin Yu's companions also expressed their resolute determination. The captain of the Ancient Forest investigation team declared their willingness to collaborate with the Research Institute's team to jointly explore the mysteries of the enigmatic powers and the new energy forms. Likewise, the members of the Desert Town Temple exploration team pledged their continued support for the Institute's endeavors, committing themselves to the preservation of global peace. Lin Yu gazed into the steadfast eyes of his companions, his heart swelling with emotion. He understood that it was only through collective unity that they could surmount any adversity and realize their ambitions. Drawing a deep breath, he proclaimed, "Let us embrace the new challenges together, striving for a brighter future." Under Lin Yu's leadership, the members of the Research Institute's team rejuvenated their spirits, embarking on their new journey with unwavering confidence. They believed that with perseverance, they could overcome all obstacles and achieve even more splendid accomplishments. Chapter 65 A New Clues in Crisis. The emergence of mysterious information. As the post-war restoration efforts at the Research Institute proceeded in an orderly manner, Lin Yu unexpectedly received a mysterious letter. The origin of the correspondence was unknown, yet its content piqued his intense interest. The letter referenced a location known as the Source of Shadows, purported to be the true birthplace of the Shadow Organization, concealing its core secrets and formidable powers. Lin Yu gazed at the letter, lost in contemplation. He understood that this clue could be the key to unraveling the enigma of the Shadow Organization, but it might also be a trap. This letter has arrived too abruptly. We cannot trust it lightly, remarked a senior researcher at the Institute. Perhaps this is a deliberate snare set by the remnants of the Shadow Organization, intended to lure us into their clutches. Lin Yu nodded in agreement and replied, "You make a valid point, yet we cannot disregard this lead. If it holds truth, we may have the opportunity to obliterate the Shadow Organization entirely." A difficult decision. Lin Yu convened his comrades to deliberate on how to respond to this enigmatic information. The captain of the Ancient Forest investigation team expressed their willingness to accompany Lin Yu in exploring the Source of Shadows, albeit with ample preparations. Conversely, the members of the Desert Town Temple exploration team exhibited hesitation, fearing that this venture might lead to perilous circumstances, potentially ensnaring them once again. "We cannot forsake this opportunity out of fear of danger," Lin Yu asserted resolutely. "The Shadow Organization is our adversary. As long as there exists a glimmer of hope to eradicate them, we must not falter." After a vigorous discussion, the group ultimately resolved to form an expedition team to venture into the Source of Shadows. Lin Yu selected several seasoned and formidable members, equipping them with ample resources and supplies, ensuring they were thoroughly prepared for the impending adventure. Embarking on the journey under Lin Yu's leadership, the expedition team set forth toward the Source of Shadows. They traversed dense forests, treacherous mountains, and desolate deserts, following the clues provided in the letter, enduring countless hardships along the way. Throughout their journey, they encountered various perils, such as ferocious beasts, inclement weather, and intricate terrain. However, Lin Yu and his companions remained undaunted, drawing ever closer to the Source of Shadows through unwavering faith and tenacious resolve. At long last, after a protracted journey, the expedition team arrived at a mysterious valley. A thin veil of mist enveloped the area, revealing glimpses of ancient structures and enigmatic symbols. Lin Yu recognized that they had indeed discovered the Source of Shadows. He cautiously led his team into the valley, his heart brimming with vigilance. Challenges within the valley. Upon entering the valley, the expedition team found themselves beset by myriad dangers and challenges. The valley was riddled with traps and mechanisms. A moment's inattention could plunge them into peril. Moreover, it seemed to harbor potent shadow forces, perpetually threatening their safety. Lin Yu and his comrades advanced with utmost caution, deftly avoiding traps and mechanisms while uncovering the valley's secrets. During their exploration, they unearthed fragments of the Shadow Organization's history and secrets. It became clear that the origins of the Shadow Organization traced back to ancient times, their aim to acquire a formidable dark power to dominate the world. The Source of Shadows was the wellspring of this dark power. Only by annihilating the Source of Shadows could the Shadow Organization be eradicated completely. A new crisis emerges. Just as the expedition team delved deeper into the Source of Shadows, a new crisis unfolded. The remnants of the Shadow Organization had learned of their whereabouts and converged upon the valley, poised to launch an assault. Lin Yu and his companions found themselves in a precarious situation, facing not only the dangers and challenges of the valley but also the impending attack from the Shadow Organization's remnants. "Everyone, remain calm. We shall surely overcome them," Lin Yu declared, swiftly organizing a defense in preparation for the assault. Amidst the fierce battle, the members of the expedition team fought valiantly, showcasing remarkable strength and courage. Yet, the sheer number of the Shadow Organization's remnants, coupled with their ferocious attacks, gradually placed the expedition team in a disadvantageous position. A breakthrough at a critical moment. In a moment of desperation, Lin Yu suddenly recalled the mysterious powers researched at the Institute. An idea sparked in his mind. He swiftly led his team to an energy node within the valley, harnessing the power of the mysterious energy device and runestones to activate it. Instantly, a surge of potent energy erupted from the node, enveloping the remnants of the Shadow Organization. The remnants were thrown into disarray by the overwhelming energy, losing their combat efficacy. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu and his comrades mounted a counterattack, decisively vanquishing the Shadow Organization's remnants. After a fierce confrontation, the expedition team emerged victorious, successfully dismantling the Source of Shadows. The joy of victory and future challenges as they beheld the ruins of the Source of Shadows, Lin Yu and his companions were filled with elation. They understood that this victory was hard-won, achieved through their sweat and blood. However, they also recognized that the threat posed by the Shadow Organization had not been entirely extinguished. Their struggle for world peace must continue. This victory is merely a beginning. We have a long road ahead, Lin Yu proclaimed, gazing into the distance with unwavering conviction. His companions nodded in agreement, aware that future challenges awaited them, yet they were resolute and prepared to confront whatever lay ahead. Chapter 66 The Gradual Unveiling of Truth. After successfully dismantling the Source of Shadows, Lin Yu and his companions embarked on their journey home, weary yet exhilarated by their victory. However, within Lin Yu's heart, a shroud of gloom lingered, preventing him from truly relaxing. Each step felt like walking on a calm surface, yet he was acutely aware that the depths of the Shadow Organization were treacherous. Beneath the seemingly placid waves lay a vortex capable of engulfing all. Mysterious clues. Upon returning to the research facility, a mysterious document that appeared out of nowhere flickered in the darkness like a ghostly flame, tightening Lin Yu's heart with unease. As he grasped the document, his fingers trembled involuntarily, ensnared by an inexplicable anxiety that coiled around him like a venomous serpent. The moment his gaze fell upon the contents, each word struck him like a hammer, stirring tumultuous waves within. How can this be? We have always believed that the Shadow Organization posed the greatest threat, yet there are unseen hands orchestrating events from behind. The exclamations of his teammates echoed in his ears, but Lin Yu was plunged into profound self-doubt. His brow furrowed, his eyes filled with shock and confusion, as chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind. Have we truly been kept in the dark all along? Were all our battles, all our sacrifices, merely skimming the surface of this colossal conspiracy? Were our previous efforts all in vain? The weight of responsibility bore down on him like a towering mountain, nearly suffocating him, as the glory of past victories seemed to be devoured by an unending darkness. Investigation and analysis. Summoning his resolve, Lin Yu promptly organized his team to conduct a thorough investigation of the document. Seated at his desk, his eyes appeared focused, yet a hint of bewilderment lurked beneath the surface. He fixated on the computer screen, where analytical data danced before him, but his thoughts had already drifted far away. We must unravel this mystery. We cannot allow the sacrifices made thus far to be in vain, he silently urged himself, as if igniting a solitary flame in the darkness. The application of every technical method in the pursuit of each clue felt like a laborious trek through a dense fog. When the information from the document aligned with evidence from previous battles, he leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply, though the persistent worry clung to him like a shadow. From this information, it appears that the leader of the Shadow Organization may merely be a pawn of this hidden force. We are like ants lost in a dark labyrinth, believing we have found an exit, only to discover it leads to an even more intricate maze. How formidable is this hidden power? Can we truly stand against it? Yet, we have no retreat, we must advance, and we must swiftly uncover their true identity and intentions, lest we remain forever shrouded in darkness, trapped in a bottomless abyss. He clenched his fists, knuckles whitening, as the indomitable flame of defiance burned fiercely amidst the gale of fear and worry. A new ally during the investigation, Jack's unexpected presence stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Lin Yu. This enigmatic figure, claiming to be an independent investigative journalist, brought forth a glimmer of hope, yet felt akin to a ticking bomb. My name is Jack. I have been tracking this mysterious hidden force. I believe our goals align. Only through collaboration can we unravel this mystery. Jack's words resonated in Lin Yu's ears, and he regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze laced with skepticism. Can he truly be trusted? Could this be another scheme of our enemies? Yet, we are like drowning souls in a vast ocean, even a straw must be grasped. Perhaps this is a turning point. In this convoluted situation, any assistance could prove crucial. I hope he is not a harbinger leading us to a deeper abyss. After wrestling with his internal conflict for some time, Lin Yu ultimately chose to accept Jack's proposal for collaboration, despite the trepidation that accompanied his decision. Difficult exploration. As their exploration deepened, Lin Yu, Jack, and their companions ventured into one perilous territory after another. Each step felt like a precarious dance on the edge of death, with the air thick with the scent of peril. Lin Yu led the group, his gaze sharp and vigilant like that of a hawk, his heart racing as if attempting to break free from his chest. This exploration is akin to walking a tightrope over a dark abyss. A moment's carelessness could shatter us to pieces, but I cannot falter. Behind me lies everything we strive to protect, the comrades who sacrificed themselves for justice, for the sake of truth, to banish the darkness from the world. I must forge ahead. Upon entering the enigmatic underground cavern, a strange atmosphere coiled around him like icy tendrils. The walls were adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns that whispered of ancient demons, quickening his heartbeat and igniting a foreboding sense. This place appears to be an ancient site of worship, perhaps intricately linked to the hidden force. What horrifying secrets lie concealed here? Are we equipped to endure the truth that is about to be unveiled? If this is Pandora's box, once opened, how shall we contend with the consequences? Astonishing discovery. In the midst of an intense battle with mysterious creatures, a hidden chamber deep within the cavern shone like a beacon of hope in the darkness, eliciting a flicker of surprise in Lin Yu's eyes. Yet, upon stepping into the chamber and beholding the ancient tomes and artifacts, his astonishment swiftly morphed into gravity. Yet he picked up an ancient book, his fingers gliding over the time-worn pages, as if he could feel the pulse of history. Yet his mind was a tempest of thoughts. It seems we have discovered a pivotal clue. This ancient race could be the origin of the hidden force. This is a significant breakthrough, yet it feels akin to opening the gates to hell, drawing us closer to danger. Are we truly prepared to face all of this? The truth concealed behind it may be far more terrifying than we can fathom, but retreat is no longer an option. Like an arrow drawn to its mark, we must release it. This is our mission, and regardless of the challenges, we must persevere. He inhaled deeply, attempting to steady himself, though his trembling fingers betrayed the tension within. They departed with these precious yet perilous discoveries, each step back to the research facility feeling like a gamble with fate. Peril lurking, however, the hidden force loomed like an omnipresent specter, their movements already under surveillance. On their return journey, attacks and ambushes rained down upon them like a torrential storm. Assassins dispatched by the hidden force surged from all directions like harbingers of death. Lin Yu's nerves tightened to their breaking point, akin to a taut string on the verge of snapping. He darted through the hail of gunfire, evading enemy attacks, his heart ablaze with fury. These fiends are relentless. Do they truly believe they can thwart us? Do they intend to suffocate us on the brink of truth? They are deluded. I shall not permit them to succeed, even at the cost of my life. I will protect my comrades and the truth we seek. Each assault resonated like the scythe of death whistling past his ear, shadows of mortality enveloping him, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute, embodying a dedication that transcended life and death, shining like brilliant stars amidst the darkness. The final breakthrough. In a moment of dire urgency, a secret passage appeared before them like a lifeline. Upon spotting the passage, Lin Yu felt a surge of relief wash over him. At last, a glimmer of hope. Is this a sign from the heavens? We cannot squander this opportunity. We must escape this place alive. Without hesitation, they plunged into the passage, navigating its narrow and treacherous confines. Each step was fraught with difficulty, yet each step also brought them further from danger. When they finally eluded their pursuers, Lin Yu leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, his clothes drenched in sweat. At that moment, the heavy burden that had loomed over him finally lifted, yet he understood that this was merely a brief respite before the storm. Upon returning to the research facility, further challenges await us. However, we are now one step closer to the truth, and for that, every struggle is worthwhile. Each trial is a testament to our resilience. We cannot be defeated, and we must unveil the truths hidden in the shadows. Upon returning to the research facility, Lin Yu and his companions immediately delved into the study and analysis of their newfound discoveries. They recognized that these revelations were the key to unlocking the door to the truth, yet they were acutely aware that the path ahead was strewn with thorns and fraught with peril. They had to remain vigilant, as if teetering on the edge of an abyss, walking on thin ice, to ultimately triumph in their confrontation with the dark forces. Chapter 67 Shadows strike again. Lin Yu and his companions were racing against time within the research facility, meticulously studying the ancient tomes and artifacts retrieved from the cavernous chamber. The laboratory was ablaze with light, yet the atmosphere was laden with tension, as each individual recognized the significance and peril of the materials at hand. Lin Yu's eyes were bloodshot, yet he remained fixated on the inscrutable script of the ancient texts, striving to unearth further insights regarding the unseen forces at play. The dilemma of research. These archaic writings seemed to be deliberately crafted enigmas. The team members employed various translation and interpretation methods, yet progress was agonizingly slow. Each symbol bore the potential for multiple interpretations, and every passage was shrouded in ambiguity, as if deliberately obscured by the passage of time. A wave of frustration washed over Lin Yu. He rose and paced the room, his mind besieged by anxiety over the relentless march of time. We cannot afford to remain stagnant. Our adversaries will not grant us ample time, he murmured, his voice resonating heavily in the quiet research chamber. A new anomaly. Just as the research reached an impasse, the facility's surveillance system abruptly triggered an alarm. Of the monitors displayed unidentifiable energy fluctuations encircling the research institute, their source and nature indiscernible, yet they evoked an unsettling sense of familiarity. A knot tightened in Lin Yu's chest, as an ominous premonition washed over him. These fluctuations might be linked to the clandestine forces. Heighten vigilance and activate the defense systems. Lin Yu commanded loudly, his gaze betraying his wariness. Suspicious visitors. Before long, a series of knocks echoed from the entrance of the research facility. The surveillance feed revealed an individual clad in a dark robe, their visage obscured by shadows, standing at the threshold. I possess the information you seek. The cloaked figure's deep voice reverberated through the intercom within the institute. Lin Yu exchanged glances with his companions, their eyes brimming with skepticism. Who are you? Why should we place our trust in you? Lin Yu inquired, his hand instinctively gripping his weapon. The robed figure slowly raised a hand, revealing an emblem marked with a distinctive symbol. You should recognize this mark. It pertains to your ongoing research, they stated. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yu noted the emblem bore a striking resemblance to a symbol found within the ancient texts, plunging him into a quandary. A difficult decision. Allowing the cloaked figure entry could be akin to inviting a wolf into the fold, yet if they truly possessed vital information, missing this opportunity could render them more vulnerable in their struggle against the unseen forces. After careful deliberation, Lin Yu resolved to admit the robed individual, albeit while maintaining a heightened state of alertness. The figure stepped into the research facility, exuding an aura of mystery. Time is of the essence. The shadowy forces are already aware that you have discovered crucial clues, and they are preparing for a large-scale assault, targeting this location and all the materials you have uncovered. The gravity of the robed figure's words deepened the concern etched on Lin Yu and his companions' faces. Mysterious guidance. The cloaked figure continued. Within the ancient texts lies a detail you have overlooked, a hidden coordinate that points to a sealed location. Therein lies the key to countering the shadowy forces, albeit fraught with peril. Lin Yu swiftly rummaged through the ancient tomes, and guided by the robed figure's hint, he indeed uncovered a previously unnoticed subtle marking. Why are you divulging this information? What is your ulterior motive? Lin Yu probed, his gaze fixed intently on the cloaked figure. The figure remained silent for a moment. I have my reasons. We share a common enemy. With that, the robed individual turned and departed, leaving Lin Yu and his companions in contemplative silence. Preparing for action, Lin Yu understood they must reach a decision post-haste. Should they remain steadfast in the research facility, awaiting the enemy's assault while safeguarding their findings, or should they heed the robed figure's guidance and venture to the enigmatic coordinates in search of a means to combat their foe? After a brief discussion, Lin Yu resolved to split their forces. A portion would remain to fortify the facility's defenses, while he and another group would proceed to the coordinates' location. He recognized this as a gamble, yet in their pursuit of the truth and the defeat of the shadowy forces, they had no alternative. The weight of departure as preparations for their departure commenced. Lin Yu gazed at the companions he would leave behind and those who would accompany him, his heart a tumult of emotions. This endeavor is fraught with uncertainty, yet we have no avenue for retreat. Everyone must exercise caution and strive to return alive. His words, though succinct, were imbued with strength. The companions nodded in agreement, their expressions a blend of trepidation towards the unknown and resolute conviction. Subsequently, Lin Yu led the team forward, embarking on an uncharted journey towards the coordinates that might harbor either hope or destruction. Chapter 68, Difficult Choices and New Journeys. After Lin Yu and his companions split into two groups, those remaining at the Research Institute immediately entered a heightened state of vigilance. The defense systems were fully activated, and every corner displayed on the surveillance screens was scrutinized meticulously. Although anxiety gnawed at the hearts of the team members, their gazes were resolute, fully aware of the grave responsibility they bore in safeguarding the data and the institute itself. Chen Hui, the leader of the defense team, incessantly switched between various monitoring feeds, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Everyone, stay alert, the enemy could strike at any moment. We cannot afford any lapse in our vigilance. His voice was steady and commanding, instilling a measure of reassurance among the team members. Meanwhile, Lin Yu led his team towards the enigmatic coordinates. Trudging through arduous terrain, they encountered harsh conditions and a plethora of unforeseen challenges along the way. The path was rugged, and the surrounding forest was suffused with a bizarre aura, as if countless unseen eyes were observing their every move. Captain Lin, something feels amiss here. Are we truly meant to continue? Team member Xiaoli furrowed his brow. Concern etched across his face as he glanced anxiously at Lin Yu. Lin Yu halted, turned to Xiaoli, and gently patted his shoulder, saying, I understand your fear, Xiaoli. This place is fraught with uncertainty and peril, but we have no alternative. If we retreat now, all our prior efforts will be in vain, and both the Institute and many innocent lives will be imperiled. Xiaoli pressed his lips together. Captain Lin, it's not the danger that frightens me, it's just that the occurrences along this path have been exceedingly strange. I worry that our reckless advance may lead us into a trap set by the enemy. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, his gaze unwavering as he stared into the obscured valley ahead. I have considered that possibility as well, but the clues provided by the cloaked figure represent our sole glimmer of hope. Moreover, despite our arduous journey, the enemy has yet to impede us. Perhaps this signifies they are unprepared or have other motives. Regardless, we must venture forth. Even if it is a trap, we shall find a way to seize an opportunity for breakthrough. It is our only chance to uncover the truth. Xiaoli looked at Lin Yu, sensing the determination in his words, and slowly nodded. Captain Lin, I understand. I will stand by your side. As they pressed deeper, they finally arrived at the mysterious coordinate. Before them stood an ancient stone door, adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns, as if recounting tales of yore. Lin Yu approached cautiously, seeking a method to open the stone portal. At that moment, the door swung open of its own accord, a powerful gust of air rushing towards them, prompting the team members to shield their eyes. Once they acclimated to the airflow, they discovered a vast cavern illuminated by a faint glow. Lin Yu led his team into the cave, where they found an array of ancient artifacts and relics, with inscriptions on the walls chronicling the origins and developments of the shadowy forces. It seems we have indeed found the right place. This must contain crucial information to combat the hidden adversaries, Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. The team immediately commenced their study and analysis of the items and records within the cave, hoping to unearth valuable clues. However, while they were engrossed in their exploration, distressing news arrived from the Research Institute. The enemy's assault was far more ferocious than anticipated. Although the defense systems had proven somewhat effective, the sheer number of adversaries, equipped with advanced weaponry, gradually overwhelmed the Institute's defenses. Chen Hui anxiously reported via communicator, Captain Lin, the enemy's attack is relentless, and we are on the brink of collapse. What is the situation on your end? Lin Yu felt a tightening in his chest, fully aware that they needed to expedite their search for vital information before returning to support the Institute. After a tense period of exploration and research, Lin Yu and his team finally uncovered some weaknesses and countermeasures against the shadowy forces. They dared not delay, hastily making their way back to the Research Institute with these findings. On their return journey, they encountered an enemy ambush. Clearly, the adversaries had been alerted to their movements and sought to prevent their return. Lin Yu led his team into fierce combat against the enemy, and through their indomitable spirit and exceptional combat skills, they repeatedly breached the enemy's defenses. At long last, Lin Yu and his companions reached the Research Institute. The scene before them was one of devastation. The defense systems lay in ruins, and many team members were injured. Lin Yu surveyed the chaotic scene, his heart brimming with anger and guilt. He understood that their battle against the shadowy forces had only just begun, and a long road lay ahead. Everyone, do not lose heart. We have unearthed clues to counter the hidden adversaries. As long as we stand united, we will surely triumph over them, Lin Yu proclaimed loudly, his eyes filled with determination and conviction. The team members nodded in agreement, reinvigorated and ready to face the new challenges that awaited them. Chapter 69, The difficult reconstruction and in-depth exploration. Upon their return to the Research Institute, Lin Yu and his companions were confronted with a scene of utter devastation, intensifying their feelings of anger and guilt. Some team members were engaged in aiding their injured comrades, while others diligently worked to clear the wreckage. The air was thick with a tense and somber atmosphere. Lin Yu promptly convened an emergency meeting. With a grave expression, he addressed the assembly, stating, "Although the enemy's assault has inflicted severe damage upon us, we must not succumb to despair. We have uncovered vulnerabilities regarding the forces behind this chaos and clues for their resolution. This is our beacon of hope. The immediate priority is to swiftly reconstruct the defense system of the Institute while delving deeper into these leads for further analysis." The team members nodded in agreement, their spirits reignited with determination. Xiao Zhang, the technology officer, stepped forward and remarked, "Captain Lin, rebuilding the defense system will require substantial resources and equipment, and our current reserves may prove insufficient." Lin Yu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Let us first assess our existing resources to determine what can be utilized and what needs to be replenished. Simultaneously, we must dispatch a team to nearby bases or cities in search of support. We must restore the functionality of our defense system without delay." Thus, the team divided into several smaller groups. One focused on clearing the debris and aiding the injured, another on organizing resources and equipment, while a third set out to seek assistance. Lin Yu, accompanied by a few core members, commenced an in-depth examination of the clues retrieved from the mysterious cave. In the makeshift research room, they meticulously analyzed the ancient records and artifacts. After considerable effort, they discerned an internal contradiction within the shadowy forces, a potential key to their breakthrough. Lin Yu exclaimed, "It appears our efforts have yielded significant results. Should we seize upon this contradiction, we may be able to dismantle the enemy's machinations." Meanwhile, the group tasked with seeking support encountered difficulties. On their way to a nearby base, they were ambushed by a small contingent of enemy troops. Fortunately, the team members reacted swiftly, employing their exceptional combat skills to repel the attackers. However, this incident underscored the reality that the enemy had begun monitoring and obstructing their movements, rendering the quest for assistance increasingly arduous. Within the Research Institute, the team responsible for clearing the site and aiding the wounded faced their own challenges. Several injured individuals sustained grave injuries requiring specialized medications and treatment equipment, which were rapidly dwindling within the institute. Xiao Wang, the leader of this group, urgently approached Lin Yu, stating, "Captain Lin, the condition of the injured is quite dire. We must procure medications and treatment devices post-haste." Lin Yu clenched his teeth and replied, "I understand, I will devise a solution." Resolute, Lin Yu decided to personally lead a team to the nearby city in search of medications and treatment equipment. They cautiously evaded enemy surveillance and, after much hardship, finally reached the city. There, they discovered a large hospital, yet found it largely stripped of supplies by the enemy. Undeterred, Lin Yu utilized various channels to ultimately uncover some medications and treatment devices hidden in the city's recesses. Upon returning to the Research Institute with the much-needed supplies, the team members erupted in cheers. Lin Yu gazed at their weary yet hopeful faces, his heart swelling with emotion. He understood that they were steadily progressing towards victory. However, just as they believed the situation was beginning to improve, the Institute received another enigmatic letter. The message read, "Do you truly believe that finding the means to counter us will lead to your victory? Such naivety, every move you make is under our scrutiny, you shall never escape our grasp." Lin Yu surveyed the letter with unwavering resolve, declaring, "Regardless of the enemy's threats, we shall not relent. We will prevail and unveil the truth." As the reconstruction efforts at the Institute neared completion, Lin Yu and his team began to formulate their next course of action. They resolved to leverage the clues they had acquired, taking the initiative to launch a more profound investigation and offensive against the shadowy forces. A new journey was on the horizon, and Lin Yu and his companions stood ready to embrace the forthcoming challenges. Chapter 70 of The Difficult Path. Amidst peril, Lin Yu and his companions had just endured the arduous process of reconstructing the Research Institute when they received a mysterious threat from their adversaries, causing their nerves to tighten once more. Upon the return of the team tasked with seeking assistance, they detailed their encounter with a small contingent of enemy forces. Lin Yu, with a grave expression, remarked, "It appears the enemy has become aware of our movements and has commenced a more stringent surveillance and obstruction of our efforts. We must exercise utmost caution." The team members nodded in agreement, their eyes revealing a resolute determination. Technician Xiao Zhang, after considerable effort, finally compiled a comprehensive inventory of the Institute's current resources. Presenting the list to Lin Yu, he stated, "Captain Lin, while we have managed to organize our existing resources to some extent, it remains woefully insufficient for the reconstruction of a formidable defense system. Several critical devices and materials are severely lacking, which will significantly impair the system's efficacy." Lin Yu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding, "We cannot solely rely on external support. We must also devise ways to procure alternatives or enhance our existing equipment." Thus, Lin Yu led several key technical personnel in the transformation and upgrading of the Institute's current apparatus. They labored day and night, experimenting with various methods in hopes of enhancing the equipment's performance. After several days and nights of relentless effort, they finally achieved some breakthroughs. Several initially underperforming devices were modified to yield greater functionality. However, just as they were engrossed in their modifications, the Institute's monitoring system suddenly blared an alarm. Instantly, Lin Yu and his team became alert, realizing that the enemy might be poised to launch another assault. Lin Yu swiftly organized the team into a combat-ready state, preparing to confront the impending attack. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a group of adversaries stealthily approached the Research Institute, attempting to catch Lin Yu and his team off guard, taking advantage of the incomplete restoration of their defenses. Nevertheless, Lin Yu and his comrades were well prepared. Utilizing their upgraded equipment and weaponry, they successfully repelled the enemy's initial wave of assault. Seeing their first attack thwarted, the adversaries did not relent but instead escalated their offensive. Employing heavy weaponry and advanced tactics, they exerted tremendous pressure on Lin Yu and his team. Observing his weary comrades steadfastly holding their ground, Lin Yu felt a deep sense of admiration and respect. He understood that this was a grueling battle, yet they had to persevere. In a lull between skirmishes, Lin Yu suddenly recalled the clues previously retrieved from the enigmatic cave. He realized that these clues might harbor crucial information to counter the enemy. Thus, while directing the fight, he instructed several team members to delve deeper into the clue study. After a fierce engagement, Lin Yu and his team ultimately succeeded in repelling the enemy's attack. However, the research institute had sustained significant damage, with some equipment compromised and several team members injured. Gazing at the disarray of the institute, Lin Yu silently vowed to swiftly discover a decisive method to vanquish the enemy and restore tranquility and safety to their haven. Following the conclusion of the battle, the team members investigating the clues brought forth encouraging news. They had discerned that the information contained within the clues suggested the potential concealment of an important enemy base not far from the institute. Upon learning this, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with hope. He recognized this as an opportunity. They resolved to promptly organize a team to scout the area, preparing for their next course of action. Chapter 71. A glimmer of hope amidst adversity. Following numerous confrontations with the enemy and the arduous reconstruction of the research institute, Lin Yu and his companions were greeted by a fleeting tranquility. However, they were acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. Seated in the temporary command room of the institute, Lin Yu surveyed the cluttered table before him, laden with an array of documents and intelligence. His gaze, though tinged with fatigue, radiated a steadfast resolve. For the past few days, he had been contemplating how to completely eradicate the threat posed by their adversaries and restore the institute to its former state of peace. Just then, Xiao Zhang, the team member responsible for technology, burst into the command room, his face alight with excitement. "Captain Lin, we have made a new discovery regarding the clues we retrieved from the mysterious cave." Lin Yu's spirits instantly lifted as he inquired, "What discovery? Speak quickly." After catching his breath, Xiao Zhang continued, "We found that the ancient records allude to a unique energy source, which appears to have the potential to enhance our defense systems and could even serve as a pivotal weapon against the shadowy forces." A spark of enthusiasm flickered in Lin Yu's eyes as he rose promptly. "Let us go and investigate." The two made their way to the research room, where other team members were engrossed in studying various ancient artifacts and documents. Lin Yu meticulously examined the records concerning the energy source, gradually formulating a plan in his mind. He convened all team members for an urgent meeting in the conference room. Standing at the podium, Lin Yu solemnly proclaimed, "Comrades, we have uncovered a new lead. A special energy source may be the key to overcoming our foes. However, its location is exceedingly concealed, and we must exert tremendous effort to locate it." The team members readily expressed their willingness to accompany Lin Yu in the search for the energy source. Thus, he handpicked an elite squad, preparing to embark on their quest. Before their departure, they made thorough preparations, equipping themselves with ample weapons, gear, and various detection instruments. Under Lin Yu's leadership, the team set forth on their arduous journey. They traversed a desolate expanse of desert and scaled one towering mountain after another, ultimately arriving at a mysterious valley. A thin veil of mist enveloped the valley, obscuring visibility. Cautiously, Lin Yu and his companions ventured into the valley, where their detection devices began emitting faint signals. "Everyone, be vigilant. This may be the site of the energy source," Lin Yu murmured. The team heightened their alertness, closely trailing Lin Yu. As they delved deeper, the fog thickened, and the signals from their instruments intensified. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from the depths of the valley. The team members tensed, seizing their weapons, prepared to confront any impending danger. Lin Yu calmly scanned their surroundings and instructed, "Do not panic. Maintain formation and proceed slowly." They pressed onward, eventually encountering a vast cave. The entrance shimmered with an unusual luminescence, and the detection instruments registered their strongest signals. Yet Lin Yu realized they had discovered the location of the energy source. Yet, it was evident that the cave concealed immense peril. The success of their endeavor remained uncertain. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu declared, "Comrades, we have come this far, we must not falter now. Follow me inside, but exercise utmost caution." The team echoed their agreement and followed Lin Yu into the cave. An enigmatic aura permeated the space, with walls aglow in peculiar light as if recounting ancient tales. They advanced carefully, when suddenly, a horde of enormous monsters materialized before them. With grotesque visages and exuding formidable presence, the creatures instilled immediate trepidation in the team, prompting them to raise their weapons for an imminent battle. Lin Yu observed the monsters' movements with a composed demeanor, noting their peculiar reaction to light. An idea struck him. "Everyone, shine your flashlights into their eyes." The team swiftly complied, directing their beams toward the creature's gaze. The monsters, startled by the intense illumination, descended into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu and his team launched their assault, and after a fierce struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the beasts. Continuing deeper into the cave, they at last uncovered the energy source. It radiated a powerful glow, instilling a profound sense of awe within them. With great care, Lin Yu and his companions collected the energy source and hastily exited the cave. Upon their return to the research institute, the team erupted in jubilant cheers. Lin Yu gazed at the energy source in his hands, his heart swelling with hope. He understood that with this newfound resource, their defense systems would be significantly bolstered, instilling them with greater confidence to confront the lurking forces. However, their elation was short-lived. Just as they were preparing to integrate the energy source into the defense systems, the Institute's monitoring system suddenly blared an alarm of the enemy was launching yet another assault, and this time, the scale of the attack surpassed any previous incursions. Lin Yu and his team immediately transitioned into combat mode, temporarily setting the energy source aside as they grasped their weapons, ready to face the impending onslaught. As the enemy unleashed a relentless barrage, vulnerabilities began to emerge within the Research Institute's defense systems, and casualties among the team members became apparent. Lin Yu surveyed the chaotic scene before him, anxiety gnawing at his heart. He recognized that if the situation continued to deteriorate, they would be unable to withstand the enemy's advance. Then, a thought struck him, perhaps only by harnessing the power of the energy source could they turn the tide of battle. Resolutely, Lin Yu seized the energy source and integrated it into the defense system. Instantly, the system erupted with formidable energy, enveloping the Institute in a robust energy shield. The enemy's assaults were effortlessly repelled by the shield, and the team seized the moment to counterattack. With the aid of the energy source, Lin Yu and his companions successfully repelled the enemy's advance. This encounter illuminated the immense potential of the energy source. If wielded wisely, it could indeed empower them to vanquish their foes. In the aftermath of the battle, Lin Yu and his team commenced further upgrades and modifications to the defense systems. They integrated the energy source with the Institute's various apparatus and weaponry, significantly enhancing both their defensive and offensive capabilities. Through this confrontation, Lin Yu and his companions finally glimpsed the dawn of victory. They understood that as long as they persevered, they would ultimately triumph over the shadowy forces, restoring peace and tranquility to the world. Chapter 72: A sudden turn of events. The secret of the energy source. After successfully acquiring the energy source and repelling yet another assault from their adversaries, Lin Yu and his companions believed they could finally enjoy a brief respite. However, they soon discovered that the situation was far more complex than they had anticipated. On that day, Xiaoli, a team member responsible for monitoring, rushed to Lin Yu with a look of alarm, reporting, "Captain Lin, we have detected some anomalous energy fluctuations in the surrounding areas, and the frequency and characteristics of these fluctuations bear a striking resemblance to the methods employed by the shadowy forces we have encountered previously." Lin Yu's brow furrowed. He understood that the enemy was likely orchestrating yet another nefarious scheme. Without delay, Lin Yu convened all team members for an urgent discussion in the conference room. Standing before the large screen displaying the energy fluctuation data, he declared, "As you can see, these unusual energy waves may very well be the precursor to the enemy's new operations. We must ascertain their intentions post-haste, otherwise, we risk falling into a state of vulnerability once more." The team members nodded gravely, their expressions serious. After thorough analysis and deliberation, they concluded that the enemy was likely in pursuit of new energy sources or was in the process of deploying a formidable weapon. To counter this potential threat, Lin Yu resolved to dispatch a reconnaissance team to investigate the source of the energy fluctuations. The team was led by the seasoned Xiao Zhao, equipped with state-of-the-art surveillance equipment and armaments, cautiously advancing toward the origin of the energy waves. Along the way, they encountered numerous challenges. Inclement weather and treacherous terrain posed significant obstacles to their mission. Nevertheless, the team exhibited unwavering resolve, gradually closing in on their objective through sheer tenacity and exceptional skills. Meanwhile, within the Research Institute, Lin Yu and the other team members remained diligent. They continued to bolster the Institute's defensive systems and further investigate and develop the energy source, preparing to better confront any impending crises. Technician Xiao Zhang, through relentless effort, successfully integrated the energy source with the Institute's defense system, greatly enhancing its capabilities. After several arduous days of reconnaissance, Xiao Zhao's team finally pinpointed the origin of the energy fluctuations. It turned out that the enemy had established a covert base in a remote valley, where they were conducting a perilous experiment. According to the intelligence gathered by Xiao Zhao and his team, the enemy seemed intent on utilizing a new type of energy weapon to annihilate the Research Institute, thereby eradicating Lin Yu and his allies. Xiao Zhao swiftly relayed this critical information back to the Institute. Upon receiving the news, Lin Yu immediately organized the team to formulate a counter-strategy. Following intense discussions, they resolved to take the initiative, launching an assault on the enemy's secret base before their weapon could be completed, thereby thwarting the enemy's plans. On a pitch-black night, Lin Yu led his team stealthily toward the enemy's hidden stronghold. They eluded the enemy's patrols and surveillance systems, successfully infiltrating the base. Inside, they discovered that the enemy's experiment had entered its final stages, with a potent energy weapon on the verge of completion. With decisive authority, Lin Yu issued the command to attack, and the team sprang into action. A fierce battle ensued, with gunfire and explosions reverberating throughout the base. Under Lin Yu's valiant onslaught, the enemy's defenses began to crumble, and their experimental apparatus sustained severe damage. Just as victory seemed imminent, the enemy leader emerged. He was a towering figure with a fierce countenance, emanating an aura of formidable power. Gazing at Lin Yu and his comrades with a cold smirk, the enemy leader taunted, "Do you really believe you can thwart us? You are utterly naive. Our plan is nearing fruition. Your resistance is in vain." Unfazed, Lin Yu met the enemy leader's gaze, asserting, "We will not allow you to succeed. As long as we draw breath, we shall fight you to the bitter end." With that, Lin Yu rallied his team for another assault on the enemy. During the fierce conflict, Lin Yu discerned that the enemy leader possessed extraordinary strength, making it difficult to defeat him swiftly. However, he refused to surrender, tirelessly searching for the leader's weaknesses in hopes of finding a breakthrough. After an arduous struggle, Lin Yu finally identified a flaw in the enemy leader's defense. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a decisive attack, successfully striking the leader's vital point. Wounded, the enemy leader collapsed to the ground. With their commander incapacitated, the enemy forces fell into disarray, allowing Lin Yu and his team to completely dismantle the enemy's secret base. Following the conclusion of the battle, Lin Yu and his companions returned to the Research Institute, elated by their triumph. They recognized that while they had secured a victory this time, the threat posed by their adversaries had not been entirely vanquished. They understood the necessity of continued effort, striving to enhance their strength to ultimately overcome the shadowy forces and safeguard the peace and tranquility of the world. Chapter 73 The Quest for Truth. After enduring the fierce battle at the secret base, Lin Yu and his companions returned to the research institute, weary yet elated by their victory. However, before they could fully recuperate, new challenges emerged in quick succession. The technical staff at the institute, while analyzing the data and equipment retrieved from the secret base, stumbled upon a startling clue. It appeared that a far more formidable organization lurked behind the enemy, orchestrating events from the shadows. Their ambitions extended beyond merely acquiring energy sources. They harbored a far deeper, more sinister conspiracy. Lin Yu's expression turned grave as he reviewed the analysis report handed to him by the technicians. "It seems we have underestimated the enemy's power and ambition," he remarked. "This hidden organization is our true adversary." The team members exchanged looks of shock and apprehension, aware that the forthcoming battles would be even more arduous. In a bid to swiftly ascertain the nature of this enigmatic organization, Lin Yu resolved to dispatch a reconnaissance team once more, tasked with a more thorough pursuit of the enemy's whereabouts. This time, they would not only face formidable military assaults but also contend with numerous potential dangers and traps. Prior to their departure, the reconnaissance team undertook meticulous preparations. They equipped themselves with the most advanced surveillance technology and weaponry, while also formulating a comprehensive operational plan. Lin Yu personally bid them farewell, cautioning, "This mission is exceptionally daunting. You must exercise utmost caution. Regardless of the circumstances, your safety must remain your paramount concern." The team members nodded resolutely before embarking on their journey. As they pursued the enemy, the reconnaissance team encountered myriad obstacles. It became evident that the adversary had detected their movements, continuously erecting various barriers and traps. At times, they found themselves abruptly ambushed by enemy attacks. At other moments, they fell prey to the labyrinthine snares laid by the foe. Nevertheless, the team did not waver. Through sheer determination and exceptional skill, they repeatedly transformed peril into safety. After several grueling days of tracking, the reconnaissance team finally uncovered significant leads regarding the mysterious organization. They discovered that this organization had established a large base in a remote mountainous region, harboring numerous secrets hidden from the public eye. The team leader, Xiao Wang, promptly relayed this information to Lin Yu. Upon learning of this development, Lin Yu decided to personally lead an elite squad to investigate the base in the mountainous area. Before their departure, they conducted a thorough analysis of the terrain and the enemy's defensive measures, devising a meticulous combat strategy. Upon arriving at the mountainous base, Lin Yu and his team found the defenses to be exceptionally stringent. The area was rife with surveillance equipment and traps, patrolled by a significant enemy presence. Exercising extreme caution, they skillfully evaded the enemy patrols and stealthily infiltrated the base. Inside, they uncovered an array of research materials and experimental apparatus pertaining to the mysterious organization. The findings revealed that the organization was engaged in a perilous experiment aimed at harnessing a formidable energy weapon to exert control over the entire world. Lin Yu and his companions realized the urgency of halting this experiment, for the consequences of failure would be dire. Just as they prepared to sabotage the enemy's experimental equipment, the enemy leader re-emerged, gazing at Lin Yu and his team with a mocking sneer. He declared, "Do you truly believe you can thwart us? You are woefully naive. Our experiment is nearing completion, and soon we shall wield dominion over the world." Undaunted, Lin Yu met the enemy leader's gaze and replied, "Your sinister plot will not succeed. We shall go to any lengths to prevent your experiment." The two sides re-engaged in a fierce battle. Thanks to their remarkable combat skills and teamwork, Lin Yu and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. However, the enemy leader proved to be an imposing adversary, relentlessly launching attacks that exerted tremendous pressure on Lin Yu's team. In a critical moment, Lin Yu discerned a weakness in the enemy leader's defenses and seized the opportunity to strike, successfully hitting a vital point. The enemy leader fell, gravely wounded. With their leader incapacitated, the enemy descended into chaos, allowing Lin Yu and his team to destroy the experimental equipment and thwart their nefarious scheme. After the battle concluded, Lin Yu and his companions departed the base, their hearts buoyed by victory. Yet, they understood that while they had successfully thwarted this particular conspiracy, the threat posed by the mysterious organization had not been entirely eradicated. They would need to continue their efforts, relentlessly enhancing their strength to ultimately prevail over the enemy and safeguard the peace and tranquility of the world. Chapter 74 of The Truth in the Fog. After dismantling the experimental base of the enigmatic organization, Lin Yu and his companions returned to the research institute, initially believing they could finally exhale in relief. However, it soon became evident that matters were far from straightforward. The intelligence department of the institute was inundated with peculiar reports, detailing inexplicable phenomena manifesting across various regions. In some locales, sudden surges of potent energy were detected, while in others, mysterious symbols and markings appeared. Lin Yu surmised that the enigmatic organization was likely orchestrating these occurrences, seemingly plotting a more grandiose scheme. Simultaneously, within the trove of data and samples retrieved from the experimental base, Lin Yu and his team stumbled upon several crucial clues. These clues led to an ancient legend, which spoke of a mysterious force capable of altering the fate of the entire world. Lin Yu speculated that the organization might be in pursuit of this power to fulfill their nefarious ambitions. To further unravel the legend and the enigmatic power, Lin Yu resolved to lead a small team to explore an ancient relic believed to be connected to this elusive force, potentially concealing key information to unlock the mystery. The team members, having meticulously prepared, embarked on their journey to the relic. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of hardships, treacherous weather, intricate terrain, and assaults from the enigmatic organization, rendering their path fraught with challenges. At long last, they arrived at the entrance of the relic. The grand door stood resolutely shut, adorned with strange symbols and patterns. Upon careful examination, Lin Yu and his companions discerned that these symbols constituted a form of code. Only by deciphering it could they gain entry. After considerable effort, the team members successfully unraveled the code and opened the door to the relic. Inside lay a vast cavern, suffused with an air of mystery. The walls were inscribed with ancient texts and designs, while the floor was strewn with peculiar instruments and devices. Cautiously, Lin Yu and his team ventured into the cavern, striving to interpret the inscriptions on the walls. During their exploration, they uncovered a concealed chamber. Within this room rested an ancient tome, chronicling detailed information about the mysterious power. It revealed that this force was a formidable source of energy, bestowing immense strength upon its possessor, yet simultaneously posing significant risks. If misused, it could spell doom for the world. Realizing the urgency of their mission, Lin Yu and his companions understood that they must swiftly devise a means to thwart the organization from seizing this power, lest the consequences be dire. Just as they were poised to depart the relic, members of the enigmatic organization abruptly materialized. Clearly, they too had become aware of the relic's existence and had been seeking an opportunity to seize the information regarding the mysterious power. A fierce battle ensued, but Lin Yu and his companions, fueled by unwavering resolve and exceptional combat skills, gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they succeeded in repelling the members of the enigmatic organization, returning to the research institute with crucial information about the mysterious power. They understood that the forthcoming battles would be even more arduous, yet their determination to thwart the organization's machinations had only strengthened. Upon their return to the institute, Lin Yu and his team immediately commenced an in-depth analysis of the information they had retrieved, hoping to discover a method to completely dismantle the organization's conspiracy and safeguard the peace and tranquility of the world. Chapter 75. New challenges. After enduring a series of tribulations, the protagonists finally managed to temporarily evade the relentless pursuit of the enigmatic organization, granting themselves a fleeting moment of respite. However, they were acutely aware that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. The mysterious organization would not readily relent. In a serene little town, the protagonist, Lin Yu, and his companions were recuperating in a dilapidated inn. Seated by the window, Lin Yu gazed out at the scenery, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. He reflected on the battles they had fought, realizing that the strength of the mysterious organization far exceeded their initial estimations. They needed to devise a strategy without delay. At that moment, the sage of the group, Old Zhang, approached Lin Yu and said thoughtfully, "Lin Yu, we cannot remain passive and merely endure these assaults. We must take the initiative to uncover the weaknesses of the mysterious organization if we are to vanquish them completely." Lin Yu nodded in agreement, replying, "I understand, but our knowledge of the organization is still woefully inadequate. Acting rashly now could lead us into even greater peril." Just as their discussion unfolded, a stranger suddenly burst into the inn. This individual was ragged and haggard, yet his eyes shone with an unwavering resolve. Approaching Lin Yu and the others, he spoke in hushed tones, "I possess knowledge of certain secrets regarding the mysterious organization, and I can assist you." The group regarded the stranger with caution, their hearts brimming with skepticism. Sensing their doubts, the stranger quickly clarified, "I was once a member of that organization, but I could no longer bear their actions, so I escaped. I am aware of the locations of some of their bases and their operational plans, and I can share this information with you." After deliberation, Lin Yu and his companions resolved to trust the stranger. He revealed that the mysterious organization was currently orchestrating a large-scale operation, planning to establish a new base in a remote valley, which would become a critical stronghold for them. Determined to thwart the organization's plans, Lin Yu and his team set out for the valley. After several arduous days of travel, they finally arrived at the valley described by the stranger. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the area, surrounded by steep peaks and dense forests. With utmost caution, Lin Yu and his companions advanced, remaining ever vigilant. Suddenly, they heard a cacophony of sounds. Members of the mysterious organization were busily constructing their base within the valley. The group stealthily approached to observe their activities. They noted that the organization's members were equipped with advanced weaponry and gear, and their defenses were exceptionally tight. Deciding to adopt a strategy of surprise attack, they divided into smaller groups and launched assaults from various directions against the organization's members. The battle erupted instantaneously, catching the organization's personnel off guard, plunging them into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu and his companions destroyed several critical pieces of equipment and facilities, inflicting substantial damage upon the organization. However, the leader of the mysterious organization quickly rallied a contingent of elite members to counterattack. An intense confrontation ensued, and despite Lin Yu and his team's valiant resistance, they found themselves gradually overwhelmed by the disparity in strength. In a pivotal moment, Lin Yu conceived a plan. He noticed a river flowing through the valley, its waters rushing fiercely. If they could harness the river's power, it might turn the tide against the organization's members. Thus, he led his companions in a rapid retreat towards the river. The members of the mysterious organization pursued them, believing Lin Yu and his team to be cornered. Upon reaching the riverbank, Lin Yu and his companions abruptly halted. The leader of the organization, with a triumphant smirk, declared, "You have nowhere left to flee. Surrender now." Lin Yu, however, smiled faintly and replied, "Is that so? Let us see who emerges victorious in the end." With that, he and his companions activated the trap they had prepared, redirecting the river's torrent towards the organization's members. The water surged violently, instantly sweeping the organization's members off their feet. They were thrown into the river, carried away by the current. Realizing the peril, the leader attempted to flee, but it was too late. Lin Yu and his companions seized the opportunity to launch an assault, subduing the leader of the mysterious organization. Through this fierce battle, Lin Yu and his companions successfully thwarted the organization's plans, delivering a significant blow to their operations. Yet, they understood that the organization's influence remained formidable, and their struggle was far from over or resolute. They decided to press onward, seeking further clues to utterly dismantle the mysterious organization and safeguard the peace and tranquility of the world. Chapter 76, A desperate struggle for survival. In their confrontation with the enigmatic organization, the protagonists endured countless hardships, finally managing to escape the battle in the valley. However, before they could catch their breath, a new crisis silently descended upon them. As Lin Yu and his companions fled, they discovered that the mysterious organization seemed to have laid a meticulous web of surveillance everywhere. No matter where they went, they felt the watchful eyes of the organization lurking in the shadows. Their movements were continuously exposed, and several times they nearly fell into the organization's snare once more. The atmosphere within the group grew increasingly tense and oppressive, with everyone beginning to feel lost and anxious about the future. Lin Yu understood that if things continued in this manner, they would inevitably be defeated by the mysterious organization. Thus, he resolved to lead his companions in search of a safe haven, a temporary refuge from the organization's pursuit, while also allowing them the opportunity to contemplate their next course of action. After a challenging search, they finally stumbled upon an ancient cave hidden deep within the mountains. The cave was situated in a remote location, with a complex surrounding environment that made it difficult to discover. Lin Yu and his companions decided to make this cave their temporary sanctuary, allowing them to recuperate both physically and mentally. Within the cave, they began to organize their thoughts and discuss their forthcoming strategies. Some proposed to continue their resistance against the mysterious organization, seeking opportunities to utterly dismantle it. Others believed it prudent to hide away until the opportune moment arose, while yet others suggested abandoning the fight altogether and seeking a safe place to live in seclusion. Lin Yu listened quietly to their discussions, his mind racing with contemplation. Just as the debate intensified, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside the cave. Instantly alert, Lin Yu and his companions stealthily approached the cave entrance to assess the situation. They beheld a group of the organization's members scouring the area, seemingly having already caught wind of their presence. A sense of dread gripped their hearts. They knew that if discovered, they would once again find themselves in a dire predicament. Consequently, Lin Yu swiftly organized his comrades to prepare for a fierce battle against the members of the mysterious organization. As the organization's members were about to enter the cave, Lin Yu suddenly spotted a concealed passage deep within the cave. Without a moment to spare, he led his companions into the passage. The tunnel was dark and damp, filled with a pungent odor, yet it represented their sole opportunity for escape. They advanced cautiously through the passage, remaining ever vigilant. After a period of exploration, they finally emerged into an unfamiliar place, a valley adorned with lush greenery and babbling brooks, a truly picturesque scene. Lin Yu and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. They had temporarily evaded the organization's pursuit. Nevertheless, they were acutely aware that the mysterious organization would not easily relent. They needed to swiftly find a secure location to establish their base for a prolonged confrontation. Thus, Lin Yu led his group in search of an appropriate site within the valley to set up their stronghold. After considerable effort, they discovered a strategically advantageous location, easily defensible yet challenging to attack. Towering above was a steep peak, atop which lay a natural cave, surrounded by dense forests that provided excellent cover. Lin Yu and his companions decided to establish their base in this spot, embarking on a new chapter of their lives. During the establishment of their base, they encountered a myriad of difficulties and challenges. A scarcity of food, water, and supplies, coupled with the harsh natural environment, posed significant obstacles to their existence. However, Lin Yu and his companions did not succumb to despair. They supported one another, overcoming one hurdle after another. After a period of diligent effort, their base was finally constructed. It comprised rudimentary shelters, a warehouse for storing food and supplies, and defensive fortifications. Lin Yu and his companions finally possessed a home of their own, a place where they could live and train in peace, preparing for their ultimate confrontation with the mysterious organization. Chapter 77. The truth draws near. After enduring a prolonged and arduous exploration while engaging in a relentless struggle against the enigmatic organization, the protagonist group gradually established a foothold within the valley base. However, the questions weighing on their minds only deepened. What is the true intention of this mysterious organization? What secrets lie hidden in their shadows? One day, Lin Yu fortuitously stumbled upon an ancient diary in the base's library. The pages were tinged with yellowing age, yet the script remained legible. As Lin Yu meticulously perused the diary, he discovered it was a record left by a predecessor who had once delved into the depths of the mysterious organization. The entries chronicled some of the organization's clandestine activities, revealing their apparent quest for a formidable power. This power was said to possess the ability to alter the very fabric of the world, and the organization was willing to pay any price to obtain it. A jolt of realization coursed through Lin Yu. He understood that the adversary they faced was far more formidable than they had previously imagined. Without delay, Lin Yu shared this discovery with his comrades, who fell into deep contemplation. They recognized the urgency of uncovering the clues pertaining to the power sought by the mysterious organization in order to devise a means of countering them. Thus, Lin Yu resolved to lead a faction of team members to investigate the organization's past actions, while the remainder would remain at the base to bolster defenses and training. During their investigation, Lin Yu and his companions stumbled upon peculiar symbols and patterns that appeared intricately connected to the power the organization sought. Following these leads, they ultimately unearthed an ancient ruin concealed deep within the mountains. The ruin emanated an aura of mystery, with walls adorned by a myriad of strange symbols and designs. Treading cautiously inside, Lin Yu and his team discovered an array of ancient instruments and devices, seemingly preserved through the ages. They diligently scrutinized these artifacts, striving to unearth clues regarding the power the organization was pursuing. After considerable effort, they finally uncovered a hidden passageway within the apparatus. The passage was fraught with various mechanisms and traps, yet Lin Yu and his companions, armed with courage and ingenuity, successfully navigated these perils and ventured deeper into the corridor. At the passage's end, they encountered a vast laboratory, filled with an assortment of advanced scientific instruments and peculiar biological samples. To their astonishment, the group realized that the mysterious organization was conducting exceedingly perilous experiments, seemingly intertwined with the power they sought. Just as they prepared to delve deeper into their investigation, an alarm suddenly blared throughout the laboratory. Panic surged through Lin Yu and his team as they realized the organization had detected their presence. Swiftly arming themselves, they braced for an impending confrontation. Moments later, a contingent of the organization's members burst into the laboratory. A fierce battle ensued. Though Lin Yu and his allies fought valiantly, they were ultimately outnumbered and began to succumb to the overwhelming odds. At a critical juncture, the team members who had remained at the base arrived just in time, joining forces with Lin Yu to confront the organization's members collectively. After a grueling clash, Lin Yu and his comrades succeeded in repelling the organization's forces. Armed with vital clues discovered in the laboratory, they hastened back to the base. Upon their return, they commenced an in-depth analysis of the information, endeavoring to unveil the organization's true motives and the secrets lurking behind them. After an extensive period of research and analysis, Lin Yu and his team finally discerned the truth behind the power sought by the mysterious organization. It was revealed to be an ancient source of energy, possessing immense strength capable of reshaping the world. The organization, in its relentless pursuit of this power, had engaged in various perilous experiments and actions, even at the cost of countless lives. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Yu and his companions recognized the imperative need to thwart the organization's plans. Otherwise, the entire world would face a monumental crisis. Consequently, they began to formulate a meticulous action plan, preparing to launch a final assault against the mysterious organization to obliterate their sinister schemes once and for all. Chapter 78, a difficult decision. In the wake of the discovery of the mysterious relic, the protagonist group found themselves engulfed in profound contemplation. They were acutely aware that the formidable power sought by the clandestine organization, if misused, could unleash catastrophic consequences upon the world. As the sole bearers of this secret, they were entrusted with the grave responsibility of averting such a disaster. Lin Yu convened all team members in the conference room of their base to engage in a fervent discussion. The table was strewn with documents and research notes retrieved from the relic, while the walls displayed a projection of various enigmatic symbols and patterns. We can no longer remain passive. We must take the initiative to dismantle the clandestine organization's experimental base and halt their pursuit of this perilous power, Lin Yu asserted resolutely, his eyes brimming with determination and courage. However, some members of the team voiced alternative perspectives. Our current strength is insufficient. A rash offensive would only plunge us into a more perilous situation. We should continue gathering intelligence, seek additional allies, and act when the time is ripe, one team member expressed apprehensively. The debate intensified, with both sides staunchly defending their positions. Lin Yu listened attentively, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He understood that this was a harrowing decision, fraught with risks and challenges regardless of the path chosen. Amidst the heated discourse, the base's alarm suddenly blared, snapping Lin Yu and the others to attention. They swiftly armed themselves, bracing for potential danger. Through the surveillance system, they discerned a group of members from the clandestine organization approaching the base, evidently having tracked the protagonist group's movements. It appears we no longer have the luxury of hesitation, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and declared, everyone prepare for battle. We must defend the base at all costs. The team members responded promptly, taking their positions and readying themselves to confront the impending assault from the clandestine organization. The base's fortifications proved instrumental, successfully repelling the initial wave of attacks. However, the might of the clandestine organization surpassed their expectations, launching relentless assaults in an effort to breach the defenses. During the fierce confrontation, Lin Yu noticed that the clandestine organization seemed to wield a new weapon technology, one of immense power that exerted considerable pressure on their defenses. He realized that if they did not swiftly devise a countermeasure, the base was likely to fall. At that moment, a technological prodigy within the team proposed a bold idea. We can utilize some of the technological principles discovered within the relic to create a countermeasure weapon against the clandestine organization's new armament, he suggested with enthusiasm. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. He deemed this notion worthy of exploration. He promptly organized the team to commence the development and manufacturing of the weapon. As the clock ticked away under the mounting intensity of the situation, the clandestine organization's attacks grew increasingly fierce. After several hours of relentless effort, they finally succeeded in creating the countermeasure weapon. Its immense power could effectively neutralize the new weapon of the clandestine organization. Armed with this innovation, Lin Yu and his team re-entered the fray, managing to repel the assault from the clandestine organization. Once the battle subsided, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Yet, Lin Yu understood that this was merely a temporary victory. The clandestine organization would not relent and would undoubtedly launch another offensive. They were compelled to make a swift decision to remain at the base or to take the fight to the enemy, seeking a definitive means to eradicate the clandestine organization. In this moment of profound difficulty, Lin Yu's heart was rife with conflict and uncertainty. He recognized that each choice bore significant implications for the survival of the team and the fate of the world. He sat quietly in the conference room, gazing at the documents and maps on the table, lost in deep contemplation. Chapter 79, a glimmer of hope and desperation. After a fierce battle with a mysterious organization, the protagonist team had managed to temporarily secure their base, albeit at a tremendous cost. Many team members were injured, and the defensive structures of the base had suffered severe damage. Lin Yu gazed upon the disarray of the base, his heart heavy with worry and anxiety. In the makeshift medical room, doctors were diligently tending to the wounded team members. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and several core members gathered to deliberate on their next course of action. We can no longer afford to be passive targets. We must devise a means to take the initiative, locate the core base of the mysterious organization, and obliterate them entirely, Lin Yu asserted with unwavering determination. However, discovering the core base of the mysterious organization was no simple task. They were aware that the organization had clandestine outposts scattered across various locations, yet these outposts appeared to be interconnected through a web of complexity and concealment, making it arduous to unearth critical leads. Just as the group fell into deep contemplation, a lightly injured team member suddenly recalled something significant. I remember that during a previous mission, we intercepted a communication record from the mysterious organization, which mentioned a place called Shadowland that might be linked to their core base, the team member stated. Lin Yu and the others were instantly invigorated, and they promptly began to search for that communication record. After considerable effort, they finally unearthed the relevant information. According to the clues within the communication, Shadowland seemed to be situated in a remote mountainous region, characterized by complex terrain and harsh conditions, rendering it a highly concealed location. Lin Yu resolved to lead a small team to scout Shadowland. After meticulous preparations, they equipped themselves with ample weaponry and gear, embarking on their journey to Shadowland. Along the way, they encountered numerous formidable challenges. Inclement weather and treacherous mountain paths posed significant obstacles to their progress. After several days of arduous trekking, they finally arrived near Shadowland. As foretold, the area was indeed eerie and foreboding, shrouded in an aura of mystery. Lin Yu and his team advanced cautiously, remaining ever vigilant. At the entrance of Shadowland, they discovered an array of enigmatic symbols and markings, which appeared to serve as warnings, cautioning against unwarranted entry. Undeterred by these ominous signs, Lin Yu and his companions resolutely stepped into Shadowland. The sights within astonished them. The area was filled with bizarre structures and facilities, while unknown machines emitted a low hum, as if engaged in some arcane experimentation. Lin Yu and his team stealthily infiltrated deeper, seeking to uncover more clues. Within a colossal edifice, they stumbled upon a detailed map, marking the distribution of the mysterious organization's various outposts and facilities within Shadowland. Elated, they realized they had finally found a lead to the core base of the organization. Just as they prepared to depart, they were suddenly ambushed by members of the mysterious organization. A fierce battle ensued, with Lin Yu and his team employing their exceptional combat skills and unwavering resolve to engage in a desperate struggle against the organization's members. In a pivotal moment during the skirmish, Lin Yu discerned a vulnerability within the organization. Their weapons and equipment appeared to be especially sensitive to a specific energy fluctuation. By generating such a fluctuation, they could inflict substantial damage upon the adversaries. Lin Yu immediately relayed this discovery to his teammates, and together they worked in unison to create the energy wave. Indeed, under the influence of the energy fluctuation, the members of the mysterious organization rapidly lost their combat efficacy. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu and his team launched a counteroffensive, successfully vanquishing the organization's members. With precious leads in hand, they swiftly exited Shadowland and returned to their base. Upon their return, Lin Yu shared their findings from Shadowland with the other team members, who felt an invigorating surge of hope. They began to formulate a detailed operational plan, preparing for a final assault on the core base of the mysterious organization. After thorough preparations, the protagonist team was finally poised for the ultimate confrontation with the mysterious organization. Chapter 80: A new journey. After enduring multiple assaults from a clandestine organization and navigating the treacherous Shadow Realm, the protagonist team has acquired pivotal intelligence regarding the core base of the mysterious organization. They commence meticulous preparations for their next course of action. Standing in the command center of the base, Lin Yu gazes intently at the vast screen before him, which displays an array of intelligence concerning the enigmatic organization and the cartographic data they have gathered from the Shadow Realm. His eyes radiate determination, filled with both anticipation and a hint of trepidation for the impending confrontation. Is everyone ready? Lin Yu's voice resonates within the command center. His team members nod in unison, affirming their readiness. Before departure, the team's technical expert conducts a final inspection and upgrade of their weapons and gear. Various high-tech arms glimmer with a cold luminescence, seemingly poised to unleash their formidable power. Simultaneously, the medical team prepares an ample supply of pharmaceuticals and medical apparatus to address any potential casualties. Once all is in readiness, the protagonist team embarks on their journey toward the core base of the mysterious organization. They traverse the rugged mountain roads in an armored vehicle, the scenery whizzing past as their spirits grow increasingly somber. At last, they arrive at the periphery of the core base, where security is stringent, patrolled by soldiers and advanced surveillance equipment. Lin Yu and his companions cautiously conceal themselves within the nearby woodlands, scrutinizing the enemy's every movement. We must not act recklessly, we must first identify the enemy's defensive vulnerabilities before launching our assault, Lin Yu murmurs, to which his comrades readily agree. They divide into several small groups to conduct a thorough reconnaissance of the area surrounding the core base. After several hours of diligent observation, they discover a potential breach in the defenses, an area where the fortifications are relatively weak and the patrolling soldiers sparse. Lin Yu resolves to initiate the attack under the cover of night, intending to catch the enemy off guard amidst the shadows. As night falls, the protagonist team stealthily approaches the identified weakness in the defenses. They deftly evade the patrolling sentinels, successfully infiltrating the core base of the mysterious organization. The sight that greets them is astonishing. An array of high-tech devices and experimental apparatus fills the facility, with individuals clad in white lab coats busily attending to their tasks. There is no time for astonishment, they swiftly execute their plan. A contingent of team members is tasked with dismantling critical enemy equipment and experimental instruments, while another engages in fierce combat with the adversaries. The sounds of gunfire and explosions shatter the tranquility of the night. Members of the mysterious organization, caught off guard by the protagonist team's rapid breach of their defenses, momentarily descend into chaos. However, they quickly regroup and launch a counteroffensive, resulting in an intense life-and-death struggle. During the fray, Lin Yu realizes that the leader of the mysterious organization is conspicuously absent from the base. A flicker of doubt arises within him. Could the enemy be orchestrating another scheme? Yet, there is no time for contemplation. He must devote himself entirely to the battle at hand. After a fierce confrontation, the protagonist team ultimately succeeds in obliterating the core base of the mysterious organization. They survey the wreckage with hearts brimming with the joy of victory. Nevertheless, they understand that this battle is not yet concluded. The leader of the organization remains at large, and they must persist in their pursuit to eradicate this threat entirely. On their return journey to the base, Lin Yu and his companions begin to deliberate their next course of action. They recognize that this skirmish is merely the beginning, with further challenges awaiting them in the future. Yet, they are resolute in their belief that as long as they remain united, they will triumph over all adversities and safeguard the peace of the world. Chapter 81 Truth and Conspiracy. After arduous battles and relentless exploration, the protagonists finally uncovered pivotal clues regarding the enigmatic force that lay beneath the surface. Armed with these revelations, they returned to their base and commenced a meticulous study and analysis. Lin Yu sat at the conference table, clutching an ancient manuscript that contained various legends and speculations about the mysterious power. His gaze was intense, as if he sought to unearth the key to the riddle hidden within those words. Based on the clues we have thus far, it appears that the clandestine organization has been in pursuit of a force capable of manipulating time and space. This power is said to have the potential to alter the fate of the entire world, yet it could also unleash catastrophic consequences, Lin Yu stated, his voice low and grave. The other team members eagerly shared their perspectives. Some argued that such formidable power should never be wielded by humanity, while others contended that, if harnessed correctly, it might yield immense benefits for mankind. Amidst their fervent debate, one team member suddenly brought forth astonishing news. He had discovered a forgotten diary in the base's library, and astonishingly, its author was one of the founders of the mysterious organization. Lin Yu and his companions immediately delved into the diary's contents. It meticulously chronicled the origins and evolution of the clandestine organization, as well as their research and exploration of the arcane power. Through the diary, they discerned that the organization's initial purpose was not to incite disaster, but rather to seek a force that could save humanity. However, as their research deepened, the members became increasingly tainted by power and desire. They began to attempt to control this mysterious force for their own gain, sacrificing countless lives in a series of inhumane experiments to achieve their objectives. It appears that all of this transpired due to the members of the organization losing their way, one team member lamented. They initially sought to save humanity, yet ultimately transformed into its adversaries. Lin Yu nodded, his eyes filled with resolve. We must put a stop to them. We cannot allow them to continue their reckless pursuits, he declared. According to the clues in the diary, the headquarters of the mysterious organization may be located in a place known as the Lost Land. We must find this place swiftly and dismantle their stronghold. The team members unanimously expressed their agreement. They began to devise a detailed plan to journey to the Lost Land. Before departure, they conducted a final inspection and enhancement of their weapons and equipment, ensuring they were prepared for any potential dangers. After a protracted journey, the protagonists finally arrived at the Lost Land. It was a desolate desert, strewn with dunes and rocks. At the heart of the desert stood a colossal castle, its walls etched with enigmatic symbols and patterns. Cautiously, Lin Yu and his companions approached the castle. They soon discovered that the area was riddled with traps and guards, rendering entry into the castle a formidable challenge. Yet, undeterred by the obstacles, they relied on their intellect and bravery to successfully evade the traps and sentinels, gaining entry into the castle. The sights within the castle astonished them. High-tech devices and experimental apparatus filled the space, while individuals clad in white lab coats busily attended to their tasks. Stealthily, Lin Yu and his companions infiltrated the inner sanctum, seeking out the leader of the enigmatic organization. Deep within the castle, they finally confronted the leader, who sat upon an enormous chair, holding a peculiar instrument that emanated a mysterious glow. At last, you have arrived, the leader sneered upon seeing Lin Yu and his companions. Did you truly believe you could thwart me? It is too late. I have mastered the arcane power, and I shall become the sovereign of this world. Unfazed by the leader's words, Lin Yu and his companions resolutely charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle. During the conflict, they soon realized the leader wielded formidable strength, making them nearly no match for him. However, they refused to surrender, continuing to resist with unwavering tenacity. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, Lin Yu suddenly identified the leader's weakness. He promptly shared this revelation with his comrades, and together, they coordinated their efforts to exploit the leader's vulnerability. Ultimately, they succeeded in vanquishing the leader and dismantling the clandestine organization's headquarters. As the battle concluded, Lin Yu and his companions surveyed the wreckage of the castle, their hearts laden with reflection. They understood that although they had achieved victory in this confrontation, their mission was far from over. They must continue to strive to safeguard the peace of the world. Chapter 82 Entangled affections. Since the last incident, the relationship between the protagonist, Xiaolin, and the male lead, Yifei, has taken on a delicate nuance. Xiaolin finds herself subconsciously attentive to Yifei's every move, while Yifei often steals glances at Xiaolin without realizing it. One day, Xiaolin unexpectedly encounters Yifei in the library. He is engrossed in searching for a book among the shelves, his focused demeanor captivating Xiaolin completely. When Yifei lifts his gaze and spots Xiaolin, a flicker of surprise dances across his face, accompanied by a warm smile. What a coincidence, you're here too, Ifei remarks softly, snapping back to reality. Xiaolin feels her cheeks flush slightly. Yes, I came to look up some materials. The two begin to discuss the books they have recently read, discovering a shared passion for literature. Ifei recommends a splendid book he has recently enjoyed, while Xiaolin shares her interpretations of certain plot points. As their conversation flows, the distance between them gradually diminishes, and an inexplicable affection begins to blossom. Upon leaving the library, Ifei invites Xiaolin to join him for coffee. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately agrees. At the CAF, they settle into a windowside table, sunlight streaming through, enveloping them in a warm and pleasant glow. Xiaolin, I find our conversations truly delightful, Ifei gazes at her, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Xiaolin's heart races, and she lowers her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. I feel the same, talking with you is quite enjoyable. Just then, Ifei's phone unexpectedly rings. He glances at it, and his expression shifts to one of concern. I have something to attend to. I must leave now, he apologizes. Although Xiaolin feels a tinge of disappointment, she offers an understanding smile. It's alright, you go ahead. Once Ifei departs, Xiaolin sits alone in the CAF, her emotions swirling within her. She is uncertain about her feelings for Ifei. Are they love or merely a pure fondness? She resolves to give herself some time to ponder this matter thoughtfully. A few days later, the school hosts a dance. Xiaolin initially hesitates to attend, but, persuaded by her best friend, she finds herself at the venue. The dance floor sparkles with lights, the music resonates melodiously, and people twirl joyfully. Xiaolin stands alone in a corner, watching the lively crowd with a hint of melancholy. At that moment, Ifei appears, dressed sharply in a suit, striding towards her. Xiaolin, may I have the honor of dancing with you? He extends his hand with a smile. Xiaolin's heart races, she hesitates briefly before placing her hand in his. Ifei leads her to the dance floor, and they sway gracefully to the rhythm of the music, as if the world around them has faded away, leaving only the two of them. After the dance concludes, Ifei walks Xiaolin home. They stroll in silence, each lost in their thoughts. Upon reaching the foot of Xiaolin's building, Ifei halts and gazes at her. Xiaolin, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Xiaolin's heart leaps, and tears glisten in her eyes as she looks at Ifei in astonishment. She never anticipated such a swift confession from him. Her heart swells with emotion and joy. I like you too, she whispers. Hearing her words, a radiant smile spreads across Ifei's face. He gently embraces Xiaolin, placing a tender kiss on her forehead. From that moment on, their relationship deepens, marking the beginning of a beautiful romance. Chapter 83. The sweetness and challenges of love. The days following the confirmation of their relationship for Xiaolin and Ifei were akin to being steeped in honey, each moment infused with a delightful sweetness. In the early morning, the sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves, casting a warm glow on the paths of the campus, where Ifei would invariably wait beneath Xiaolin's dormitory, holding breakfast he had prepared for her. His warm smile resembled the rising sun, dispelling all traces of drowsiness from Xiaolin's eyes. Together, they would stroll towards their classroom, sharing dreams as if those fantastical visions had seamlessly woven into the fabric of their love story. In class, although they could not always sit side by side, the occasional exchange of glances was enough to convey their profound affection. During breaks, Ifei would discreetly slip Xiaolin a small note, adorned with tender words or amusing quips, eliciting a sweet smile from her amidst the monotony of study. After school, the library became their cherished rendezvous. They would settle in a windowside nook, immersing themselves in the world of books. Occasionally, spirited debates would arise over differing interpretations of a narrative, yet these discussions only served to deepen their understanding of one another. Whenever Xiaolin discovered a book she adored, her eyes would sparkle like the brightest star in the night sky, captivating Ifei. He would gently stroke her hair, smiling as he remarked, "What you love must surely be the most beautiful." However, life is not always a smooth sail, and love is no exception. The lingering shadows of a crisis within Ifei's family business hung over their lives like an unshakable gloom. Although the company had temporarily navigated the treacherous waters of a financial crisis, it now faced immense pressure for a business transformation. As a vital member of the family, Ifei found himself shouldering greater responsibilities. He began attending numerous business meetings, strategizing the company's future alongside the elder members of his family. This left him with precious little time to spend with Xiaolin, who often found herself alone during the afternoons that were once theirs to share. Though Xiaolin understood Ifei's predicament, she could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. Frequently, after classes, she would wander to their once frequented corners of the campus, reminiscing about those blissful moments. Observing couples around her enjoying their time together, a flicker of envy would light up her eyes. At times, she felt compelled to message Ifei, but fearing she might disrupt his work, she would reluctantly set her phone aside. Meanwhile, discordant whispers began to circulate within the school. Some classmates, envious of Xiaolin's relationship with such an exceptional and handsome partner, began to spread unfounded rumors behind her back. These malicious words pierced Xiaolin's heart like venomous thorns. They claimed she was only with Ifei for his family's wealth, labeling her as a vain girl. These rumors spread swiftly, even reaching the ears of some of Xiaolin's close friends. When her best friend informed her of these slanders, tears brimmed in Xiaolin's eyes from the injustice. Upon learning of these circumstances, Ifei was filled with a mixture of anger and heartache. He immediately stepped forward to defend Xiaolin. He posted a heartfelt statement on the school bulletin board, detailing their journey of knowing and loving each other, unequivocally dispelling the malicious rumors. He also warned those spreading falsehoods that if they continued to slander Xiaolin, he would resort to legal measures. During a break, in front of the entire class, he firmly grasped Xiaolin's hand, gazing resolutely at everyone as he declared, "Xiaolin is the most important person in my life. I love her simply for who she is, and those rumors are utterly baseless. I urge everyone not to heed these falsehoods, nor to harm the one I cherish most." Yifei's actions deeply moved Xiaolin, reinforcing her belief that no matter the challenges they faced, Yifei would always stand by her side. To compensate for the time he had neglected Xiaolin, Yifei meticulously planned an extraordinarily romantic date. He discovered a secluded yet beautiful corner in the school garden, dedicating several days to its preparation. He personally planted Xiaolin favorite flowers, adorning the space with colorful lights and warm candles. Amidst the blooms, he placed a small bookshelf filled with volumes Xiaolin had longed to read but had yet to find. In each book, he tucked a handwritten note expressing his love and unique insights into the content. When Xiaolin was led to the garden by her friend, she was awestruck by the enchanting scene before her. The colorful lights twinkled among the flowers, reminiscent of a fairyland. The flickering flames of the candles danced in the gentle breeze, exuding a cozy ambience. The blooming flowers seemed to smile, welcoming her presence. Tears of emotion welled in Xiaolin's eyes as she gazed at Yifei, feeling as though the entire world had faded away, leaving only him. Yifei approached Xiaolin, gently embracing her and whispering in her ear, "My dear, I know this time has been difficult for you. I realize I have not been by your side enough, but my heart has never strayed from you. I love you, and this love will remain unwavering, regardless of any hardships." Xiaolin held Yifei tightly, her tears soaking his shoulder. In that romantic setting, they sat amidst the flowers, sharing their innermost thoughts during this challenging time. Xiaolin confided in Yifei that while the rumors had deeply hurt her, she was more concerned that external factors might jeopardize their relationship. Yifei reassured her that he would always protect her, vowing that no one would ever harm her. They reminisced about the journey from acquaintance to love, those cherished memories forming an invisible bond that tightly connected their hearts. They understood that love was not merely about sweet moments, it also required facing life's challenges together. This date felt like a much-needed rain, revitalizing their love, which had become somewhat parched due to their busy lives and the rumors. It allowed them to recognize each other's significance in their hearts, drawing them closer together. On that warm evening, hand in hand, they envisioned their future. They resolved that no matter what lay ahead, they would continue to be open and supportive of one another, safeguarding the precious love they had found. They believed that as long as they loved each other, nothing could obstruct their path to happiness. Chapter 84 of the Dark Aftermath and a new journey. In the wake of this battle, although the base was enveloped in the euphoria of victory, Lin Yu wore a furrowed brow. The mysterious organization, though severely weakened, had left behind a lingering aura of darkness that hung over the periphery of the base like a shroud. Some team members reported inexplicable hallucinations during their patrols, as if countless pairs of watchful eyes lurked within the shadows. Lin Yu understood that this was a remnant of the organization's sinister machinations, possibly the residue of some arcane dark magic. Technical experts labored day and night, endeavoring to discover a means of unraveling this enigma. At that moment, the base's detection system blared an alarm. A sudden surge of energy waves erupted from a nearby valley, imbued with a potent essence of darkness. Without hesitation, Lin Yu led a team of elite members aboard a flying warship to investigate the valley. As they approached, they beheld a swirling miasma of black fog, which seemed almost sentient, rolling and undulating ominously. Cautiously, they ventured into the valley, only to uncover a vast magical circle etched with bizarre runes, emanating formidable dark energy. "This must be a trap set by the mysterious organization," one team member exclaimed with palpable anxiety. Lin Yu's expression grew grave as he scrutinized the magical circle, searching for a way to dismantle it. Suddenly, a beam of black light shot forth from the circle, hurtling directly towards them. In a swift motion, Lin Yu raised his long sword, enhanced by the energy of the source crystal, and unleashed a wave of energy to counter the oncoming darkness. However, the force of the black light was overwhelmingly powerful, instantly dissolving Lin Yu's energy wave and continuing its relentless advance. The team members hastily brandished their weapons and launched their assaults, yet their efforts seemed futile against the black light. Just as the dark force was about to strike them, Lin Yu felt a sudden, intense vibration emanating from his sword. The energy of the source crystal appeared to awaken. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled the crystal's energy into his sword and swung it with all his might, unleashing a brilliant beam of white light that collided with the black light. As the two forces clashed, the entire valley was engulfed in a tremendous shockwave of energy, causing the surrounding rocks to crumble. After a fierce struggle, the white light gradually gained the upper hand, suppressing the black light until, at last, it was completely obliterated, and the magical circle ceased its operation. Though Lin Yu and his team exhaled in relief, they were acutely aware that this victory was merely temporary. The remnants of the mysterious organization continued to lurk in the shadows, and they needed to swiftly devise a means to eradicate it entirely to safeguard the peace of the world. Upon returning to the base, Lin Yu and the technical experts delved into an in-depth study of the magical circle discovered in the valley. They realized that it was a device employed by the mysterious organization to harvest dark energy, thereby enhancing their own strength. Lin Yu recognized that if they did not promptly dismantle this apparatus, the organization could very well re-emerge. After considerable discussion, Lin Yu and his team resolved to launch another offensive, seeking out additional strongholds of the mysterious organization to obliterate their influence once and for all. In the ensuing days, Lin Yu led his comrades across various terrains, engaging in relentless battles against the remnants of the organization. Their journeys took them to every conceivable corner, each skirmish fraught with hardship and peril, yet they persevered, steadfast in their beliefs. During one encounter, Lin Yu and his companions fortuitously unearthed an ancient tome, inscribed with powerful sealing techniques capable of subduing dark forces. Grasping this treasure with fervor, Lin Yu promptly returned to the base with his team to study the sealing art. After a period of diligent effort, they successfully mastered the technique and managed to seal the magical circle within the valley. With the magical circle sealed, the dark aura surrounding the base gradually dissipated, and the morale of the team significantly improved. However, Lin Yu remained cognizant that their struggle was far from over. The remnants of the mysterious organization still existed, and vigilance was paramount as they continued their quest to protect world peace. After enduring countless battles and challenges, Lin Yu and his team finally emerged victorious. The remnants of the mysterious organization were utterly vanquished, and peace returned to the world. Lin Yu and his comrades were hailed as heroes, their tales echoing through the ages. Yet, Lin Yu knew that this achievement was the culmination of their collective efforts and the power of the source crystal. He resolved to safeguard the crystal meticulously, prepared for any future exigencies. Chapter 85 of the exploration of the mysterious relic. After successfully repelling the remnants of the enigmatic organization, Lin Yu and his companions were afforded a brief respite. However, they were acutely aware that their adversaries would not relent, and thus, they must continually enhance their abilities to confront the challenges that lay ahead. At this juncture, the technical experts at the base made a remarkable discovery while researching the source crystal. They uncovered cryptic information that appeared to indicate a hidden relic situated in a distant locale, said to harbor immense power and precious treasures. Determined to investigate this mysterious site, Lin Yu and his comrades set forth. They piloted the base's most advanced flying warship, navigating through treacherous mountain ranges and vast expanses of clouds, until they finally reached the legendary location of the relic. The sight before them was nothing short of breathtaking. A colossal ancient castle stood resilient amidst a desolate desert, its walls adorned with mysterious runes and patterns, emanating an aura of antiquity and intrigue. Cautiously, Lin Yu and his team ventured into the castle, where an air of age-old mystery enveloped them. As they proceeded along a narrow corridor, torches affixed to the walls ignited spontaneously, as if to herald their arrival. Deep within the castle, they stumbled upon a grand stone door, embellished with a radiant gemstone. Lin Yu endeavored to harness the energy of the source crystal to activate the gem, and as the door creaked open, an overwhelming force surged forth. Beyond the door lay an immense treasury, filled to the brim with an array of mystical artifacts, ancient tomes, and invaluable materials. The team was elated, eagerly selecting items of significance to them. Yet, a nagging sense of unease crept over Lin Yu. Everything seemed too fortuitous. Just as they reveled in their triumph, the ground of the treasury began to tremble, and countless traps emerged from the surrounding walls. "Be careful!" Lin Yu shouted, prompting his comrades to swiftly evade the onslaught of mechanisms. However, the traps intensified, and some of the team members were unfortunate enough to sustain injuries. Remaining composed, Lin Yu keenly observed his surroundings, discerning a pattern in the traps' attacks. He realized that if they could identify this pattern, they might decipher the mechanism. Leading his team, he skillfully dodged the traps while searching for a solution. After considerable effort, Lin Yu finally located the control core of the traps. Utilizing the energy from the source crystal, he obliterated the core, causing the traps to cease their assault. With a collective sigh of relief, the team resumed their exploration of the treasury. In the deepest recesses of the treasury, they uncovered an ancient tome that detailed a formidable technique. Lin Yu recognized that this manuscript would significantly bolster their abilities. Just as they prepared to exit the treasury, a low, ominous growl echoed from the depths of the castle. A sense of foreboding gripped their hearts. They understood that a far more formidable foe awaited them. Gripping their weapons tightly, they cautiously advanced toward the source of the sound. In the castle's basement, they encountered a colossal beast, radiating a powerful aura of darkness. Without hesitation, Lin Yu and his comrades launched their assault, and the beast retaliated fiercely, unleashing a torrent of black flames from its gaping maw. The ensuing clash was fierce, with Lin Yu and his team employing their skills in an intense battle against the beast. Despite its formidable might, Lin Yu and his companions did not waver. They coordinated their efforts, diligently seeking out the creature's vulnerabilities. After an arduous struggle, Lin Yu finally discerned the beast's weakness. Channeling all his strength, he executed a decisive strike. The beast let out a harrowing cry before collapsing to the ground. With the beast vanquished, Lin Yu and his team successfully claimed the treasures and tomes within the castle. Armed with these invaluable spoils, they returned to their base. This exploration of the mysterious relic had significantly enhanced their capabilities, instilling them with newfound confidence for the battles that lay ahead. Chapter 86 on New Explorations and Journeys. After a fierce battle with the remnants of the mysterious organization, Lin Yu and his companions successfully safeguarded the source crystal. However, they were acutely aware that the adversary would not relent easily. Following the conflict, the base underwent a brief period of recovery and reconstruction, and the morale of the team began to gradually resurge. Lin Yu was preoccupied with thoughts regarding the dark pact of the organization's leader, sensing that a greater secret lay concealed beneath the surface. In pursuit of the truth, he commenced an in-depth study of the artifacts and items collected from the battlefield associated with the enigmatic organization. After several days of meticulous research, he discovered peculiar symbols and patterns on what appeared to be an ordinary fragment of an artifact. These symbols seemed to point to a distant location, and Lin Yu speculated that it might harbor significant clues related to the Dark Pact. Simultaneously, the base received intelligence from distant allies. The report mentioned abnormal energy fluctuations detected within an ancient ruin, resonating in a peculiar manner with the energy of the source crystal. Lin Yu and his team immediately recognized this as a potential new opportunity. After deliberation, they resolved to dispatch an elite squad to explore the ruins. Lin Yu personally led the team on their expedition. They traversed dense forests, treacherous mountains, and vast deserts, enduring numerous hardships until they finally reached the site of the ruins. An aura of mystery enveloped the area, with ancient structures exuding the marks of time. The team members cautiously entered the ruins, discovering it riddled with various mechanisms and traps. During their exploration, they encountered ancient inscriptions that spoke of a powerful source of energy, seemingly closely linked to the power of the source crystal. Lin Yu hypothesized that this could be a purer and more potent form of source crystal energy. However, obtaining this energy would not be a simple endeavor. They needed to unravel a series of intricate puzzles and mechanisms. Each team member utilized their unique skills. Some excelled in disabling traps, while others were adept at deciphering texts. Working in unison, they gradually solved one challenge after another. As their exploration deepened, they unearthed hints of hidden dangers lurking within the ruins. In a dark passage, a group of eerie creatures suddenly emerged. They bore a human-like shape but radiated an aura of darkness, resembling monsters born from the shadows. Lin Yu and his companions swiftly entered a state of combat, employing weapons enhanced with source crystal energy to engage in a fierce struggle against these sinister beings. The creatures exhibited tremendous strength and formidable regenerative abilities, causing the battle to reach a stalemate. Nevertheless, Lin Yu and his team did not falter. They diligently sought the weaknesses of their foes. Eventually, they discovered that these creatures harbored an innate fear of light. Lin Yu then conjured a powerful light shield using source crystal energy, successfully repelling the grotesque beings. After a grueling battle and exploration, the team finally located the core area of the ruins. There, they beheld a colossal source of energy, emanating a dazzling radiance. Lin Yu and his companions felt the immense power contained within, recognizing it as the new clue and source of energy they had been seeking. However, just as they prepared for further exploration, a violent tremor reverberated through the ruins, as if some formidable force was awakening. Chapter 86, The Test of Love. After navigating the turmoil of recent rumors and a romantic outing, Yifei and Xiao Lin's relationship had grown more resolute. Yet, a new challenge quietly loomed. Yifei's family enterprise encountered significant difficulties during its business transformation, as competitors relentlessly launched new products and marketing strategies, encroaching on their market share. The family business faced unprecedented pressure, with the elders placing high hopes on Yifei, urging him to swiftly devise a solution. Yifei became increasingly engrossed in company affairs, resulting in dwindling time to meet with Xiao Lin. Although Xiao Lin understood Yifei's predicament, she could not help but feel a sense of loss. She began to question whether she could strike a balance between Yifei's career and their love. One day, at school, Xiao Lin encountered a senior who had once pursued her. Upon seeing her, he approached with familiarity, expressing that he had never forgotten her. Xiao Lin politely declined his advances, yet the senior persisted. He began to frequently appear around her, presenting flowers and gifts in an attempt to rekindle her affection. Xiao Lin found the senior's behavior quite vexing. She repeatedly asserted her commitment to Yifei, but the senior remained undeterred. He believed that since Yifei was preoccupied with work, he could offer Xiao Lin more care and companionship. Meanwhile, Yifei caught wind of rumors regarding Xiao Lin and the senior, filling his heart with uncertainty and unease. He began to doubt Xiao Lin's feelings for him and resolved to have a serious conversation with her. On a weekend evening, Yifei finally carved out time to meet Xiao Lin. Upon seeing his fatigued demeanor, her heart ached for him. Yifei directly broached the subject of her relationship with the senior, and Xiao Lin felt a wave of indignation as she clarified the truth, asserting that she held no feelings for the senior. Yifei listened to her explanation, gradually dispelling his doubts. However, he also recognized that his work commitments had caused him to overlook Xiao Lin's feelings. He resolved to set aside his work and dedicate quality time to her. Just then, a major crisis struck Yifei's company. A crucial partner unexpectedly withdrew funding, threatening to sever the company's financial lifeline once more. Yifei had no choice but to return to the office to address the urgent situation. Xiao Lin empathized with Yifei's struggles and chose to support him silently. Each day, she sent him encouraging messages, urging him not to give up. Bolstered by Xiao Lin's encouragement, Yifei regained his resolve, leading his team in relentless efforts to find a solution. After considerable endeavor, Yifei successfully secured new partners, averting the company crisis. He also came to understand that a balance must be struck between love and career. He vowed to carve out time for Xiao Lin, no matter how busy he became. In turn, Xiao Lin learned how to understand and support Yifei. She recognized that love encompasses not only sweet moments but also the trials and tribulations that must be endured. Only through weathering life's storms could love grow more steadfast and beautiful. Chapter 87, Secrets. Within the depths of the ruins, Lin Yu and his companions unearthed a formidable energy source within the enigmatic ruins. However, just as they were poised to delve deeper, the structure suddenly convulsed violently. Following the tremors, a mysterious radiance emanated from the energy source, casting an ancient map upon the wall ahead. The map was adorned with peculiar symbols and pathways, seemingly serving as a guide into the deeper recesses of the ruins. Lin Yu and his team meticulously examined the map, striving to decipher its cryptic messages. After considerable effort, they ultimately discerned the direction in which to proceed. With the map as their guide, the team members cautiously ventured further into the ruins. The passage was thick with an eerie atmosphere, and the walls shimmered with enigmatic glimmers, as if recounting age-old tales. As they advanced, they stumbled upon various intricate mechanisms and traps, each more complex and perilous than those they had encountered previously. One such trap was an array of countless sharp blades, poised to shred any unwary soul into fragments at the slightest misstep. The team deftly navigated around the blades, employing strategic coordination to successfully traverse this perilous obstacle. Another mechanism presented itself in the form of a colossal stone door, inscribed with elaborate runes. Only by unraveling the riddle of the runes could they hope to gain passage through the door. Lin Yu, employing his intellect and drawing from the inscriptions he had previously discovered within the ruins, engaged in prolonged contemplation and experimentation, ultimately deciphering the riddle and unlocking the stone door. Upon entering, they found themselves in a vast cavern. At the center of the cave stood an enormous crystal sphere, pulsating with potent energy waves. Lin Yu and his companions sensed the immense power contained within the crystal, realizing that it might hold the essence of the ruins' most profound secrets. Just as they approached the sphere, a cadre of guardians emerged from the shadows, towering in stature, clad in formidable armor, and wielding razor-sharp weapons. These sentinels radiated a palpable sense of vigilance and hostility, seemingly forbidding any intruders from nearing the crystal. Without hesitation, Lin Yu and his team sprang into combat, engaging in a fierce struggle against the Guardians. The Guardians exhibited remarkable prowess, their attacks swift and ferocious, imposing tremendous pressure on the team. Nevertheless, Lin Yu and his companions stood resolute, coordinating their efforts to unleash their utmost strength. After a grueling confrontation, they ultimately vanquished the Guardians. Once the battle subsided, Lin Yu approached the crystal sphere, scrutinizing the energy fluctuations within. He discerned that the sphere contained an ancient legacy, potentially linked to the power of the source crystal. Determined to probe deeper into the secrets of the crystal, Lin Yu infused his consciousness into it, seeking to acquire its ancient knowledge. Within this realm of consciousness, Lin Yu beheld a series of ancient visions, each revealing potent powers and skills. Immersed in this ethereal dimension, he continually absorbed and comprehended these formidable abilities. After a significant period of exploration, Lin Yu finally mastered the legacy contained within the sphere. Upon returning to the tangible world, Lin Yu found his companions anxiously awaiting his return. He eagerly shared the knowledge he had acquired from the crystal, igniting a wave of excitement among the team. They recognized that this newfound power would bolster their efforts against the enigmatic organization they faced. Yet, just as they prepared to depart the cavern, the ruins once again trembled violently. This tremor was far more intense than before, as if the very structure of the ruins were on the verge of collapse. Lin Yu and his companions swiftly raced towards the exit, acutely aware of a formidable force pursuing them from behind. Chapter 88 The mysterious call. In the aftermath of a harrowing battle against a clandestine organization, the base resembled a harbor that had weathered a storm, temporarily restored to a semblance of tranquility. However, this serenity was merely superficial. Everyone was acutely aware that the remnants of the mysterious organization lurked like wolves in the shadows, poised to launch a fresh assault at any moment. The atmosphere was thick with tension and oppression, akin to the calm that precedes a tempest. On this particular day, sunlight filtered through the protective dome above the training grounds, casting a warm glow upon Lin Yu, who was engrossed in discussions about new combat strategies with his team members. He meticulously analyzed the potential methods of attack from the enigmatic organization and devised countermeasures. Suddenly, an inexplicable force surged within his heart, manifesting without warning. It felt as if a faint voice from a distant realm was softly beckoning him from the depths of his soul. Initially, this voice was barely perceptible, but as time unfolded, it grew increasingly insistent, crashing against his consciousness like relentless waves, filling him with curiosity and uncertainty. Lin Yu understood that this mysterious call was no mere coincidence. It potentially concealed vital information crucial for their confrontation with the clandestine organization. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to pursue this enigmatic summons, regardless of the peril that lay ahead. He swiftly assembled an elite squad, comprising warriors who had been rigorously tested in battle, each possessing exceptional skills and indomitable will. Once prepared, they resolutely departed from the base. Their journey was fraught with challenges. Upon entering the dense forest, it felt as though they had stepped into a verdant labyrinth. Towering trees obscured the sun, allowing only scattered beams of light to penetrate through the thick foliage. The ground beneath their feet was uneven, riddled with gnarled roots and concealed traps hidden beneath a carpet of fallen leaves. The squad members advanced cautiously, ever vigilant of potential dangers lurking in the shadows. At times, they encountered ferocious beasts of formidable size and strength, compelling them to unleash their full prowess in combat. Having traversed the forest, they faced the daunting mountain ranges. The peaks soared into the clouds, with sheer cliffs that were as straight as if carved by a knife. The narrow, rugged paths were flanked by bottomless precipices on one side and crumbling rocks that threatened to cascade down on the other. They painstakingly climbed the mountains, where every step was fraught with peril. The howling mountain winds cut against their faces like sharp blades, complicating their ascent. Moreover, they encountered mysterious forces that interfered with their movements, making their progress even more arduous. After finally crossing the mountains, they were met with an arid desert. The sun blazed overhead, scorching the earth, and the searing sand seemed poised to melt the soles of their shoes. Sandstorms swept in sporadically, enveloping them in a blinding haze that obscured their sense of direction. In the desert, water sources became their most precious commodity, compelling them to meticulously ration their limited provisions while contending with perilous creatures such as sandworms. Despite the multitude of hardships they faced, the mysterious call within Lin Yu's heart remained a steadfast beacon, guiding their path forward, never waning. At long last, they arrived at the enigmatic valley. A dense fog enveloped the area, swirling like white silk between the valley walls, rendering the path ahead completely obscured. The air was heavy and damp, pulsating with a peculiar energy. This energy bore a resemblance to that of the source crystals, imbued with immense and arcane power, yet upon closer inspection, subtle differences revealed the presence of an entirely new and unknown form of energy. Lin Yu led his team deeper into the valley, cautiously surveying their surroundings. In the depths of the valley, an ancient ruin came into view. The entrance loomed closed, resembling a guardian that had slumbered for millennia, silent yet imposing. Intricate runes and patterns adorned the door, shimmering with an enigmatic light as if whispering ancient secrets. Lin Yu approached the door, scrutinizing the runes with keen interest. Some resembled coiling dragons, others depicted soaring phoenixes, while still others appeared as mysterious constellations, all interwoven to form a complex riddle. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge and past experiences, Lin Yu endeavored to decipher the runes. He occasionally furrowed his brow in deep thought, engaging in discourse with his teammates. As time slipped by, he gradually discerned the hidden patterns among the runes. It was akin to unlocking a complex lock. With the final rune deciphered, the entrance to the ruin began to open with a deep, resonant rumble, as if the ancient structure were awakening with a sigh. Upon stepping into the ruin, they were awestruck by the sight before them. The interior space was vast, filled with an array of peculiar devices and instruments. Some of these contraptions resembled gigantic, interlocking gears, continuously turning and emitting creaking sounds. Others appeared as transparent crystal tubes, through which vibrant liquids flowed, while still others took the form of immense metallic spheres, their surfaces crackling with arcs of electricity. The walls were inscribed with ancient texts and illustrations, narrating the tales of a distant epoch. What had transpired here? What purpose did these devices serve? Countless questions surged within their minds. At the heart of the ruin stood a colossal crystal orb, perched atop a stone pedestal. The orb radiated a mysterious and enchanting glow, its light rippling like water, beckoning Lin Yu closer. It seemed to be the very core of the ruin, imbuing the entire space with an air of sanctity and solemnity. Lin Yu approached the crystal orb, his gaze captivated by the luminous energy it emanated. He carefully observed the fluctuations of the light and the energy waves contained within, realizing that the orb harbored an unfathomable power. This power resembled a slumbering behemoth, poised to awaken and potentially alter the course of their struggle against the clandestine organization. Yet, acquiring this power would not be a simple endeavor. The orb exuded a mysterious aura, suggesting that they must navigate a series of arduous trials and challenges. Without a moment's hesitation, the squad members understood the rarity of this opportunity, recognizing it as a mission they were destined to undertake. The trials commenced, encompassing intellect, physical prowess, courage, and teamwork. The first trial tested their intellect, requiring them to unravel a series of intricate puzzles. Some puzzles were concealed within ancient texts, demanding interpretation of the meanings behind the words. Others were manifested in the mechanisms within the ruin, necessitating the discovery of activation sequences and operational methods. The team pooled their wisdom, gathering to discuss, analyze, and explore various potential solutions. At times, they would find themselves ensnared in prolonged contemplation or even debate over a single riddle, yet they never wavered in their resolve. The physical trial proved even more grueling, as they were tasked with completing a series of high-intensity challenges within the ruin. For instance, they had to sprint through an area fraught with gravitational distortions, where every step demanded immense exertion, or scale a wall composed of energy barriers that inflicted harm upon their bodies. The team gritted their teeth, relying on their tenacious willpower to persevere, supporting and encouraging one another, ensuring that no comrade was left behind. The trial of courage was particularly harrowing. They were compelled to confront their deepest fears, navigating a realm filled with illusions. This space conjured terrifying visions based on their innermost anxieties. Some team members encountered foes they dreaded most, while others witnessed scenes of loss involving loved ones. Yet, they understood that these were mere phantoms. They had to conquer their fears and press onward. Throughout this ordeal, they continuously bolstered each other, dispelling their trepidation with unwavering conviction. The trial of teamwork wove through every challenge. When faced with various traps and dangers, they needed to operate in unison. For example, while traversing a corridor laden with laser traps, they had to trigger mechanisms in a specific sequence while providing cover for one another. During battles against guardians composed of energy, some members would draw the guardians' attention while others sought their vulnerabilities to strike. Each trial loomed like an insurmountable mountain, yet Lin Yu and his team did not falter. In the intellectual trial, they unraveled the puzzles one by one through their collective knowledge and wisdom. In the physical trial, they transcended their physical limits with unyielding determination. In the courage trial, they vanquished their inner fears with steadfast belief. And in the teamwork trial, they cultivated trust and collaboration, forging an indomitable unity. Upon completing the final trial, the crystal orb seemed to sense their triumph, erupting with an overwhelming surge of energy. This energy cascaded forth like a mighty tsunami, radiating outward from the orb. It enveloped them entirely, and they felt this energy wash over them like warm sunlight, permeating their bodies and souls. Under the baptism of this energy, their physiques underwent remarkable transformations, their muscles grew firmer and stronger, and their bodily functions experienced significant enhancements. Simultaneously, their spirits were elevated, becoming more resilient, and their ability to perceive and manipulate magic advanced to a new level. Their understanding and utilization of source crystals also deepened, as if a profound connection had been established between them and the crystals. Empowered by this newfound strength and brimming with confidence, Lin Yu and his companions exited the ruin. They recognized that this experience had donned them in a formidable armor, providing robust support for the battles that lay ahead. Upon returning to the base, they wasted no time in applying their newly acquired abilities and knowledge to combat preparations. They fortified the base's defenses, upgraded their weaponry, and devised a more comprehensive battle strategy. Each individual was imbued with fighting spirit, ready to confront the next assault from the clandestine organization and protect all that they held dear. Chapter 89 Guardians of Home and the Light of Hope. The mysterious organization seemed to have sensed the changes brought back by Lin Yu and his companions from the ruins, akin to a beast detecting the scent of danger, and thus launched a new wave of attacks ahead of time. In an instant, the alarm bells of the base blared, shattering the previously tranquil atmosphere. The piercing sound resembled the clarion call of death, tightening the nerves of every individual present. A chill ran down Lin Yu's spine, an unprecedented sense of tension gripping him, for he was acutely aware that the outcome of this battle would determine the fate of all. The flames of war swiftly engulfed the base, with the mysterious organization dispatching an even more formidable force this time. A tide of peculiar offensive spells and powerful combat puppets surged toward the base. Without hesitation, Lin Yu and his squad plunged into the fray. They radiated a glow imbued with the power from the ruins, akin to the arrival of a war god. As Lin Yu beheld the familiar base engulfed in flames, a flicker of anguish crossed his eyes, soon replaced by resolute determination. He wielded his weapon with formidable strength, each swing effortlessly repelling the foes that charged at him. While engaged in battle, he simultaneously directed his teammates, who coordinated seamlessly, as if they were a finely tuned machine. The newly acquired powers allowed them to navigate the chaos of combat with ease, their strikes becoming sharper and their defenses more robust. Amidst the fierce melee, Lin Yu unexpectedly discovered that the power granted by the crystal orb harbored a hidden function. When he concentrated to perceive that force, he could detect the fluctuations of the enemy's thoughts around him. He endeavored to use this newfound ability to disrupt the enemy's cognition. Initially, the effect was merely slight, but with persistent exploration, the interference grew increasingly potent. This revelation ignited a flicker of hope within Lin Yu, though it was accompanied by a tinge of apprehension, for he feared it might be a fleeting moment, and that this glimmer of hope could once again plunge everyone into despair. He swiftly communicated this discovery to his squad members, who then began to ingeniously exploit this hidden function. Some members took on the role of diverting the enemy's attention, luring them into the zones they had established for cognitive disruption. Within these areas, the enemy's movements became sluggish, their attacks lost precision, and confusion clouded their eyes. Witnessing the plan succeed, Lin Yu was filled with exhilaration, his thirst for victory intensifying. Seizing the opportune moment, Lin Yu led his team in a fierce counterattack. They weaved through the ranks of foes as if traversing uncharted territory, each strike landing precisely on the enemy's vital points. The ranks of the mysterious organization began to descend into chaos, their formerly cohesive formations were shattered, and the once mighty combat puppets became clumsy, bereft of effective command. At that moment, Lin Yu was consumed by the spirit of battle, his emotions ignited by fervor, each action resolute in defense of his home. In a critical juncture of the conflict, Lin Yu unleashed an even greater surge of power, charging toward the epicenter of the mysterious organization's might. There stood a group of enigmatic figures draped in black robes, radiating an eerie aura. They were the orchestrators of this assault. Lin Yu engaged them in a breathtaking duel, the clash of their powers generating immense waves of energy that warped the surrounding air. Within him resided both fury toward these adversaries and a modicum of reverence for the unknown forces. Yet, he did not falter, for he understood that retreat was not an option. His comrades and home lay behind him. Fearless, Lin Yu, bolstered by his indomitable will and the power of the crystal orb, gradually gained the upper hand. With the cooperation of his squad members, they successfully repelled the core forces of the mysterious organization. As the black-robed figures retreated, other members of the organization began to flee in haste. Thus, the battle concluded with Lin Yu and his companions emerging victorious. Although the base endured significant damage, they had successfully safeguarded their home and all that they held dear. As Lin Yu surveyed the ravaged base, his heart was a tumult of emotions, relief for having survived, sorrow for the fallen, and an unwavering resolve for the future. He understood that following this battle, their standing within the base had risen, and they had come to comprehend the profound significance of their mission, for the powers they wielded would become the key to safeguarding the world. Chapter 90. At the life and death struggle beneath the phantom's shadow, the acrid smoke of battle had yet to dissipate, leaving the base in utter disarray. Lin Yu surveyed the remnants of shattered walls and crumbling edifices, his eyes filled with profound sorrow. Once vibrant structures now lay in ruins, and the bloodstains of fallen comrades stood out starkly against the ground, each mark piercing his heart like a dagger, instilling within him a deep sense of guilt. However, before they could fully recover from the fatigue and pain of war, news arrived. A mysterious phenomenon of death had manifested in an ancient town near the base. The residents appeared to have their life force siphoned away, their bodies rapidly withering as life slipped from them, casting an ominous shadow of death over the entire town. Lin Yu realized that this could be the latest scheme of the enigmatic organization. Despite their physical and mental exhaustion, Lin Yu swiftly organized a small team, burdened by heavy hearts yet driven by a resolute sense of purpose. They set forth towards the town. The atmosphere along the way was stifling, oppressive to the point of suffocation. Upon their arrival in the town, an eerie aura enveloped them. The streets were devoid of life, engulfed in a chilling silence of death. Most doors and windows were tightly shut, yet a palpable sense of dread seeped through the cracks, hinting at the sinister darkness lurking within. Cautiously, Lin Yu and his companions began to explore the town. Suddenly, a horde of ghostly creatures surged forth from the shadows, their ethereal forms gliding with an unsettling grace, eyes gleaming with a malevolent light, emitting piercing cries as they lunged at the team. The nature of the monster's attack was peculiar. They could penetrate the physical realm, assaulting the very souls of their victims, inducing an icy dread akin to plummeting into an abyss of despair. The team fought valiantly, employing a myriad of skills, yet conventional attacks proved ineffective against these spectral foes. Lin Yu concentrated his mind, attempting to harness the power acquired from the ruins to combat them. He discovered that the energy bestowed by the crystal orb could, to some extent, dispel the dark essence enveloping these apparitions. Thus, he orchestrated his teammates to coordinate their efforts while searching for the source of these monsters. In the heart of the town square, they stumbled upon a colossal dark magic circle. The runes upon the circle flickered, emanating a potent malevolence. It was this circle that incessantly summoned and empowered the ghostly entities. Lin Yu understood that to alleviate the town's peril, the magic circle must be destroyed. However, a formidable shield surrounded the circle, repelling any who dared approach with a fierce psychic backlash. Lin Yu and his team attempted various tactics, yet none succeeded in breaching the barrier. During their relentless endeavors, some team members succumbed to the overwhelming soul shock, leaving Lin Yu in a state of frantic urgency. After much deliberation, Lin Yu resolved to take a perilous gamble. He connected with the power of the crystal orb to its fullest extent, striving to unleash a surge of potent positive energy against the shield of the magic circle. This endeavor was excruciating. It felt as if his very soul were being scorched by searing flames, each moment a torment, yet he gritted his teeth, persevering through the anxiety and anticipation of his comrades, until at last, his strength tore a rift in the shield. Seizing the opportunity, the team united in their assault on the magic circle. Through their collective effort, the circle began to fracture, its light flickering erratically. With one final strike, the magic circle erupted in a cataclysmic collapse, causing the ghostly creatures to vanish into the ether. Though the town's crisis had been averted, the harrowing experience left Lin Yu acutely aware that the machinations of the mysterious organization had grown increasingly intricate and perilous. They must strengthen themselves to safeguard more lives. Upon returning to the base, Lin Yu embarked on devising a new training regimen and strategies, preparing for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 91. The fearless charge towards the mysterious realm. After alleviating the crisis in the town, Lin Yu and his team returned to the base. A somber atmosphere pervaded the facility, as everyone understood that this fleeting tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Lin Yu dared not allow himself a moment of complacency, dedicating his entire being to the implementation of the new training regimen. On the training grounds, team members sweated profusely, each movement imbued with strength, every dodge executed with precision. They were relentlessly honing their skills in preparation for the impending unknown challenges. In a corner of the base, discussions on runes and tactics ebbed and flowed, the air thick with tension, akin to a taut bowstring. That day, Lin Yu was engrossed in the research room, meticulously studying the runes recorded from the town's magical array. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, missing no detail. After extensive comparisons and profound analyses, he discerned some exceedingly subtle connections. These runes resembled an ancient and enigmatic language, and upon interpretation, appeared to denote coordinates leading to a specific location, intricately linked to the mysterious organization and the relics they had previously explored. Lin Yu surmised that this unknown land might conceal the very core of the organization's power, serving as the inexhaustible source of their dark might, or perhaps, it harbored the key to utterly dismantling the foundation of the mysterious organization. This revelation quickened Lin Yu's heartbeat. He recognized it as a potentially pivotal opportunity to alter the course of events. Without delay, Lin Yu summoned his team members, who gathered in the conference room. He meticulously conveyed his discoveries regarding the runes and his hypotheses. The team, the wearied, bore a resolute light in their eyes, akin to stars shining through the fatigue. They understood that each battle fought thus far was in pursuit of ultimate victory, and this opportunity, potentially the culmination of their efforts, was one they could not afford to overlook. Following a period of intense yet orderly preparations, they equipped themselves with ample supplies and various gear to confront the uncertainties ahead, resolutely embarking on their journey towards the mysterious coordinates. Their first encounter was with a treacherous swamp. Upon stepping into the marshland, a pungent odor assaulted their senses, the unmistakable stench of toxic mists. The fog enveloped the swamp like a ghostly shroud, obscuring their vision and rendering direction discernment nearly impossible. Beneath their feet lay a viscous mire, each step demanding tremendous effort, and a moment's carelessness could lead to being ensnared. The more one struggled, the deeper the entrapment. Even more alarming were the myriad dangerous creatures lurking within the swamp. Enormous leeches concealed in the muck possessed hardened suckers and razor-sharp mandibles. Upon sensing an approach, they would spring forth, clinging tightly to skin and greedily siphoning blood. Additionally, there were serpents capable of emitting paralyzing venom, weaving through the thick underbrush and branches, their bodies camouflaged against the environment, making them nearly undetectable. They would strike unexpectedly, their venom swiftly incapacitating their prey. The team, gripping one another's hands for support, cautiously navigated the swamp's perilous terrain. Lin Yu concentrated, channeling the power of the crystal sphere, which emitted a soft glow that dispelled the surrounding mist, illuminating a path for them and guiding them toward a relatively safe route. After a grueling struggle to extricate themselves from the swamp's clutches, they were met with an expanse of desolate wilderness ravaged by fierce winds. The winds howled like a frenzied beast, sweeping across the plain with unrestrained ferocity. The gale's force was immense, akin to a razor-sharp blade, mercilessly lacerating their bodies. Every gust that grazed their skin brought forth a sharp sting. The wind carried with it fine particles of sand and gravel that struck them like bullets, inflicting intense pain. In this harsh environment, not only did nature's wrath pose a threat, but the mysterious organization had also laid traps throughout the landscape. Some traps were so cleverly disguised that they blended seamlessly with the surrounding sands, easily triggered by a moment's inattention. Once activated, they could unleash roaring flames from below or provoke massive explosions. Moreover, dark beasts driven by sinister forces roamed the wasteland. These colossal sand beasts, with each footfall causing the ground to tremble, charged forward like a swirling sandstorm, moving with astonishing speed, scattering debris in their wake. Their claws were as hard as steel, capable of carving deep furrows into the earth with a mere swipe. In the face of such dangers, the team members worked in close cooperation, relying on their extensive combat experience to navigate the terrain and utilize their skills to evade attacks. They sought openings during the sand beasts' assaults, observing their patterns of movement to identify vulnerabilities for counterattacks. Some members focused on diverting the attention of the sand beasts, luring them toward pre-prepared traps, while others seized the opportunity to strike at the beasts' eyes and joints, targeting their weak points. After an arduous journey, they finally arrived at the mysterious location indicated by the coordinates. Before them lay a valley shrouded by a colossal barrier, resembling an immense transparent dome that enveloped the entire area. The barrier shimmered with intricate runes, each pulsating with a mysterious luminescence, interconnected by lines of energy that radiated powerful waves of energy. This energy ripple thickened the air around them, as if an invisible pressure weighed heavily upon all present. Lin Yu stepped forward, scrutinizing the runes on the barrier, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. These runes bore similarities to those he had previously encountered in the relics and the town's magical array, yet exhibited distinct variations. He endeavored to apply his prior experience in deciphering the relic runes, combining it with his recent studies of the mysterious organization's relevant symbols to interpret these runes. Time slipped away, each moment passing as Lin Yu's forehead glistened with sweat, yet his focus remained unwavering. After a prolonged effort, he finally discerned the means to breach the barrier. It necessitated activating several key runes in a specific sequence while simultaneously channeling a designated energy frequency. Upon entering the valley, they were greeted by the sight of a magnificent dark palace. The architectural style of the palace exuded an aura of mystery and malevolence, with towering spires piercing the clouds, and the black walls adorned with a plethora of bizarre patterns and runes. Surrounding the palace were numerous dark knights on patrol, clad in black armor that shimmered with a dark crimson glow, reminiscent of flowing blood. The knights' helmets revealed only their eyes, glowing with an eerie red light, exuding an aura of death. Their steeds were winged dark beasts, their bodies covered in tough scales, capable of casting an ominous shadow when their wings unfurled. They soared through the skies with incredible speed, unleashing torrents of black flames from their maws, their attacking power formidable. Lin Yu and his team concealed themselves in the shadows of the valley, cautiously observing the patrol routes of the Dark Knights, seeking an opportunity to breach their defenses. By carefully monitoring the intervals of the Knights' patrols, their rotation patterns, and the blind spots along their routes, they devised a detailed action plan. Seizing a fleeting opportunity during a patrol, they sprang into action. The team dashed toward a side entrance of the palace like arrows released from a bow. However, despite their utmost caution, they were discovered. The Dark Knights reacted swiftly, emitting low growls as they mounted their beasts and charged towards Lin Yu and his companions. In an instant, the black figures loomed like a storm cloud, initiating a fierce battle for survival. The team, undaunted, unleashed their most potent skills to engage in a life and death struggle with the Dark Knights. The battle raged intensely, light and flames intertwining amidst the cacophony of shouts and the roars of the beasts. Meanwhile, Lin Yu led a contingent of team members, fighting through the chaos towards the palace's interior. They understood that only by penetrating the depths of the palace could they uncover the key to resolving the crisis and thwart the mysterious organization's insidious plot, even at the cost of great sacrifice. They pressed forward under the relentless assaults of the Dark Knights, each step soaked in blood and sweat, yet their gazes remained resolute, steadfastly advancing toward their objective. Chapter 92 The path of final confrontation. Amidst perilous steps, the encirclement of the Dark Knights grew increasingly constricted, with Lin Yu and his team members standing back to back, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The clamor of battle reverberated throughout the valley, each clash of weapons igniting dazzling sparks. The weapon in Lin Yu's grasp shimmered with the radiance of ancient relic power as he charged forward, colliding with the foremost Dark Knight, the impact resonating with a deafening roar. In the midst of this fierce skirmish, the team members coordinated their efforts. Some warded off the fiery assaults of airborne beasts, while others seized the opportunity to strike at the steeds of the Dark Knights. For a moment, the valley was a tempest of energy, dust swirling in the air. Sensing a fleeting opportunity, Lin Yu lunged toward a vulnerable point in the encircling knights, his comrades instinctively trailing behind him as they fought their way toward the palace's side entrance. After a strenuous effort, they broke through the Dark Knight's defenses and surged into the side door of the palace. Inside lay a dimly lit corridor, its walls ablaze with ghostly blue flames that illuminated terrifying murals. These paintings depicted the malevolent rituals of a mysterious organization and the world succumbing to darkness, seemingly revealing their ambitions to any intruder. A pungent odor pervaded the corridor, rendering each breath a laborious endeavor. Lin Yu led his team cautiously along the corridor when, suddenly, countless black tendrils erupted from the walls, writhing as if animated by a life of their own, ensnaring them with alarming speed. The tendrils were adorned with sharp thorns. A single puncture would unleash a swift spread of venom. The team members unleashed their skills to sever the tendrils, yet more continued to surge from every direction. Lin Yu focused his energy, releasing the power of the crystal orb to form a protective shield, temporarily fending off the tendrils' assault. They pressed onward until they arrived at a vast hall. In the center stood an enormous black pool, its surface roiling with a viscous liquid that exuded a noxious stench. Surrounding the pool were several stone platforms, upon which lay ancient scrolls and artifacts pulsating with dark energy. Lin Yu recognized these items as potentially pivotal to the enhancement of the mysterious organization's power and resolved to have his team collect them for further study. However, as the team approached the stone platforms, the black liquid in the pool suddenly began to boil violently, and grotesque, demon-like creatures emerged from its depths. Towering in stature, these creatures bore razor-sharp claws and gaping maws filled with jagged teeth. Roaring as they charged toward the team, Lin Yu and his comrades immediately shifted into combat mode, engaging in a desperate struggle against the demonic monstrosities. During the fray, Lin Yu discerned that these creatures appeared to possess a certain dependency on the liquid in the pool. Their strength waned significantly when distanced from it. Thus, he commanded his team to lure the monsters away from the pool before concentrating their efforts on an assault. After a fierce battle, they succeeded in vanquishing the demon creatures. With the collected items in hand, the team delved deeper into the palace, aware that the further they ventured, the greater the peril. Yet, in their resolve to thwart the nefarious designs of the mysterious organization, they showed no signs of retreat. Deeper within the palace, they were met with a low, haunting chant. The sound seemed to emanate from the very bowels of hell, imbued with an aura of malevolent power. Following the source of the sound, they arrived at a mysterious ritual chamber. In the center stood the leader of the mysterious organization, positioned within a vast magical circle, surrounded by a cadre of cloaked figures engaged in some sinister rite. The magic circle glimmered with an eerie luminescence, as if the entire world were succumbing to this dark force. Lin Yu understood that the final confrontation was upon them. Chapter 93 A beacon of hope and despair. Lin Yu and his companions found themselves in a mysterious ceremonial hall, confronting the enigmatic leader of a dark organization and his subordinates, who were in the midst of a sinister ritual. The leader stood at the center of a magical array, his eyes glimmering with an eerie light, and his voice echoed like a whisper from the abyss. You insignificant ants dare to intrude here and disrupt our grand design. Today marks the end of your existence. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu gripped his weapon tightly and declared with conviction, your nefarious plot will not succeed. We shall thwart you and restore light to the world. With that, he charged toward the leader of the dark organization, his comrades closely following suit, and a fierce battle erupted against the cloaked figures. The dark acolytes unleashed a barrage of malevolent spells, sending black energy orbs and sinister curses hurtling toward Lin Yu and his team. With agility and formidable combat prowess, Lin Yu deftly evaded their attacks while seeking opportunities to counterstrike. He harnessed the power of the crystal ball to its fullest extent, a radiant beam of light shooting forth from it, momentarily repelling several approaching adversaries. However, the leader of the organization possessed immense power. With a mere flick of his wrist, a wave of dark energy surged toward Lin Yu. He hastily raised his weapon in defense but was still forced back several steps, a heavy sensation weighing upon his chest. His comrades, too, found themselves ensnared in peril as some fell wounded to the ground, the situation growing increasingly dire. In that moment of desperation, Lin Yu sensed an unusual vibration emanating from the crystal ball, as if a formidable force was stirring within. Intrigued, he focused intently on the ball's transformation. It became evident that, in this realm saturated with darkness, the crystal ball had awakened a deeper wellspring of power. Elated, Lin Yu swiftly channeled this energy into his weapon, which blazed with a dazzling brilliance, seemingly endowed with the capacity to obliterate all shadows. Once more, Lin Yu surged toward the leader, his weapon imbued with newfound strength. Engaging in an intense duel, the clash of the leader's dark magic against Lin Yu's weapon resonated with thunderous reverberations. Amidst the chaos of battle, Lin Yu gradually discerned the leader's vulnerability. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he summoned all his strength and thrust his weapon towards the leader's vital point. The leader, stricken with terror, attempted to evade, but it was too late. The weapon struck true, piercing his chest. A chilling scream escaped his lips as he collapsed to the ground, black blood oozing from his wound. The sight of their leader's injury plunged the cloaked figures into disarray. Lin Yu seized the moment to rally his teammates, launching a counteroffensive. They fought valiantly, driving the dark acolytes into retreat. Ultimately, the cloaked figures fled the ceremonial hall, their sinister plot temporarily thwarted. Exhausted, Lin Yu and his comrades collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, they gazed at the shattered magical array and the fallen leader, their hearts swelling with the triumph of victory. Yet they understood that this was but a fleeting success. The dark organization's influence still loomed, and they needed to depart swiftly to report their findings and the situation at hand to the outside world, in hopes of rallying greater forces against the malevolent organization. After a brief respite, Lin Yu led his team back along their original path. As they passed the dark pool, they noted that the ominous liquid had ceased its tumultuous roiling, and the monstrous demons had vanished without a trace. They navigated the corridor successfully, arriving at the side entrance of the palace. At that moment, the dark knights outside had dispersed, and silence enveloped the valley once more. Cautiously, Lin Yu and his companions emerged from the palace, embarking on their journey homeward. With a sense of purpose and optimism, they advanced towards the light, ready to confront even more formidable challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 94 of the Arduous Regulations. Lin Yu and his comrades, having triumphed over the enigmatic leader of the mysterious organization, embarked on their journey back to the base. Yet, their return was destined to be fraught with hardships and challenges. In the desolate expanse, a tumult of sandbeasts surged forth. The sky loomed ominously, as if it were on the verge of collapse, while fierce winds howled across the wasteland, lifting clouds of dust into the air. As Lin Yu and his companions set foot on the barren terrain, they were immediately struck by an unusual atmosphere. Previously, when they traversed this area, the sandbeasts had been present, yet their ferocity paled in comparison to the current chaos. At that moment, in the distance, the sandy ground heaved with swirling dust, as though myriad monsters were poised to emerge from the earth. Everyone, be cautious, this wasteland is decidedly off-kilter, Lin Yu warned his comrades with vigilance. Before he could finish speaking, a horde of sandbeasts erupted from the ground like a tidal wave, charging towards them with unbridled fury. These creatures, with eyes ablaze and mouths emitting fearsome roars, appeared to be enraged by some unseen force. The team swiftly formed a defensive formation, with Lin Yu at the forefront, gripping his weapon tightly and gazing resolutely at the advancing sandbeasts. He infused the power of the crystal orb into his weapon, which instantly radiated a brilliant light. As the sandbeasts drew near, Lin Yu swung with great force, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that struck the horde, toppling several of the creatures in an instant. However, the sheer number of sandbeasts was overwhelming. As they pressed on in relentless waves, the team members unleashed their respective skills, and magical brilliance flickered across the wasteland as they engaged in a fierce battle against the sandbeasts. During the fray, one team member, exhausted from exertion, faltered slightly, resulting in a sandbeast's claw lacerating his arm. Observing this, Lin Yu rushed to his aid, fending off subsequent attacks and dispatching the offending beast. "Hold on. We will surely break through," Lin Yu bellowed, rallying his companions. After an arduous struggle, they managed to momentarily repel the initial wave of the sandbeast assault, but before they could catch their breath, the distant roars of more sandbeasts echoed ominously, signaling that even greater numbers were approaching. Second paragraph of the terrifying monsters of the swamp. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of the sandbeasts, Lin Yu and his companions arrived at the edge of the swamp. The noxious mist here was far denser than they had encountered before, coalescing into a thick, impenetrable wall of fog that obscured the path ahead. Additionally, strange sounds emanated from the depths of the swamp, as if fearsome creatures lurked within. Lin Yu cautiously led his team along the periphery of the swamp in search of a viable route. Suddenly, a colossal figure erupted from the murky depths, a creature reminiscent of an octopus, its tentacles extending several meters, adorned with numerous suckers, exuding an aura of terror. The monster lashed out with its tentacles, launching an assault on Lin Yu and his team. Swiftly, Lin Yu directed his comrades to evade while simultaneously seeking the creature's vulnerability. During the frantic dodging, Lin Yu discerned that the creature's eyes appeared to be its Achilles heel. He signaled to his teammates, indicating for them to collectively target the monster's eyes. Understanding his intent, some team members unleashed magical attacks to draw the creature's attention, while Lin Yu seized the opportunity to maneuver to the side, leaping with vigor to plunge his weapon into the creature's eye. The monster let out a piercing cry of agony, its tentacles thrashing wildly, yet Lin Yu and his companions did not falter. They pressed on with their assault. After an intense and fierce battle, the octopus monster finally succumbed, sinking into the depths of the swamp. However, before they could catch their breath, several more octopus monsters emerged from various points in the swamp. Lin Yu and his team had no choice but to re-engage in battle, their strength and stamina waning, yet they understood that retreat was not an option. Only by vanquishing these monsters could they hope to advance further. In the third paragraph, the relentless pursuers of the enigmatic organization surged forth. After enduring countless hardships, Lin Yu and his companions finally traversed the treacherous marshland. At this juncture, exhaustion had thoroughly beset them, each bearing varying degrees of wounds. They sought refuge in a relatively secure location to rest briefly, aiming to recuperate their strength before resuming their arduous journey. Just then, a resounding roar echoed from the heavens. Lin Yu glanced upward and beheld the pursuers, mounted upon formidable flying beasts, closing in rapidly. These aerial creatures possessed astonishing speed, arriving directly above them in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, the pursuers launched their assault, unleashing a barrage of spells and weaponry from the sky towards Lin Yu and his team. Lin Yu swiftly directed his comrades to evade the onslaught and orchestrated a counterattack. Utilizing the surrounding terrain, they took cover behind rocks and trees, retaliating with arrows and magic against their airborne assailants. Lin Yu focused intently, once more harnessing the power of the crystal orb in an effort to disrupt the movements of the flying beasts. Through his steadfast endeavors, some of the creature's actions began to falter, affording his comrades a precious opportunity to strike back. However, the number of pursuers was overwhelming, and their attacks grew increasingly ferocious. In the midst of dodging an oncoming strike, one team member was inadvertently struck on the head by a flying shard of rock, rendering him unconscious. Lin Yu was consumed with anxiety. He understood that they could no longer afford to remain in this predicament and must devise a means to swiftly evade their pursuers. Surveying the terrain, he discerned a valley not far off, densely populated with trees, which might provide the cover they so desperately sought. Thus, Lin Yu led his team in a sprint towards the valley. Throughout their frantic dash, they endured continuous assaults from the pursuers, yet they remained resolute and undeterred. At long last, they successfully entered the valley, leveraging the natural cover of the trees and terrain to momentarily elude their relentless hunters. Fourth paragraph. For the grueling return. After resting for a while in the valley, Lin Yu and his companions pressed onward. They traversed the narrow path of the gorge for an extended period, finally catching sight of the silhouette of the base. At that moment, their hearts brimmed with joy and exhilaration. They were on the cusp of returning to the sanctuary they called home. As they entered the base, the inhabitants, upon witnessing their return, hurried forth to greet them. Lin Yu presented their experiences and the items they had gathered to the leader of the base, meticulously detailing the nefarious schemes of the mysterious organization and the perils they had encountered. The base promptly mobilized medical personnel to tend to the wounded and began formulating new strategies in response to the latest developments concerning the enigmatic group, preparing to face the forthcoming challenges. Observing the bustling activity within the base, Lin Yu was filled with profound reflections. This ordeal had only fortified his resolve. He recognized that the struggle against the mysterious organization was far from over, yet they were now prepared. In their unwavering commitment to safeguard their homeland and the world, they would continue to fight. Chapter 95 of the perilous journey into the enigma of a mysterious organization. After eluding the relentless pursuit of the enigmatic organization, Lin Yu and his team finally found themselves in a brief respite. It had been some time since their return to the base, during which everyone had been diligently recuperating and preparing for the forthcoming operations. In the conference room of the base, Lin Yu sat with several key team members, engaged in deliberations regarding their next course of action. With a grave expression, Lin Yu remarked, "Although we have temporarily thwarted the mysterious organization, it is certain that they will not relent. We must be prepared for any eventuality." Team member Xiao Li nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Captain. I believe we ought to bolster the base's defenses while also taking the initiative to strike back. We cannot remain in a constant state of passive defense." Another team member, Xiao Wang, voiced his concerns. "However, our understanding of the mysterious organization remains insufficient. Would it not be too reckless to launch an offensive without further intelligence?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu responded, "We cannot allow our fear of risk to paralyze our progress. Only through continuous exploration and experimentation can we discover the means to overcome this organization. I have decided we shall first dispatch a reconnaissance team to gather intelligence on the mysterious organization, after which we will formulate a concrete action plan based on our findings." Lin Yu personally selected several seasoned and formidable team members to form this unit. Before their departure, Lin Yu imparted crucial instructions to the reconnaissance team. This mission is of utmost importance. Exercise utmost caution and prioritize your safety. Should you encounter danger, retreat promptly, do not linger to engage. The team members nodded resolutely, pledging to fulfill their mission. Subsequently, the reconnaissance team set forth on their journey, tracing the locations previously associated with the mysterious organization. Along the way, they faced a myriad of obstacles and challenges, ranging from inclement weather to treacherous terrain, yet, the team persevered, driven by their unwavering resolve and tenacity, overcoming each adversity they encountered. After several days of pursuit, the reconnaissance team finally uncovered traces of the mysterious organization. In a secluded valley, they stumbled upon peculiar symbols and markings, which appeared to be some form of coded message left by the organization. Cautiously approaching the valley, the team sought to gain further insight into the organization's activities. However, as they drew near, they were suddenly ambushed by a group of unidentified assailants. These individuals exhibited remarkable agility and prowess, clearly indicating specialized training. Under Lin Yu's leadership, the reconnaissance team swiftly retaliated, resulting in an intense clash within the valley. Lin Yu discerned that the attack patterns of these assailants bore a striking resemblance to those of the mysterious organization, leading him to suspect that they were likely affiliated members. As the battle unfolded, Lin Yu noticed that the enemy's numbers were increasing, and they appeared to have reinforcements. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, he decisively commanded his team to retreat. Guided by Lin Yu, the team executed a rapid withdrawal from the valley. During their retreat, they faced pursuit from the enemy. However, through Lin Yu's exceptional command and the team's coordination, they successfully evaded their pursuers. Upon returning to the base, Lin Yu briefed the leadership on the findings from the valley. The leaders commended the reconnaissance team's efforts and resolved to devise the next steps based on the intelligence provided. After thorough analysis and discussion, the leadership decided to launch a large-scale counteroffensive against the mysterious organization. They consolidated all available forces to form a formidable combat unit. Prior to the operation, Lin Yu rallied his team with a stirring address. "Comrades, our struggle against the mysterious organization has reached a critical juncture. In this endeavor, we must dedicate ourselves fully to vanquishing them, securing peace for our homeland and the world. The team members, ignited with fervor, expressed their unwavering commitment. Soon thereafter, the combat unit embarked on their mission, advancing toward the organization's stronghold, as a decisive battle for their fate loomed on the horizon. Chapter 96: The onslaught of the mysterious organization and the enigmatic assistants. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the tranquil path within the woods. Lin Yu, with his sword slung across his back, wandered alone along this serene trail, yet his heart bore a weight of somber reflection. Ever since the harrowing battle with the mysterious organization, he had been contemplating the course of his future. Lin Yu arrived at a quaint town, the designated rendezvous point for him and his companions. He entered a local inn, seeking a secluded corner to sit, ordered a cup of tea, and awaited their arrival in silence. However, the appointed hour had long since passed, and the absence of his friends began to stir unease within him. At that moment, the inn's door swung open violently, and a blood-soaked figure stumbled inside. Lin Yu focused intently and recognized one of his companions. Shalia. The pallor of Shalia's face and the terror and agony reflected in his eyes spoke volumes. Upon seeing Lin Yu, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to utter, "Lin Yu, run! The mysterious organization has come." With that, he collapsed to the ground. A surge of alarm coursed through Lin Yu as he rushed to Shalia's side, desperate to assess his injuries. Alas, Shalia had succumbed to his wounds. His body was riddled with lacerations, a testament to a fierce confrontation. Lin Yu's gaze hardened with resolve. This was not the time for sorrow. He needed to devise a strategy to confront the impending threat of the mysterious organization. Without delay, Lin Yu exited the inn and began scouring the town for a place to seek refuge. However, the town was modest in size, surrounded by open terrain, leaving little in the way of concealment. Just as despair began to take hold, he spotted an abandoned temple outside the town. Though dilapidated, it offered a temporary sanctuary from the looming danger. With unwavering determination, Lin Yu dashed toward the temple. Upon entering, he was met with the cacophony of chaos erupting from the town. He understood that the mysterious organization had arrived. Taking refuge in a shadowy corner of the temple, he gripped his sword tightly, his heart brimming with vigilance. Moments later, a contingent of dark-clad figures burst into the temple. Each one bore a cold demeanor, exuding an aura of formidable power. They scoured the temple, leaving no corner unexamined. Lin Yu, hidden in the shadows, calculated his next move as he observed the intruders. Suddenly, one of the dark figures detected Lin Yu's presence and shouted, "There!" The others swiftly converged on his location. Realizing evasion was no longer an option, Lin Yu stepped forward to confront these adversaries, igniting a fierce battle. His swordsmanship was fierce, each strike imbued with tremendous force. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle, as if venting the fury within his soul. Yet, the members of the mysterious organization were no mere opponents. Their martial prowess was exceptional, their coordination impeccable, and Lin Yu soon found himself embroiled in a desperate struggle. During the fray, Lin Yu discerned that the fighting style of these dark figures differed from those he had previously encountered. Their techniques were more enigmatic, seemingly bolstered by a unique force. A sense of alarm surged within him. He realized that this new faction of the mysterious organization was even more formidable than the last. Despite his relentless efforts, Lin Yu gradually found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining numerous injuries as blood flowed freely from his wounds. Just as he felt on the brink of collapse, a radiant beam of light descended from above, illuminating the entire temple. Lin Yu looked up to see an elderly man with flowing white hair materialize before him. The elder's gaze was profound, emanating a powerful aura. He regarded Lin Yu with a slight nod, saying, "Young man, you have done well to endure thus far." Lin Yu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The elder smiled gently and replied, "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I can assist you." With a swift motion of his hand, a formidable force surged forth toward the dark figures of the mysterious organization. The dark-clad members were utterly powerless against this overwhelming might, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Lin Yu watched in astonishment, realizing the elder's strength far surpassed his own. The elder turned to Lin Yu, stating, "The influence of the You cannot face them alone, you must seek out more allies to combat them together." Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Thank you for your guidance, I shall remember your words." With a gentle smile, the elder said, "Now, you must take your leave. Remember to exercise caution." With that, he vanished from sight. Lin Yu gazed in the direction of the elder's departure, his heart swelling with gratitude. He understood that without the elder's intervention, his life would likely have been forfeit. He resolved to swiftly locate his companions and unite against the mysterious organization. Leaving the temple behind, Lin Yu ventured forth into the distance, bathed in sunlight. His figure appeared resolute. He knew the path ahead was fraught with challenges, yet there was no turning back. He could only forge ahead with unwavering determination. Chapter 97: On the Rise of the Alliance. A mysterious benefactor breaks the deadlock. After narrowly escaping the relentless pursuit of a mysterious organization from the abandoned temple, Lin Yu fled tirelessly through the wilderness. His figure darted across the desolate landscape like a solitary gust of wind. At last, just as his strength was nearing its limits, he discovered a relatively safe valley and paused his frantic escape. The valley was eerily quiet, and Lin Yu slumped against a massive boulder, his rapid breaths echoing sharply in the stillness. The wounds on his body throbbed like countless steel needles, blood had soaked through his clothing, and the dried portions clung tightly to his skin. Yet, at that moment, his mind was consumed with anxiety over the unknown situation and concern for the lives of his companions, leaving little room to attend to his own injuries. After a brief respite, Lin Yu forced himself to rise. Enduring the pain, he knew he could not linger. He must press on to search for any surviving comrades and seek ways to counter the mysterious organization. He followed a narrow path nearly obscured by overgrown grass, the scenery around him becoming increasingly unfamiliar, as if he had stepped into another world. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices shattered the silence, resembling a multitude engaged in heated argument, emanating from just ahead and reverberating through the valley. Alarmed, Lin Yu instinctively heightened his vigilance. He crouched low, cautiously approaching the source of the noise, each step as light as a feather, fearful of making any sound. As he neared a clearing, the scene before him unfolded. A group of individuals was embroiled in an intense dispute, their faces etched with fury and greed. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yu recognized them as wandering practitioners from the martial world, clad in a variety of garments, some tattered, others resplendent, yet all appearing somewhat disheveled due to their agitated emotions. They seemed to be quarreling over a treasure placed atop a stone in the center of the clearing, emanating a faint glow that dazzled even under the midday sun, as if enticing everyone present. Lin Yu initially wished to avoid entanglement in this conflict and was preparing to slip away when he suddenly noticed a familiar figure among the crowd. Frowning slightly, he recalled that this person was Zhao San, whom he had encountered at a martial gathering in the past. Zhao had been somewhat renowned in the martial community, known for his boisterous generosity and connections with various practitioners. They had shared hearty drinks and tales of the martial world together. Quietly, Lin Yu approached Zhao San from behind, gently tapping him on the shoulder. "Brother Zhao, it has been a while," he murmured, startled. Zhao San stiffened momentarily before turning to recognize Lin Yu, his expression instantly transforming into one of surprise and delight. "Brother Lin Yu, what brings you here?" Lin Yu glanced around at the still quarreling crowd and pulled Zhao San aside, briefly recounting his harrowing encounter with the mysterious organization. Upon hearing this, Zhao San's brow furrowed, anger flashing in his eyes. "This organization has become increasingly brazen in recent years, brazenly pursuing you without regard for the rules of the martial world. It is utterly despicable." At that moment, the argument among the practitioners escalated, two hot-headed individuals having begun to trade blows. They swung their weapons fiercely, causing bystanders to scatter, and chaos erupted. Lin Yu and Zhao San rushed forward to intervene. "Everyone, please calm down, continuing this way will only lead to mutual destruction, this is not the solution." Lin Yu shouted. However, those present, blinded by the allure of the treasure, paid no heed to his pleas and continued to brawl. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, an idea struck Lin Yu. He leapt onto a nearby boulder, raising his voice. "Everyone, this fighting is futile, there is only one treasure, and with so many of us, whoever claims it will be targeted by all. Instead, let us collaborate, safeguard this treasure together, and discuss its distribution at a more opportune moment. This would benefit us all." Gradually, his words began to resonate, and the crowd quieted. They recognized that if they continued this chaotic struggle, none would ultimately claim the treasure, and casualties would be inevitable. After a heated discussion, they finally agreed to Lin Yu's suggestion, temporarily halting their quarrel and placing the treasure in a makeshift box under the watch of a few elder practitioners of high repute. Lin Yu sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, yet, he knew this was merely a temporary peace, akin to the calm before a storm. To truly resolve the issue, a more effective approach was needed. Thus, he and Zhao San retreated to discuss how to harness the strength of these practitioners to confront the mysterious organization. Zhao San pondered for a moment before proposing, "We could organize these practitioners into a temporary alliance. United, we can collectively oppose the mysterious organization, thus increasing our chances of success." Lin Yu nodded in agreement, finding merit in the idea, though he cautioned, "Brother Zhao, this is an excellent thought, but these practitioners hail from diverse backgrounds with varying temperaments. Uniting them will not be an easy task." Nevertheless, they resolved to make the attempt. They began traversing through the crowd, persuading the practitioners of the organization's malevolence and the dangers it posed to the martial world. They emphasized that if they did not band together to resist this organization, they would inevitably become victims in due time. After considerable effort, a portion of the more principled and clear-headed practitioners was swayed to join their alliance in the fight against the mysterious organization. Yet, just as they prepared to expand their coalition, danger loomed ominously. Members of the mysterious organization appeared without warning, encircling them like phantoms. The dark-clad figures exuded an icy aura, their presence seemingly lowering the Lin Yu and Zhao San exchanged alarmed glances, aware that a fierce battle was imminent. Gripping his sword tightly, Lin Yu felt the patterns on the hilt press painfully into his palm, yet he remained oblivious to the discomfort. His gaze was resolute, akin to a flame ablaze, as he surveyed his fellow practitioners. "Do not fear, everyone, we shall fight side by side. Though they are formidable, we are not to be underestimated. United, we can surely overcome them." Though fear lingered in the hearts of the practitioners, after all, the reputation of the mysterious organization preceded them. Inspired by Lin Yu's encouragement, they each seized their weapons, determination igniting in their eyes as they prepared to confront their foes. The battle erupted, the dark-clad figures launching the first strike. Their techniques were exceptionally sinister, each move shrouded in black mist, as if summoned from the depths of hell. Their overwhelming strength bore down like a tidal wave, forcing Lin Yu and his allies into a defensive position. Lin Yu deftly dodged the onslaught, carefully observing their techniques in search of weaknesses. Amidst the barrage of attacks, his demeanor remained calm and sharp. Eventually, after a period of scrutiny, Lin Yu discerned subtle vulnerabilities in the coordination among the dark-clad assailants. Occasionally, a brief gap would emerge between the front and back lines during their assaults, a fleeting moment that, although minuscule, was significant for someone as experienced as Lin Yu. He promptly shared this revelation with Zhao San, and their eyes met. Instantly comprehending one another's intentions, they resolved to exploit this gap and counterattack. Lin Yu and Zhao San coordinated seamlessly. Lin Yu dashed toward the dark figures with lightning speed, his swordplay fierce and captivating, drawing their attention. As they focused on him, Zhao San seized the opportunity to infiltrate their weakened defenses, wielding his large blade with ferocity, each strike aimed at the dark figures' vulnerabilities. Through their synchronized efforts, they managed to fell several adversaries. The other practitioners, witnessing Lin Yu and Zhao San's bravery, were greatly emboldened. Each utilized their unique skills. Some adept in hidden weapons unleashed a hail of glittering projectiles toward the dark figures, while others, skilled in magic, conjured vibrant spells that illuminated the valley, engaging in fierce combat. The valley erupted with cries of battle, blood splattering the ground, staining the grass crimson. As the air grew thick with the stench of blood after a grueling struggle, Lin Yu and his comrades gradually gained the upper hand. The dark-clad figures began to retreat, their numbers dwindling with each dark figure that fell. The morale of Lin Yu and his allies soared. However, just as victory seemed within reach, an overwhelming, suffocating aura surged from the distance. This energy crashed against their spirits like tumultuous waves, tightening their hearts. A foreboding premonition surged within Lin Yu. He understood that an elite from the mysterious organization had arrived. Moments later, an elder clad in black robes materialized before them, radiating an aura of formidable power that instilled dread. His gaze was as cold as ice, seeming to penetrate the very essence of existence while exuding disdain for all. The elder regarded Lin Yu and his companions with a chilling voice. "You mere ants dare to oppose our mysterious organization? You are merely courting death." His words reverberated through the valley like thunder. Unfazed, Lin Yu stepped forward, declaring, "Your organization has committed numerous atrocities, wreaking havoc upon the martial world. Today, we shall eradicate this menace, even at the cost of our lives." The elder erupted into mocking laughter, his voice laced with derision. "You rabble think to challenge us? It's a laughable notion. Do you believe that by defeating a few lackeys, you possess the power to contend with me?" With a wave of his hand, the elder unleashed a force akin to an apocalyptic judgment, surging toward Lin Yu and his allies. This power resembled a colossal black dragon, bearing its fangs and claws as it charged toward them. Lin Yu and his comrades hastily employed their defensive techniques, striving to withstand this overwhelming force, yet they felt as fragile as a small boat in a tempest, nearly consumed by the onslaught. Just as they were on the brink of collapse, a dazzling, extraordinary light pierced the heavens. This radiance illuminated the entire valley, compelling all to squint against its brilliance. Within the glow lay an infinite sacred power, invoking awe and reverence. Lin Yu struggled to lift his head, gazing skyward to behold a mysterious figure enveloped in light. This figure exuded an aura of divine inviolability, reminiscent of a heavenly messenger, evoking an instinctive desire to bow in reverence. The enigmatic figure observed the battle below, its eyes filled with compassion and authority. It gently waved its hand, enveloping Lin Yu and the others in a gentle force akin to a spring breeze. In an instant, they felt their wounds mending, their previously depleted strength rejuvenating as if the parched earth had received much-needed rain. Hope reignited in their eyes. The elder's countenance darkened upon witnessing the divine figure's arrival, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. He understood that he faced an opponent beyond his ability to contend with, yet, unwilling to accept defeat, he gritted his teeth and resolved to give his all against the mysterious figure. Channeling his most potent techniques, he surrounded himself with crackling black lightning, dense smoke emanating from his staff as he bellowed and charged at the celestial entity, his imposing presence threatening to tear the very sky asunder. Unfazed, the mysterious figure merely pointed a finger. A radiant beam, dazzling as the stars, shot forth, meeting the elder's assault head-on. A deafening explosion resonated, shaking the very heavens. The elder was hurled backward, spewing blood as his body crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater. He gazed at the divine figure in terror, filled with despair, unable to fathom that after years of dominance in the martial world, he would face such a catastrophic defeat. With the aid of the mysterious figure, Lin Yu and his allies ultimately triumphed over the members of the mysterious organization. They laid down their weapons and knelt toward the celestial being, their eyes brimming with gratitude. Yet, the figure offered no further words, simply casting a deep glance at Lin Yu, as if conveying profound meaning. Then, like a specter, the figure vanished into the light, as abruptly as it had appeared. After the battle, Lin Yu and Zhao San rose to their feet and began to clear the battlefield. The valley lay in ruins, littered with bodies and bloodstains. They realized that despite their victory, many practitioners had sustained severe injuries, some even losing their lives. Lin Yu surveyed the familiar and unfamiliar faces, grief swelling within him. He understood that the war was far from over. The mysterious organization would not relent, and they must continue their efforts for the sake of peace in the martial world and in honor of the fallen lives. In the aftermath of the battle, Lin Yu and his allies found their alliance strengthened. Those who had previously hesitated now stood resolute in their convictions. They vowed to continue seeking other forces to unite against the mysterious organization. Lin Yu gazed at the determined faces surrounding him, confidence blooming within his heart. He believed that as long as they worked together, they could ultimately vanquish the mysterious organization and restore tranquility to the martial world. Chapter 98 The Life and Death Turning Point against the mysterious organization. With the aid of a mysterious figure, Lin Yu and his companions successfully repelled the assault of the enigmatic organization, bringing a fleeting tranquility back to the valley. Exhausted from the battle, everyone felt a profound sense of gratitude for surviving and a glimmer of hope for the future. Lin Yu and Zhao San began to organize the cleanup of the battlefield, while the injured practitioners were directed to rest nearby, receiving basic bandaging and treatment from those with medical knowledge. As Lin Yu gazed at his comrades, who had fought alongside him, he was filled with a myriad of emotions. He understood that this confrontation was merely the beginning. The mysterious organization would not relent easily. Just as they were tidying up the battlefield, Lin Yu suddenly noticed a flickering light deep within the valley. A spark of curiosity ignited within him, and exchanging a glance with Zhao San, they silently moved toward the source of the illumination. As they approached, the light intensified, leading them to halt before a cave. The entrance to the cave was shrouded in an enigmatic glow, seemingly preventing outsiders from entering. Lin Yu cautiously extended his hand, attempting to touch the radiant barrier, only to be repelled by a formidable force. Furrowing his brow, he pondered how to gain entry. Zhao San remarked, "This light is so mysterious, perhaps it conceals crucial clues or treasures to counter the organization." Lin Yu nodded in agreement, focusing his energy and channeling his internal chi in an effort to break through the luminous barrier. After several attempts, the light finally yielded slightly, allowing Lin Yu to seize the opportunity to pull Zhao San into the cave. Inside, a mysterious aura enveloped them, with walls adorned in peculiar symbols and patterns, and ancient artifacts scattered across the floor. Lin Yu and Zhao San meticulously examined their surroundings, searching for any valuable information. Suddenly, Lin Yu stumbled upon an ancient tome, its cover yellowed with age, yet the text remained legible. As he opened the first page, it read, "The power of mystery originates from heaven and earth, the methods to vanquish foes lie within the heart." A surge of elation coursed through Lin Yu. He realized this book might hold the key they had been desperately seeking against the mysterious organization. As they immersed themselves in the book's contents, a cacophony erupted from outside the cave. Lin Yu and Zhao San hastily set the book aside and emerged to investigate. They beheld a new wave of organization members descending into the valley, their numbers greater and their demeanor more ferocious than before. Alarmed, Lin Yu recognized the escalating threat posed by these adversaries. He quickly rallied the practitioners, proclaiming, "Brothers, the members of the mysterious organization have returned. We must not falter, we shall fight to the bitter end." The practitioners rallied in response, arming themselves for the impending battle. The organization members launched their assault with even more bizarre techniques and greater strength. Lin Yu and Zhao San led the practitioners in a valiant defense, but gradually, they found themselves on the back foot. While battling, Lin Yu contemplated a strategy. The contents of the tome he had seen earlier sparked an idea. He called out to Zhao San, "Brother Zhao, let us employ the method outlined in the book and concentrate our efforts on exploiting their weaknesses." Zhao San nodded, organizing the practitioners to adjust their battle strategy. They ceased their reckless confrontations with the organization members and began to identify vulnerabilities, channeling their strength for targeted strikes. After a grueling confrontation, Lin Yu and his allies finally discerned some weaknesses among the organization members and succeeded in defeating a portion of their foes. However, the organization continued to send wave after wave of reinforcements. Anxiety gripped Lin Yu. He knew this was not a sustainable situation, and they needed to find a definitive way to vanquish the mysterious organization. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the sky. Lin Yu looked up to see a colossal flying vessel hovering above the valley. On board stood an elderly figure, exuding a formidable aura that sent chills down their spines. Lin Yu's heart sank. He realized this elder might be a high-ranking member of the mysterious organization. Observing the battle below, the elder coldly declared, "You insignificant insects dare to oppose our organization? Today will mark your demise." With a wave of his hand, a powerful force surged toward Lin Yu and his companions. They scrambled to evade, yet in the face of such overwhelming power, they felt utterly insignificant. Just as they were on the brink of collapse, a mysterious light erupted from the depths of the valley, rising skyward. This radiance harbored a potent force that countered the elder's attack. A surge of hope filled Lin Yu. He recognized this light as their potential turning point. As the illumination gradually dissipated, a familiar mysterious figure emerged before them. This figure bore resemblance to the one who had previously aided them but exuded an even greater power. The mysterious figure regarded the elder with a frosty demeanor, declaring, "Your organization has committed numerous atrocities. Today marks your end." The elder, eyes brimming with fear, retorted defiantly, "Do you truly believe you can defeat us? Such arrogance." Without further ado, the mysterious figure launched an assault on the elder. A fierce battle erupted in the air, powerful waves of energy causing the entire valley to tremble. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu, Zhao San, and the other practitioners turned their attention to the remaining members of the mysterious organization, gradually shifting the tides of battle in their favor. After a fierce struggle, the mysterious figure finally subdued the elder, who collapsed to the ground, severely injured and spewing blood. The remaining organization members, sensing their impending doom, began to flee. Lin Yu and his companions did not relent. They pursued relentlessly, vanquishing the fleeing members one by one. As the battle concluded, Lin Yu and his allies were utterly exhausted yet filled with elation. They understood that this victory marked a significant turning point in their struggle against the mysterious organization. The mysterious figure approached Lin Yu, stating, "You have performed admirably, yet the organization's power is vast. To achieve a complete victory, you must continue to strive." Lin Yu nodded, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder. We shall persevere in our efforts to rid the world of this menace." The mysterious figure smiled faintly before transforming into a beam of light and vanishing into the sky. Lin Yu, Zhao San, and the others looked towards the direction of the figure's departure, hearts brimming with respect and gratitude. They knew that the road ahead would present further challenges, yet as long as they united in purpose, they could ultimately triumph over the mysterious organization and restore peace to the realm. Chapter 99 The Convergence of Strength and the Flames of Vengeance. After enduring a grueling battle in the valley, Lin Yu and his companions successfully repelled the mysterious organization, albeit temporarily. They were acutely aware that this fleeting victory was merely a minor episode in their protracted journey. The roots of the enigmatic organization remained unextirpated, and greater challenges loomed ahead. Lin Yu convened the scattered cultivators, urging them to gather in a circle to deliberate on their subsequent strategies. The atmosphere was heavy with solemnity, yet resolute determination radiated from each individual. "We cannot remain in a state of passive defense. We must take the initiative to seek out the lair of the mysterious organization and eradicate them in one fell swoop." Lin Yu's words resonated with conviction, garnering a robust response from the assembly. At that moment, several radiant streaks of light appeared in the sky, heralding the arrival of adept practitioners from various martial sects who had come in response to the news. Having heard of Lin Yu and his allies' valiant struggle against the mysterious organization, they arrived to offer their assistance. These skilled individuals brought with them treasured tomes, invaluable elixirs, and unique artifacts from their respective sections. One venerable leader with flowing white hair proclaimed, "The mysterious organization has perpetrated malevolence for far too long. We cannot remain idle any longer. We have come to lend you our strength." Lin Yu and his companions rejoiced at this unexpected support and welcomed them warmly. Thus commenced the exchange of intelligence and resources among the gathered practitioners. A master of mechanisms, after scrutinizing the items confiscated from the mysterious organization, uncovered clues that hinted at the location of their stronghold. From these hints, they surmised that the organization's base might be concealed within a fog-shrouded mountain range. However, the journey to this mountainous region was fraught with peril. Not only were there natural obstacles such as steep cliffs and turbulent rivers, but the mysterious organization had also set various traps and checkpoints along the way. Yet, these challenges did not daunt Lin Yu and his allies. Armed with their newly acquired artifacts and scriptures, they adeptly navigated one obstacle after another. As they traversed a marshland thick with miasma, they encountered a toxic flower capable of ensnaring the minds of those who inhaled its fragrance. Many of the scattered cultivators fell victim to its effects, babbling incoherently and even turning against themselves. Lin Yu, acting decisively, employed antidotes derived from ancient texts, collaborating with a skilled healer to gather local herbs and concoct an antidote, thereby rescuing his comrades. After several arduous days of travel, they finally reached the periphery of the fog-enshrouded mountain range, only to find it heavily guarded by the mysterious organization's elite forces. Each sentinel was formidable and well-equipped. Lin Yu and the masters from various sects devised a meticulous battle plan, preparing for a surprise assault. The clash erupted at dawn. Lin Yu led the charge, darting into the enemy ranks like a bolt of lightning. His sword gleamed with an otherworldly radiance, each swing repelling multiple foes. The adept practitioners showcased their unique skills. Some unleashed powerful spells that engulfed swaths of adversaries in flames or ice shards, while others utilized their exceptional agility to weave through the enemy, reaping lives like phantoms. Though the guards of the mysterious organization fought valiantly, they gradually succumbed to the relentless onslaught. Lin Yu and his allies breached the defenses, advancing deeper into the mountains. However, their movements soon attracted the attention of the organization, which dispatched even more formidable adversaries to intercept them. A fiercer battle ensued. The mysterious organization's masters unleashed precise and deadly techniques, attempting to ensnare Lin Yu and his companions within the valley. Engaged in a desperate struggle, casualties began to mount, yet the resolve of Lin Yu and his allies remained unshaken, for the flames of revenge burned fiercely within them. They were willing to sacrifice everything for the lives lost to the mysterious organization and for the tranquility of the martial world. At a pivotal moment in the fray, Lin Yu suddenly recalled a mysterious formation detailed in the ancient tome he had discovered in a cave. He called out to Zhao San, and together they swiftly organized the remaining fighters, aligning them according to the formation's design. As the formation activated, a surge of potent energy emanated from the assembled practitioners, momentarily repelling the assaults of the mysterious organization's masters. Seizing this rare opportunity, Lin Yu led several agile experts toward the heart of the mysterious organization's stronghold. They understood that only by dismantling the core could they truly shatter the organization's defenses and secure ultimate victory in this battle. Within the core, they uncovered a massive dark magic circle surrounded by an array of objects exuding malevolent energy. Lin Yu recognized that this magic circle was the very source of the mysterious organization's power. Without hesitation, he charged toward the circle, intent on using his strength to destroy it. Yet, as he neared the circle, a tremendous backlash force hurled him backward, crashing him to the ground, where he spat blood. Witnessing this, the other masters unleashed their most potent attacks in a concerted effort to shatter the magic circle. After a barrage of relentless assaults, a fissure finally appeared within the circle. Just then, the leader of the mysterious organization emerged, his gaze icy and filled with an insatiable thirst for blood. The final confrontation was imminent. Chapter 100. Annihilating the mysterious organization, reforging tranquility in the Jianghu. Lin Yu struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with indomitable fury as he fixed his gaze upon the suddenly materialized leader of the enigmatic organization. Cloaked entirely in a black robe, the leader revealed only a pair of eyes that glimmered with a sinister red light, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The air around him grew colder and more oppressive with his presence. "You reckless fools dare to intrude here and disrupt my plans." The leader's voice was deep and hoarse, grating like sandpaper, each word dripping with disdain and murderous intent. Lin Yu gripped his sword tightly, stepping forward without a hint of fear, and retorted, "Your malevolence has gone on long enough. Today marks your demise." Before his words could fully dissipate, he charged once more at the leader, with the skilled fighters behind him following suit to launch their assault. The leader sneered coldly, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. In the next instant, he appeared behind one of the fighters, sweeping his palm, unleashing a wave of dark energy that sliced through the air like a blade. The fighter, sensing the imminent danger, hastily turned to defend but was still hurled away by the overwhelming force, crashing heavily against the wall. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu intensified the glow of his sword and lunged toward the leader's back. Yet, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, the leader sidestepped effortlessly while delivering a kick toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu swiftly raised his sword to block, but the impact left his arm numb. The fierce exchange escalated, with both parties exchanging blows. The leader's prowess far exceeded expectations. Each of his moves was imbued with formidable dark power, executed with lightning speed that rendered him nearly untraceable. Gradually, Lin Yu and the other skilled fighters found themselves struggling, new wounds appearing upon their bodies. Nevertheless, they refused to yield. While battling, Lin Yu meticulously observed the leader's movements, striving to discern any vulnerabilities. Suddenly, he noticed that before the leader unleashed a particularly potent attack, he would pause momentarily to gather strength. An idea sparked within Lin Yu. He began to feign minor weaknesses, enticing the leader to initiate that very attack. Indeed, the leader took the bait. In the fleeting instant of his power accumulation, Lin Yu bellowed, "Now is the time." He channeled all his strength into his sword and thrust it toward the leader. The other fighters seized the opportunity as well, simultaneously executing their most formidable techniques, an array of light and energy hurtling toward the leader. The leader sensed the impending peril, but it was too late to evade. He could only brace himself against the onslaught, and a powerful dark shield erupted around him, clashing with Lin Yu's assault and the others. In that moment, brilliance exploded forth, the immense energy shock causing the entire stronghold to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. After this round of attacks, cracks appeared in the leader's shield, and he sustained internal injuries, a trickle of black blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet, his gaze remained fierce, brimming with rage. "You will pay dearly for this," he roared, launching another assault. This time, his onslaught was more frenzied, recklessly charging toward Lin Yu and his comrades. Gritting their teeth, they pressed on in battle. Amidst the fierce conflict, Lin Yu discerned that the leader, though ferocious, had lost the precision of his earlier strikes due to his injuries. Seizing a pivotal opportunity, he coordinated with Zhao San, who diverted the leader's attention from the side while Lin Yu stealthily maneuvered behind him, expending every ounce of strength to strike at the leader's vital back. The sword pierced deeply into the leader's body, eliciting a pained roar from him. He attempted to retaliate against Lin Yu, but the other fighters capitalized on the moment to strike, inflicting further damage. Lin Yu withdrew his sword and lunged at the leader once more, time and again, each thrust infused with the collective hatred of the crowd in their yearning for peace. With their unified efforts, the leader of the mysterious organization finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. As he fell, the entire stronghold began to tremble violently, the dark magical array disintegrating and its malevolent aura gradually dissipating. Exhausted and wounded, Lin Yu and the other fighters hastily fled the impending collapse of the stronghold. Upon emerging from the misty mountain range, sunlight bathed them, as if welcoming the return of these heroes. The crisis in the Jianghu was momentarily averted. Though they had paid a heavy price, they understood that every sacrifice was worthwhile. Bearing the tidings of victory, they returned to the Jianghu, which once again flourished with vitality and peace, and their tale would forever resonate through the annals of the realm.